Chapter 501. Is there a possibility that he is teasing a fool? Xiao Lei looked at Qin Sun and laughed awkwardly. It's my duty. I have to do the work after I get the money. I still have to go through the process. She pressed Qin Sun with the explosion-proof fork. I will let you go after the victim explains clearly. Qin Sun looked at the smile on her face and felt helpless. How much do you get per hour working here? Xiao Lei laughed happily. 35 yuan per hour. I can work 6 hours a day. A total of 210 yuan. Qin Sun laughed angrily. A few hundred yuan a day, why are you fighting for your life? Xiao Lei didn't say anything, but just laughed foolishly. Although her expression was kind, her hands didn't relax at all. Qin Sun sighed. Has anyone ever told you that you're stupid? Xiao Lei smiled brightly. Yes. After a pause, she continued. And a lot of people in our village think I'm stupid. Qin Sun patted the handle of the explosion-proof fork with his hand, and said loudly. Stay away from me, I have polyphobia, I'm afraid of big idiots. Xiao Lei didn't feel embarrassed at all, and continued to talk to herself. They think I'm not suitable to be an actor. Qin Sun said nothing, silently looking at Xiao Lei's ordinary face. There are many ordinary-looking people in the entertainment industry, and they all have the means to become famous. Appearance is not the most critical factor restricting their development in the entertainment industry. But none of those who can make it are idiots. Xiao Lei in front of him is obviously an idiot. Xiao Lei smiled brightly again. Although I don't agree. I think they are right. The eyes of the masses are sharp. Qin Sun. Mao Qianni watched silently from the side, and saw that Qin Sun did not push Xiao Lei away rudely, but talked to her for a long time. She felt that her limelight had been stolen, and she felt a little left out. She suddenly spoke up. Since you know you can't be a real actor, why are you still struggling in this circle? Xiao Lei turned her head to look at Mao Qianni. Her eyes fell on her chest. It was surprisingly plump, and there seemed to be a line cut in the middle of her snow-white breasts. She smiled. I have saved tens of thousands of yuan, and I will be able to have plastic surgery like you soon. Mao Qianni's face looked a little ugly. It was known to everyone that she had plastic surgery, but she still felt a little embarrassed when someone pointed it out to her in person. The three of them were silent, each with their own concerns. After a while, the sound of doors opening rang out one after another. Yi Lan and Ke, Song Ying, Misier, Niu Xiaojun and the others put on their clothes, walked out of the courtyard one after another, and surrounded Qin Sun. They saw that he was only wearing a pair of swimming trunks. His body was wet, and a waiter was holding him against the wall with a steel fork. They were all confused. Song Ying frowned, and spoke sternly. What are you doing? Do you know that he is the VIP among VIPs here? He is the supreme customer. Do you know his status? Why are you holding him with this dung fork? Qin Sun. What is a dung fork? Is this a disguised way of calling me shit? Xiao Lei glanced at the many women, and found that each of them was as beautiful as a flower, and felt a great pressure. The rumors on the internet were indeed true. The women around Qin Sun might be bad, but there was definitely no ugly one. Suddenly, she saw the plump white Niu Xiaojun, and felt a little comforted. She looked at Song Ying, who looked unhappy, and explained, Mr. Qin just walked out of this small courtyard, and before he walked out, there was a woman scream inside. He is suspected of molesting women. I am performing my duties. When everyone heard that Qin Sun was suspected of molesting women, they immediately thought of the 3 screams that tore through the night sky just now. In their minds, there were pictures of eroticism, disgustingness, vulgarity, or ambiguity that could not be restrained. They were all in a complicated mood, and their faces gradually became ugly. Yi Lan walked to Xiao Lei, glanced at Qin Sun, turned to look at Xiao Lei, and said, Little girl, your posture is wrong. It won't be tight like this. You see, it should be like this. As she said, she held the pole of the explosion-proof fork with her right hand and pushed it forward. Seeing this, Song Ying walked up without hesitation and also held the pole tightly. Then encore, Misier, even Niu Xiaojun squeezed in and stretched out his hand to hold the explosion-proof rod, pushing hard against the wall, as if to make Qin Sun unable to fly. Qin Sun was pressed against the wall, looking up at the night sky, sighing. What sin have I committed? Maybe I broke the law in my previous life. Everyone looked at Qin Sun with a look of despair, not sympathizing with him at all. They all started to curse him. Qin Sun, are you a human being? How could you do such an outrageous thing to Xia Ning? How hard did you have to hit him to make him scream? Isn't she your girlfriend? Why are you so anxious? Or are you playing some tricks? Just now you two were pretending to be innocent in front of us, and you deliberately separated the two rooms. No wonder you have two adjacent rooms. It turns out it's convenient for you to visit. Qin Sun, when did you become so shameless? And you're still interacting with Xia Ning secretly? Qin Sun was besieged by their chattering. They spoke very quickly, and he couldn't get a word in for a while. And they were obviously making trouble. There was no point in reasoning with them. Qin Sun felt like Sun Wukong being cursed by Tang Xing. His head was buzzing, and he felt a little swollen. He had to cast a spell to interrupt their rhythm and make them shut up. He couldn't continue to slander the pure love between him and Xia Ning. Suddenly, Qin Sun said loudly, "You have such a high-speed machine entering Country C. Remember the principle I gave? When I was young, I was the developer. One of the principles for developing this thing is the power of the underworld. Do you know why there are creatures to operate it? The immortal position. And there are also people who specialize in raising this? Why is this thing produced underground? He controls his descendants under the 5 generations living together. Do you think I'm kidding you? Aren't you a policeman? Everyone in the Huanglongjiang area has Bluetooth. Huanglongjiang. I tell you, is that pseudonym in the underworld? The pseudonym of my uncle. My dear uncle. Zhang Xuelan's legitimate son. Legitimate grandson. Qin Sun's passionate output. Everyone felt like they were under a magical attack. And they were all stunned, staring at Qin Sun blankly. What are you talking about? Everyone looked at each other. And after a long silence, they came to their senses. Qin Sun, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? I feel like he wants to tell the ultimate secret of this world. But it's garbled. It sounds a bit like the 42 concrete spaghetti he said in the competition. Do you think there is a possibility that he is teasing a fool? Chapter 502. What are you doing? Let go of my cooking master. Although the other girls were very surprised by Qin Sun's behavior just now, after all, they had been together for a long time and had a certain immunity. Mao Qianni and Xiao Lele were shocked. Mao Qianni stared at Qin Sun, who looked calm, and said hack silently in his heart. It turned out that his neurosis was not pretended. He was usually like a psychopath. Xiao Lele looked at Qin Sun, and gradually a trace of admiration appeared in his eyes. What Qin Sun just said must be something profound. I have to find a way to get him to teach me this passage. Memorize it. Maybe it will help me make a major breakthrough in my acting career. Qin Sun noticed Xiao Lele's expression, and immediately guessed her thoughts, and asked with a smile. Xiao Lele, let me go. I will teach you how to make all the Huanglongjiang school wear Bluetooth. Xiao Lele thought about it, and shook her head. Qin Sun, you don't want to learn? Xiao Lele nodded. Qin Sun, then what do you mean by shaking your head? Xiao Lele smiled awkwardly. I want to learn. But I don't want to let you go. After all, it's my duty. Qin Sun. Heh. So you want to get something for free. Just then, the door of the courtyard next to them opened. Wu Yu and Xia Ning came out. Xia Ning was dressed neatly, and Wu Yu was wearing a bathrobe. The two saw Qin Sun being pressed against the wall by the explosion-proof fork. There were 7 or 8 hands on the steel pipe. They were stunned. Xia Ning looked surprised. What are you doing? Yi Lan snorted coldly. To avenge you. As he said that, he pushed the steel pipe forward with more force. Xia Ning? What revenge do you want to take? But no one answered. They just want to stand on the moral high ground, vent their dissatisfaction, regardless of your revenge. Yi Lan, Song Ying, Niu Xiaojun quietly exerted force again. The steel pipe trembled slightly. Qin Sun sighed. Fortunately, the explosion-proof fork is of high quality. The semicircular steel pipe in front is strong enough, leaving a certain space. Otherwise, I will be squeezed by them. Wu Yu walked in front of Qin Sun with a cold face, said, I promised you what you asked me for just now. Niu Xiaojun saw Wu Yu's cold face, and guessed that Wu Yu climbed over the wall, and saw Qin Sun and Xia Ning's intimate interaction. But what could Qin Sun ask her for in the hot spring pool? Could it be that Qin Sun was so perverted that he liked to have a flat surface? He wanted to take in the two sisters? Or did Qin Sun make some excessive request just now, saying that he wanted to see how flat Wu Yu could be? Or did Qin Sun compare his chest muscles with Wu Yu's to see whose was bigger? This was unnecessary. Obviously, Qin Sun's was bigger. Qin Sun looked at Wu Yu quietly for a while, until her cold expression eased a little, and she showed a bit of kindness. Then he smiled. He never took advantage of softness. Chin Sun smiled. Okay. Then I will leave the filming of Fatal Identity to you. I will only be responsible for staff meals, security, and medical and other logistical services. Hearing this, Yilan and others showed shocked expressions on their faces. Yilan said anxiously, Chin Sun, please explain clearly. You want Wu Yu to prepare a movie. Who is the director? Wu Yu saw Yilan's expression and was a little proud. It's me. Song Ying was a little unhappy when she heard it, and she pushed the steel fork hard again. Then the actor was also selected by the shameless little flat-chested girl. Chin Sun nodded. Wu Yu smiled. Unfortunately, it's me. Song Ying's face was a little ugly. She had discussed with Enk and Messier these days, and wanted to ask Chin Chio for a role these days. But unexpectedly, the final casting right fell to Wu Yu. At the beginning, she was deceived by Wu Yu when she applied for a winter vacation job, saying that Chin Sun didn't like small breasts, and persuaded her to quit. Now, isn't this the end? And Ku and Messier looked at each other, feeling helpless, not sure if they could get a small role. Maybe, not even a corpse. And Ku didn't care, her heart wasn't in the movies, she just wanted to be an excellent professional manager. If she could spend a day or two playing a small role, it would just be an interesting experience in life. Whether or not, it wasn't that important. Messier wanted to participate. She started to make a living at the age of 13. In order to survive and make money, she had worn countless masks. She thought her acting skills were okay. If there was a bigger stage to show her acting skills, it would be a rare experience. She was also very active, and wanted to try new things. But now, alas, Wu Yu is not easy to talk to. Wu Yu saw the expressions of Song Ying and others, and felt a little proud. Just now, her breasts were peeped at. There was no unpleasant experience of having breasts peeped at. All vanished into thin air. As expected, just as Xia Ning said, good things will happen when you meet Chin Sun. The bastard. Xia Ning saw the smugness in Wu Yu's eyes, and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that she will not think about going abroad to do anything big for the time being. A semi-amateur director can fully participate in the birth of a movie, get a good box office, and even win a few awards. No matter how you look at it, it is an amazing feat. Mao Qian looked at Wu Yu, and his mind immediately became active. She had done a background check and knew that Wu Yu was the daughter of Sunny Cinema. If Wu Yu directed this movie, it would have a great advantage in scheduling. Before, the richest man in Shihong City was able to be released smoothly in a short time, squeezed into the Spring Festival schedule, and received such a high schedule. In addition to the high quality of director Chin Sun's film, the most important thing is the operation of Sunny Cinema. Otherwise, it would be impossible to release it during the Spring Festival. Chin Kun just said that he made employee meals on the set, worked as a security guard, and treated illnesses? It sounded like a joke. He will definitely not let go completely, and will definitely play the role of supervision and guidance. I believe the film will not be too bad. Mao Qian smiled, looking at Wu Yu, and smiled very sweetly. Director Wu, congratulations on being able to direct a movie right after starring in a movie with a box office of over 3 billion. Your life is really legendary, and you have turned yourself into an inspirational movie. I wonder if I have the opportunity to star in Fatal Identity. Mao Qian herself felt that this sentence was very flattering, but she didn't mind. The opportunity is right in front of us, we must seize it. Mao Qian had a smile on her face, and kept watching Wu Yu's expression. She is a relatively famous star. She met some capital bosses through her bed skills. So I know more and more that the stars on the big screen are high and mighty in the eyes of ordinary people. Sometimes, they are really tied up by the bosses for fun. And Wu Yu has the Sunny Cinema line behind her, and the Lu group behind her. If this is not a big boss, what is it? If she participates in this movie, even if it does not get a high box office, it will have a good reputation. It would be great to establish a little friendship with Wu Yu and Chin Sun. When Wu Yu heard the words, Director Wu, she felt a little flattered, and nodded slightly with some airs. Yes. Let's talk about it tomorrow. If you can pass the audition, I can give you the second female lead, or the third female lead. Mao Qian's smile immediately blossomed like a flower, and he quickly walked to Wu Yu's side, reaching out and gently holding Wu Yu's arm. Thank you, Director Wu. Wu Yu was so happy, but suddenly saw Chin Sun's face full of resentment, and coughed awkwardly twice, pointing at the evil hands on the explosion-proof fork. What are you doing? Let go of my royal cooking chef on the set. But no one let go. Everyone looked at her. Wu Yu looked a little embarrassed, feeling a little embarrassed. Xiao Lei explained seriously. Director Wu, I am also an actor. I am also a temporary waiter here, and I have the responsibility to control this molester, so... She looked at Xia Ning and Wu Yu. Did he molest you? Chapter 503. You guys keep this posture and don't move, I'll be back soon. As soon as the voice fell, Wu Yu wiped her face with her hands, lips slightly pursed, not knowing what to say. Xia Ning's cold eyes flickered, somewhat embarrassed. Although she was not the one who was exposed. But just now she was sitting in the hot spring pool in a swimsuit, exposing more scenery than Wu Yu, whose tube top fell off. Yi Lan and the others must have thought that Qin Sun and I had done something unspeakable in the pool. It's really annoying. Sure enough, Xia Ning saw Yi Lan, Song Ying, and Ke Misier, and even Niu Xiaojun looking at her with ill intentions. And Mao Qianni standing next to Wu Yu also looked at her silently. Xia Ning felt her face getting hot. Even a stranger thought that those screams just now were made by me? Is Wu Yu really not qualified to be molested? Xia Ning took a deep breath, thought about it, slowly turned her head, looked at Wu Yu. Looked at her quietly. Said nothing, but it seemed like she said everything. Wu Yu. Ah. This old nun stabbed me in the back. Can't you just be a victim for once? I just became a director. I can't leave a stain on my glorious image right at the beginning. Wu Yu looked straight into Xia Ning's eyes, gradually raised his eyebrows, and hinted wildly. Xia Ning was a little embarrassed, turned her head, and saw the surprised eyes of Yi Lan and the others. Even more embarrassed. She turned her head silently again, with a very firm look, looking at Wu Yu. Wu Yu? She knew she couldn't hide, turned her head to look at Yi Lan and the others, hesitated for a moment and said, It's all a misunderstanding. She thought Yi Lan and the others, especially Song Ying, would besiege her and ask her for details. She immediately recalled the big move Qin Sun had just used, and was ready to defeat magic with magic. Resolve this embarrassing situation. What kind of high-speed thing entered Country C? What sect brought Bluetooth? But Yi Lan sneered. It must be a misunderstanding. As she said that, she let go of the hand holding the steel fork. Wu Yu? Hey. So relaxed? Didn't she ask me what happened? Then, she saw Song Ying let go of her hand. Encore. Misier. And even Niu Xiaojun let go of his hand. Song Ying, hey! That must be a misunderstanding. And Ku, I always believe in Qin Sun's character. Niu Xiaojun, I don't believe in Qin Sun's character, but I believe in his taste. People who are used to eating big meals may eat wild vegetables to change their taste, but they don't eat shit to change their taste. She felt that what she said was very good, and she was a little proud, and continued. Wu Yu's breasts are not as good as mine. It's better to molest her than to molest me. Qin Sun? He looked at the flesh on Niu Xiaojun's face, and backed away with all his strength, his back pressed tightly against the wall, and his feet clenched tightly. She looked pitiful. Weak and helpless. Wu Yu felt greatly insulted. What did she mean? Ah? Am I safe running naked at night? Can't I arouse a man's evil thoughts? I am Guanyin. Everyone turned to look at Niu Xiaojun. They all knew that Niu Xiaojun was outspoken, and he was white and fat, and didn't look like a girl at all. They didn't feel threatened. They just felt it was a little funny. They couldn't help but smile playfully. Niu Xiaojun saw their smiles, with an embarrassed look on her face, turned around and walked back to her own courtyard. She closed the door. She looked at the high courtyard wall, and thought of Wu Yu's heroic figure climbing over the wall just now. Suddenly, she became interested. She also began to rush towards the wall, trying to climb over the high wall again and again. From a distance, it looked like a fat toad jumping over the ridge of the field. In the corridor, everyone had let go of their hands holding the steel fork, only Xiao Lei was left to perform his duties faithfully. Qin Sun looked at Xiao Lei and smiled. A security guard who guards the safety of the area, can you let me go now? Xiao Lei glanced at Wu Yu, released the steel fork, saluted Qin Sun, said with a bright smile on her face. You are innocent. She looked at Wu Yu again, and said loudly. You are innocent too. It's all a misunderstanding. Wu Yu. Alas, for the first time, I felt that being proven innocent was a shameful thing. Qin Sun looked down at the red mark on his abdomen squeezed by the steel fork, and touched it. I originally had 8 abdominal muscles, but you compressed them to 10. Xiao Lei smiled awkwardly, looking at Qin Sun's abdominal muscles, and found a red mark on them. She felt a little embarrassed, but couldn't help but take another look, and her eyes moved up quietly. She saw a small black spot on Chin Sun's chest muscle, and was a little confused. What is this? A mole? Or is Chin Sun a strange man, with a strange appearance, an extra nipple? It seems to be something dirty. She was watching intently. She heard a cough, and a cold voice rang out. That's enough. Don't keep staring at me. You're being too presumptuous. Xiao Leilei's face turned red. She immediately looked up at Xia Ning, pointed at Chin Sun's chest, and said hastily, Sister, I'm not peeking at his chest muscles. I just found something dirty on his chest. After hearing this, Xia Ning turned her head to look at Chin Sun's chest. Sure enough, she found a small black spot. She stretched out her finger and wiped it. The small black spot stuck to the tip of her finger. She looked carefully and found that it looked like the remains of some insect. No wonder Chin Sun was hiding behind the bushes just now, and suddenly made a pop sound. It turned out that he was bitten by an insect. Xia Ning turned his head to look at Chin Sun's chest, and found that it was a little red and swollen, and asked, You were bitten by an insect. Does it still hurt? Chin Sun looked carefully at the insect corpse on the belly of Xia Ning's finger, and immediately determined that it was a tick. He shook his head. It doesn't hurt. This is a tick. Don't always put it on your fingers. It's dirty. As he said, he stretched out his hand to flick off the insect corpse on Xia Ning's finger. Suddenly, a loud woman's voice rang out. Stop! Chin Sun was startled, turned his head to look at Mao Qianni, who looked nervous, and was a little confused. What are you doing? Mao Qianni said. Mr. Chin, you guys keep this position and don't move. I'll be back soon. Chin Sun? Xia Ning? Seeing Mao Qianni's nervous look, Chin Sun and Xia Ning really stopped moving, maintaining a weird position. Xia Ning raised his hand, holding a small insect corpse with his fingertips. Chin Sun bent his right hand and made a flying gesture. The two fingers were only 3 or 4 centimeters apart. Chin Sun and Xia Ning looked at each other, and suddenly laughed. Xia Ning, what do you think Mao Qianni is up to? Chin Sun, I don't know, maybe he wants to take nude photos of me. Xia Ning, be serious. Song Ying couldn't stand it anymore, with an expression that even a dog would shake its head at, and sighed. You two should be serious, and stop showing off your affection. You really keep this silly pose? Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded. Chin Sun looked over, and saw Mao Qianni running over quickly, wrapped in a bath towel that swayed, bounced, and fluttered. The sexy gray swimsuit underneath was exposed. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun silently, narrowing her eyes. Mao Qianni arrived quickly, took out the phone that he had just returned to the courtyard, and pointed it at Chin Sun's chest. He took a lot of photos. Xia Ning? Is it really for nude photos? Chapter 504. He is as strong as a bull. Will he die if bitten by a bug? Chin Sun looked at Mao Qianni holding a mobile phone, seriously tapping his chest. He was a little unhappy. Ms. Mao, what are you doing? Isn't this too presumptuous of you? Mao Qianni just pretended not to hear, with a stern face, and a solemn expression like a forensic doctor taking a photo of a corpse. Although Wu Yu just became the director of Fatal Identity, he has the power to choose the cast. But she knew that Wu Yu's right came from Chin Sun. The final role must be confirmed with Chin Sun's nod. Moreover, she originally came for Chin Sun. Now there is a great opportunity to show her courtesy. How can she give it up easily? Xia Ning and others watched Mao Qianni's flattery performance, and said nothing. They just watched silently. Mao Qianni is the fish that Chin Sun wants to catch, and Mao Qianni seems to be catching Chin Sun as well. Since they are going to go both ways, then don't disturb them. If she did nothing and somehow boarded Chin Sun's ship, she would be suspicious if she was suddenly accepted. No one who can make it in the entertainment industry is a fool. Mao Qianni took close-up, far away, and detailed photos of Chin Sun's chest. Then she moved her phone to take a photo of the insect corpse on Chin Sun's fingertips. But she saw a hand covering her camera lens. Mao Qianni turned her head and found that it was Xiao Leilei, and frowned slightly. What are you doing? Xiao Leilei shook her head and said seriously, As a waiter here, I have the responsibility to protect the privacy of the guests. So please delete the nude photos of Chin Sun. Otherwise, I will call security. Mao Qianni sneered, stretched out her hand to push Xiao Leilei's hand that was covering the phone, but found that she couldn't move it. This girl is very stubborn. Just like her personality, she is a little stubborn. Not likable at all. Mao Qianni sneered. Protect the privacy of the guests. I think you clearly want to destroy the body? Xiao Leilei didn't understand. and kept holding her phone. What corpse? Insect corpse? Mao Qianni saw that Xiao Lei said it lightly, not realizing the seriousness of the problem at all, and said in a cold voice. First, Mr. Qin was bitten by insects in your bathhouse, and it was the negligence of the management of Fightin Ski Resort. You have to be responsible for this. Xiao Lei figured it out immediately. Mao Qianni was filming evidence, keeping a record. During the on-the-job training, she had received relevant training. If there is a customer complaint, the first thing to do is to apologize. If the customer refuses to accept it, then promise to compensate within your authority. Her authority is only 300 yuan. If the price exceeds this, it must be reported to the next level supervisor. Xiao Lei became a little nervous, thought for a while, and let go of Mao Qianni's phone. Mao Qianni took the phone and took a few photos of Qin Sun's fingertips. So far, the evidence has been established. Mao Qianni looked at Qin Sun, who was a little confused, thought for a while, turned to look at Xia Ning, who had a cold face, and said with a smile, Sister Xia, let's add a WeChat account, and I will send you the evidence. You claim compensation from Fightin Ski Resort. Hearing the word claim, Xiao Lei's heart skipped a beat. It's over. Although the pest control in the bathhouse was not her responsibility, something happened in the area she was responsible for. She had to take responsibility for it. This job with 35 yuan an hour, including food and accommodation, was gone. She immediately bowed to Qin Sun and apologized. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. She lowered her head very low, looking at the ground, not daring to stand up. But she heard Qin Sun say softly, It's okay. Xiao Lei was startled. She didn't expect Qin Sun to be so straightforward. She stood up immediately, looking at him with some surprise. She hesitated for a moment and said, I will compensate you on behalf of Fightin Ski Resort. Is that okay? Qin Sun looked at Xiao Lei's nervous expression, was amused, and nodded. How much compensation? Xiao Lei thought of Qin Sun's worth, the nickname of a human-shaped self-propelled money-printing machine, and was somewhat unable to speak. She awkwardly extended 3 fingers. She remained silent. Mao Qianni sneered. 300,000, that's not enough. When Xiao Lei heard this, his scalp suddenly tingled, turned to look at Mao Qianni, and his voice trembled a little. 300,000. Not enough? Mao Qianni pointed at Qin Sun's chest, where a small red bump had already appeared. Xiao Lei, do you know how much Mr. Qin's chest muscles are worth? As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Mao Qianni, somewhat curious. In her mind, how much is Qin Sun's chest worth? Qin Sun also looked at Mao Qianni with interest. He just knew that his chest can be sold for money. Mao Qianni said, Xiao Lei, do you know that we artists will buy all kinds of insurance for ourselves, and the divisions are very detailed? Why? Isn't it because as an artist, if the body is damaged, it may affect the work, and the party A will have to pay a huge amount of liquidated damages. So we buy insurance to hedge. She pointed at Qin Sun's chest and said loudly, with Mr. Qin's current status, the small red spot on his chest muscle is worth at least 3 million. Qin Sun was stunned. My chest is so awesome. How come I don't know it myself? Is the skin made of gold? Or is the flesh made of gold? 3 million. She dares to ask. Is she blackmailing me? Xiao Lei heard this. Her heart pounded. And she felt that a disaster was coming. She knew that what Mao Qianni said was true. She had been in the vertical store for many years, and had heard a lot of strange things about celebrities. For example, hiring a nanny for 100,000 yuan. For example, buying tens of millions of insurance for your testicles. For example, if you get a cut on your finger, you go on strike and go to the hospital. For example, if you get AIDS, you clear out half of the hospital area and only serve a certain celebrity. Some people's bodies are just more expensive. Xiao Lei kept comforting herself. It's okay, it's okay. I'm not the one who's paying for it. I'm just unemployed. It's okay, it's okay. Qin Sun saw that Xiao Lei was about to cry, smiled, and said, 30 yuan. That's enough. Xiao Lei was stunned. How much? Qin Sun, 30. Xiao Lei, not 10,000? Qin Sun laughed. No. Xiao Lei was touched when he heard this. And his impression of Qin Sun improved a lot. Qin Sun was the most unpretentious star he had ever seen. In addition, he showed some neurotic and silly behavior in public, which made it easy for people to ignore his status. Unexpectedly, he was still a warm man in private. Xiao Lei thought that his part-time job of 35 yuan an hour might be saved. But he couldn't be happy. The word thank you was stuck in my throat, and I couldn't say it. I always felt weird, and I felt a little uncomfortable. It seemed that I had taken advantage of Chin Sun. I felt a little guilty. At this time, Malchiani said loudly, Mr. Chin, this won't work. If it was really a tick that bit you, then your life might be in danger now. It's not something that can be solved with 30 yuan or 300,000. If we don't solve this problem today, be careful that they will turn against us later. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Lele was dumbfounded. Song Ying spoke quickly and was a little nervous. What's the life-threatening? Brother Chin Sun is as strong as a bull, and he will die if he is bitten by a bug? Chapter 505. This is not about money, it's mainly about, I have to give you a favor. Xia Ning and others also looked at Malchiani. Just now, in order to let her take the bait naturally, she had been silently watching him being attentive to Chin Sun. At this time, she said shockingly that Chin Sun's life was in danger. They could no longer keep quiet, and asked one after another. Please explain it clearly. Do you know that kind of insect? Is it a poisonous insect? Is it so powerful? Is it true that it will kill people at any time? Don't scare people. Chin Sun saw their nervous expressions, and felt that he might really die. Malchiani heard the chattering and nervous voices around him, and felt a little proud. He looked at them seriously. I have raised pets, so I know this kind of insect. If you are bitten by this kind of insect, its head and teeth will remain in your body. It may cause death. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but take a breath. They all looked at Chin Sun's chest. The small red and swollen spot had become very scary in their eyes. Xia Ning immediately took Chin Sun's hand. Let's go to the hospital. Chin Sun was startled, gently broke free from his hand, and said with a smile, It's not that dangerous. Xia Ning grabbed Chin Sun's hand again and said, No matter what kind of insect bite, no matter what, you have to go to the hospital to have a look. Buy peace of mind. Chin Sun sighed. When I was a child, I didn't go to the hospital even when I was kicked by a cow. Xia Ning frowned. That's different. Chin Sun, what's different? Why is it different? Xia Ning, at that time, I was not there. Chin Sun. Xia Ning ignored his ridicule and fired a pure love attack at him. He was a little moved, and didn't know what to say. After a while, Chin Sun smiled. It's not that scary. A tick bite will not directly cause death, unless it carries a deadly virus. I'll use a needle to pick out the mouthparts it left on my chest, and use some soapy water. Disinfect it again. If it doesn't work, buy some antihistamines. It'll be fine. Xia Ning was silent for a moment, and saw the explosion-proof steel fork in Xiao Lele's hand, reached out to grab it, and fiercely stabbed it towards Chin Sun. Pin him to the wall, he asked coldly. Are you good at treating illnesses? Are you a doctor? Are you going to the hospital or not? Chin Sun. I never thought that. One day going to the hospital would feel like forcing a woman of good character into prostitution. He glanced at the sky. It was a little dark, and he hadn't finished his hot spring bath yet. How could he leave so hastily? Chin Sun looked at Xia Ning, muttered softly. I haven't finished my hot spring bath yet. I spent so much money on the venue, I can't waste it. This is my first time taking a hot spring bath. But he saw Xia Ning looking at him silently. Chin Sun sighed, knowing that no matter how he explained, it wouldn't make sense. He couldn't just shout that he had God-level medical skills. He had to give her an authoritative explanation. He looked at the phone in the hand of the culprit Malchiani, pointed with his chin, and said, Can you search on your phone if you are bitten by a tick and die? Let Xia Ning see. Malchiani nodded, immediately searched on his phone, and handed the phone to Xia Ning. Chin Sun waited for Xia Ning to look at it for a while before asking, Look, it's not that easy to die. Xia Ning narrowed her eyes slightly, looked at him, and said coldly, There is a probability. She glanced at her phone again. Moreover, the website recommended a search, and recommended an urn. Chin Sun? He looked at Xia Ning, then at Malchiani, and angrily said, You should visit fewer shady websites in the future. Malchiani. She glanced at her phone, and found that there was no recommendation for an urn. What was recommended were pictures of tick bites, hospitals, etc. It was obviously Xia Ning who was talking nonsense. But I was the victim. However, I had already shown enough concern through tick bites, and Chin Sun was actually joking with me. My relationship with their gang has made great progress. One step closer to joining the crew. Xia Ning let go of the steel fork and gave it back to Qiao Lele. She had just seen the information. It takes some time for a tick to bite, and then go into shock and then die. It can take 2 or 3 days at the least, or several months at the most. Most of the patients who died from tick bites were ruthless people who showed symptoms, but refused to go to the hospital and chose to bear it. Since Qin Sun wanted to take a hot spring bath so much, it wouldn't be too late to go after the hot spring bath. When everyone saw Xia Ning release the explosion-proof fork, they knew that the matter was not as serious as they imagined. Otherwise, with Xia Ning's temper, he would never let Qin Sun go. He would have to be taken to the hospital. Qin Sun patted the red mark on his stomach from the steel fork and smiled. Look at what happened. He glanced around and saw that they were all wearing clothes and bathrobes, and he was the only one wearing swimming trunks. He felt a little unhappy. You all go back. Don't look anymore. You will be charged if you look again. Xia Ning? Yi Lan, disgusting. Song Ying, huh? Monsieur, then I have to look at it more. And Ko opened her mouth, but said nothing. Qin Sun waved at them, and was about to walk towards his hot spring courtyard. Suddenly, he heard a loud shout. Stop! Qin Sun was a little surprised, and turned to look at Qiao Lele. What's wrong with you? Qiao Lele said seriously. You can't leave. Qin Sun? What do you mean? I don't settle accounts with you. But you still want to trouble me? Qiao Lele shook her head and said seriously. No. I just thought about it. Since you are injured, and there is a risk of death, I have to fulfill my duties as a waiter and be responsible for your personal safety. I will take you to see the manager. If you really get into trouble, this ski resort will be ruined. Qin Sun looked at the silly girl and said helplessly. I don't think it's necessary. Qiao Lele, yes. Qin Sun looked at Qiao Lele silently for a while, and found that her eyes were firm, and smiled. If you have the guts, follow me into the small courtyard. After saying that, he turned and left. Suddenly, hey! Qiao Lele shouted, holding the steel fork in both hands, and suddenly pushed Qin Sun. He hit him against the wall again. Qin Sun was startled. This was the 3rd time he was pushed against the wall today. Things never happen more than 3 times. Even a clay man still has some temper. He looked at Qiao Lele and scolded. Are you sick? Are you sick? Qiao Lele had a determined look on his face. You must come with me today. I'll take you to claim compensation first, and then take you to the hospital. Qin Sun? He was a lazy person, and suddenly met someone with a terrifyingly good professional attitude, and was speechless for a moment. Is this a part-time job? How did she make it seem like this ski resort was hers? Qin Sun was silent for a moment, and shouted. Qiao Lele, you must have died of exhaustion at your workstation in your previous life due to 996. Qiao Lele didn't say anything, and pressed Qin Sun tightly. Mao Qianni frowned slightly when he saw this. Is this Qiao Lele really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Does she want to claim compensation for Qin Sun and win his favor? In this case, she would just lose a part-time job. But she could win the favor of such a big shot. This little girl is so scheming. I can't let her steal the limelight. Mao Qianni said to Qin Sun. Mr. Qin, if you are hurt while enjoying the service, you have the right to claim compensation. I have experience and can help you. Make sure they give a reasonable compensation. Qin Sun glanced at Mao Qianni and knew that if he deepened his friendship with her a little bit, he could close the net. Okay, this is not about money. The main thing is, I have to give you face. Mao Qianni was very happy and decided to perform well later. Qin Sun looked at Qiao Lele and said angrily, Big idiot. Let's go! I'll go with you. Chapter 506 Bug Bites. I think he just wants to extort money. Very quickly, Qin Sun and others dressed neatly, followed Qiao Lele, and rushed to the manager's office. Because of their special status, Qin Sun, Yi Lan, Mao Qianni all wore masks and sunglasses. Song Ying thought about it, felt that she was a net celebrity, also secretly put on a mask and sunglasses, following closely with a heroic and high-spirited manner. It was quite like walking on the red carpet. Walking along the way, entering the hotel lobby, they immediately attracted the attention of many passers-by. The guests who were resting on the sofa were talking about it. Oh my! Masks, big black sunglasses, who are these people? They look like gangsters. How can there be such a gang? There is only one man, and the rest are all women. Where did this guy find so many women with such good figures and faces? Is he a pimp? Preparing to provide services to some big shot? Can this body bear it? Suddenly, someone saw the fat Niu Xiaojun at the end, and said with a slightly sarcastic voice, "Not all of them are beauties. There are some ugly ones occasionally. Maybe some people just like this." Their discussion was very quiet, but it still reached the ears of a group of people. No one else minded. From childhood to adulthood, whenever I go shopping, I have been looked at by men dozens of times. But Niu Xiaojun, the only victim, was not happy. She turned around and glared at the greasy uncles on the sofa in the hall. She cursed with her unique duck voice. "Look at it. What's so good about it? Look at your mother. Be careful. I will sue you for sexual harassment." Passerby. "You wish." In less than 5 minutes, Xiao Lei led a group of people into the elevator and went up to the second floor and walked to the innermost room. There was a sign of the manager's office hanging above the room. Xiao Lei turned to look at Qin Sun and said, "Mr. Qin, wait a moment. I am reporting to a higher level, and I should report to my supervisor first. I want to go in and explain the situation first, so as to avoid any unpleasant things happening later." Qin Sun nodded. "Go ahead." Xiao Lei smiled. Qin Sun was so approachable that she felt a little unbelievable. How come such a big star doesn't have any airs at all? If it were another popular star, if he was bitten by a tick in a high-end bathhouse, he wouldn't wait at the door. He would probably just kick the door open, rush in and poop and pee on the manager's head. Xiao Lei knocked on the door. Dong, dong, dong. A voice came from inside the door. "Come in." Xiao Lei pushed the door open and walked in, and closed it with her backhand. She looked behind the office desk, and saw the manager in charge of the hot spring bathhouse. A middle-aged man in his 40s. She had met him once during training. She remembered that his name was Lu Neng. Xiao Lei walked over, and stood in front of the desk. Lu Neng looked at this somewhat unfamiliar face, and did not recognize who it was. His eyes fell on the work badge on her chest. He knew her name, and also knew that she was a part-time worker. He could not help but feel a little strange. Fighten Ski Resort is called a ski resort, but it is actually a large holiday resort. He is in charge of the hotel and the hot springs. Although he is not a high-ranking official, part-time workers generally do not dare to knock on his door. At least, this is the first time someone who looks so ordinary knocks on his door. Lu Neng asked with a smile. "Xiao Lei, what do you want?" Xiao Lei got straight to the point. "Manager Lu, a customer was bitten by an insect on the chest in the private hot spring courtyard." When Lu Neng heard this, he knew that she had encountered a customer complaint that could not be solved, and the smile on his face disappeared. "Is this Xiao Lei decent? Why did she come to me directly?" Overstepping the level of reporting is a taboo in the workplace. Lu Neng looked at Xiao Lei and asked, "Did you report it to your supervisor?" Xiao Lei, "No." Seeing that she answered readily, Lu Neng frowned slightly and asked, "I understand that you, as a part-time worker, can't handle customer complaints about insect bites. What I don't understand is, why don't you report to your supervisor and come to me directly? If I'm busy cleaning up your messes every day, how can I carry out some of my more important work? He has parents and children to take care of, and his work attitude is very good. Once he becomes unemployed in middle age, it won't be difficult for him to find a job with his qualifications. But it won't be easy to find such a high salary." Xiao Lei looked a little embarrassed, knowing that Lu Neng had a very bad impression of her. However, she was ready to be fired. So it didn't matter. She answered truthfully, "This matter is too big. I'm worried that I will report it to the supervisor, and the supervisor will report it to the next level, and then report it to you. It will take too long, and there are too many variables. And this matter, only you have the authority to handle it." Xiao Lei's words inadvertently flattered Lu Neng, making him feel very comfortable. But his face was still serious. "Are you talking about the bug biting the customer's chest?" Xiao Lei nodded. "Yes." Lu Neng, male or female guest? Xiao Lei, male guest. Lu Neng complained in a low voice. Why would a man care so much? Xiao Lei wanted to say a few words for Qin Sun, saying that he didn't care at all, but she thought of Qin Sun's kindness to her, the only star who gave her sincere kindness. She closed her mouth silently, decided to fulfill her duties, seek reasonable compensation for Qin Sun. The guest? If you bite, you bite. If the other party doesn't care, you will be bitten. Lu Neng asked again. Where was the guest bitten? Xiao Lei answered. Xiaoqun Garden. He was bitten by a tick. Xiuqing Garden is the name of the small courtyard where Xia Ning took a hot spring bath. Lu Ning laughed when he heard it, and reached out to knock on the table, speaking quickly. Xiuqing Garden was thoroughly disinfected and dewormed a week ago, so there couldn't be any bugs. Not to mention ticks, which can't fly. I think they are clearly trying to extort money. Xiao Lele looked a little nervous, and quickly explained. Maybe the third-party pest control company was lazy when they were doing the pest control. Or maybe they were not professional enough. It could also be that another guest sneaked in with a pet and left a bug behind. Lu Ning tapped the table lightly and interrupted directly. Are you his employee or my employee? Why do you always speak for the guests? Xiao Lele was silent for a moment and said, during the training, I remember the instructor said that customers come first and customers are God. Lu Ning looked at Xiao Lele and was speechless for a while. He was silent for a moment before speaking. That's true. But we can't be so rigid. We need to be more flexible and know how to adapt. The first priority of any business is to make a profit. We can't work ourselves to death for the sake of customers. Xiao Lele understood Lu Ning's words. After hesitating for a while, he still spoke. Manager Lu. This customer is a well-known figure. He shouldn't extort money for a little money. You're hurting yourself with such a dangerous insect. Lu Ning sneered. You are still young. I have been a waiter for decades. I have seen all kinds of monsters. They are well known. They are well known. Does the boss of Fight and Ski Resort have no face? Xiao Lele hesitated and said. His friend has the Supreme VIP card of Fight and Ski Resort. Lu Ning was stunned. Supreme VIP? That is a card that can only be obtained after spending more than 5 million at the ski resort. It has many privileges. It is not something that he, a manager in charge of a bathhouse, can afford. It should not be to extort money. Lu Ning stood up and tidied his appearance. Take me to his guest room to meet the guests. Xiao Lele. They are waiting outside the door. Lu Ning? Chapter 507. How did I pass the assessment? I passed with full marks. Lu Ning glanced at the door of the office, lowered his voice, and cursed impatiently. You know that he is a Supreme VIP, and you let him wait at the door? You should have taken him directly to the presidential suite, and I ran all the way to apologize to show enough sincerity. You left him at the door? He pointed at Xiao Lele, and his voice became colder and colder. How did you pass the training assessment? Xiao Lele answered truthfully. I passed with full marks. Lu Ning. He sighed, and looked at Xiao Lele deeply. It seems that the training requirements need to be raised a little bit. Xiao Lele looked embarrassed. She understood that look, she should have been fired. But Qin Sun didn't want to come in the first place. How could he listen to her and sit in the presidential suite? What if he sneaked out? Lu Ning adjusted his collar, hairstyle, and said seriously. It's just right, I can demonstrate customer complaint handling to you on the spot. Watch carefully, I will only teach you once. Xiao Lele heard this, felt a bit familiar, thought about it carefully. I remember that this is what Qin Sun said. It seems that manager Lu Ning often watches Qin Sun's videos. And he may be his fan. Lu Ning's face gradually became serious. And he walked out of the desk. And said in a low voice. Handling customer complaints about insect bites. First, apologize. Apologize sincerely. Second, send the seriously injured directly to the hospital. And the less seriously injured directly go to the office medicine box to get medicine. Third, waive the bill. Fourth, if the customer is still not satisfied, negotiate compensation. The whole process should show respect for the customer. But you can't be too humble, which will bring down the reputation of Fit and Ski Resort. Be neither humble nor arrogant. After all, some people just like to pick on the weak. The weaker you are, the greedier he is. He stopped and turned to look at Xiao Lele. Just like Wang Wuyu in The Richest Man in Shihong City, some people just like our unruly appearance. Xiao Lele nodded. There was this question in the new employee training, and she got full marks. But theory is theory after all. It is still a bit difficult to put it into practice, especially when the guest has a special status. Unruly? It's a bit difficult. Xiao Lele nodded humbly, said. My skills are too shallow, and I am still a little nervous when facing distinguished guests. I can't be as humble and unyielding as Manager Lu, or even unruly. Lu Ning laughed. Then you wait and see. I'll show you what it means to remain calm even when the sky is falling. After saying that, he walked quickly to the door of the office, not wanting to keep the VIP guests waiting too long. As he walked to the door, he asked casually, What step have you reached in your customer complaint handling process? Xiao Lele. The first step, apology. Lu no? He stopped immediately, somewhat surprised. In the customer complaint handling process, generally, the next step will be taken after one step is resolved. Ski Resort has very strict recruitment requirements, but the work attitude of the recruits is pretty good. Generally, they can do the first step of apologizing, and the second step of getting the medicine. They usually get stuck at the third step, and get a free meal. Xiao Lele is a part-time worker, and only has a few hundred yuan for free meals, so it is normal to get stuck at the third step. But, it's stuck at the first step? Lu Ning looked at the closed door of the office, and asked in a low voice. Is this customer so difficult to deal with? Xiao Lele shook his head. No. I apologized, and then he forgave us, and didn't ask us for any compensation. Paused, and corrected immediately. He asked us for 30 yuan in compensation. Lu no? 30? No 10,000? Xiao Lele nodded. 30 yuan. Lu Ning opened his eyes wide, looking at the shocked expression on Xiao Lele's face. The other party has accepted your apology and compensation. Why did you bring him here? Xiao Lele explained seriously. Although the other party has forgiven us. But I'm worried. I'm worried that if he really gets sick, the reputation of Ski Resort will be damaged, so force him to come here to negotiate reasonable compensation. When Lu Ning heard these words, he felt a little dizzy. The other party forgave him. Are you worried? Forced to come here? Negotiate reasonable compensation? Lu Ning looked at Xiao Lele, lowered his voice, and gritted his teeth. Are you a funny guy said by the monkey? The other guests don't care. Why did you drag him here? Are you sick? Are you sick? Xiao Lele felt familiar when he heard this. Oh yes. I just heard Qin Sun say this to me. Lu Ning looked at Xiao Lele, who didn't say a word, and became even angrier, and said in a low voice. You wait to settle your salary. And then leave. Our temple is small. And we can't afford to support a big Buddha like you. Xiao Lele nodded. She was not surprised, and had already made preparations. But, it doesn't matter. She can also work as a waiter in other restaurants. And she can also make 20 yuan an hour. At worst, she can save enough money for plastic surgery in a year. Lu Ning ignored Xiao Lele, and walked quickly to the office door. Although Xiao Lele was stupid, he felt relieved now. The customer was forced here by Xiao Lele. The big idiot. He is easy to talk to. He just needs to apologize sincerely, and give him a free meal, and a few buffet coupons. It should be settled. The customer just said he would pay 30 yuan. He is obviously a generous and kind person. Maybe he doesn't even need to give him a free meal. Lu Ning smiled professionally, and opened the door quickly. There was a man and several women standing outside the door. Several of them were wearing masks and sunglasses. He was startled. Who are these people? They are so mysterious. Lu Ning pushed the door as wide as possible, smiling. Dear guests, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. I should have come to apologize. The new part-time worker is ignorant, and made you take the trouble to come here. Please come in. Please come in. Qin Sun walked in without hesitation, and nodded to Xiao Lele. Xiao Lele smiled. But her smile was a little bitter. Qin Sun guessed it immediately. This girl who worked hard to save money for plastic surgery should have been fined or fired. The others walked in one after another. Lu Ning wanted to invite everyone to sit on the sofa and make some tea. But when he saw the masks and sunglasses on Qin Sun, Yi Lan, Mao Qianni, and Song Ying, he felt something was wrong and hesitated. He smiled and asked very carefully, Excuse me, would you please take off your masks and sunglasses? Qin Sun nodded, took off his sunglasses, and put on his mask. Lu Ning. He recognized Qin Sun, and his face turned pale. Ahem. Mr. Qin, you were bitten on the chest by a tick? Qin Sun nodded. Lu Ning felt his eyes go dark. The world spins, and the strength in his legs seems to be drained away immediately. His legs softened, and he fell to the ground. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands supported him. Xiao Lele's voice whispered in his ear. Manager Lu, didn't you say that you would not change your expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of you? Lu Ning turned his head to look at Xiao Lele's sincere face, and opened his mouth slightly. What the hell? Chapter 508, he is a man who is always in the traffic vortex. I can't afford to offend him. Lu Ning turned his head to look at Qin Sun, blinked hard, and opened his eyes again to find that it was indeed Qin Sun. I was dumbfounded for a moment, and didn't know how to start. Xiao Leilei's small voice sounded again. Manager Lu, pay attention to being neither humble nor arrogant. Don't let down the reputation of Fit and Ski Resort. Don't be soft, be more aggressive. Lu Nung? This girl is stabbing me with the words I just taught her. Every word hurts like a knife in my heart. This is Qin Sun. What a hammer for being neither humble nor arrogant. He is now the #1 internet celebrity, a popular star, a super boxer, a director of a box office monster. A terrifying guy born from a series of names as big as the sky. A man who is in the vortex of traffic all year round. Moreover, he has a bad temper. He even sent Kato Daiki to the ICU. I can't afford to offend him. He was bitten by a bug now. This is really a disaster. If this customer complaint is not handled properly, Qin Sun doesn't need to show much anger, just share it on the social platform normally. Oh, I was bitten by a bug while taking a hot spring bath today. Send a few cute expressions by the way. With the number of Qin Sun's fans, the Fight and Ski Resort will be exposed in less than a day. By then, the ski resort will definitely be destroyed by netizens. It will affect the business for several months. For such a large resort, the income of a few months is more than he can earn in his lifetime. At that time, I, a middle-aged man with a mortgage, a car loan, and my children's tuition, will be unemployed. How can I still be neither humble nor arrogant? Xiao Leilei saw that Lu Ning was shocked, and helped him up and patted his shoulder. Give encouragement. Lu Ning? Why do I feel insulted? Lu Ning stood up straight, looking at Qin Sun, trying to put on a professional smile. But because of his excitement, his smile naturally became a little flattering. He was about to speak. He saw a petite woman taking off her mask, sunglasses, and found out that it was Mao Qianni. Lu Ning felt dizzy again. I know that Mao Qianni stayed at Fit and Ski Resort a few days ago. But how come she is entangled with Qin Sun? Is she here just for Qin Sun? If she also boosts Qin Sun's momentum online, then it will affect more than just a few months of business. Just when he was feeling sad, Lu Ning suddenly looked at another tall, beautiful woman. She was also wearing a mask and sunglasses. Lu Ning's voice was trembling. You are not Yilan. Are you? Yilan took off her mask and sunglasses. Yes, it's me. Lu Ning's legs softened, and he was about to sit down again. It's over. It's over. Qin Sun and Yilan, the most popular man and woman at the moment, all bumped into me at once. It's great. It's great. I'm out of work. I can't find a job. My career is over. I don't have to work anymore. Xiao Leilei supported Lu Ning with all her strength, shaking his shoulders, and whispered. Manager Lu, calm down. Calm down. They are easy to talk to. Don't be afraid. When a grown man is told by a little girl, don't be afraid, it is not acceptable to most people. But Lu Ning doesn't care now. He is just scared now. Very scared. Lu Ning took a few deep breaths, and stood up tremblingly, wiped his face, and showed a bitter smile. He saw a woman taking off her mask and sunglasses, and putting a pretty face in front of him, looking at him expectantly. Lu Ning? What are you doing? Scare me? Song Ying frowned slightly at Lu Ning, her eyes moved down, and fell on his knees, and asked, Why don't you kneel? Lu Ning, ah? He was silent for a while, and asked, I kneel down to you. Can you forgive my negligence in management? As soon as the voice fell, Qin Sun frowned, looked at Song Ying, and cursed loudly. Song Ying, what are you doing? Song Ying heard the voice, and knew that Qin Sun was angry, and felt a little wronged, and hurriedly explained. I saw that he was frightened by you guys, and his legs went limp. So I wanted to see if my internet celebrity Xiaoying doll had a big face. I didn't expect that he didn't react at all. I just wanted to ask. Why didn't his legs go limp? She looked at Qin Sun and shouted. Why are you so fierce? Qin Sun's face was cold, and he didn't say anything. Song Ying pursed her lips tightly, staring at Qin Sun. Her eyes gradually turned red. Lu Ning saw that they were arguing, and became more nervous, saying with a sad face, Mr. Qin, please don't blame Xiaoying doll. If I can really kneel, please forgive me. What's wrong with me kneeling? As he said that, his legs softened, and he was about to kneel down. Song Ying was quick-witted and reached out her hand quickly to support Lu Ning, saying loudly, Don't kneel. If you kneel, Brother Qin Sun will never talk to me again. She felt Lu Ning pressing down hard, as if he had to kneel, and wanted to solve this customer complaint with a self-torture trick. What are you doing? Stand up. What on earth are those stars you saw before? They scared you like this. Isn't it just a bug bite? Stand up. Fuck. Lu Ning tried to kneel but was stopped, feeling a little depressed. Suddenly, he felt a strong force on his arm. He was immediately lifted up. He turned his head to look at Xiao Lele with a look of surprise. You are quite strong, Xiao Lele. Before, my family often treated me like a cow. Lu Ning. You don't always hurt me, sister. Qin Sun saw Lu Ning's loss of composure and felt a little sad. He could guess why Lu Ning was so humble. If he didn't handle the matter of him being bitten by insects well, he might lose his job. At this awkward age, once you lose your job, the pressure of mortgage, car loan, children's tuition, etc. can drive people crazy. People who kneel down for their families. There is nothing funny. They deserve respect. Mao Qianni originally wanted to come here to make a big scene and ask for a high price for Qin Sun. But seeing Qin Sun's attitude, he knew that he was as kind as an outlier in the entertainment industry. And he didn't dare to be aggressive. He had to watch silently from the side, so as not to displease Qin Sun. Xia Ning felt a little bit reluctant, looking at Lu Ning, and said, Manager Lu, you don't have to be nervous. This bug may not be from your bathhouse. Maybe I brought it here. I fed a stray dog on the roadside yesterday. Maybe I got it by accident. She lied. Lu Ning took a look at Xia Ning, recognized this cool and beautiful woman as Qin Sun's girlfriend. He was a little surprised. Didn't she slap the host in front of more than 1 million netizens during the live broadcast? How could she be such a kind person? She is so beautiful. Shitting is a crime. How could she have ticks on her body? Lu Ning said loudly. No. No. Miss Xia. You are joking. This bug must be from our bathhouse. Maybe the disinfection staff was lazy last week, and they were not professional enough and did not disinfect thoroughly. Maybe another guest brought a pet dog into the bathhouse and accidentally left a tick. Xiao Lele looked at Lu Ning in surprise. Who just swore that this bug could not be from the bathhouse? Why are you stealing my line now? Lu Ning stood up straight, bowed deeply to Qin Sun, and said loudly, Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. Please forgive our negligence. He immediately heard Qin Sun's voice. Okay. I forgive you. Lu Ning was startled, straightened up, and looked at Qin Sun in surprise. Ah? Forgive me just like that? This is not a lie to me. Right? Chapter 509. He pretends to be generous. But is he actually a pervert? Things went so smoothly that it was a bit dreamy. Lu Ning couldn't believe it and felt a bit unsure. To make sure he had heard correctly, he asked again, Then can you accept our apology? Qin Sun was very straightforward. I accept it. Lu Ning. Ah. This? How could it be so smooth? Shouldn't we pull it? Why didn't he play by the rules? Lu Ning looked serious. According to company regulations. You. He looked at Yilan, Mao Qianni, Xia Ning and others. Your hot spring bathing fee tonight. And the room fee. Skiing fee. And buffet fee for the past few days. All are free. Xiao Lele listened to these fees, calculated them silently in her heart, was a little surprised, and quietly reminded Lu Ning, saying, Manager Lu, Mr. Qin took a hot spring bath tonight and booked the entire southwest corner of the West Private Hot Spring area for 3 consecutive days. A total of 300,000, adding the room fee, skiing fee, and meal fee for so many people. It will cost 400,000 or 500,000. Lu Ning turned his head and glared at Xiao Lele, saying loudly, 4 or 500,000, that should be waived. Mr. Qin and his friends are our distinguished guests. Their satisfaction is the first priority. Customers are the first. Customers are God. Didn't you learn this during training? Xiao Lele was a little surprised when he saw Lu Ning speaking righteously. Who just said to be tactful? Be flexible? Don't be so rigid? Lu Ning looked at Qin Sun, a little nervous, and asked carefully, Mr. Qin, is this okay? Qin Sun smiled. I don't think it's necessary. Lu Ning's face turned pale. It's over. Too little? Lu Ning thought of his authority, gritted his teeth, and decided to do the same as Xiao Lele, directly bypassing his level and making a promise beyond his authority. He looked at Qin Sun and begged, We will compensate you an additional 300,000 yuan. Is that okay? Qin Sun was a little surprised. Ah? Lu Ning quickly changed his words. 400,000. Qin Sun was even more surprised. What? Lu Ning said loudly. 500,000. He looked at Qin Sun eagerly. Any more, I will ask the general manager for instructions. I will try my best to get more for you. Qin Sun waved his hands repeatedly, not wanting to embarrass the middle-aged man. No, that's not what I meant. I don't want the money. I have already forgiven you. You want to waive so many fees, and compensate 500,000, which is almost 1 million in total. There's really no need for that. Lu Neng saw that Qin Sun was speaking sincerely, and it didn't seem like a lie, but he didn't dare to take the risk. He said with a sad face, "If you don't take my money and sign a confidentiality agreement, I will feel uneasy." As he said that, his legs softened, and he was about to kneel down. "I have parents and children to take care of. I can't be unemployed." Qin Sun winked. Xiao Lei, who was full of energy, immediately supported Lu Neng, making him unable to kneel down. Lu Neng was startled, and immediately used all his strength to kneel down. Xiao Lei also exerted his strength. The two of them were entangled. The scene was a bit funny. Qin Sun saw the scene, and he felt mixed emotions. He felt like he was being forced to do something illegal. If the bug bit me on my chest, I would get 500,000 yuan in compensation. If it bit me on my testicles, wouldn't the other party have to pay me a huge loss? Qin Sun sighed and said with a wry smile, "Manager Lu, you're going to compensate me without even looking at the wound or the evidence. Isn't that bad?" Lu Neng said immediately, "You're a well-known person. Can you still blackmail me for such a small amount of money? What evidence do you need? Your face is the evidence." Qin Sun. He hurried in, did nothing, and took advantage of someone else's 1 million yuan for nothing. A bit too overbearing. He reached out to unzip his down jacket. "You should at least take a look." Manager Lu waved his hands repeatedly. "I dare not look, I dare not look. Your chest muscles are precious. We can't just take a look at them casually." Qin Sun. "Mine are chest muscles, not breasts. What can't be seen?" Lu Neng continued. "When I see your sincere face, it's as if I see the wound on your chest." "No, no. Qin Sun. Your face is the breasts." Seeing Lu Neng's shameless attitude, he thought that if he didn't take his money today, he might not be able to leave this office. He sighed and looked helpless. Okay. 500,000 is 500,000. Print the confidentiality agreement. I'll sign and leave. I have to go back to the hot springs. Manager Lu was overjoyed when he heard it. Thanked him repeatedly. Turned around and rushed to the desk. He quickly printed a confidentiality agreement. 3 minutes later, the two signed and pressed their fingerprints. Lu Neng put the confidentiality agreement into the safe in the corner of the office. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. He was somewhat proud of his ability to resolve customer complaints. A supergroup that includes Qin Sun, Yi Lan, Mao Qianyi, and Song Ying. A group that is enough to create a traffic storm on the internet. He was bitten hard by a tick. Lu, only spent about 1 million to get it done. Awesome. It must be included in the company's internal training materials. Classics must be passed down forever. Lu Neng looked at Qin Sun, clasped his hands together, and bowed to thank him. "Mr. Qin, your heart is as broad as the sea. The money will be in my account before 5 p.m. tomorrow. I will definitely watch every movie of yours in the future, and I will buy every product you market." Qin Sun smiled. "Then, I will have to market aphrodisiacs in the future." Lu Neng's smile was awkward for a moment, and then he laughed again. He agreed. "Mr. Qin has a keen eye. These years, I am really a little overwhelmed." Qin Sun and Manager Lu smiled at each other. After laughing, Qin Sun turned to leave, but heard Manager Lu ask in a hurry, "Mr. Qin, what are you going to do now?" Qin Sun turned his head. "Soak in the hot spring." Lu Neng hesitated, and said with a flattering smile on his face, "I'll accompany you to the hospital first." Qin Sun. "I don't think it's necessary." Lu Neng looked pleading. "Why not?" "Yes, but it's too much. Your body is delicate. You can't take any risks. Even if it leaves a small scar, that would be a great sin for us." Qin Sun got goosebumps from this flattery. And he had just seen Lu Neng's ability to pester. Moreover, Xia Ning's personality. If she allows herself to soak in the hot spring today, she will definitely force herself to go to the hospital tomorrow. Since we have to go anyway, why not go now? Qin Sun had no choice but to nod. "Forget it, then let's go." He looked at Xiao Lei standing beside him, showed a meaningful smile, and said, "I want her to accompany me. I like her stubborn temper. She stays by my side, and I feel safe. Except for her, you can't have anyone else accompany you to the ski resort. After a pause, he said again, if possible, I will recruit her to work in my company. Xiao Lei saw Qin Sun's expression, wondering if he was speaking in a sarcastic way, and felt a little uneasy. Could he be taking this opportunity to avenge me for pinning him to the wall with the explosion-proof fork? Or did he have other unreasonable requests? Pretending to be generous, but actually wanting to grab my hair and drill into his crotch? He's not that perverted. Is he? It seems like he really is. Chapter 510. What kind of rude request? Will it not be too difficult for me? Xiao Lei looked at Qin Sun with a vigilant look, glancing at the office door with her peripheral vision, ready to run away at any time. Qin Sun saw her expression, and felt a little strange. Why was she not happy at all when I said I wanted to poach her, but rather a little scared? Does she have some paranoid delusions? Where was the momentum she showed when she used the explosion-proof fork to push me against the wall just now? Qin Sun looked at the nervous Xiao Lei, smiled, and said to Lu Neng, Manager Lu, Xiao Lei is a serious and responsible employee. I want her to accompany me on the bus, accompany me to see the doctor, accompany me back. Xiao Lei was stunned. Why does he want someone to accompany him for everything? Does he treat me as a third companion? Xia Ning. This guy is always dancing at the door of the King of Hell, or pole dancing. He doesn't know what to do. I want other women to accompany me here and there in front of me. Lu Ning is a grown man, who doesn't have the delicate and complicated thoughts of girls, and said with a smile immediately, Yes, yes. Xiao Lei passed the company's employee training with full marks. She is responsible to customers, and always adheres to the principle of customer first. Customers are God. She works diligently and conscientiously. She is a rare good employee. She is definitely our outstanding employee of the month. I will also make an exception and upgrade her to a gold medal part-time job of 40 yuan an hour. He meant it. If Xiao Lei hadn't insisted on inviting Qin Sun to the office, he would have signed a confidentiality agreement at a very low price. Tonight, Qin Sun, Yi Lan, Mao Qianni, casually posted a Weibo. Maybe tomorrow morning when he wakes up, Qin Sun being bitten by a bug will be on the hot search. He will lose his job. He can't afford to support his parents, wife, children, house, mistress. Xiao Lei was very surprised to hear Lu Ning's words. His job is saved? And his salary is increased? Excellent employees get a bonus of 2,000 yuan. Isn't it only for regular employees? Are you really going to give it to me? Xiao Lei looked at Lu Ning, smiled brightly, and said loudly, Thank you, Manager Lu. Lu Ning frowned and said with a tut, You are ignorant. Why are you thanking me? Thank you, Mr. Qin. Xiao Lei walked up to Qin Sun, bowed and said loudly, Thank you, Mr. Qin. Mao Qianni saw this and felt a little unhappy, but he didn't show it. Fortunately, Xiao Lei is ugly. Otherwise, with Qin Sun's attitude towards her, he would probably ask her to join the Fatal Identity crew. Qin Sun looked at Xiao Lei, who bowed and said with a smile, Let's go to the hospital. Lu Ning immediately took out his cell phone. Mr. Qin, I'll call 120 for you right away, and call an ambulance. Qin Sun? Lu Ning is too much of a flatterer. He smiled bitterly. I don't think it's necessary. Lu Ning looked serious. Why is it not necessary? There are professional medical staff in the ambulance. If something goes wrong on your way to the hospital, you can get emergency treatment. Qin Sun, does it look like you're going to die? Lu Ning looked embarrassed. No, that's not what I meant. Qin Sun sighed and said with a wry smile, Forget it. No ambulance. It's taking up social resources. It should be left to patients who really need it. If there is a patient who needs emergency treatment, he will die because I wasted emergency treatment resources. He will not let me go even if he becomes a ghost. Lu Ning looked at Qin Sun and praised him. Mr. Qin is righteous. I have also handled a customer complaint from a celebrity before, and I was asked to call an ambulance to take him there. She even wanted a police car to clear the way. Qin Sun was startled and asked, Who? Lu Ning looked embarrassed, and dared not say the name. Mao Qianni walked to Qin Sun, smiled as if to offer courtesy, and whispered, Gao Man. She had menstrual cramps once, and was sent to the hospital by ambulance. Lu Ning looked nervous. I didn't say anything. Qin Sun smiled bitterly. He knew that some stars. No. It should be some so-called big shots, who like to emphasize their differences from ordinary people, strengthen their sense of superiority. This leads to their habit of being superior. Seeing Lu Ning's attitude towards him today, he seemed to have become a so-called big shot, and was forced to serve him. It felt weird. Qin Sun looked at Lu Ning and smiled. Manager Lu. What does her menstrual cramps have to do with you? Should you call an ambulance for him? You did it? Lu Ning was incoherent when he heard this. Oh my god. You are talking in vain. Didn't you see that I was a little bit powerless in that aspect just now? Mao Qianni watched the conversation between the two men silently, and gradually frowned. Are these two sick? What does menstruation have to do with sex? Do you really think this can clear the flood? Suddenly, she was startled, looking at Qin Sun in a daze. Could it be that this traffic king lying in the flowers has zero sexual experience? That shouldn't be the case. Xia Ning is as beautiful as a flower, Yilan is as beautiful as a fish and a wild goose, Song Ying is beautiful and playful. There is also a gentle and calm executive, and a charming and attractive tavern proprietress. Can he control himself? Could it be that he is impotent, so everyone he sees is impotent? If I find him an old Chinese doctor who can cure his illness, wouldn't I be able to control him? According to Qin Sun's meaning, Lu Ning did not arrange a special car for the hotel to pick up guests, and asked Xiao Lei to take him to the hospital in a taxi. Surprisingly, they actually got a taxi in the suburbs late at night. Qin Sun, Xia Ning, and Xiao Lei got in the car. Qin Sun didn't let the others get in, because he didn't want to make a big scene like he was having a cesarean section. As soon as they got in the car, the taxi driver said in a very kind tone, Hello. Where are you going? Xia Ning was a little surprised. Generally, taxi drivers don't speak, waiting for others to speak directly. It's rare to ask this question right away. She looked at the driver and found that he was about 60 years old, with gray hair on his temples and a haggard look. Xiao Lei, go to the hospital. Driver, which hospital? Xiao Lei, the most famous one in Beijing. Qin Sun, the nearest one. They said it almost at the same time. The driver was a little embarrassed and asked with a smile. Please agree on your opinion. Xia Ning spoke softly. The most famous one within 5 kilometers. The driver stepped on the accelerator and started the car. Okay. The car drove out for 3 minutes. Suddenly, Xiao Lei turned her head from the passenger seat, looking at Qin Sun, who was wearing a mask in the back seat, looking a little embarrassed, said hesitantly, Mr. Qin, I have a rather excessive request. I wonder if you can satisfy me. Xia Ning turned her head and looked at Qin Sun. Qin Sun noticed her gaze, stared at Xiao Lei, and asked carefully, What rude request? It won't be too embarrassing for me, will it? Xiao Lei hesitated for a moment. His expression became serious, said, You have such a high-speed machine entering country C. 5 generations living together, and 4 generations of descendants. Alias my uncle. Dear uncle. Everyone in Huanglongjiang wears Bluetooth. Qin Sun? Xia Ning? The driver was shocked when he heard this for the first time, and turned his head to look at Xiao Lei silently. Excuse me. Let me confirm. Are you going to the hospital? Or the mental hospital? Chapter 511. Are you going to die soon? Don't panic, I'll speed you up. Xiao Lei was already a little embarrassed to say this in front of Qin Sun. It was even more embarrassing if she didn't say it in full. Now she heard the driver ask, Are you going to the hospital or the mental hospital? Suddenly, she was extremely embarrassed. She wanted to crawl into the exhaust vent of the taxi. Xia Ning was not embarrassed, her expression was still cold, and she said to the driver, Go to the hospital. Then, looking at Xiao Lei, who looked embarrassed, she asked, Why are you learning this? It's just a bunch of nonsense. He may not even be able to repeat it a second time. Xiao Lei looked confident. I saw some netizens' comments on Mr. Qin on the internet before. Good things will happen to everyone who meets him. As long as you pick up a little bit of what leaked from his fingers, it's enough for ordinary people to live a lifetime. I think Mr. Qin's nonsense in the bathhouse just now will go viral. Xia Ning looked at Xiao Lei's serious expression, and she didn't have the heart to tell her. In fact, the words she just said were written by Cheng Wan when the movie The Richest Man in Shiheng City was being promoted. The employees of Oak Company liked and commented on it. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lei took it seriously. However, various things that happened later also seemed to confirm that this paragraph was not pure flattery. Qin Sun continued to increase the gold content of this rumor with his strong strength. Xia Ning turned his head to look at Qin Sun. thought about it, and said what he thought. But it's too difficult for this kind of thing to become popular. Qin Sun smiled and said nothing. Xia Ning is not a rigid, conservative and traditional person, but she is not a person who can accept new things too much. The basic color of her personality is still serious. Unlike him, who is too yellow. The advent of the short video era ushers in another round of explosion of self-media. All kinds of monsters and demons emerge like mushrooms after rain. Among this large wave of traffic, one of the largest traffic is funny videos. This crazy world may not have saints, but it must have idiots. Qin Sun looked at Xiao Lele. You have good vision. This thing can become popular, but it needs an opportunity. In the previous life, people always thought that Huanglongjing sect all where Bluetooth came out during the Chinese New Year. Actually, it was not. This idiot remark was popular for a while, half a year before the Chinese New Year. But its influence was not that great. Later, a funny girl used this remark to control her relatives for dozens of seconds, which made this remark have a second spring. Xiao Lele looked a little excited. I can wait. I am very patient. I have been ordinary for 21 years. I don't care about the next 3 or 5 years. Qin Sun looked at Xiao Lele's face and was a little surprised. She is the same age as me? She looks older than Ningning. Sure enough, the best medical beauty is money. Qin Sun looked at Xiao Lele and said, Take out your phone and record. I will only teach you once. Xiao Lele immediately showed a bright smile on his face, quickly took out his phone, and turned on the recording. Qin Sun cleared his throat and began to speak. You have such a high-speed machine entering country C. Remember the principle I gave you. When I was young, I was the developer. One of the principles for developing this thing is the Underworld Certificate Authority. The driver was shocked more than before after hearing these words. Just after hearing a few words, I felt like sending Xiao Lele to a mental hospital. At this time, the man in the back seat was heard speaking slowly and fluently, nonsense. For a moment, his brain was a little out of order. What the hell is this? I was thinking of going home after this last trip in the middle of the night, and I ran into this weirdo? Did the 3 of them escape from the insane asylum? I pulled 3 crazy people at once. Would they kill me on the way? I know that crazy people are not criminally responsible for killing people. But will they pay for it? The driver held the steering wheel with a little force, trying to breathe steadily, and glanced out the window quietly. Be prepared to brake and jump out of the car immediately if anything goes wrong. He has lived enough. But he can't die so early. He still needs to live for more than half a year. Qin Sun's voice continued. Do you know why there are creatures to run him? Immortal position. And there are also special breeding for this? Why is this thing produced underground? He thinks he is a descendant of 5 generations living together. Do you think I'm kidding you? Suddenly, the driver felt that these incoherent things were somewhat familiar. After thinking hard, Qin Sun's words in the octagonal cage came to his mind. Number 42 concrete pasta. His heart skipped a beat, and after listening carefully, he found that the voice was indeed Qin Sun's. He looked a little excited, and his hands holding the steering wheel trembled slightly. After a while, Qin Sun finished speaking. Xiao Lele smiled happily, put away his phone, and thanked loudly. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for giving me. All the Huanglongjing school has Bluetooth. Qin Sun smiled. You're welcome. The driver looked at the road ahead, and found that there were no obstacles, and immediately turned around to look at Qin Sun wearing a mask. The voice was a little excited. Are you Qin Sun? Is Qin Sun you? Did I really see Qin Sun? I can even meet this. Fuck. Qin Sun saw the driver turn his head, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Xiaoning said quickly. Master, look at the road, drive carefully. The driver immediately turned his head, holding the steering wheel steadily, his voice was still excited. Don't panic, this is the suburbs, and there are not many cars at night. To be honest, I am a die-hard fan of Qin Sun. When I saw Qin Sun, I seemed to see my younger self. Xia Ning thought of the dark, greasy, somewhat vicissitudes, and haggard face of the driver just now. She turned her head silently, and looked at Qin Sun. He looks like this when he's old? Qin Sun. He ignored Xia Ning's eyes, and said with a smile, Master, thank you for your love. The driver asked loudly, Mr. Qin, are you sick? Is it serious? Do you want me to hurry? Qin Sun shook his head gently. Not too serious. The driver nodded, and said seriously, Not too serious means it's a little serious. Hold on tight. As soon as the voice fell, There was only the roar of the engine. The driver stepped on the accelerator hard, and sped away on the spacious and deserted road in the suburbs of Beijing. Qin Sun, Xiao Ning, Qiao Lei felt a strong push on their backs. This was a feeling they had never had in their lives. Qin Sun was a little surprised. As expected of a man who made a living in a car every day, he actually drove the taxi like a racing car. Xiao Ning glanced at the street lights flying backwards outside the window, and felt that it was a little dangerous, and immediately warned. "Master, we are not in a hurry." The driver was like a hard of hearing. "Are you in a hurry? Don't panic, just watch." The engine roared again, and it accelerated suddenly. The three of them felt the intense push on their backs again. Qin Sun glanced at the driver's speedometer, and it had reached 120 miles per hour. "Master, please spare my life. I'm still young, I don't want to die so early." The driver was steering the wheel seriously, and the speed was still not slowing down, and a voice that deserved a beating came. "What? You're going to die soon, don't say such unlucky words. I'll speed you up again. I'll make sure you get medical treatment in time." The last voice, he shouted loudly, and his throat was broken. The taxi sped all the way. Qin Sun looked alert, and felt something was wrong. If the car overturned at this speed, wouldn't the car be destroyed and everyone on the car would die? None of the 4 people in the car would survive. There's something wrong with this driver. Chapter 512. Guess who I picked up today? Xiao Ning also found the problem, and looked a little nervous. She watched the driver drive with trepidation, and gradually found that this driver's skills were really good. He drove very fast, changed lanes continuously from time to time, and moved very smoothly. It was very smooth. It was very stable. Qiao Lei was a bit nervous, and didn't realize the danger, and couldn't help but praise. Good skills. As soon as the voice fell, the driver laughed. "Thank you, Mr. Qin, for the compliment. I have even better skills. Just wait and see." "Qiao Lei? I was complimenting him. Is there really something wrong with his ears?" There was only a harsh roar. The driver stepped on the accelerator hard, and the speed reached 120 mph, and he ran through 3 red lights in a row. Fortunately, it was in the suburbs, and it was night, so there was no one around. Otherwise, he would be charged with dangerous driving. Qiao Lei was so scared that her face turned pale. She covered her mouth with both hands, not daring to make a sound, for fear of affecting the driver's control of the direction. If it tilted slightly, wouldn't it fly off the curb? No matter how naive she was, she could sense that something was wrong. A taxi driver who exceeded the speed limit like this would have his driver's license revoked. He ran a red light? Is he a lunatic? Qin Sun frowned slightly, grabbed Xiao Ning's hand, and his face darkened. Could it be said? "I met the killer of Beckham film and television? Want to make a traffic accident? The highest in business war often only needs the simplest way to fight. So poisonous." The driver galloped all the way. I don't know how long it has been, maybe 10 minutes, maybe more than half an hour. The car steadily entered the underground garage of a hospital. The car stops. The driver's long-sighted relief, take a look at time, laugh. Less than 5 minutes. He turned his head, looking at Qin Sun with a smile. "Mr. Qin, my driving skills are okay. Right?" Qin Sun looked at the kind smile on the driver's face, and didn't say much. He was a little surprised. The driver was speeding, running red lights, and seemed to be heading for the underworld. He had been looking for an opportunity to see how he could subdue the driver and get away. But gradually, he found that the driver drove the car very smoothly. From Qin Sun's point of view, this was the driver's calmness engraved in his bones. He should not be a reckless person. "Why were you so temperamental just now? Did you take the wrong dog medicine?" Qin Sun looked at the driver and asked directly. "Master, why did you drive so fast just now?" The driver looked embarrassed, smiled, and his wrinkles deepened. "Are you seriously injured? I'm worried that you can't get medical treatment in time." Qin Sun looked at the driver silently, didn't speak, and didn't accept this explanation. The driver's smile was a little awkward, sighed, and explained. "In fact, my daughter is your die-hard fan. She has always wanted your autograph, and even want to take a photo with you. I was afraid you wouldn't agree, so I showed my courtesy just now." Qin Sun still looked at him quietly. The driver's smile disappeared, and he asked cautiously, Can you sign for me?" Qin Sun remained silent. He was not satisfied with the driver's attentiveness just now. The atmosphere in the car was a little low. Qiao Lei was so scared that her face turned pale, and finally recovered, turned around and glared at the driver and cursed. Master, you scared me to death just now. If you want an autograph, you have to sign it. Why do you have to use such means? I'm only 21 years old. I thought I was finished just now. The driver laughed foolishly. The car is only a little over 100 yards, not that bad. I've been driving a taxi for decades, no problem. He looked at Chin Sun again. Can you sign for me? Chin Sun looked at the driver seriously, and found that his face had deep wrinkles, his temples were gray, and his eyes were filled with sadness and fatigue. But from his voice, it didn't look that bad. This driver should have been taking care of a patient recently. A seriously ill person. And the despair in the driver's eyes, the patient is likely to have passed away. His daughter? Chin Sun felt a little strange when he thought that his signature might be cremated and burned for a girl he had never met. He was silent for a moment, then nodded. Okay. The driver was overjoyed, and immediately found a photo from the drawer in front of the car. After groping for a long time, he finally found a ballpoint pen and handed it to Chin Sun. Chin Sun took it and looked at the photo. The photo was a little old. It showed a 7 or 8-year-old girl with 2 ponytails, holding a certificate in both hands, smiling happily. It should be a photo of the driver's daughter when she was a child. Chin Sun took the ballpoint pen and wrote his name carefully. Just finished writing. I heard the driver's embarrassed voice again. Mr. Chin, I have another rude request. That. Chin Sun looked up at the driver. Just tell me. The driver smiled. That? My daughter went to Huacheng for a trip, and went shopping, and happened to see you singing in front of the duty shop. She said she wanted to take a photo with you at that time, but she saw you were so sad at the time, so she didn't dare to disturb you. She just watched you leave silently. Later, she even beat up those troublemakers. Chin Sun was a little surprised. The fate in the world is really wonderful. The driver took out his cell phone and continued. So, can you meet her request to take a photo with her? Chin Sun? Hearing this, he looked at the phone in the driver's hand, guessing that he would use this phone to take a photo of himself. Suddenly, his back felt cold. Chin Sun looked around, only to see that the underground garage was dimly lit. It was a bit chilly. He looked at the driver and asked, Take a photo with your daughter? The driver, yes. Chin Sun asked hurriedly, Is your daughter nearby? The driver was a little surprised. He didn't know why Chin Sun was so nervous all of a sudden. Nodded. Not far. His home was nearby, less than 10 kilometers. Chin Sun looked around. Where? Can you see it? The driver was getting more confused. I'm not a clairvoyant. How can I see it? Chin Sun. Can you feel it? The driver's face darkened for a moment. She's always in my heart. I've always been thinking about her. Chin Sun. He looked at the driver quietly. After a while, he sighed deeply. Okay. Whether she is a human or a ghost, I can't let an old father down. Thank you. Chin Sun looked at the driver without blinking, wanting to see how he would operate. Will there be a rural soul-calling ceremony? The driver took the phone, unlocked it with his thumb, opened WeChat, found a name. Dialed a video call. Chin Sun? So she is still alive. I was shocked. Awkward. The video was connected. A somewhat weak girl's voice sounded, with a smile. Dad, what's wrong? You are not home so late, and you are video chatting with me? Something? The driver immediately covered the camera with his hand, aimed at Chin Sun, with a doting smile on his face. Guess who I picked up today? Chapter 513. Thank you. I will be your crazy fan from now on. I will hit anyone who scolds you. At this time, the mobile phone screen was facing Chin Sun. He saw in the picture a girl in her 20s, lying on the bed in a gray pajamas. Her face was thin, with little blood color, and her lips were a little pale. But she had a good smile. She shook her neck left and right, looked at the mobile phone screen, and smiled. Dad, I can't see anything. Who did you pick up? The driver still covered the camera, with a smile on his face, keeping the secret. Guess. Girl, how do I guess? Give me a hint. Driver, a man. Girl, this hint is the same as no hint. Driver, handsome. Girl, there are at least 10,000 handsome guys in Country C. Driver, who do you think is the most handsome in Country C? Girl, it's you. The driver laughed twice, was embarrassed to look at Chin Sun, felt guilty for delaying his treatment time. However, today may be the happiest day of his daughter's life. He was shameless. And he also wanted to make this time longer. Longer. Driver, the one who is the most handsome with me. Chin Sun looked at the screen of his mobile phone. The girl frowned. thinking seriously, and muttered something. A man. Handsome. You are willing to play such a boring guessing game with me. Who is he? I can't guess. She put her face to the camera. Her whole face filled the screen. And she opened her mouth wide. You could almost see the tonsils. He said in a weird and childish voice. Hey, the handsome guy hiding behind the phone, who are you? The driver adjusted the phone and pointed it at Chin Sun's face. He was about to say, dang dang dang, and then quickly let go, giving his daughter a strong visual impact. Chin Sun spoke first, smiling and whispering. It's me. The girl on the phone screen was stunned for a moment, and an incredible expression appeared on her face. Who? Chin Sun, it's me. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and the girl's voice was a little trembling. Is it really you? Chin Sun answered with a smile. It's me. Then, a sharp "ah" sounded from the screen, echoing throughout the car. Everyone's eardrums hurt. Suddenly, the video was hung up by the other party. The driver exclaimed in surprise, looking at Chin Sun with an embarrassed expression. What's wrong with this child? She is not so ignorant usually. She is always very polite. Chin Sun smiled and said nothing. The driver still felt ashamed and explained. She is really your fan. Otherwise, how could she tell you are Chin Sun just by your voice? She listens to your songs every day. She has also watched your movies 3 times. Chin Sun nodded. Master, please thank her for her love for me. As he said that, he reached out to hold the door handle and was about to get out of the car. Then we'll see each other again. At this moment, a WeChat video ringtone sounded. The driver saw that it was his daughter calling, and hurriedly said, Excuse me, Mr. Chin. Can you wait a moment? Chin Sun let go of the door handle and nodded. The video was connected. He glanced at the screen of his mobile phone and was stunned for a moment. He saw that the girl had tied a single ponytail, changed into a white skirt, and put on bright lipstick in less than a minute. The girl looked at the phone. She was not as comfortable as before. She seemed a little nervous and smiled cautiously. Hello, Mr. Chin. Chin Sun responded with a smile. Hello to you too. The girl was slightly startled and said with a smile, You are really so gentle. No wonder you can write so many touching love songs. I have liked you since you sang Written for Huang Hui, and I have become your fan. Chin Sun, thank you. The girl didn't know whether she was frightened by Chin Sun's approachability or she was too nervous and didn't know how to answer. After holding it in for a long time, she responded, You're welcome. You're worth it. Chin Sun smiled. The girl hesitated, seemingly determined. Mr. Chin, can I take a photo with you? I want to take a screenshot. Chin Sun, sure. The girl was startled. She didn't expect Chin Sun to agree so readily. She was silent for a moment, and said in a low voice, But I may be gone in half a year. Are you afraid of this? Chin Sun's heart suddenly felt like it was grabbed, and he stared at the girl on the screen without saying a word. He watched for 10 seconds, until an awkward smile appeared on her face. It's okay. It's good to be able to video chat with you. That's it for now. Then, Chin Sun shook his head and said, No. The girl, Chin Sun smiled. I don't mind this. The girl smiled happily. He said again, You won't die either. The smile on the girl's face froze for a moment, then became bright again, and said, Thank you for Mr. Chin's blessing. She raised her hand. Then I'll take a screenshot. Chin Sun nodded and smiled at the phone. A few seconds later, the girl said, Okay, thank you, Mr. Chin. Chin Sun nodded. The girl looked at Chin Sun and suddenly smiled and said, Mr. Chin, can you guess my name? Chin Sun? He looked confused. How to guess? The girl smiled. My last name is Huang. Bye. The video was hung up. Chin Sun noticed that the girl said bye instead of goodbye, and she seemed to be a thoughtful and kind girl. He looked at the driver and found that he was already in tears. He didn't know how to comfort him. The driver spoke first, clasping his hands together to express his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chin. I will also be your die-hard fan in the future. No, I will be your brainless fan. If I hear anyone say bad things about you in the future, I will drive my car and hit him to death. Chin Sun smiled and handed the phone back to the driver. The driver wiped the tears from his face and continued. My daughter is very good. She is from Beijing University. When she was little, she told me what she would do when she grew up. She talked about many dreams, but her life hasn't started yet. Then, His voice choked, and he could hardly speak. Chin Sun was silent and didn't interrupt. After a while, the driver wiped his tears and forced a smile. I have said too much. He reached out to open the car door, prepared to get out of the car and walk around to the back to open the door for Chin Sun himself. But Chin Sun stretched out his hand and said, Master, give me the photo and the ballpoint pen. I will write a paragraph of encouragement for your daughter. The driver was startled, overjoyed, immediately found the photo and the ballpoint pen, and quickly handed them over. How can I do this? How can I do this? Chin Sun took the pen, thought about it, and wrote a paragraph. Xia Ning watched silently from the side. After writing, Chin Sun returned the things to the driver, opened the door, and got out of the car. Master, don't lose heart, come on. Goodbye. The driver stuck his head out and waved frantically. Goodbye, goodbye. Watching Chin Sun and the other two go away, he turned over the back of the photo and was stunned. On it was written, Run forward. Facing cold eyes and ridicule. How can we feel the vastness of life without going through hardships? Fate cannot make us kneel down and beg for mercy. Even if blood is spilled all over my arms. At the end, there is still a warning sign. Chapter 514. Why did you leave a message? Are you going to comfort the girl in person late at night? Chin Sun, Xia Ning, Xiao Lele walked into the elevator. Xiao Lele glanced at Chin Sun from time to time. Chin Sun noticed and asked, What's wrong? I have flowers on my face? Xiao Lele looked away and said, You have flowers in your heart. After saying that, feeling that the art was a bit corny, he quickly said, I mean, you are such a good person. You are different from all the stars I have seen. Chin Sun smiled and said nothing. Xia Ning turned to look at Chin Sun. Smiling, the words you wrote to Huang Huai are really good. Have you ever thought of composing them into a song? Chin Sun, good idea. It was originally an excerpt from the song Chasing Dreams with a Childlike Heart. You can sing at any time. Xiao Lele was sitting in the passenger seat. She didn't see what Chin Sun wrote, and was a little curious. But what made her more curious was Huang Huai, Chin Sun's first love? Wasn't it written to the driver's daughter? Why was it written to Huang Huai again? Xiao Lele looked suspicious. What Huang Huai? Chin Sun explained. The driver's daughter. She is also called Huang Huai. Maybe it's the Huai of Huaibao. Maybe it's the Huai of Huaihua. Anyway, it's pronounced this way. Xiao Lele was startled. Looked at Xia Ning. And then looked at Chin Sun. How do you know her name is Huang Huai? Chin Sun laughed. Anyone can guess it. The elevator door opened. Chin Sun and Xia Ning walked out. Xiao Lele was stunned. Are they calling me a fool? The elevator door closed again. She was anxious, quickly pressed the elevator button, hurried out, and laughed at herself. Really a little silly. Entered the hospital. Xiao Lele's expression became serious, and she ran around to register for Chin Sun and other things. Chin Sun and Xia Ning sat in the rest area. Xia Ning suddenly asked, Whose prestige number did you leave for the driver? Chin Sun, my small number. Xia Ning frowned slightly. Do you still have a small prestige number? Chin Sun asked back. Don't you have one? Xia Ning sneered. Of course not. Chin Sun. Why do I feel like I've been caught cheating? Xia Ning continued to ask. What do you use your WeChat account for? As she spoke, she took out her phone, opened WeChat to add a friend, and entered the WeChat number Chin Sun had just left. Chin Sun saw it, and was somewhat impressed by her memory. She knew that she had to be honest with someone like Xia Ning, because it was useless to make up stories. What if he wanted to check her WeChat records? Chin Sun sighed. You know, I'm studying civil engineering. There are few women in my class, or even in the whole department. My mother was worried that I would be single after graduation because I would work on the construction site and not see women all day. So she forced me to find a girlfriend. At that time, it was popular to make friends using WeChat in my class. Under their pressure, I gave in. I opened a small account and found female friends. Xia Ning frowned. Use people nearby to find female friends? Chin Sun was a little embarrassed. Yeah. Xia Ning's voice was cold. That's called hooking up. Chin Sun. Unfortunately, I didn't make it. I'm still pure. Xia Ning turned her head, looking at Chin Sun's handsome face, somewhat unconvinced, reached out and pinched his chin. Why do I just don't believe it? As she spoke, she reached out her hand. Give me your phone. Chin Sun looked helpless. Checking in? Xia Ning, yes. Do you have any objections? Chin Sun, I don't dare. He took out his phone, logged into his WeChat ID, and handed it to Xia Ning. Xia Ning took it, and found that the name of Chin Sun's WeChat account was a bit stupid. Just one word. Strong. The avatar was even stupider. It was also a picture of the word strong. Xia Ning sneered. What's strong about you? Chin Sun was silent, not daring to speak. Xia Ning lowered her head and operated, first accepting her friend's invitation, and then looking through the chat history. She found that Chin Sun had less than 10 friends in this account. But all of them were girls. She opened the chat boxes one by one, and found that Chin Sun's chats with others were simply sending hello or smiling expressions. Most of the other party responded coldly. They only chatted for 2 or 3 sentences and then stopped. When I looked at the time, they were almost all from a year ago. I really haven't chatted with anyone recently. Xia Ning felt much better. Suddenly, she clicked on a chat box named Xiao Dai on WeChat, and found that the two had chatted for several sentences. Her face sank. After a careful look at the chat records, Xia Ning's face became strange. Chong, hello. Xiao Dai, hello. Chong, from your avatar, you are very strong and self-reliant. Xiao Dai, thank you. Chong, people who are strong will be very tired, now it's good. Xiao Dai. Chung, I used to be strong, but I don't need to be strong anymore. Xiao Dai, why? Chong, because your strength is coming. After that, the other party did not respond. Looking at the time, Chin Sun sent another message the next day. Chong, are you there? A bright red exclamation mark was shocking. There was also a message full of sarcasm. You are not the other party's friend yet. Please add the other party as a friend first. Xia Ning laughed softly, returned the phone to Chin Sun, and patted his shoulder. Is your Chong here? What a vicious Chong. She couldn't stop smiling, and she lost her usual coldness. Little brother, if you hadn't met me, with your straight male personality, would you be single for the rest of your life? After saying that, she saw Chin Sun frowning slightly, as if thinking. Xia Ning's face turned cold again, guessing that he might be thinking about who among Song Ying, Yi Lan, and Ke, and Misier could pull him out of the ranks of bachelors. It seemed that anyone could. Xia Ning was very confident. She knew that she was beautiful and rich, but she also knew that she and Chin Sun could be together. There was a high degree of chance. If life could be repeated, Chin Sun might have suffered from others. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun and said coldly, Don't think too much. Chin Sun came back to his senses and nodded. Yes, sir. Xia Ning asked. Why did you leave the Weixin account to the driver? You also comforted her daughter in the middle of the night? Chin Sun heard that Xia Ning's words were ill-intentioned, and shook his head quickly. No. I saw the girl's complexion. She should be able to be saved. She doesn't look like she is going to die. Xia Ning was a little surprised. Are you a doctor? Chin Sun was a little nervous, and immediately shook his head. No. At the beginning, I went to the internet cafe to check how sows produce milk, and I prescribed 2 herbal medicines for it to eat. But it died. How could I be a doctor? He looked at Xia Ning and said seriously, I just want to use my influence to get this girl to a better hospital. Cure her. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun quietly, feeling that he was too kind, and sighed. Give me the password of your WeChat account, and I'll run it. After a pause, she said seriously, This is just once, and it won't happen again. You can't contact the hospital or doctor just because someone says I'm your fan. And you might even have to pay. Once it gets out, you'll have a lot of patient fans, and they'll blackmail you morally. By then, you'll be ruined. Chin Sun nodded, understanding Xia Ning's concerns. People's hearts are unpredictable. Ning Ning is very rational. On the contrary, I got emotional. But this girl can obviously survive. I can't watch an excellent girl die. Moreover, I don't need to pay anything. I just need to contact the hospital that can treat her illness for the girl. I won't do anything unless it's absolutely necessary. Thinking of this, Chin Sun took out his mobile phone and opened WeChat, and found that no one added him as a friend. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Could it be that the girl is also a strong person? Strong to the point of death? Chapter 515 Born as a human being, I'm sorry, I'll be hanged on a street lamp in the future. Xia Ning saw Chin Sun's action, patted his shoulder, said, Don't wait for that girl's friend to add you. You should take care of your own wounds first. Seeing Chin Sun turned his head, she said again. I just memorized the driver's work number. If one day, you really can't wait, we can contact him through the taxi company's work number. Chin Sun was slightly startled, and took Xia Ning in his arms. You asked me not to do it again. And you also kept it in mind. Seeing people coming and going in the hospital corridor. Many people looked at them. Xia Ning broke away from Chin Sun's arm, and said softly, I will not do it again. Suddenly, Xiao Lei hurried over. Chin Sun stood up and asked, Have you registered? Xiao Lei said with an embarrassed look on his face. No. I just went to register, and found that only one window was open at night. The line was very long. And I heard from the staff that there was a self-service registration machine on the other side. Then, I went again. As a result, there were a lot of people there. I also heard from the staff that you can also register directly on the WeChat applet. She took out her mobile phone and showed it to Chin Sun and the others. It was a mess of useless information. But I can't figure it out either. Chin Sun sat down again silently. He knew some of the cumbersome procedures in big hospitals, which made it difficult for many people to see a doctor, and a new profession, companion doctor, emerged. Register patients, get reports, get medicine, accompany patients to see a doctor. Generally, the service targets are elderly people without children. But, Xiao Lei, she is the same age as me. Why is she like a headless fly? Chin Sun looked at Xiao Lei and asked, Why do you look so unfamiliar with hospitals? Xiao Lei looked embarrassed. I haven't been to a hospital for more than 10 years. Xia Ning was a little surprised. She looked at Xiao Lei and found that she was indeed stronger than the average woman, and praised her. You are in good health. Xiao Lei smiled bitterly. That's not true. I get sick occasionally. Chin Sun saw the embarrassed look on Xiao Lei's face, and seemed to understand something. I understand. You can bear minor illnesses, but you will die from major illnesses. Xiao Lei looked at Chin Sun, shocked, and her voice trembled. I can't afford to go to the hospital. Can I go to the clinic? Must I die? Chin Sun. That's fine. Xiao Lei sighed. What do you mean by that? She looked down at her clothes. A little helpless. Am I poor from the inside out? While Chin Sun and Xiao Lei were chatting, Xia Ning took out her phone and registered on the WeChat mini program. The number is registered. Let's go! The three of them walked to the waiting area and found that there were 20 or 30 people sitting on 5 rows of chairs. They found a seat in the corner and sat down. Chin Sun was a little surprised. Most hospitals don't have outpatient clinics at night, only emergency rooms. I didn't expect this hospital to have an outpatient clinic. And there were so many people. It seemed that the driver had really taken him to the most famous hospital nearby. It should be a relatively good private hospital. Xia Ning took the QR code on her mobile phone and scanned it on the queue machine, signed in and queued up, and found that there were 26 patients in front of her. She walked back to Chin Sun and said in a low voice, There are 26 patients ahead. Do you want me to get another number? Chin Sun turned to look at Xia Ning, somewhat surprised. You want to find a scalper? I always thought that I could get an expert number by finding a scalper, but I didn't expect that I could also get a queue jumping number. Don't say that the scalper just queued for us. Whoever scolded us, he would scold back? Xia Ning was confused. Scalper? The scalper who scolded people? Chin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't say that, you rich kids. You've been getting numbers from scalpers since you were little. Evil capitalists. Xia Ning felt a hint of malice, and his voice was a little unhappy. Stupid. Farmers in the countryside must think that the emperor hoes the land with a golden hoe, and the queen makes pancakes every day. Chin Sun. Are you mocking me? Xia Ning continued. Do you know that many large hospitals have high-end medical departments? No need to queue. The doctor will give a detailed consultation, which usually takes about half an hour. Some imported high-quality drugs will be used. It is very private and will protect the privacy of the guests. Chin Sun was stunned. He now has a lot of medical skills, but his understanding of the hospital's organizational structure and some white, black and gray ways of making money is no different from before. High-end medical department? Xiao Lei heard it for the first time, and asked in a low voice. Sister Xia, isn't the consultation only 2 or 3 minutes? High-end medical treatment takes half an hour. Isn't it expensive? Xia Ning wanted to say not very expensive, but thought of Xiao Lei's part-time job of 35 yuan an hour, which was very enjoyable. She said, It's not bad. Xiao Lei breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I'll save some money in the future and try it once." Qin Sun felt something was wrong. Thinking of the dessert shop, Xia Jing said the desserts here were not too expensive and ended up spending several thousand yuan. Their expensiveness is different from what most people think. Qin Sun pointed to his chest and asked, "How much does it cost to be bitten by a bug like this?" Xia Ning was startled. She was not a doctor, how could she know? But she just made a very clear point. I can't show my weakness in front of him. Based on her previous experience of treating insect bites on her elbow, Xia Ning answered calmly. About 10,000. Xiao Lei covered her mouth with both hands, for fear that she would scream and attract other people's attention. It would expose Qin Sun. About 10,000? You mean it might be more than 10,000? Is a bug bite so expensive? If I break my arm and go there to treat the disease, I have to sell my house? She called this easy to pay back? This is not good, very bad. Qin Sun stared at Xia Ning blankly. Xia Ning was stared at by such eyes, somewhat displeased, said in a cold voice. What's wrong? You can't afford the money now? Qin Sun sighed. I am rich, not sick. Xiao Lei nodded repeatedly on the side. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, smiled with some disdain. You are just not used to it now. One day, you will also become the disgusting and evil capitalist in your mouth. You can treat skin diseases worth 10,000 yuan. You can also eat a meal worth 300,000 yuan. You can also buy a sports car worth tens of millions. She paused and snorted coldly. When the time comes, you will also be hanged on a street lamp. Qin Sun. Let's talk about it later. He looked at the waiting room full of people, sighed, and said with a smile, I'm sorry for being born as a human being. You will never have the opportunity to queue up for treatment again, and you will be hanged on a street lamp. Xia Ning. Is this guy so arrogant? Not only should he be hanged on a street lamp, but he should be hanged on a street lamp immediately. Chapter 516 I can save her. But she must take 99 steps towards me. After waiting for almost 2 hours, Qin Sun finally got a doctor. The doctor only needed to look at the wound. Qin Sun did not take off his mask. Protecting himself and enjoying the privacy of high-end medical care, the doctor carefully examined the wound, confirmed that there were no insect mouthparts left in the skin, and wrote a blood test order. Xia Ning took Qin Sun to have a blood test again. After waiting for more than 40 minutes, the blood test results came out. He went for another follow-up visit. The doctor prescribed medicine. Xia Ning took the bill and went to get the medicine. In total, it cost about 500 yuan. Xiao Lei watched Xia Ning handle these things in an orderly manner, and was somewhat impressed. Sister Xia, you are really amazing. Xia Ning. What's so amazing about this? It's nothing more than getting a bill and queuing up, getting another bill, queuing up again, getting another bill, queuing up again. It's much easier than replacing a cow to plow the land. Xia Ning handed all kinds of bills to Xiao Lei. Take them for reimbursement, and remember to give them to me after you get them reimbursed. Xiao Lei, okay. Qin Sun took a look at the bill, and was in a good mood. It feels like I've saved 10,000 yuan. It's great. Xia Ning. Several people left the hospital and stood by the road, wanting to take a taxi. They heard a car horn and turned around to see a taxi parked steadily by the road. The door opened. The driver ran over. Mr. Qin, I've been waiting for you. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to get a taxi so late after seeing the doctor. So I've been waiting here. Qin Sun looked at the driver's tired face and smiled. Luckily you're here. Otherwise we'd have to walk back tonight. The two laughed. Everyone got in the car. This time, the driver drove very smoothly. The car was quiet for a while. Suddenly, Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun and asked, Master, is the Huai in your daughter's name Huai the Huai of Huainan, the Huai of Huaibao, or the Huai of Huaihua? The driver was very happy to hear someone mention her daughter. Huai of Huaibao. Huang Huai. I gave her the name. Xia Ning, it's a nice name. The driver laughed twice. My daughter didn't like this name very much until Mr. Qin's poem written to Huang Huai became popular. She thinks this name is also good. He laughed a few more times. Xia Ning asked hesitantly, Your daughter looks a little haggard. Master, what disease does your daughter have? Can you tell me? The driver was silent for a moment, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. She is fine. After saying this, Xia Ning was silent. I don't know if the driver is reluctant to talk about his daughter's illness, or if he is too strong-willed and doesn't want to trouble others. Or, is it a good wish for his daughter? After that, no one chatted in the car. More than 10 minutes later, the car drove into the underground garage of Phaeton Ski Resort. Chin Sun and the other two got out of the car. The driver smiled and waved goodbye. Mr. Chin, I was speeding and ran a red light just now. My driver's license will be revoked. This is my last order. I am lucky that I can get a good person like you for my last order. Chin Sun felt ashamed for some reason. Smiled and waved, not knowing what to say. The taxi started. Xia Ning looked at the car going away and said, he doesn't want to say, maybe his daughter has a terminal illness. What are you going to do now? Chin Sun thought for a while and said softly, let go of the plot of helping others and respect the fate of others. If she adds my WeChat ID, you can contact the so-called high-end medical department of the big hospital you are familiar with. If she has given up her life, why should I rush to save her with a flattering face? He was silent for a moment and said again, I can save her. But she has to take 99 steps towards me, leaving only one step. I'll walk towards her. Xia Ning looked a little strange. That makes sense. But don't say these things in such a romantic tone in the future. Chin Sun? What's the matter? Xia Ning sneered. You can say some nice words casually. But once you seriously flirt with a girl, you're so strong. Chin Sun. Am I not playing tricks with the girl on prestige? I'm an earthling. And I can't pee in the same pot with you Blue Star people. Suddenly, the two found Xiao Lele standing beside them. Dumbfounded, Xia Ning was a little surprised and asked, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like that? Xiao Lele looked around and found that there was no one around, so he lowered his voice and said, Chin Sun, you are a big star. How can you say in front of me that you want to save a fan, but you don't take the initiative to contact him? Aren't you afraid that I will tell the media to sell it for money? Once it gets out, your reputation will be ruined. Xia Ning thought about it and nodded. Yes. Some netizens will hold you to the standards of a saint. If you have the heart to save, but don't do it with all your strength, they will nail you to the moral pillar of shame. Chin Sun snorted coldly. I never wanted to be a star, it doesn't matter. Xiao Lele pursed her lips, wanted to say I want to be a star, but didn't dare to say it out loud. I heard Chin Sun say again, I want to be the man behind the star. Xiao Lele immediately thought of a strange picture, his face became strange, and he was glad that he didn't say he wanted to be a star just now. Almost became the woman in front of him in Chin Sun's mouth. Suddenly, Chin Sun looked at Xiao Lele and said, Xiao Lele, Fatal ID crew should start filming soon, and still need some staff. Are you interested in joining us? Xiao Lele opened his eyes wide, couldn't believe his ears, his voice trembled. You, are you going to invite me to join the crew? Chin Sun nodded. Xiao Lele clenched his fists and shouted, oh yeah. But he heard Chin Sun say, help me cook. The smile on Xiao Lele's face disappeared immediately, and her heart sank to the bottom. You can cook too? Chin Sun, my cooking is delicious. Xiao Lele did not give up, and confirmed again. You invited me to join the crew because you want me to help you cook? Chin Sun nodded. Buy vegetables, wash vegetables, press pigs, kill chickens, cut vegetables, light fire, serve dishes, serve meals. Someone has to do these things. And you, a woman who has plowed the land, are the chosen one. Xiao Lele laughed awkwardly twice. It was the first time I heard someone praise me. And I felt a little unhappy. Chin Sun saw Xiao Lele's expression and said immediately, the salary is very high. Xiao Lele's eyes lit up. How much a day? Chin Sun said with a smile. Phaeton Ski Resort gives you 35 an hour. I'll adjust it for you. 53 an hour. How is it? Xiao Lele was a little disappointed. 53 an hour? It's super high, isn't it? Why am I not happy? Did I also think Chin Sun was a big enemy? Thinking that he could give me a few hundred yuan an hour? Or even just waved his hand and gave me a check to settle my plastic surgery expenses? Xiao Lele thought about it and shook his head. Forget it, thank you for your kindness. But that job is not suitable for me. Chin Sun was a little surprised. Mao Qianni, the star, wanted to take off all her clothes and hang around my neck. Why would she? An extra. Reject me? He looked at Xiao Lele. Why? Could it be that you are also a strong woman? Chapter 517, which eye of yours can tell that they are talented? Asshole? Xiao Lele looked at Chin Sun, smiled bitterly, said, 53 yuan an hour is really a lot. But it's also different from 35. Not too much, then I might as well stay at the ski resort. These days, Many celebrities will come here for vacation. I can just collect their autographs. Build up my network of contacts in the entertainment industry. Chin Sun looked at Xiao Lei, smiled. She calls a signature a connection? Chin Sun still didn't give up. Although he was a lazy person, but after becoming a boss, he still wanted to meet serious and responsible employees. Cooking is a big deal. We need a woman like Xiao Lei who is reliable and a little stubborn. He continued. You can meet more stars, get more signatures, and accumulate more connections in our crew? Xiao Lei was silent, not knowing how to refute. Chin Sun said again. You used to work as an ox to plow the land. Does cutting vegetables and making fire mean you are wronged? Xiao Lei hesitated, sighed, and said what she really thought. I want to be an actor. I joined a crew but didn't become an actor. I watched Yilan, Mao Qianni and others acting every day. I was the only one cutting vegetables, sweeping the floor, washing dishes and vegetables. I feel uncomfortable. It's so hard. She looked at Chin Sun and emphasized her tone. So, I just went all out. Out of sight. Out of mind. If you don't make any money, you will get 53 yuan an hour. The extra few yuan are mental damage compensation. Chin Sun saw that his expression was firm, and didn't pester him anymore. He just felt a little sorry. Strong, responsible, and not afraid of hardship. Such a beast of burden is not found everywhere. Suddenly, a strange look flashed across Xiao Lei's face. And she said, Besides, you stars are very good at acting. One way in front of people, another way behind their backs. I'm worried. She looked into Chin Sun's eyes, and her voice became a little softer. I'm worried that after being with you for a long time, your filter will be broken. Discover your true face. Chin Sun? He looked at this woman who seemed to be a fanatical fan, but actually didn't seem to respect stars, and asked with a smile. After today's interaction, I haven't broken your filter for me yet? Xiao Lei hesitated, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. No. After today's interaction, my filter for you has become thicker. You are generous, gentle, kind, down-to-earth, talented, and really charming. Xia Ning didn't know how many times she had heard other women complimenting Chin Sun, and she had become immune to it. But she was still alert. Chin Sun touched his head and said with a smile, Am I so awesome? I just found out today. Xiao Lei. Just too down-to-earth. Aren't you a little bit dignified, acting like a superior? Xia Ning smiled gently. Netizens on the internet wanted to shit on Chin Sun's head, and shouted that the hatred of stealing his wife was irreconcilable, and wanted to kill him. As a result, everyone he met in real life said they were his fans. Entered the hotel. The three of them separated. Chin Sun and Xia Ning walked towards Wu Yu's room. They just saw Wu Yu's message in their WeChat group. Asked them to go to her room to attend an important meeting after returning to the hotel. Xiao Lei watched the two people walk into the elevator, feeling a little conflicted. 53 yuan an hour. It's really not a small amount. But, can't you really let me act a little? I'm very professional at acting as a corpse. Watching the elevator door close, Xiao Lei sighed, and went to report to Lu Neng. If he didn't show Lu Ning the results of the examination, he would definitely not be able to sleep tonight. Chin Sun glanced at the night sky, feeling a little sleepy, and asked, Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? What kind of trivial meeting do you think Wu Yu is holding? Xia Ning, pay attention to personal qualities. Keep the celebrity filter. Chin Sun coughed and said it again. What kind of meeting do you think they are holding? Xia Ning answered. Of course it's about Fatal ID. Wu Yu's professional attitude has always been very good. You and I are two extremes. Chin Sun. Yin and Yang me? What kind of qualities are you? Xia Ning ignored Chin Sun, walked to Wu Yu's door, knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened. Wu Yu happily invited Xia Ning to walk inside. You two are finally back. If you don't come back, it will be dawn. Chin Sun followed him in, and closed the door. This is a suite. The sofa in the living room was full of people, and the coffee table was full of fruits, snacks and drinks. In addition to Yilan, Song Ying, and Ke Mi Sier Wang Chui, Mao Qianni was also sitting in a corner of the sofa. Seeing Chin Sun and the others come in, they all stood up and greeted them. Back? What did the doctor say? Are you okay? Chin Sun answered with a smile. Everything is fine, no problem. He looked around and found that Song Ying looked a little unhappy, and asked, How was your meeting just now? Wu Yu guided Qin Sun and Xia Ning to sit on a sofa, and said with a smile, "Very good, Ms. Mao Qianni has joined the crew. What do you think?" Qin Sun looked at Mao Qianni. Mao Qianni, who had just sat down, immediately stood up again, walked over, extended his hand, and said with a smile, "Director Qin, happy cooperation." Qin Sun shook hands with her. "Happy cooperation." Then, immediately let go, I didn't look at Mao Qianni again, turned to look at Wu Yu, and said, "I said, the film Fatal Identity is fully under your control for filming and operation, unless there are major problems. You have the right to make your own decisions on anything, without asking for my opinion." Wu Yu was very happy to hear this, and felt a sense of accomplishment. "You are worthy of being my brother-in-law, you have a good eye. You saw my ability at a glance." As he said, he took a bottle of water, and handed it to Qin Sun with both hands. Qin Sun took it, unscrewed the lid, and was about to take a sip. Suddenly he heard Song Ying shouting, Okay. You are all family. And I am the only outsider. I am redundant. I should not exist. I can go to hell." Qin Sun was startled, looked at the angry Song Ying, and asked, "Did you eat explosives?" Song Ying walked around the coffee table, intentionally or unintentionally rubbing some snacks, fruits, and melons with her calves to vent her dissatisfaction. Asked this woman without breasts. Just now. And Ku and Monsieur asked her for a small roll in a nice voice. She wants an Ku and Monsieur. Not me. She suddenly stopped in front of Qin Sun and said with gritted teeth, "Tell me, is she targeting me on purpose? She's jealous of me because of my big breasts?" Qin Sun, Wu Yu pointed at Monsieur's pair of breasts that could suffocate a person. "Her breasts are not bigger than yours? If I'm jealous, I'm jealous of her. Why would she target you?" Song Ying walked to Monsieur, stretched out her hand and grabbed her, whispering, "It's gone. Monsieur." She glanced at Qin Sun, the only man present, her face slightly red, and lowered her voice and said angrily, "Stop it. There's no patting." Wu Yu sneered, looking at Song Ying, and said, "Although this is my first time directing a movie, I have directed a very good documentary before. Please don't doubt my professionalism." She pointed at Monsieur and Nku. "I'm always against things, not people. I can see at a glance that they are both very talented actors." Song Ying was not convinced. "Which eye did you see that they are talented? Asshole?" Chapter 518. What a mature woman. This woman must have knocked on the wrong door. Monsieur and Nku were very happy to hear Wu Yu's praise, thinking that she had a sharp eye. At this time, hearing Song Ying slander Wu Yu's sharp eye as an asshole, immediately unhappy. It's too much to look down on others with a dog's eye. What does this asshole look at people mean? Nku looked at Wu Yu, and reminded with a smile. Song Ying, pay attention to civilized language. Monsieur laughed angrily. "You are a grown-up girl. How can you say such vulgar words?" Wu Yu smiled but said nothing. Song Ying's eyes swept over the three people, and finally moved back and forth on Monsieur and Nku's faces. Feeling a huge betrayal, she stretched out half of her little finger. "She bought you off with a little bit of petty profit? I thought the three of us were in the same group." Now Xia Ning didn't even make a move. "But she sent her lackey sister to deal with you? Then how can you poach people in the future? Poaching eggs?" Monsieur and Nku looked embarrassed. "In the same group? Poaching alliance? When did we form an alliance?" Xia Ning? Qin Sun. He picked up the mineral water, raised his head to his mouth, and said, "Tun tun tun tun. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. It's none of my business. It's none of my business." Wu Yu looked at Song Ying, slammed the sofa, and cursed. "Who did the bastard call a dog leg? Song Ying, you?" Wu Yu smiled slightly, crossed his legs. "Yeah, it was the bastard who called me a dog leg." Song Ying reacted, his face turned slightly pale, was stunned for a moment, and said with gritted teeth, "You are the bastard." Qin Sun drank a bottle of water in one breath, threw the bottle into the trash can, and said loudly, "Stop arguing. The people in the room are almost 200 years old, and they are still like children." He turned his head to look at Wu Yu, and said, "Give Song Ying a small role. She is an internet celebrity, and she has 2 songs in her hands. Release a song called Father on Father's Day in May. It should be popular for a while. It can be used to promote the movie that will be released in the summer." Mao Qianni heard this, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Qin Sun also wrote 2 songs for Song Ying? They haven't been released yet? Is he so sure that the song Father will be popular? Jin Sun's random song getting up early to pick up manure can be popular. Not to mention normal songs. It seems that Jin Sun is really a big treasure boy. Even more terrifying than the rumors on the internet. Woo Yu hesitated for a moment. Nodded. Okay. Song Ying jumped up happily, squatted on the ground again, picked up the snacks and fruits that had just been knocked over by the coffee table, and put them back on the coffee table. Brother Jin Sun. You are the best to me. Woo Yu sneered. Don't be too proud. He only cares about your traffic. It's just a simple exchange of interests. A cold business behavior. Don't call your brother too sweetly. Song Ying squatted on the ground, picked up an orange and put it next to her cheek to act cute, and blinked her eyes. I'm happy to. Woo Yu looked at Song Ying, who was acting cute, and his face darkened. Then you play a corpse. Song Ying? Woo Yu saw Song Ying's frozen smile, and his heart burst into laughter. But his face was still gloomy. This movie has Yilan, Mao Qianni, and will recruit some other stars. Is it unfair for you to play a corpse? Song Ying looked at Jin Sun. Jin Sun said helplessly. There are no small roles. Only small actors. Song Ying was encouraged. Nodded vigorously. Turned to look at Woo Yu. And asked, is it a hopping zombie? Or a snarling zombie? Woo Yu's smile was slightly mocking. Neither. Just an ordinary corpse. Song Ying did not give up and asked again. Before I became a corpse, did I roll on the ground a few times and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood? Say some final words. Such as the revolution has not yet succeeded and comrades still need to work hard. Woo Yu smiled. No. Song Ying stood up, holding the orange tightly in his hand, which was a little deformed. What role do I play? Woo Yu smiled and spread her hands. A corpse. She saw Song Ying's face become very ugly, and she became more and more happy, and continued. It's the kind of tool man who lies on the ground, and can't move or breathe. A dead tool man. Song Ying crushed the orange, and the juice flowed from her fingertips. Do I show my face? Woo Yu smiled lightly. Show my face? What face does a corpse need? Hearing this, Song Ying completely gave up, took a deep breath, and his chest bulged. Then, using her singing skills of more than 10 years, she uttered a long and lingering voice like a bell. Fuck. It was like a lion roaring in Hedong. I don't know how many people who were hooking up in hotels would be scared to death. Woo Yu, Jin Sun, Xiao Ning, and others quickly covered their ears with their hands and frowned. After Song Ying finished shouting, she stepped on the coffee table and jumped towards Woo Yu on the sofa. I'll fight you. Woo Yu was quick-witted and rolled to avoid it. Song Ying missed and fell on the sofa. Then, she felt someone riding on her. She turned her head and saw that it was Woo Yu, the tomboy, sitting on her. He even raised his fist, pretending to hit. Little brat, how dare you fight with this director? Song Ying struggled. Monsieur, Anka couldn't stand it anymore, and immediately rushed over to pull the two apart. Monsieur hugged Woo Yu from behind. That's enough, that's enough. How old is she? How old are you? Woo Yu lowered his head and glanced at his chest, and asked coldly. What are you talking about? Monsieur. I didn't expect Woo Yu to be such a sensitive washboard. And took Song Ying's hand, sat on the sofa, and patted her back gently. She was teasing you. Jin Sun opened his mouth. How could she only let you play a corpse? Don't worry. Don't worry. There will definitely be lines. Song Ying was like a runaway teddy bear, waiting for Woo Yu with a grin. She is just jealous that my breasts are bigger than hers. Woo Yu sneered. Are yours big? Song Ying, bigger than yours. Everyone's bigger than yours. Even children's are bigger than yours. The two of them started to curse each other. Jin Sun sighed, turned his head to look at Xiao Ning who looked helpless, pulled her hand. This meeting is meaningless. Let's go back to sleep first. Xiao Ning? She struggled hard, but failed to break free, pointed at Jin Sun, and then pointed at herself. You and me? Jin Sun nodded. Xiao Ning glanced around, found that no one was paying attention to this side, and whispered. We'll talk about it later. Jin Sun's eyes lit up. No matter how straight he was, he knew that if a woman didn't explicitly refuse, there was a chance. There's a big chance. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The room immediately became quiet. Woo Yu broke free from Monsieur's arms, walked to the door, and saw through the peephole that a graceful young woman was standing at the door. The mature charm emanating from her body. Someone would believe that she was a sheep in her previous life. Woo Yu was stunned. Special service? She turned her head to look at Qin Sun, who was whispering to Xian Ning, and frowned slightly. This woman must have knocked on the wrong door. Chapter 519, we were just killing someone. Don't worry, you'll be the next one. Open the door. Wu Yu found that the young woman standing in front of the door was wearing a wine-red pajamas, and she was still naked, and her breasts were faintly visible. With her mature charm, isn't this a gold medal technician who can fly all over the country? Wu Yu's voice was cold. What's the matter? The young woman smiled lightly and answered very politely. I'm in the room next to you. Just now I heard someone shouting here, and it woke me up. I came over, and I want you to be quiet. Wu Yu frowned slightly and turned to look at the culprit Song Ying. It must be her earth-shattering hack that caused the trouble. She looked at Song Ying, snorted coldly, and asked, Song Ying, someone is looking for you. Song Ying sat on the sofa, slightly startled. Pick me? She is so nice. And she didn't come with a knife. You can just say I'm sorry casually. Why do you have to pick me up? Song Ying was a little angry, stood up, walked to the door to apologize, and found that the young woman looked familiar. After thinking carefully, I remembered that it was Gao Man. According to Yilan, Gao Man likes to look for ducks? She happened to be looking for ducks next door? Is it such a coincidence? I think she just wants to get on Qin Sun's big ship. Deliberately chose the room. Deliberately knocked on the door. It just so happens that we also want to go fishing. Mao Qianni caught it. And now it's your turn. Song Ying walked to the door, stretched out her hand to push away Wu Yu, who was blocking her way, looked at Gao Man with a smile on her face, and said expressionlessly, I'm sorry. Gao Man looked at Song Ying's expressionless face, a little unhappy, and looked inside quietly. Qin Sun, Yilan, and Mao Qianni were immediately found. She was even more upset. The circle had been impressed by Qin Sun's talent before. He never failed. People who worked with him, regardless of gender, became famous. Even the dog he beat became famous for a while. Now the richest man in Shihong City has beaten Touch of Love to a pulp. A while ago, there was news in the circle that Beijing Film and Television was going to fight Qin Sun to the death. But only a few days later, Beijing Film and Television spread rumors again, seeming to want to connect with Qin Sun, discuss cooperation, and give in. After that, more and more gossip broke out. Qin Sun's girlfriend Xian Ning seemed to have a rather unusual identity. Wu Yu was also the daughter of the head of Lu's group. Yilan's background was even more mysterious, and it was said that she was very strong. Gradually, many people in the circle wanted to get on board Qin Sun's giant ship. Today, she was supposed to be with Mao Qianni and Zhu Yuanju, and to discuss film cooperation with the gold medal director of Beijing Film and Television. She didn't expect to be stood up, but she unexpectedly learned that Qin Sun was here. She planned to stay a few more nights, and secretly bribed the front desk, and changed to a room next to them. Prepare to meet by chance tomorrow morning. Unexpectedly, Mao Qianni, the bitch, is already in Qin Sun and their room. Song Ying saw Mao Qianni in a daze, and stretched out her hand to wave in front of her. Hey, I just said sorry, won't you say it's okay? Gao Man. She retracted her gaze, looked at the girl in front of her, and showed a very charming smile on her face. It's okay. After a slight pause, she asked again, what were you doing just now? Song Ying stared at Mao Man, gradually narrowed her eyes, and a dangerous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her right hand made a gesture of wiping her neck. We were just killing people. Gao Man? Song Ying smiled and said, don't worry, you'll be the next one. Gao Man. She looked at Song Ying helplessly. This girl didn't talk to her in a normal way. She wanted to strike up a conversation naturally, pretending to accidentally discover Yilan Mao Qianni. Then, she greeted them while entering the room. As a result, this little girl was very uncooperative. She came up and wanted to kill me. Gao Man looked a little embarrassed. She should leave at this time, but she was unwilling to do so. At this moment, she saw Song Ying turn around and shouted into the room. Yilan, why do I feel this aunt is familiar? Like a star, do you know her? Gao Man. I'm only in my 30s, and I'm still so well maintained. Am I an aunt? Yilan sat on the sofa, glanced at Gao Man at the door, and waved without standing up. Gao Man, come in and chat for a while. Her tone was also very cold, as if it was an order. She has never been good at socializing in the circle, or she disdains socializing, and has always been so cold. Gao Man didn't mind Yilan's attitude, and a pleasant smile appeared on her face. She squeezed into the room from Song Ying's side and sat next to Yilan very warmly. She glanced at Mao Qianni intentionally or unintentionally and looked at Yilan and said, Yilan, I didn't expect you to be here too. What were you talking about so excitedly just now? She saw that Yilan didn't want to answer, and she wasn't embarrassed. She glanced around and fell on Qin Sun's face. Gao Man showed a surprised expression on her face and immediately stood up and walked over. Director Qin, are you here too? She held out her hand. My name is Gao Man, and I'm an actor. Yilan looked at Gao Man and sneered in her heart, as expected of someone in the entertainment industry. She is very snobbish. She knows who is the best. Qin Sun stood up and shook hands with Gao Man. His eyes fell on her chest for a moment, and then immediately raised them. Hello. Gao Man was a little proud in her heart. No man can miss that glance. A woman's little points must be picked from the tip of a man's heart. Otherwise, how can they have such a fatal attraction to them? She asked with a smile. Director Qin, with so many actors gathered here, are you discussing a movie? She smiled charmingly. If I'm not mistaken, it's Fatal Identity. Qin Sun nodded. Although Gao Man appeared later than Mao Qianni, she was more eager to join the crew than Mao Qianni. It's very embarrassing for women at this age. It's not big, but it's not small either. It's a critical period for transformation from a vase to a powerful actor. Otherwise you will be eliminated at any time in the future. You can't even play the role of an old mother if you want to. Gao Man looked at Qin Sun, hesitated, and asked with a smile, I wonder if we have a chance to cooperate. She showed a gentle smile on her face and stared at Qin Sun. Who said that the beauty trap must go to bed? It's okay to make a man's heart itch. It's reasonable for me to be woken up in the middle of the night. It's reasonable and legal to wear only pajamas and no underwear at this time. You can't really kill me. Qin Sun glanced at Gao Man, looked at Wu Yu who was standing stupidly at the door, and shouted, Director Wu, someone wants you to act in a movie. Seeing Gao Man was stunned, Qin Sun explained, Wu Yu is the director of this movie. If you are interested in cooperation, talk to her. I'm very sleepy. I have to go back to sleep. As he said that, he took Xia Ning's hand and left the room. Gao Man, did you really just take a look? I have become an old lady after all, and I am not attractive enough to young people? Gao Man was stunned as she watched Qin Sun leave. Then, she saw Wu Yu walk up to her, smiling and extending her hand. Hello. I'm the director of Fatal Identity. Wu Yu saw Gao Man looking at her with suspicion, and she felt helpless. Her reputation was not strong enough. She had to use the tiger's skin as a banner. She said again, Qin Sun is the artistic director of the film and will supervise the whole process. Gao Man smiled immediately, stretched out his hand, and shook it. Hello. Do I have a chance to work with you? Wu Yu smiled. Another fish was caught. Mao Qianni, who likes to knock directors. Gao Man, who likes to find ducks. If he also dragged in Zhu Yuanju, who evaded taxes. The cast is so impressive. In the corridor, Xia Ning broke away from Qin Sun's hand, turned his head to look at his profile, and asked coldly, Is it good-looking? Qin Sun pretended not to understand. What do you mean by good-looking? Xia Ning, what do you think? Qin Sun sighed. What can you see? That's all conditioned reflex. Xia Ning said coldly, quibbling. Suddenly, he heard a crackling sound, turned his head and saw. His sight fell on Qin Sun's naked chest. He actually opened his down jacket and tore open his warm clothes. His chest was exposed. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning and smiled. Didn't you also escape that look? This is human nature, and it cannot be violated. Xia Ning? Boring. She walked towards her room. Suddenly, she felt her right hand being pulled. She turned around and saw Qin Sun pulling her with a malicious look on his face. He pulled her towards Qin Sun's room. Xia Ning? Chapter 520. You two are shameless. You actually discussed this kind of thing in front of me. They are all in the next room. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun in panic and warned him in a low voice. Qin Sun didn't care. He still held Xia Ning's hand and leaned back slightly, like a kindergarten kid playing tug-of-war. Who cares about them? They are all adults, not children. How can they be so ignorant? Can they still eavesdrop? Xia Ning struggled, but couldn't get away. That's hard to say. Did you take the wrong medicine today? So impatient? Qin Sun grabbed Xia Ning's hand tightly, sighed, and lowered his voice. Think about it, Mao Qianning sat on my back at the ski resort during the day and slapped me on the buttocks. In the hot spring pool, I saw you wearing a swimsuit again, and your strength was particularly strong. Just now Gao Man exuded a shadowy beauty. He was a little excited, and his voice was a little louder. I'm not a saint, I just act like a saint normally. Suddenly, she saw a trace of panic on Xia Ning's face, and her face turned cold. She struggled hard. She immediately broke free. Let go! Qin Sun was startled. He did not use much strength just now. But Xia Ning's struggle was also not strong. The two of them pulled and tugged, giving him a half-hearted pleasure. But why did she suddenly change her face? Qin Sun saw Xia Ning's face was strange, followed her line of sight, turned his head and looked back, and was stunned. He saw 3 heads sticking out from the door frame of Wu Yu's room. Watching the show, the 3 people were discovered, and their faces were a little embarrassed. Brother-in-law, come on, Wu Yu said, and quickly retracted his head. Sister Xia Ning, come on. Song Ying also quickly retracted her head. Hee, come on. Both of you. Niu Xiaojun also retracted his head. Qin Sun? Damn, 3 idiots. Suddenly, Xia Ning walked past him, walked to the door of Wu Yu's room, and shouted inside. Brother Niu, come here. Tonight you sleep with me. Qin Sun. Was the momentum I showed just now so amazing? Like a wolf that has been hungry for 300 years? She scared me so much that I needed a bodyguard? Very quickly, Niu Xiaojun came out. Xia Ning closed Wu Yu's door, took Niu Shijun's hand, walked to Qin Sun, smiled a little proudly. Qin Sun pointed his finger at Xia Ning's nose, sighed, said nothing. Xia Ning saw Qin Sun looked a little disappointed, quietly let go of Niu Shijun's hand, inexplicably felt a little guilty. Are you okay? Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, smiled. I wanted to sleep with you since the first day I saw you, but I haven't slept with you until today. It must be bad. He stretched out his hand and touched Xia Ning's head. But it's okay this way. Our love is so damn pure. Xia Ning. Her face gradually became hot. She didn't expect Qin Sun to say such a blunt thing. She quickly grabbed Niu Shijun's hand. Although 10 Niu Xiaojins were not enough for Qin Sun to hit with one hand, they were at least a pair of eyes. And she had a loud voice. If Qin Sun did anything excessive, it would definitely be enough to make the whole world know. Qin Sun always had to be cautious. Niu Xiaojun looked at Qin Sun, opened his eyes wide, and scolded. Qin Sun, are you still human? You wanted to sleep with her the first time you saw her? That doesn't even have any emotional basis. You beast. Qin Sun looked at Niu Xiaojun, somewhat surprised. Here comes another pure love god of war? What kind of emotional basis is needed for something that makes people happy? He mocked. If you need an emotional basis to do this kind of thing, then all the chickens in the world won't have to do business. Niu Xiaojun. What he said makes a lot of sense. I was speechless. However, Niu Xiaojun is naturally competitive, and argued. Before taking off her clothes, the prostitute should have a chat. Right? Qin Sun pointed at Xia Ning and said, she is my girlfriend, and I have been dating her for more than half a year. Niu Xiaojun. She lowered her head and frowned, thinking carefully, and suddenly turned to look at Xia Ning, and said seriously, then this is your fault. Xia Ning? She looked at Niu Shijun's serious expression and fell into self-doubt. Did I really do something wrong? Ah? Is it wrong to be chaste? Yes. Then is it wrong for Qin Sun to want to sleep with me? Yes. Then what went wrong? Suddenly, a light flashed in her mind, and she was stunned. I don't seem to resist having an intimate relationship with Qin Sun, but why does he always do these over-the-border actions? I just want to escape. Xia Ning thought about it carefully, after a moment, figured it out. I am shy. He has to give me a way out, can't force me. Just now it was like robbing a woman. She looked at Qin Sun, hesitated, slowly walked to his side, and whispered to his ear. Little brother, do you remember what I told you before? That secrecy makes success, and disclosure makes failure? You have to take advantage of my inattention, and suddenly, make significant progress. Qin Sun heard this, and he understood even if he was dumb. Wow! Isn't this just asking for a way out? My cat can do a backflip. Will you come with me to see it? It's so late. Don't go back. You sleep on the bed, and I sleep on the floor. Then just sleep on the bed, each with a quilt. It's a bit cold. I'll hug you. Alas, I'm not in good shape today. How about another try? Is victory just around the corner? After a while, Qin Sun's excited heart calmed down a little, looking at Xiaoning somewhat worried, said softly. But you are so smart. What little tricks, can't you see? As soon as I said my cat can do a backflip, you drove away directly. Xiaoning. How stupid. You don't have a cat at home. The dog named Dahe, that I went to shoot every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival, is someone else's. She sighed, and patted Qin Sun's shoulder. Little brother. This is your business. Don't ask me. Qin Sun thought about it, and nodded seriously. Then I will always carry a small raincoat with me in the future. Xiaoning heard it, and said anxiously. No. Seeing Qin Sun's lost expression, her face became embarrassed, and she said in a very small voice. First time. No. Qin Sun frowned slightly when he heard it, and thought about it carefully. His eyes lit up. After figuring it out, Qin Sun felt that he was terribly strong and decided to go to get 10 doses of Chinese medicine tomorrow. Qin Sun and Xiaoning stared at each other. This window paper was broken, and both of them felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly, they heard a sound of teeth chattering, and turned to look at Niu Xiaojun. She saw her fat body pressed tightly against the wall, with her hands open to cover her face, and her 2 black eyes turned between her fingers. Her voice was somewhat contemptuous. Yeah. Shameless. You two are so shameless. I am too embarrassed to watch. You actually discuss sex in front of me. Xiaoning's face immediately turned red. No one said to do it with him. What I just said was nonsense. I haven't thought it through yet. Qin Sun was a little thick-skinned, coughed lightly, put his hands behind his back. What? I don't understand what you are saying. Suddenly, behind him, a woman's voice came from afar. Mr. Qin, I have thought it through. I will do it with you. Chapter 521. I can't do anything else. But I'm good at raising pigs. Upon hearing this, Qin Sun's head almost exploded. He turned around to see who was the unlucky one who talked nonsense. At the entrance of the corridor, Xiao Lele came jogging. She stopped in front of Qin Sun, raised her head, her face flushed, and said seriously, I'll do it with you. Qin Sun looked at Xiao Lele, who appeared like a ghost, glanced at Xiaoning. His eyes twitched, and his voice was very confused. You do it with me? Xiao Lele heard the dissatisfaction in Qin Sun's voice, thought about it, and knew that this sentence might be ambiguous. So he quickly changed his words. I'll do it with you. Qin Sun. Xiao Lele, can you speak more politely? My girlfriend is here. Please be more precise and clear in your words. Xiao Lele looked at Xiaoning, but saw Xiaoning smiled at her, as if she didn't mind at all. When Qin Sun asked her to help him cook in the evening, Xiaoning was there. How could she have misunderstood? Xiao Lele looked at Qin Sun and explained seriously. Mr. Qin, I just got off work after cleaning the hot spring pool. To be honest, it's very tiring. I've figured it out. People can't give up money for dignity. I've decided to join your crew. Niu Xiaojun was a little unhappy when he heard this. As a shareholder of Yuzi Film and Television Company, she cares a lot about the box office of Fatal Identity and doesn't want an unknown waiter to join the crew. There are only so many movie roles, and each one has its own role. Of course, it is more cost-effective to let stars with their own traffic participate. She looked at Xiao Lele and asked in a questioning tone, Why do you want to join the crew? Xiao Lele didn't know why the little fat man in front of him was so excited, and explained seriously. It is said on the internet that good things will happen to people who meet Qin Sun, and I want to try it. Niu Xiaojun thought of his 3 points that year, and the guaranteed dividend of 10 million, and felt that there was some truth, but he still put on a ferocious look, pointed at his forehead, and said, Good news. Good news? It's all bad luck to meet him. Okay. I advise you to think carefully, don't be so naive. Look at what this is. Xiao Lele stared at it for a while, but couldn't see anything, opened his eyes wide and looked again, and said carefully, Is this the forehead? Niu Xiaojun. This must be the forehead. I'm asking you what's on my forehead? Xiao Lele took a look and said, There is a mole? Niu Xiaojun? You are probably blind. Speaking of this, she froze, her face became very embarrassed, slowly turned her head, showed the back of her head to Xiao Lele. Look at what this is. Xiao Lele saw a small piece of folded gauze, which seemed to be applying medicine, and her face became a little strange. Did you hurt your brain? Niu Xiaojun turned his head, slightly unhappy. No wonder Qin Sun said that your wording was wrong. I hurt my head, not my brain. If others hear you say that, they will think I am an idiot. Xiao Lei looked at Niu Xiaojun quietly, without saying anything. Niu Xiaojun's eyebrows jumped. Did you just call me an idiot? Xiao Lei said hurriedly. I didn't. Niu Xiaojun was about to explode. She clearly felt Xiao Lei's malice, but she couldn't find any evidence against her, so she couldn't get angry. She was so angry that her fallopian tubes were almost blocked. She turned and glared at Qin Sun. Do you really want her to join the crew? Qin Sun nodded. Niu Xiaojun questioned. Didn't you let Wu decide the casting? Qin Sun, she is different. She did it with me. Niu Xiaojun glanced at Xia Ning and frowned. Do it with you? Qin Sun. Do it with me. Niu Xiaojun. What to do? Qin Sun. Cook. Niu Xiaojun was a little surprised when she heard this. She had heard Qin Sun say that he would cook for the crew before, and thought it was a joke, but she didn't expect him to do it for real. Is your cooking delicious? Qin Sun put his hands behind his back, and was very proud. I can't do anything else, but I'm good at raising pigs. Niu Xiaojun looked down at his little belly, and patted it with his hand, and his fat belly trembled 3 times. No more playing, let's go. She turned and walked into Wu Yu's room, closing the door. She seemed very hurt. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun and sighed. Look at what you did. Did you do it on purpose? Qin Sun nodded and said with a smile. I did it on purpose. If I don't blow this light bulb away, how can I knock on your door at night? Xia Ning. Xiao Lei heard the conversation between the two and felt very embarrassed and coughed twice. Mr. Qin, please pay attention to your words and actions. I'm still here, and I'm a woman. You're also a big star. Don't say such wanton words. Qin Sun glanced at Xiao Lei and was a little annoyed. Another moral fighter? Xia Ning was very satisfied with this mouthpiece. She said everything in her heart. Qin Sun looked at Xiao Lei and said, the crew of Fatal Identity will start filming in the next few days. When the time comes, I will give you the time and place in advance. You can just take a plane to come. Xiao Lei was shocked. Take a plane? It's very expensive. I work part-time for 53 yuan an hour. How can I afford to take a plane? Qin Sun laughed. Reimbursement. Xiao Lei looked at Qin Sun, hesitated, said, that's okay. That? I take the green train and make money from the difference in the air ticket? I promise I won't waste time. Qin Sun smiled at Xiao Lei until he saw a smile on her face. And then he said, let me tell you a life motto. Things succeed with secrecy and fail with disclosure. I don't care whether you make money from the difference or not. There are some things you can do, but you can't ask. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun in shock. Isn't this quite reasonable? Why does he act like a fool? Xiao Lei looked at Qin Sun's playful face, sighed, and asked again, then the 53 yuan an hour salary. Can you make it up to an even number for me? Qin Sun nodded. Okay. 50 is 50. I'm not a stingy person. Xiao Lei shouted. Shouldn't it be 60 yuan? Qin Sun, the rules of the underworld have always been to round up. Xiao Lei was stunned. After a while, she said quickly, 53 is 53. I'm going back to the dormitory to rest first. When the time comes, you must contact me. Qin Sun watched her run away, sighed, and said, we didn't even exchange contact information. How can I contact you? After saying that, he turned his head to look at Xia Ning, who was standing quietly beside him, took her hand, and asked with a smile, there is a cat that can do backflips in my room. Do you want to see it? Xia Ning. She was silent for a moment, and then she smiled gently. Really? Then I'll go and take a look. Qin Sun led Xia Ning to the door of the room, opened the door, let her in, and closed the door. He immediately opened his hands and pressed her against the door. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun with her eyes wide open, with no expression on her face, but her toes and her high heels were tightly clenched. She stared at Qin Sun quietly, without losing momentum at all. Suddenly, Qin Sun showed a slightly dull smile on his face, and said, Mr. Xia? Xia Ning was a little surprised. What is this for? Role-playing? Wouldn't this skip too many steps, and take too big a step? Then, Qin Sun said again, President Xia Ning, the real boss behind Oak Marketing Company, may I ask why you have been watching me slacking off for the past 6 months? Is it fun? Chapter 522. Give me some time to prepare. This time, I will be the boss behind the scenes. President Xia Ning. Watch me slacking off. When these words entered her ears, Xia Ning's face suddenly changed, and her head was buzzing. She looked at Qin Sun's face with a faint smile. Her throat became hoarse, and she squeezed out a not-so-good-looking smile. You are? She wanted to say, what are you saying? And continued to act silly, but she looked at Qin Sun's captivating eyes. Silence. After a few seconds, Xia Ning relaxed her tense body, stared at Qin Sun's eyes without blinking, and said directly, I'm sorry. Qin Sun smiled. It's okay. Xia Ning was startled, stared at Qin Sun's expression seriously, and found that he didn't seem to be lying, and felt even more guilty. She said again, I'm sorry. Qin Sun reached out and scratched her nose, and said gently, I said, it's okay. Xia Ning was silent again, not knowing what to say. She now understood how Xiao Lei and Lu Ning felt when she thought she had seriously hurt the other party. She only said I'm sorry, but was immediately replaced by it's okay. The other party forgave too quickly, which seemed to make her feel even more uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, Xia Ning looked into Qin Sun's eyes and asked, When did you find out? Qin Sun thought for a while and said with a smile, Not long after I met you. I found that you had an unusual aura. Later, I remember checking the legal person of Oak Company. I found that it was indeed Niu Xiaojun. He looked at Xia Ning, smiled, and continued, Because you never liked to lie, or rather disdained to lie. So from that time on, I never doubted you again. Besides, which company president would stand guard for his employees while they were slacking off? You are so nice to me. When Xia Ning heard this compliment, she stared into Qin Sun's eyes, making sure it was not irony. A bitter smile appeared on her face. That's because your work ability is too strong, so strong that the company president has to accommodate your mood. I was also doing it for the benefit at that time. Qin Sun smiled and said nothing. Xia Ning asked again, Then how did you confirm it today? Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's awkward, guilty, sad expression, reached out to pinch her face, and explained. You went to Wu Yu's room to find a light bulb just now, and you called Niu Xiaojun. And you called Brother Niu. I realized something was wrong. Thinking about it, you, Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun seem to be very close to each other. You are an old nun, Niu Xiaojun is a real man, and Wu Yu is a tomboy. You three strange people can form a good group to debut. Xia Ning heard Qin Sun made a joke, but did not laugh, just looked at him quietly. Compared to when they first met, this face has lost a lot of immaturity, and has become much more mature and stable. But he is still a little brother with a lively personality. This is a character in his bones. It can never be changed. Just like himself, he will probably be more serious in his life. It just compliments Qin Sun. After a long time, Xia Ning suddenly asked, Why do you forgive me so easily? Qin Sun said with a smile, You have never hurt me. What is there to forgive or not? He paused. My presence has forced you, a female CEO of a company, to change the legal person, and nominally lost a company. From this perspective, I should be the one to apologize. He looked at Xia Ning and smiled. Yes. Xia Ning immediately stretched out her right hand to cover Qin Sun's mouth, and shook her head. You are right. A trace of determination flashed across her face, as if she had made up her mind. She turned her head to look at the big bed in the room, and asked softly, Where is the cat that can do backflips that you mentioned? Where is it? Take me to see it. Qin Sun got such an obvious hint, and his breathing immediately became a little rapid. He grabbed Xia Ning's hand that was covering his mouth and walked towards the bed. He took Xia Ning to sit down. Xia Ning sat on the bed, her long legs together, her hands folded on her knees, and her head slightly lowered, like a young wife waiting for the wedding chamber in ancient times. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's profile, and saw that her face was calm, but her eyes were slightly shrinking, and she was obviously nervous. Suddenly, his heart softened, and he felt that taking advantage of Xia Ning's guilt to do some shameful things was a bit of taking advantage of her. After getting married, he would probably be scolded for the rest of his life. Gradually, his mind became clear, and his mood became like a monk sweeping the floor in an ancient temple in the mountains. Xia Ning sat quietly, but never waited for Qin Sun's violent attack. When she was wondering, she suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. Suddenly, her heart was in her throat. She closed her eyes tightly. She thought her clothes, underwear, pants, and panties would be taken off quickly, or even torn and thrown aside. But she felt a warmth on her forehead. It seemed that a pair of lips had touched her. Xia Ning opened her eyes and saw Qin Sun's face in front of her. She quickly closed them again, feeling a little relieved. He even knew to start from the forehead. In the movies, this is called foreplay. It seems that he still has a certain degree of rationality. It shouldn't be like what is written in some movies, that I can't get out of bed tomorrow morning. Suddenly, Xia Ning felt her whole body relax and immediately opened her eyes and saw that Qin Sun had let go of her and sat beside her, staring at her with a smile. She was a little surprised and pursed her lips gently and stared at Qin Sun. Qin Sun put his hand on her shoulder and said gently, "Let's sleep in the same bed today. I promise not to do anything." Xia Ning? She saw that Qin Sun was serious, and he was not cheating, and she felt a little complicated, both relaxed, and a little disappointed. She looked at Qin Sun for a long while, and suddenly reached out to pinch his chin, and smiled. "Little brother, thank you for caring about my feelings so much." She glanced at the door, thinking that there might be a lot of people outside eavesdropping, and felt helpless. Today is indeed not a perfect day. But, she stared at Qin Sun again. But you usually do things vigorously, quickly and accurately. But in some aspects you are shy like a woman. Suddenly, Xia Ning smiled sweetly, and her aura became fierce and extremely amazing. She looked like a female general about to go to the battlefield. "Give me some time. After I'm ready, you can take a shower and lie on the bed, waiting for me." Qin Sun was stunned, looking at the overbearing and rogue Xia Ning. He felt a little strange, but also reasonable. She was such a person in her bones. What a terrible woman. But why am I a little excited? Oh! Qin Sun reached out and grabbed Xia Ning's hand that was pinching his chin, and said loudly, "For the first time, I must be on top." Xia Ning. She stood up, without hurting Qin Sun's strange self-esteem, and walked out. "Whatever you want." Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's back, and found that she was walking, unzipping her down jacket, and groping around her neck with both hands. I don't know what she was doing. Suddenly, Xia Ning turned her back to him, and swung her right hand back, and a black thing fell on Qin Sun's face. Qin Sun reached out and grabbed it, and was stunned. It turned out to be a small black lace scarf, with a warm fragrance on it. Xia Ning turned her head, and looked down at Qin Sun. "Little brother, take it and play with it." "Qin Sun, what's there to play with? It's not a bra, it's just a small silk scarf that doesn't keep you warm at all, and is worn purely for the sake of looking good. Is it for me to make wontons?" She's so domineering. But why is her face so red? Xia Ning turned around, stood at the door, took a deep breath, and suddenly opened the door. Looking at Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun, and Song Ying, who were running away from the door, he lowered his voice and said angrily, "How boring." The next day, Wu Yu and his friends stayed at Fightin Ski Resort to continue fishing, trying to catch Zhu Yuanju, a big tax evader, then turn on the phone as soon as possible. Xiao Lele was still working as a waiter, waiting for Qin Sun's signal to run away with the bucket. Qin Sun took Xia Ning away from the ski resort, and started the post-New Year finishing work. Along the way, Qin Sun asked Xia Ning from time to time, Are you ready?" "Xia Ning." He kept asking 4 or 5 times. Xia Ning finally couldn't stand it anymore. "Shut up." Chapter 523, Are you going to do something big? How big? Back to the manor in the suburbs of Beijing. Qin Sun and Xia Ning first visited their grandparents, and chatted with their grandmother for a while. Lu Shaoquan took his favorite disciple to the grove in the manor. There were some old hens running around and pecking in the snow. Lu Shaoquan put his hands behind his back, looking at the old hens, suddenly sighed. "I grew up eating when I was a child, suffering, farming, and then I went out to make a living and I almost died several times. But fortunately, I survived all of them." He turned to look at Qin Sun. "The society nowadays is much more civilized than our time. It is reasonable that we don't need to pursue personal achievements in martial arts. But I will not be willing to pass on my martial arts skills." Qin Sun listened silently on the side, not daring to interrupt casually. From what the old man said, when there were no cameras everywhere and the Skynet was densely covered, how many people did he beat to death? Suddenly, Lu Shaoquan stretched out his hand and pinched Qin Sun's arm, feeling his strong and elastic muscles, and nodded. "You are a natural-born martial artist. You are strong and quick to react. You can beat many half-baked martial artists without training. After practicing for a year or two, You should be able to surpass me when I was young. Qin Sun smiled. As the saying goes, young people are better than strong ones. This is the axiom in the martial arts circle. Just like playing games. At the age of 17 or 18, you dare to fight 2 or 3 at a time with flash. And play tricks. After a few years, you have more game experience and awareness. You can fight 1 at a time with flash. And you can still get your ass pierced. Time is unforgiving. Lu Shaoquan looked at Qin Sun and said, you don't need to worry about the matter of Kato Daiki. Let alone you are right. Even if you are not right, I can get rid of you completely. Gongzi has already dealt with these things. These days, you just concentrate on practicing boxing with me. Qin Sun hesitated, nodded, and said, Master, 3 days is okay? I will learn the form first, learn the general idea, and report to you once a quarter in the future. Lu Shaoquan laughed angrily. Others kowtowed from the first ring of the capital to my door, and I was too lazy to teach him for an hour. You only give me 3 days? Qin Sun smiled awkwardly. He was used to being lazy, and didn't want to be watched practicing boxing every day. Moreover, he said he was practicing boxing, but in fact, he was just pretending to practice boxing. He knew Bajiquan. Not only that, but he could be said to be the strongest on earth. Besides, he had a lot of things to do. When he was young, the old man went out to make a living, accumulated capital, and became rich for 3 generations. He was about to become rich for the 4th generation, but he was only worth a few $100 million, which was far from enough. He still had to make money. Lu Shaoquan looked at Qin Sun and shook his head. Forget it. Forget it. You are talented enough anyway. You should be able to learn the general idea in 3 days. Let Xiaoning watch you practice in the future. I will check with you via video from time to time. Come back once a quarter and practice with me. Qin Sun said loudly. I promise to practice boxing seriously. After that, Qin Sun learned boxing from Lu Shaoquan in the grove for 3 days. He learned very quickly. Very well. And from time to time, he revealed some flaws for the old man to correct, satisfying the old man's sense of achievement. During these 3 days, laughter could be heard from the grove from time to time. When Grandma and Xiaoning went to feed the chickens, they looked at the 2 people who were teaching and learning boxing, and their faces also showed happy smiles. Grandma, Ningning, I think your grandpa can live 10 more years with such a disciple. Xiaoning smiled and said, at least 30 years. 3 days later, when Qin Sun was about to leave the manor after learning boxing, Lu Gang came to the door. In the study, Lu Gang, Qin Sun, and Xiaoning sat around the coffee table. Lu Gang got straight to the point and asked, Xiao Yu, you've been pestering me these days, asking me to use my connections to find her a film crew. To film Fatal Identity. She said she's the director of the film, and she's going to make a big one. He had a smile on his face, and his voice was a little deeper. How big are you going to make? Xiaoning turned to look at Qin Sun, waiting for his answer. Qin Sun smiled and explained. Wu Yu said she has recruited Zhu Yuanju, a big tax evader Gao man, a prostitute expert, and Mao Qiani, a door-knocking bodhisattva. These 3 people have a lot of black material. Before the movie is released, if our opponent Beijing Film and Television is desperate, they will expose their black material. I think the capital behind the 3 of them should counterattack Beijing Film and Television. By then, will they be bankrupt? Lu Gang looked at Qin Sun and smiled. Qin Sun's original plan was to start with the richest man in Shihong City, and use 3 movies in a row to snipe Beijing Film and Television. Unexpectedly, this guy was so impatient. Even if the second movie failed, he wanted to kill Beijing Film and Television immediately. Things are not as simple as they sound. But once Qin Sun can muddy the waters, then the power of the Lu Group will be greatly benefited from it. And it is not impossible to even swallow Beijing Film and Television. Lu Gang looked at Xiaoning and joked. This kid is narrow-minded. When you 2 quarrel in the future, don't ask us to help you. We can't help. Xiaoning. Uncle, you are talking nonsense. Lu Gang looked at Qin Sun again and said, when the time comes, if you want to get a share of the pie, I can help you make you a major shareholder of Beijing Film and Television. But you have to pay. Qin Sun nodded. It's reasonable to talk about business. Their original plan was to destroy the stocks of Beijing Film and Television, and Lu Gang took action to acquire Beijing Film and Television. Then Qin Sun joined, and used his influence to pull up the stock. He made a lot of money in the stock market. Chin Sun didn't understand the stock market. He only knew a general idea. And the specific operation had to rely on Lu Gang's ability and connections. He only paid a little money. And he was already getting a great bargain. Lu Gang looked at Chin Sun with a somewhat oppressive smile on his face and said, I want 100 million from you. And after taking over Beijing Film and Television, I will give you 10 points of shares. Xia Ning was shocked. 100 million? Although Beijing Film and Television is going downhill. After all, a starving camel is bigger than a horse. And it still holds many stars, film and television copyrights, and other resources. To be able to take over a listed company of the size of Beijing Film and Television, 100 million is indeed not much. But 100 million in cash. It still sounds scary. Chin Sun glanced at Lu Gang and immediately took out his mobile phone to check the real-time box office. He saw that the richest man in Shihong City was far ahead. After more than 20 days of release, it still has a box office of about 20 million every day. The cumulative box office has exceeded 3.3 billion. According to the 30% box office share, it is almost 1 billion. How much corporate tax, personal tax, and how to reasonably avoid tax? Chin Sun has no idea. But at least 500 million will go into my pocket. Suddenly, Chin Sun was filled with pride, put away his phone, looked at Lu Gang, and said loudly, small money. Deal. Lu Gang was startled, thinking that this kid was too arrogant. But then he thought, if he was running the richest man in Shihong City at this age, he might be even more arrogant than him. He smiled and stretched out his hand. Happy cooperation. Chin Sun stood up, walked over, and shook hands. Happy cooperation. The few of them chatted casually for a while. Suddenly, Lu Gang remembered something, took out a card, and handed it to Chin Sun. This is 3 million. The password is 3SIXS and 3/8. Chin Sun didn't dare to take it, and asked, what is this? Chapter 524. Give me a day. I will make a yin-yang script. Lu Gang explained. When you were in the training room, you picked up Yang Shulin and spun him around. He gave you hush money. Chin Sun thought of that big fool and laughed. He turned to Xia Ning and said, Ning Ning, why don't you thank your uncle? Xia Ning, this guy is embarrassed to take it himself. And he asked me to take it? She hesitated, stood up, walked to Lu Gang, and took it respectfully with both hands. Thank you, uncle. Left the study. Go to the room to pick up the bag, and take the suitcase, and the two walked to the basement in silence. Suddenly, Xia Ning felt that Chin Sun was a little quiet, and turned to look at him. Why are you so quiet? Chin Sun, I'm thinking about something. Xia Ning frowned slightly. You want to ask me if I'm ready again? Chin Sun looked at Xia Ning, and hesitated to speak, and finally sighed. It's okay. After saying that, he walked forward with his bag on his back. Xia Ning looked at his back, suddenly laughed, took out the bank card given by his uncle from his pocket, walked up quickly, and handed it to him. Here you are. Look how worried you are. Chin Sun looked at the bank card, and waved his hands repeatedly. Hey. 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 Xia Ning found him pretending, and found it a little funny, and forced it into his hand. Chin Sun stretched out his hand, and practiced Tai Chi with Xia Ning's hand for a while, and finally had no choice but to open his pocket, turn his face away, and not look at him. Tsk. Xia Ning stuffed the bank card into Chin Sun's pocket, smiled, and shook her head. How boring. Chin Sun covered his pocket, smiled. Ning Ning, this is not about money. This is about who will manage the money in the family in the future. Do you understand? Xia Ning smiled. I don't understand. Chin Sun hesitated, and asked with a smile. Then are you ready? I am ready. Xia Ning. She turned and left, with fast steps. If you were not my boyfriend, I would definitely report you to the police for molestation. A plane left a beautiful tail cloud in the sky, landing from the capital to Shuren. Arrived at Chin Sun's hometown. The village chief personally drove the old man's car to the town to pick up Chin Sun and Xia Ning, who had just got off the bus. As soon as they entered the village, there were loud gongs and drums, firecrackers, red flags, and a sea of people. Encircled by the villagers, Chin Sun's parents, grandparents, eldest uncle, second uncle, third uncle came forward to pick up Chin Sun. It was like meeting with heads of state. Chin Sun looked embarrassed. What was he doing? Qin Sun's father also looked embarrassed. He was infected by the atmosphere of the villagers. Qin Sun was the father, and he was the son. Ma Xiaogui was very happy. She felt very proud. Son, you're back. You've worked so hard these days. Qin Sun looked even more embarrassed. My mother doesn't call me Xiao Sun. But son? Do you think this is a movie? Xia Ning stood quietly aside. Her eyes swept over Qin Sun's family and friends, carefully memorizing every face. The surrounding villagers cheered. Xiao Sun, the pride of our village. The movie you made is really good. I watched it online, but it's a little blurry. You are really good at fighting. You are worthy of being a man who can press down the New Year pig with one hand. The Qin family's ancestral tomb is emitting green smoke. The graves near us have increased in price. The slogans are all the places where Qin Sun's ancestors are buried. You deserve it. Xiao Sun, I held you when I was a child. You peed on my hand? Lend me some money. Qin Sun just felt a little dizzy and confused. I don't know how to end this embarrassing situation. He was like a tool, led by Ma Xiaogui to greet various elders, and smiled. After turning around for several times, he finally returned home. He closed the door of the small courtyard. Qin Sun gradually came back to his senses, and shuddered all over. It's terrible. Xia Ning patted his shoulder and comforted him softly. It's okay, you will know what is terrible when you meet a real fanatic fan in the future. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning with lingering fear. Did you hear it? There are several shameless people who actually asked me to borrow money. Borrowing money, isn't it just cheating acquaintances' money? Shameless. Xia Ning. It turns out that he was just pretending to be confused and stupid just now. What a stingy guy. Entering the living room, Qin Sun found that a round table had been added. It was full of adults and children, all of whom were his relatives. About 20 or so. Everyone greeted him enthusiastically. Much more lively than in previous years. It seemed that the trivial frictions between relatives in the past had completely disappeared. Xia Ning squatted down to open the suitcase, took out a handbag from it, and put it down on the table. As she unzipped the bag, she smiled and said, Dear friends and relatives, because we are busy during the Chinese New Year, we have not come to pay New Year's greetings until after the Lantern Festival. I am really sorry. This is a little gift I brought for everyone. As she said that, she took out 2 fist-sized red boxes from it, walked to the grandparents, and handed them over respectfully. Grandpa, Grandma, a small token of my appreciation, not a token of respect. Grandpa took it with a smile. But Grandma had to push and refute Xia Ning according to the rules of the underworld before accepting it. You're here, so why bring a gift? As she spoke, she took out a big red envelope from her pocket. Here, we didn't meet you the last few times you came, so I must give you this meeting red envelope this time. Xiao Sun is so lucky to marry you. Xia Ning took a look. The red envelope was very thick, about 30,000. She pushed and harassed her grandmother for 3 times before she reluctantly accepted it. Thank you, Grandma. Then, Xia Ning took Qin Sun and gave a small box to each of his father and mother. Qin Sun introduced Xia Ning one by one according to age. Xia Ning greeted each one and handed over the gift. Then it was to Qin Sun's cousins of the same generation. Finally, it was to Qin Sun's cousins and their children. There were 26 people in total, and everyone got a small box. Qin Sun took a look at the handbag and found that there were more than 10 left in it. Xia Ning obviously prepared too much. She is really rich and generous. Relatives held the heavy box and guessed what was inside, jade, gold, or something else. Some young people saw the brand name on the box and knew that it was a gold seller, and their eyes sparkled. It was impolite to open the gift in front of others. But there are always those who are ignorant. A cousin of Qin Sun opened the box and opened it, and couldn't help but exclaimed, Gold pendant. She took out the pendant. Everyone looked over, and saw a thick plaque hanging under a yellow chain. A voice rang out. Lily, that's not a pendant. How can a pendant be so big? This is called a peace and safety plaque. Lily was startled. Picked up her phone. Opened the shopping platform and scanned it. And the price popped up. Oh my god! This plaque is 36,000. She rushed to Xia Ning and gave her a bear hug. Cousin, you are so nice. Xia Ning was hugged tightly, and it was a bit uncomfortable. Others in the room no longer cared about etiquette. When they opened the plaque, they found that it was the same plaque. They immediately became noisy. Oh, it really is. You're here. Why bring a gift? It's too expensive. It's too expensive. You've given away more than 1 million yuan in one go? Xiaoqing, you're only 8 years old. Mom will keep your plaque for you. I'll return it to you together with your lucky money when you get married. Why are you still standing? Let the distinguished guest sit down for dinner. Can you speak? What distinguished guest? He's one of our own. The dinner was so lively. Xiaoning talked, toasted, and made everyone feel relaxed and happy. Qin Sun watched from the side, feeling very proud. Whose wife is so beautiful and capable? Mine. I stayed in Shiren for 3 days. Will you call to urge Qin Sun? Brother, where is the script? Everything is ready. Except the script. Without the script, we can't find roles, find venues, and make props. Qin Sun thought about it, and said with a smile, give me a day, and I will make a yin-yang script. Chapter 525 Fatal ID, officially on. Will you, yin-yang script? Qin Sun, yes. One thing in public, one thing in secret, one thing in front of people, one thing behind their backs. Will you on the other end of the phone was a little confused, said impatiently. I don't understand. I'm too lazy to listen. I don't care which one you say. Write the script quickly. I'm going to start right away. I'm full of energy now. Hang up the phone. Qin Sun hid in his room, turning the air conditioner to the lowest setting. Sitting shirtless at the computer desk, I activated the overclocking mode and wrote the script of Fatal ID. I then added 3 new characters, Mao Qianyi Gao Man, and Zhu Yuanju. I wrote some plots, all of which have important roles. But they are all plots outside the original script, and they are all very explosive plots when taken alone. It can make the actors show off their acting skills, and they feel that their roles are particularly important. But the plots of these 3 people were all deleted, which did not affect the original script at all. After Qin Sun finished writing, Heavy breathed a sigh of relief, sent it to Wu Yu, and gave special instructions. Everyone can only get their own part of the script. Even the protagonist cannot get the whole script. It must be kept confidential. Xiaoning sat on the bed, playing with her phone with her head down, looking up at the shirtless Qin Sun from time to time. What did netizens say? Still charming? Well, I think Qin Sun is still charming. After Qin Sun sent the email, turned his head, saw Xiaoning quickly turned his head away, and asked with a smile, Ningning, are you ready? Xiaoning turned his head suddenly, stared at Qin Sun, and said with gritted teeth, if I can beat you, I will definitely beat you to death. On the 4th day, Qin Sun and Xiaoning flew to Haicheng, and went to see Lu Jingyao as soon as they landed. In the ward, Qin Sun looked at Lu Jingyao lying on the bed, whose belly was already very round. The 8-month-old fetus had already formed. The baby would survive if it was born now. Qin Sun sat by the bed and asked, Auntie, how are you doing recently? Lu Jingyao was happy to see Qin Sun, picked up her phone, and said with a smile, I felt a little uncomfortable a while ago, but the doctors were very responsible, and now I am stable. Qin Sun said with a smile, it's been 8 months, very stable, there shouldn't be any accidents. He paused, said with a smile, we haven't come to see you for a long time, you won't blame us. Right? Lu Jingyao smiled, and shook her head. Since I downloaded Douyin, time has passed much faster. Whenever I have nothing to do, I'll go to Douyin to read your news. And it's also very interesting to argue with those haters who criticize you. Qin Sun smiled. Then be careful not to get really angry. It's not good for your health. Lu Jingyao smiled. It's okay, I hired a water army company to help me boost my momentum. I can always win. Qin Sun asked the water army to help her argue? I don't understand the happiness of rich people. Xiaoning reached out and snatched Lu Jingyao's phone, put it on the bedside, frowning, said in a cold voice, Mom, you are not a child anymore. Play with your phone less in the future. Lu Jingyao shook her head. That I can't do, phones are too fun. She looked at Xiaoning and sighed. I said I came to Haicheng because you could accompany me, but you are running around all day long. If I don't play with my phone, how can I stay in bed all day long? Xiaoning felt a little guilty, lowered her head, and thought for a while, raised her head and said, Then for the last 2 months, I will stay in Haicheng with you. Lu Jingyao raised her eyebrows. How can that be possible? You stay here with me. Aren't you just watching me all day and night, and not letting me play with my phone? That won't work. As she said that, she took Xiaoning and Qin Sun's hands and put their hands together. You should stay with Qin Sun. He has really become. What did the netizens say? The dream of 300 million girls. Xia Ning turned her head and looked at Qin Sun's somewhat smug face. And her expression became a little weird. Why does my mother also think I am not worthy? She snorted coldly. I am afraid it is the nightmare of 300 million girls. Lu Jingyao glared slightly. Her voice was a little unhappy. Ningning, what is your attitude? Be nice to my son-in-law. I have such a good son-in-law. Are you still afraid that you can't find your daughter? Xia Ning. It seems that my mother has been playing with her mobile phone every day recently, and surfing the internet intensively, and has she learned to say this kind of dirty talk? The few of them chatted for more than 2 hours. Qin Sun and Xia Ning stood up to leave. When they reached the door, Qin Sun suddenly turned back, looked at Lu Jingyao's belly, and said, Auntie, no matter how busy we are in the future, we will come back to see you at least twice a month. If you feel any discomfort, you must tell us immediately. Lu Jingyao smiled happily. You are busy. Why do you care about me? When my due date arrives, you can come to see me. Qin Sun and Xia Ning returned to the villa. Auntie has returned to work, mainly to take care of the fish in the kitchen fish tank for Xia Ning, and the turtle Xiaohei in the living room. Xia Ning stood in front of the fish tank and said with a smile, Xiaohei, long time no see. Qin Sun. This girl must be a fool. I'll change the turtle inside one day. I'll see if she can recognize it. The two of them inspected Oak Company and Pomelo Company for a few days. The employees were afraid of being fired, and they worked diligently with the idea of staying one more year and making more money. When Chengwan saw Qin Sun and Xia Ning, she was so happy that she looked like she was pregnant with 8 babies. She trotted over to say hello. Hello. Mr. Qin. Hello. Assistant Xia. Xia Ning heard. Assistant, and glanced at Qin Sun secretly, and her face became a little embarrassed. Qin Sun looked at Chengwan, shook his head, and smiled. Sister Wan, you are also a good actor. Chengwan was confused. What's the matter? I don't understand. Are you going to fire me? Qin Sun pointed at Xia Ning and smiled. Call me President Xia, stop pretending, I know everything. She is the boss behind the scenes. Chengwan. Hee hee. She looked at Qin Sun and tried her best to defend herself. President Qin, I was forced to do this at the beginning. You have to believe that I am loyal to you. Xia Ning? Hey! Didn't I recruit Chengwan? She betrayed me? Another 7 days passed. Will you called? Let's meet at Shudian. I asked a feng shui master to look at the date. The day after tomorrow is a good day for the start of filming. The start of filming will be held at 10:30 a.m. the day after tomorrow. The next day, the two boarded the plane and flew to Shudian. This time, the two sat in a 2-seater first-class cabin. Qin Sun sat on a large and comfortable sofa, with his legs stretched out, and there was an LCD screen in front of him that no one was looking at. In front of him was a small table, with some not-so-delicious snacks on it. Other than that, it seems like there is nothing special. Qin Sun sighed. It's just a little bit more comfortable, it's really expensive for no reason. Xia Ning. That night, several planes landed in succession. Yilan arrived. Songying arrived. Misia arrived. Niu Xiaojun arrived. Xiao Lele arrived. Mao Qianyi arrived. Gao Man arrived. Zhu Yuanju arrived. We organized a welcoming banquet for everyone. Everyone was there, except Qin Sun. Songying looked at Xia Ning and asked, Where is my brother Qin Sun? Xia Ning smiled, cursing Qin Sun in her heart, said, He said, he has something important to do. But he will be on time tomorrow. In the hotel, Qin Sun was lying on the bed playing games, shaking his head. How can you invite the chef to the table for a welcoming banquet? What a joke. Such a good opportunity to slack off, I won't take it. Is it worth it for me to slack off? The next day, 10:30 in the morning. The opening ceremony of the Fatal Identity crew is about to begin. The venue is already surrounded by idol extras. Chapter 526 It's confirmed. It's Qin Sun who's playing big. Shudian Film and Television City. It's located in Shudian, and it consists of more than a dozen film and television bases, and several modern studios. Wu had quickly set up a filming team with the help of Lu Gang's network. A few days ago, after receiving Qin Sun's script, he immediately asked someone to find a location. The scene is simple, it's just a motel. Most Chinese people see motels in American westerns, but there are also motels in Sea Country. But they are all relatively remote. And Shudian just happened to have the corresponding venue. No need to build it, nor do you need to go so far. You can save a lot of money. Wu Yu immediately submitted an application to the relevant department of Shudian to rent a venue. At this time, the sun was shining, the weather was clear. A small square in Shudian Film City with people coming and going. A banner was hung. Good luck to the filming of Fatal ID of Yuzi Film and Television. A dozen security guards isolated a piece of open space. Inside, empty. From the director to the actors, none of the main creative staff was present. Only some film staff were chatting among the crowd. Didn't it start at 10:30? Where's Chin Sun? Where's Yilan? Why didn't I see a single hair? I heard that Mao Chini. Gao Man. And Zhu Yuanju didn't come either? What's the matter? Are you all acting like big shots? Have you all learned bad things from Chin Sun? A brave extra squeezed over to the staff and handed a cigarette to a friendly-looking man. Dude, why aren't any of the main creators here? The staff member took the cigarette. I don't know. I heard someone slept in. The extra was very gossipy. Who? The staff member shook his head immediately. I don't know. Don't ask me, I don't dare to say even if I know. The extra turned around and squeezed back to the extras, and said to his friends. It's confirmed. It's Chin Sun who's being a big shot. Still sleeping in. Everyone nodded. My guess is, this guy made 3.3 billion at the box office. And he has Yilan and Bai Yihang under his control. So he must be very arrogant. Alas, I wish I could act like a big shot someday. If a man lives to this extent, it's worth it even if he dies now. I hate him so much. Suddenly, someone pointed to a luxury business car not far away that was separated by 5 or 6 security guards and said, the door just opened. And I saw a few women get out of the car. I also saw Yilan, Mao Chini, Gao Man, Zhu Yuanju and others in the car. Chin Sun is such a big shot. Leaving so many stars aside. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was even more surprised. What? Chin Sun is so crazy? Let the Queen Yilan wait until he wakes up. I heard that Mao Chini has a bad temper. If it were someone else, he would have slammed the car door and went home. What can we do about it? They are all waiting for Chin Sun to support them. Near the luxury business car, a woman wearing a work badge pointed her phone at the noisy crowd outside the square, said with a forced smile. Family, don't worry. Good food is never too late. The main creators will be on stage soon. Family, get the lucky bag in the upper left corner. She looked at the decreasing number of people in the live broadcast room, and the scolding in the barrage, and her heart was burning with anxiety. I've heard that Chin Sun behaved erratically on the set. But I didn't expect him to be so arrogant. The hotel is only a few minutes away by car. But he doesn't even bother to come down to show his face? Wu Yu's face was grim. He looked at the time on his watch. It was already past 10:40. It was almost 11 o'clock. He was about to miss the auspicious time that the feng shui master said. Wu Yu glanced at the 3 calls that Chin Sun had rejected on his phone, threw his phone on the seat, and opened the car door. No more waiting. If you wait any longer, the audience in the Fatal Identity live broadcast room will all leave. Everyone get out of the car. I'll deal with him when I get back. A hotel a few kilometers away from the square. Chin Sun was lying on the bed playing with his phone. Xiaoning sat on the edge of the bed, looked at him, shook her head, and asked. You have rejected calls from Wu Yu, Yilan, Songying, Anka, Messier in succession. Aren't you afraid that they will deal with you together later? Chin Sun was lying on the bed, without raising his head, operating his phone seriously, and said. They are making a movie. As long as the main creators show up, why should I? A cook who cooks a big pot of rice. Go there? Xiaoning looked at Chin Sun lying on the bed playing games, and sighed. He started the thing himself. And he just threw it to someone else to do. He doesn't care about killing or burying? I thought he was just being polite when he said he would delegate power to Wu Yu. But I didn't expect that he would delegate power to this extent. He really doesn't want to take care of anything. Xiaoning was so angry that he clenched his fist, punched Chin Sun on the shoulder, and scolded him in a low voice. You are so lazy. It's really unheard of. You even slack off when doing your own business. But he found that Chin Sun didn't react at all, and was still playing games. Xiaoning sighed, give up. She took out her phone, a little bored, and suddenly thought of the driver's daughter. She logged into Chin Sun's WeChat account, and found that no one had added him. For some reason, she was a little worried. Clicking into Chin Sun's WeChat account's friend circle, she found that they were all some positive energy he posted when he was in school to hook up with girls. For example, reading in the library. For example, practicing oral English by the lake on campus. For example, helping an old lady cross the road. Isn't this what elementary school students do? Xia Ning took a look at the decadent young man lying down playing games, and really didn't expect his friend circle to be full of positive energy. She smiled, and took another look at his WeChat moment signature. I want to blow up the blue planet with one punch. Xia Ning? This is too childish. No wonder Huang Huai didn't dare to add him. When you enter the WeChat ID to search, you can see 10 WeChat moments of this WeChat ID. There is also a WeChat signature. When you see the content of helping an old lady cross the road and punching the earth to pieces, which serious person dares to add it? Xia Ning deleted Qin Sun's WeChat moment signature, bowed his head and thought, what should he change it to? Qin Sun finished a game seriously, got a pentakill, and entered the save time with satisfaction. He closed his eyes and called up the system panel. Slacking points, 100,000. 100 million slacking points are still missing from the next lottery. Only 100,000 slacking points. If I don't work hard to slack off, how can I save up 100 million slacking points? How can I start the next lottery? Go to the opening ceremony. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Suddenly, Qin Sun heard Xia Ning's voice. Qin Sun, I suspect that Huang Huai has not added your WeChat ID because there is something wrong with your signature. Too sloppy. How about changing to something else? Something a little more artistic. Even a little more pretentious? Qin Sun opened his eyes and looked at Xia Ning. Xia Ning continued with a smile. Recently, many people have used the lyrics of Later. Later, I finally learned how to love. But you have already gone far away and disappeared in the crowd. As a signature for moments. How about you use this one too? Qin Sun sat up and said with a smile, it's up to you. At this time, a violent knock on the door sounded. Dong! 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 It was very loud. Chapter 527, she insisted. So you gave it to her? Hearing the knock on the door, Xia Ning guessed that Wu Yu and the others had come to kill her, and immediately stood up. She took only 2 steps. The people outside the door were as anxious as if they were going to have a premature birth. And they knocked on the door even harder. Bang! 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 From the sound, it seemed that they were kicking the door. Qin Sun raised his eyebrows slightly, and immediately lifted the quilt and sat on the edge of the bed, ready to run away at any time. Xia Ning walked quickly to the door and opened it. Why is knocking on the door so violently? Niu Shijuan's voice rang out from outside the door. Where's Qin Sun? Where's Qin Sun? Then, Qin Sun saw Niu Xiaojun push Xia Ning away from the door, and rushed over like a black whirlwind. Boom! 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 The earth was shaking. Niu Xiaojun rushed to Qin Sun, habitually reached out to grab Qin Sun's collar, and saw his cold face, and immediately sobered up a lot. She clenched her hand into a fist, and waved it vigorously. There are hundreds of people in the square, and there are thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room. They are all waiting for you. Are you going or not? Qin Sun looked at Niu Shijuan's aggressive attitude, and was a little surprised. When did this grandson become so ambitious? Instead of riding a motorcycle and jumping off a cliff, he comes here to give orders? Qin Sun snorted coldly, and was about to refuse, but suddenly he smelled a familiar smell on Niu Xiaojun. He was startled. He sniffed again, and smelled it carefully. Creamy? Suddenly Qin Sun's face became a little ugly. He looked at the women coming towards him. His eyes fell on Xia Ning, pointed at Niu Xiaojun, and asked loudly, Ning Ning, did you sleep with her last night? Xia Ning saw Qin Sun's expression, and felt a little guilty. Last night? Qin Sun asked again. Are you ready? And she criticized him severely. Qin Sun shamelessly said that they should just sleep together, just like in the children's room of the manor villa. She thought about it for a moment. But Niu Xiaojun had pestered her for a long time before, saying that they should sleep together at night in the store, and talk about the private affairs between best friends. She had slept with Niu Xiaojun countless times since she was a child. Niu Xiaojun always had fingerprints to unlock the Haicheng villa. Before Qin Sun appeared, whenever Niu Xiaojun quarreled with his family, he would go to her place to sleep for a while. Since Qin Sun moved into the villa, Niu Xiaojun had not slept with her. So, she rejected him again. Qin Sun was very disappointed at that time. At this time, Xia Ning saw Qin Sun's somewhat excited expression, glanced at Niu Xiaojun, and whispered, she insisted. Niu Xiaojun. Throwing the blame on me? So straightforward? Without hesitation? Qin Sun heard the word she insisted and felt that he had heard it somewhere before. And questioned. Did you give it to her? Xia Ning heard the words gave it to her and felt a little awkward. And hesitated. She insisted. Qin Sun was startled, and it became more familiar, and his voice became louder. You gave it to her if she insisted? Who told you to give it to her? Didn't I tell you? He sighed to the sky, and then emphasized his tone. Didn't I tell you? I want to sleep with you. Xia Ning turned her head to look at Song Ying, who was dumbfounded behind her, and Ke Misier, and her face became very embarrassed. Why does it look like a scene of catching an adulterer? Niu Xiaojun frowned at Qin Sun, and asked with her broken voice. Hey, how do you know that? I slept with her last night? Qin Sun raised his eyelids, glanced at Niu Xiaojun lightly, ignored her, walked to Xia Ning, and stretched out his hand. Give it to me. Xia Ning was startled, and a trace of shame and anger flashed across her face. Give it to you? Here? Right now? In front of so many people? She was about to curse, but she heard Qin Sun say immediately. Give me the phone. Xia Ning hesitated, unlocked the phone, and handed it to him. Qin Sun opened WeChat and changed the signature of his WeChat account to "She smells like your perfume. It's my nose's fault." After writing, he gave it back to Xia Ning. Xia Ning took it and took a look. Perfume? Where does the perfume come from after taking a shower? Could it be the fragrance of cream? It turns out that it was smelled. Thinking of this, Xia Ning looked a little embarrassed, and saw Niu Xiaojun chasing after Qin Sun and asking loudly, Hey! Why are you ignoring me? Xia Ning saw that Niu Xiaojun was about to explode with anger, and immediately walked over to stop him and showed her the phone. Niu Xiaojun took a look, with a look of disdain on his face. It's so rustic, and it rhymes. She raised her arm and sniffed the body, but she couldn't smell anything, and then sniffed Xia Ning's chest. She still couldn't smell anything. She couldn't help but complain. You're being mysterious, but you smell like dirt. Xia Ning? She hurriedly pushed Niu Xiaojun away. I smell like dirt? Are you polite? At this time, Song Ying came over, and clasped her hands and bowed, and waved her hands like a lucky cat. Brother Qin Sun, you should go to the opening ceremony. There are so many people here, and so many people in the live broadcast room are waiting for you. Qin Sun waved his hand and sat on the bed. No, I won't go no matter how rich or poor you are. Song Ying wailed and begged. Please go. This is my first time. Qin Sun. This sounds weird. Song Ying turned around and pointed at Enku, saying, It's also Sister Enku's first time. Enku? What does this have to do with me? Misier saw Song Ying's finger pointing at her. Her face changed slightly, and she was about to speak out to stop him. But it was too late. Song Ying said. It was also Sister Misier's first time. Misier closed her eyes, looking like she had lost all hope in life. Niu Xiaojun looked at their faces, which were uglier than eating shit, and laughed. But he saw Song Ying's death finger, pointing at himself. And then he said, And Brother Niu's first time. Niu Xiaojun. What the hell? This girl has such a bad mouth? Song Ying turned her head, looking at Qin Sun, with a pair of innocent big eyes. Please. Please. Qin Sun waved his hand with an impatient look on his face. Seeing this, Xia Ning was a little angry. Qin Sun was really hard to invite. She sat next to Qin Sun, crossed her legs, and said coldly, Qin Sun, are you going or not? Qin Sun turned his head to look at Xia Ning's face, and his eyebrows gradually raised. Oh my God! You are a scumbag who slept with others behind my back. And you are still shouting at me? A real man cannot be defeated by wealth, power, and poverty. I said I won't go. So I won't go. Xia Ning glanced at the crowd watching, put her mouth close to Qin Sun's ear, and whispered, I'll sleep with you tonight. Qin Sun jumped off the bed immediately after hearing this, with his hands behind his back. Let's go! Don't regret it later. Everyone looked at Qin Sun's back as he walked out of the door, with a look of shock on their faces. Niu Xiaojun looked at Xia Ning and asked, What did you say to him? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Song Ying frowned slightly. Sister Xia Ning, you didn't seduce her, did you? Xia Ning. She stood up and walked out, saying coldly, Stop talking nonsense, and hurried to the scene. Chapter 528. Can I be more unrestrained? I can. When Song Ying saw Xia Ning's performance, she knew that she had guessed right. She was a little annoyed, and she tried to push Xia Ning away. She caught up with Qin Sun and asked loudly, "Brother, didn't you just say that wealth and honor cannot lead to debauchery?" Qin Sun stopped and turned around, glancing at the women behind him, and his eyes finally fell on Song Ying's face. He said righteously, "If wealth and honor cannot lead to debauchery, then what is the use of this wealth and honor?" Xia Ning? Why did he say it so righteously? Xia Ning saw that everyone looked at him at the same time, with a playful look in their eyes, and silently cursed in his heart. Went downstairs. Got into the car. Qin Sun sat in the passenger seat. Niu Xiaojun drove, very aggressively. He looked like he was going to overturn the car at any time, and send a group to pay New Year's greetings to the King of Hell. Enko looked at Qin Sun in the passenger seat and asked, "Mr. Qin, you didn't attend the welcoming banquet last night. Do you need me to tell you about the process of the opening ceremony later?" Qin Sun turned his head, looked at Enko with a gentle smile, and a dangerous smile appeared on his lips. "No need. I am a cook who cooks big pots, and I was coerced and induced to attend the opening ceremony, and I feel a little resentful in my heart. I can do whatever I want later. I want to act wild." After he said this slightly threatening words, he thought he would be begged by a group of girls. Ask him to go through the process honestly and not mess around. But there was silence behind him. Qin Sun was a little surprised, turned his head to look at the crowd, and asked in confusion, "This is your first time. Aren't you afraid that I will mess around?" Xia Ning had a dangerous smile on her face, and said in a cold voice, "You can mess around if you want. And messing around can also bring up topics. Anyway, netizens know what kind of person you are. And you are a person with no moral integrity. They are extremely tolerant of you. If you don't run naked on the stage later, you can be considered a gentle and modest gentleman." "Qin Sun? You mock me? You are a scumbag who cheats in the middle of the night. And you mock me? Xia Ning. I'm really fucked. Oh, I almost said a swear word again." Niu Xiaojun drove the car very fast. "And Su?" He stopped at the outskirts of the square. Qin Sun looked around. In the middle of the square, there was a simple stage. Wu Yu stood in the middle, with Yilan, Mao Qianni, and a very good-looking man next to him. Who should be Zhu Yu and Zhu? There were some men and women on the side, whom Qin Sun did not recognize, and guessed that they were other actors. The crowd was full of spectators, and the colors were mixed. There were tourists wearing little red hats. There were extras wearing Japanese uniforms. There were also some crew members, and it seemed that other crews had also come to join in the fun. There were 7 or 8 entertainment reporters in the innermost circle, and they were asking questions to the film's creators in the middle of the square. Qin Sun knew. These media people should have been invited by Wu Yu to do pre-promotion and warm-up for the film. At this time, they seemed to be interviewing the creative team. Qin Sun reached out to open the car door, but heard Niu Xiaojun shouting, "Wait a minute, it's too unfashionable for you to walk over like this now. Besides, without the security guards, you will be easily stripped by fans." Qin Sun put down his hand, somewhat helpless. "I didn't even want to be a star. How did it become like this? Even people like me are fans. Are they still human? Do they have any taste at all? I'll talk to the staff, and call some security guards to escort you." Enko said softly, opened the car door and got out. She walked around the edge of the crowd, and quietly went to where the staff gathered. Qin Sun sat in the car, looking at the people on the stage. Mao Qianni's face still looked delicate and elegant, according to Xia Ning, should have been puttied several times. Those 36D breasts look like water in the lungs. Compared to her petite body, they are a bit too exaggerated. This girl has an interesting personality. Anytime, any place, super perverted, serious sex. Qin Sun looked at Gaoman next to him again, his eyes lit up slightly. Black hip skirt, the smell of a mature woman. Those round and perky peach buttocks. From this moment on, Buffett is no longer the stock god in Qin Sun's mind. She is. Xia Ning sat in the back seat, noticed that Qin Sun's eyes were on Gaoman for a long time, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong, you like it?" Qin Sun looked back at Xia Ning, smiled. "I didn't like flirty things before." Xia Ning. "What about now?" Qin Sun smiled. "Now I find that I used to be pretty damn good at pretending." Xia Ning? She frowned and asked coldly, "Qin Sun, can you be more slutty?" Qin Sun didn't seem to hear Xia Ning's irony, and immediately told her with his actions, "I can." He turned his head to look at Gaoman's buttocks. A smile appeared on his face, and his voice was deep and magnetic. There's no such thing as love at first sight. It's just that she happened to be wearing a hip skirt that day. Xia Ning's pretty face fell, knowing that Qin Sun was taking revenge on her for sleeping with Niu Xiaojun last night. What a stingy guy. Qin Sun looked at Zhu Yuanju again. He was a handsome boy. In this circle, sometimes the difference between men and women is really blurred. Men are coquettish, women are handsome. The androgynous one is coquettish and handsome. Qin Sun looked at the stage over there, and found that Wu Yu's face was a little unhappy, as if he was being harassed by the reporter. He smiled. What's wrong? Wu Yu didn't give those entertainment reporters benefits in advance, so that they can perform normally today? No one with a black heart can do this. She is just looking for trouble. Xia Ning took out her mobile phone and opened Douyin, entering the official live broadcast room of Fatal ID. This account was previously the official account of the richest man in Shihong City, and it has always been operated by Wu Yu. Since she became the director of this movie, she was very shameless to change this account with hundreds of thousands of fans to the official account of Fatal ID. Xia Ning held the phone out to Qin Sun and said coldly, "Here, you look for yourself." Qin Sun took the phone, looked at Xia Ning, who looked frosty, and frowned slightly. "You turned your face away from me? Humph! Scumbag. See how I'll deal with you later." Qin Sun looked down at the live broadcast room on the phone. At this time, there were more than 10,000 viewers in the live broadcast room. Live broadcast room screen. A young female reporter was holding a microphone, talking to Wu Yu. Wu Yu said with a smile, "Most of the main creative staff of our Fatal ID are here today, not only Mao Qianyi, Gao Man, Zhu Yuanju." She pointed at Yilan. "There is also the queen of pop music, Ms. Yilan, the heroine of the 3.3 billion box office movie. You don't have to hold Qin Sun accountable." The female reporter also had a smile on her face, but her words were sharp. "It's not us who hold Qin Sun accountable. Although Ms. Wu Yu is the director of the movie, we all know that Qin Sun is the main person in charge of the movie, and the soul of the movie. As the soul of the movie, you have already checked into a nearby hotel, but you didn't come here to attend the movie opening ceremony." She turned around and glanced at the dense crowd of spectators behind her. The square was filled with tourists, extras, and crew members from other productions. Hundreds of people had been waiting for so long. She said again after taking a look at the live broadcast. "I believe there were also tens of thousands of netizens waiting for a long time in the live broadcast room. But Qin Sun never showed up." The female reporter held the microphone, smiled at Wu Yu, and said, "What do you think? Is there a possibility that Qin Sun has become arrogant and is deliberately playing big? Chapter 529 I'm just being a big shot. What's wrong? You bid me?" Wu Yu looked at the female reporter and didn't know what to say for a moment. "Yesterday, I asked my assistant to treat them to a meal, and I also gave them a red envelope. Why are you asking such sharp questions? You're not short of words. You're not soft-handed when you take someone's money. You're not polite at all." In the car, Qin Sun looked at the live broadcast room. The barrage was full of curses. "So arrogant, you just made a movie, and you dare to act like a big shot? If you want to act like a big shot, don't do any live broadcast announcements. Why make such a big fuss? Eat shit." Qin Sun just had a fight with someone and was hospitalized. What's wrong with taking a little rest? Someone saw him at the ski resort. Can he go skiing instead of meeting his fans? Just go on stage and say a few words, do a few sets of turtle punches, even sing a few songs. Fans' lives are lives too. Qin Sun looked at the comments in the live broadcast room, smiled bitterly, sighed and said, "Isn't this female reporter a fool set by a monkey? She's good at taking the blame. What does this have to do with me?" As soon as the words fell, Xia Ning's slightly cold voice rang out behind him. "Didn't she just state the facts?" Qin Sun suddenly turned his head and looked at Xia Ning, with a surprised look on his face. Is she angry with me? Or is this her true thought? Even their own people think this of me? Damn it, why does a chef need to go to a movie opening ceremony? Fried noodles on the spot? Suddenly, Qin Sun saw Ke and 8 security guards coming over here, and soon stood by the passenger door. Ke opened the door. Qin Sun got out of the car and walked towards the stage not far away with the 8 security guards leading the way. Then, Xiaoning, Niu Xiaojun, Song Ying, Misier also got out of the car and followed Qin Sun. This scene immediately attracted a lot of people's attention, and many people left the small square and ran over here. Qin Sun! He's here. This damn guy finally showed up. Ah! Chin Sun! Ah! Ah! You are my fan. I love you. Chin Sun looked at the men and women who rushed over, and looked at those enthusiastic faces, and was a little surprised. What is this for? Am I so popular now? Are you going to eat me alive? Very quickly, the crowd surrounded Chin Sun and others, crazily squeezed in, stretched out their hands to touch Chin Sun. The 8 security guards were struggling. Opening their hands, one person held another person's hand. The 8 people formed a circular human wall, surrounded Chin Sun and others, slowly sent them to the stage. This section of the road was only a few dozen meters. Chin Sun looked at the enthusiastic faces, listened to the screams. It seemed like several centuries had passed. Finally walked onto the stage. Yilan saw Chin Sun walking onto the stage, and stepped aside, leaving a space between her and Wu Yu. Chin Sun saw this, and walked over, standing between the two. On the left was the director, and on the right was the leading actress. A perfect seat position. Xia Ning and the others stood in the back row. Chin Sun stood on the stage, looking at the hundreds of people in the square, and actually felt like a star. Suddenly, the voice of the female reporter just now sounded again, with a sharp questioning tone. Hello, Mr. Chin Sun. Are you showing off by coming so late? Chin Sun was startled. This question was very direct and rude. Normal people with normal brains would never ask this question, unless they have a personal grudge. Or were they bribed? They came to find fault on purpose. The reporter's question was transmitted to everyone's ears through the microphone, and the square was suddenly noisy. Are all reporters so aggressive now? But, she asked the right question. Right. I was just secretly spraying online. Is this reporter really going to kill Chin Sun offline? Chin Sun is a celebrity. Isn't it too disrespectful to ask this question? Do you think Chin Sun is a person who cares about face? The number of people in the live broadcast room immediately soared to 20,000. The attack power of the barrage is stronger. I recognize the attack power of this female reporter. That's how it should be. Stars are also people. Give him face. If he plays big, he should die. It's just because of his fans. The audience can praise you or destroy you. This is a matter of quality recuperation. Beijing Film and Television Senior Management Office. General Manager Zhang Lei and a group of senior executives looked at the live broadcast room projection on the big screen, with a satisfied smile on their faces. This reporter is really doing things for money. Originally, she was asked to find loopholes in Chin Sun's words during the interview with him to make things difficult for him. I didn't expect Chin Sun to be late himself and give him such a big handle. He took a look at the number of people in the live broadcast room, which was already more than 20,000, but not many people sent gifts. It seems that there is more grievances with Chin Sun. Zhang Lei was a little proud. Netizens who chase stars, their rhythm is really good. Just nail Chin Sun on the shame pillar of big names. He looked at the live broadcast room. Chin Sun, who is standing on the seat position on the stage, the eyes are cold. I want your movie to start from the booting ceremony. You have a big card evidence. I see this dead knot. How do you solve it? On the stage of the small square. Wu Yu hesitated, pick up the microphone, want to take off 2 sentences for Chin Sun. He said that he was recovering. The doctor said he needed to get enough sleep. He arrived too late last night. Although it would still have a certain impact on Chin Sun, it was still an explanation to the fans. She was about to speak, but saw Chin Sun reaching out his hand. Wu Yu turned to look at Chin Sun, and saw a smile on his face, so she breathed a sigh of relief and handed him the microphone. It seems that this kid can solve it himself. He is indeed a man who can do anything to the extreme. He seemed so calm in the face of such a scene. Chin Sun took the microphone, looked at the female reporter, and asked with a smile. Excuse me, what did you ask me just now? There was a buzz of discussion at the scene. Damn! Is this guy still asleep? I just asked him. And you forgot? It's a bit disrespectful. It doesn't matter. Compared to Kato Oki being spit on, he was polite enough to this female reporter. The female reporter listened to the discussion around her, and regarded it as support for herself, and felt very comfortable. She raised her voice, and repeated it loudly. Mr. Chin Sun, excuse me, you are here so late, are you playing big? The voice was loud, and the intonation was very oppressive. She stared at Chin Sun with her hawk-like eyes, ready to wait for him to quibble, and then ruthlessly expose him one by one. She had to do the job after taking the money. This was her professional ethics. The square fell silent. The onlookers looked up at Chin Sun, waiting for his answer. Jin Sun's face was smiling, and he held the microphone and said softly, "Really? I am playing big, what's wrong? You bite me?" Chapter 530. Is it illegal to be arrogant? I ask you, is it illegal to be arrogant? As soon as these words came out, the female reporter looked at Jin Sun on the stage, as if he had been kicked and had a concussion. A little confused, with her mouth wide open. That? What? This? She was always known for her sharp words and poisonous tongue. But she didn't know how to respond for a moment. The female reporter looked at Jin Sun in shock. If Jin Sun said, "I am recovering from boxing," I would bring up the fact that he was skiing. If Jin Sun said, "I arrived too late last night," I can also accurately say that he arrived around 7 o'clock last night. If Jin Sun said, "I slept too late last night," then I can involve a lot of gossip. Was it Xia Ning, Yi Lan, Mao Qianni, Gao Man, or Song Ying who made him sleep too late? In short, no matter how Jin Sun defends himself, I have a way to expose him. But Jin Sun actually admitted it openly. How could he do this? How dare he do this? Other star idols would want to jump into the Yellow River to wash away this kind of big-name shitpot when they encounter such a big-name shitpot. Why did Jin Sun just jump into this manure pit to swim? Is he so arrogant? After hearing what Jin Sun said, Wu Yu also stared at him with wide eyes, very regretful that he had handed the microphone to him just now. I thought he had a countermeasure. Unexpectedly, he just flipped the table. Not playing anymore? What's wrong? You are not the director of this movie, so you just mess around? Isn't this bullying an honest person? Yi Lan, Mao Qianni, Gao Man, Zhu Yuanju all turned their heads and stared at Jin Sun with mixed feelings. On the one hand, they felt that Jin Sun was a bit stupid, and his public relations skills were too weak. Fans are very tolerant of their idols. As long as they apologize, they can buy a notice to clean up the mess later. On the other hand, they are a little envious. If they say, "I am just being arrogant," they will definitely be ruined. At least, they will spend hundreds of millions to clean up the mess. But with Jin Sun's usual style of doing things, such words coming out of his mouth are unexpected, but also reasonable. He is even too lazy to use money to clean up the mess. There will definitely be running water to clean it up. People who are his fans are all crazy. Xia Ning, Song Ying, and Ku, Misier and the others looked at each other, and all showed helpless smiles on their faces. Jin Sun, that's it. After all, it was Psy, those tricks. Can't mention it. If you mention it, you will be mosaicked and locked in a small dark room. The square was quiet for a moment, and then it exploded. What the hell? He didn't even bother to argue? The reporters were all confused. I finally came today to see Jin Sun act like a big shot. This kid really didn't disappoint me. He never takes the ordinary path. There's something wrong with this guy's mind. I suspect he poops in a handstand. He just admitted to being a big shot so readily. It's boring. Bite him? Pass it on. Jin Sun asked the female reporter to bite him in front of tens of thousands of viewers. Pass it on. Jin Sun insulted women in the street. Pass it on. Jin Sun was shot for insulting women. Off stage, the female reporter held it in for a while, staring at Jin Sun. And then she managed to utter an angry word. Don't you think you are a little too arrogant when you say such things? Jin Sun raised his head slightly, looked at people with his chin, and sneered. Is it illegal to be arrogant? I ask you, is it illegal to be arrogant? Female reporter. She seemed to have been kicked again, suffered a severe concussion, and fell into a state of confusion again. Why? In this interview, I want to curse so much? Fatal ID live broadcast room. Live streaming of the movie opening ceremony was still a new thing at that time, and attracted a lot of people. Since Jin Sun appeared, the number of people has gradually stabilized at more than 20,000, and is still rising. The barrage was also very violent. Is it illegal to be arrogant? How can he say such a thing? Jin Sun is so arrogant. Does your father know? He was too lazy to even explain. And he was too lazy to give fans a way out. Is he so afraid of becoming a top star? Destroy his future? He really? I cried to death. Did Kato Daiki break his brain? I was really blind. I thought he was quite individual before. That? Isn't this even more individual? I still love him. Beijing Film and Television Executive Office. Zhang lay half-lay on the chair, holding his head with both hands, looking at the comments in the live broadcast room. and laughed. He was caught by hundreds of live audiences, and tens of thousands of online netizens for being late and acting like a big shot. I thought Chin Sun, with his talent, had a special way to untie this knot. Unexpectedly, his way was to hang on this knot. Interesting. Really interesting. Suddenly, many flatterers echoed. Mr. Zhang is right. Chin Sun is still young, and he has achieved such great success at such a young age. So it is inevitable that he will be arrogant. Arrogance is the premise of a person's destruction. I think Chin Sun will soon have another wave of fans leaving. Zhang Lei looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room that kept rising, and it instantly broke through 30,000. The comments were dense like snowflakes. But there were few gifts, and they were all small gifts. He knew that. Netizens had a lot of complaints about Chin Sun. Zhang Lei said with a smile. Although Chin Sun's fans were based on his talent, he quickly accumulated them through a series of tricks. I will be very tolerant of some of Chin Sun's outrageous actions. However, these outrageous actions definitely do not include hurting the fans' hearts. This kid is really too proud. He stood up, walked to a beautiful window in the office, and took out a bottle of red wine. Handed to the secretary beside him. Go open a bottle of wine, and by the way, invest 20,000 yuan of dojia in Chin Sun's live broadcast room to help him become popular. Let more netizens see Chin Sun's true face clearly. He sat back in his chair, swayed a few times comfortably, and said with a smile, Today we will drink and watch the show. See how Chin Sun ends up. The female reporter took a while, regained her composure, and started the next round of offensive. She stared at Chin Sun without blinking, held the microphone, and said righteously, Mr. Chin Sun, not only are you late and arrogant, but you don't even give your fans an explanation. You look down on your fans. Aren't you afraid of hurting their feelings? Are you worthy of your fans? This paragraph is particularly sharp and very inciting. Suddenly, a group of people who had been bribed in the square were shouting and shouting to show their support. Well said. Chin Sun, you look down on people. Just now we were waiting for you for so long in the 16-degree sun. Is this your attitude? What is your attitude? Ah! Stop being a fan. Stop being a fan. Chin Sun looked at the group of people who were crazy about setting the pace. Their emotions were a little abnormal, and their performance was very obvious. He immediately guessed that it was a shill, and sneered in his heart. It seems that Beijing Film and Television is very anxious. It is estimated that a group of cats and dogs are also hiding behind the live broadcast room to watch the show. Maybe they will help the live broadcast room become popular. Like to stir up trouble? Good. Come on. Hurt each other. I'll make a big one for you. Chapter 531 Fans? Who would be a fan of me? In the square. As those shills led the way, more and more people were aroused. They were originally there to watch the fun, and their eyes changed when they looked at Chin Sun. As if Chin Sun had slept with their wives and husbands, they all started shouting. Get out. You don't respect fans. Get out. You don't deserve to be a star. You don't deserve to stand with other stars. Chin Sun, I hate you. Wu looked at the chaotic scene below, his face looked a little ugly, and he wanted to pick up the microphone and say hello to their ancestors. Suddenly, everyone saw Chin Sun put the microphone to his lips, quietly looked at the audience, and slowly closed his mouth. Gradually, the square became quiet. Many people stood on tiptoe and looked at Chin Sun on the stage, waiting for a reasonable explanation. Chin Sun saw that the square had become quiet and looked at the crowd of spectators. He frowned slightly and said with a puzzled look, Fans? He looked at the female reporter and emphasized his tone. Am I worthy of my fans? The female reporter looked at the calm smile on Chin Sun's face and inexplicably felt a little uneasy. He looked so confident. What is he going to do? At this time, Chin Sun was heard standing on the stage with his right hand raised high, shouting loudly. Audience members present. Are you my fans? Everyone in the square looked at each other. You looked at me, I looked at you. Their faces looked a little strange. Gradually, a whisper of discussion arose. Actually, I was a fan of him before, but in this situation, who dares to stand up and say they are your fans? I came here just for him. Oh? How did it turn out like this? How about I shout to give him some face? Forget it, in case he gets beaten later. Through the live broadcast room, Zhang Lei saw the scene, and happily took a sip of red wine, and laughed. This scene is too embarrassing. Chin Sun is also a hot star, and now no one dares to admit that they are his fans when he speaks silly on the stage. They are all ashamed to admit that they are his fans. Other executives also laughed loudly. If I were him, I would just find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Awkward. I am embarrassed for him. Don't blame others. It's all his own fault. On the stage, Chin-sun listened to the buzzing of mosquitoes below, raised his hand high, and asked again loudly, "Are there any fans of mine here?" The square was quiet for a while. A voice shouted, "No! I'm a fan of you." Chin-sun was shocked. I didn't expect that there was such a strong attacking power in the crowd. He slowly lowered his head to look at his crotch, raised his head, shook his head, and said with a smile, "This is not good." Suddenly, the square burst into laughter. "Damn! You have such a handsome face for nothing. Can you be more reserved? Who is good? I always look at my crotch. I'm a fan of you. What's wrong? Your balls are not wrinkled. As smooth as quail eggs? Is it an idle egg?" Listening to the laughter around, the shills who were planted among the onlookers were a little anxious. They had worked so hard to bring up the rhythm just now. But the atmosphere suddenly became wrong. Shouldn't they attack Chin-sun? How could they be amused by his words? Then, one voice after another rang out. "I'm not your fan. I'm a fan of Yulan. I'm a fan of Mao Qianyi. I'm also a fan of Yulan. I'm a fan of Gao Man. I'm a fan of Zhu Yuanju. I'm just not a fan of you. Get down. Get down. Get down." Wu Yu saw that the situation was just getting better. But the rhythm was messed up again by some people. And his face became very ugly. Xia Ning stood behind Chin-sun, looking at his back, but with a calm face. She seemed very confident in Chin-sun. Song Ying quietly raised her fist, pricked up her ears, and listened to see if anyone shouted, "I'm a fan of Song Ying." As a result, no one. Alas, this is the prejudice of the general public against internet celebrities. Even the smallest stars have fans, and they can even boast of their unique tastes. But admitting that you are a fan of an internet celebrity in public is very embarrassing. Just like now, there were obviously many people in the square looking forward to seeing Chin-sun on stage. But now they dare not show it anymore, lest you be criticized for being tasteless. Being a fan of Chin-sun is really pitiful and frustrating. Chin-sun listened to the voices in the square telling him to get out, and he didn't mind at all. He knew most people were just talking nonsense. Who would be a fan of a stray dog, who spits in people's faces, who grabs people's legs and spins in circles? Those who can be his fans must be crazy. Will they care if he plays big? The more ruthless a big star plays, the more stable his personality is. Just like Xia Ning said, as long as he doesn't run naked on the stage, he will be a promising young man full of positive energy in the eyes of his fans. Chin-sun ignored the shouting in the square, looked at the somewhat smug female reporter, looked at the live broadcast phone camera, said with a smile, "Dear viewers in the live broadcast room, are you my fans?" The square gradually became quiet, and no one knew what Chin-sun was up to. Live broadcast room. The number of people online exceeded 30,000. The barrage was brushing. There were a lot of them, but the formation was relatively uniform. "I'm a fan of you. I'm a fan of you. I'm a fan of you. I'm your dad. I'm your dad. I'm your dad." Beijing Film and Television Senior Management Office. A burst of laughter. These netizens are so funny. How can you insult an idol like this? Chin-sun used less than 10 minutes to turn himself from a top idol into a character despised by everyone. I watched him build a tall building. And I watched it collapse. Zhang Lei raised his goblet and shouted, "Cheers!" Many people shouted, "Cheers!" Suddenly, Zhang Lei found that someone had swiped the carnival and was startled. Something is wrong. Why are there more gifts than before? Could it be that Chin-sun's remarks can still attract fans? Are Chin-sun's fans cheap? He treated you like this, and you still gave him gifts? Zhang Lei shook his head. No. It should be their staff who are leading the trend. In the square, Chin-sun smiled, looked at the lady in charge of the live broadcast, and asked, "What are the audience saying? Are they my fans?" The live broadcast lady looked embarrassed, and looked at the screen full of "I'm your fan and I'm your father," and shook her head gently. Chin-sun smiled and asked again, "Then what did they say?" The live broadcast lady looked even more embarrassed, and her tone was a little hesitant. They expressed a certain concern for your health, and they said, "They are not your fans, but your relatives." Chin-sun raised his eyebrows immediately after hearing this, and said unhappily, "Are they saying I'm your fan, And I'm your father? What kind of quality do these people have? Chapter 532. Why doesn't he always play by the rules? Is he setting me up again? The live broadcast lady lowered her head, daring not to speak again. The square immediately erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. I laughed to death. I also opened the live broadcast room. They are really saying I am your dad. I am your fan. I am not a fan of you. Isn't this better than a talk show? Follow Chin Sun. There is always so much fun to watch. Awesome. Live broadcast room. It was also a happy scene. 666. Chin Sun is indeed a master of cool operations. He can even guess this. Brothers, form a unified team. I am your grandfather. I am your grandfather. I will give you a testicle. In the office of the senior management of Beijing Film and Television. Someone laughed out loud. Mr. Zhang, look at these comments. I have never seen an idol being flattered and said to be his grandfather's. Ha ha ha. And teasing his testicles. Fix your testicles. He found that no one responded. Mr. Zhang's face became a little gloomy, and he immediately shut up. What's going on? He turned his head to look at the live broadcast room, and after a closer look, he was stunned. Live broadcast room. Carnival. Romantic carriage. Waterfall under the moon. Various gift special effects emerged one after another. John Lay's face was grim, and his hand holding the goblet trembled slightly. Chin Sun just said a witty remark, and in this moment, he gave away gifts worth tens of thousands of yuan. Are these grandfathers too doting on their grandchildren? Giving gifts worth so much money? Are they trying to make Chin Sun's eggs into steel eggs? Square. There was a lot of laughter, as if they had already forgotten about Chin Sun's big shot behavior. Chin Sun looked at the scene, not surprised at all. It wouldn't have had much impact if he, a cook, didn't come. Which popular figure doesn't have black material? The so-called big shot is the smallest black material on him. Compared with his previous behaviors, it's simply insignificant. I've never heard of anyone being dismissed because of big shot behavior. Passers-by don't care. Fans don't mind. The haters can't keep shouting for a year. Right? People, don't take yourself too seriously. Others don't care about others at all. This so-called big shot thing, it only takes 10 days or half a month. When you saw the smiling faces in the square, his face looked better, and he glanced at Chin Sun secretly, and he was a little impressed. Although he could wash the floor clean later with some money. But Chin Sun was totally unconventional, and he made a few jokes to liven up the atmosphere. Even if he didn't apologize, he minimized the impact. It was equivalent to saving several million. Chin Sun looked at the female reporter, and thought of her indignant words just now. You look down on your fans too much. Aren't you afraid of hurting their feelings? Are you worthy of your fans? Chin Sun shrugged and said with a smile. Look, there are no fans of mine in the square. The people in the live broadcast room are all my relatives. My fans have never appeared. Who can I look down on? Whose heart can I hurt? Who can I be sorry for? Who do I need to give an explanation to? The female reporter was stunned, shocked. This sinister and despicable guy was waiting for me here? He has no fans at the scene, nor in the live broadcast room, so of course he doesn't care about being sorry for the fans. No fans. No flaws? Why does it feel weird? But it makes sense. In the square, many people smiled and nodded. It makes sense, it makes sense. I'm just a passerby, it's enough to see Elon, Mao Qianyi, Gao Man, Zhu Yuanju. As for Chin Sun, it's not important. Chin Sun didn't feel sorry for me. Anyway, I'm not his fan. Chin Sun must be very good at tricking girls into bed. What kind of twisted logic is this? It sounds quite reasonable. Live broadcast room. The number of people exceeded 40,000. There are more gifts. Who is Chin Sun? Don't know him? I just happened to click in. It's okay if you let your fans down, but don't let your woman down. Chin Sun and I are just father and son who have never met each other. He still has fans? The gifts I gave him are for him to make up for his egg, nothing else. The office of the senior management of Beijing Film and Television. It was quiet. They looked at the funny comments in the live broadcast room, the flying gifts, and everyone's face looked like they had lost their family. John Lay drank a glass of red wine in one gulp, with a gloomy look in his eyes, muttered. Are Chin Sun's fans so tolerant of him? This is simply indulgence. He is indeed a strange flower that has grown up through unconventional operations, and the composition of his fans is complex. There are fans of his songs, movies, kung fu, and fans of his looks. Add to that Chin Sun's fucked up personality, and those who still like him now are all stupid. He was silent for a moment, and sighed deeply. It's easiest to make money from stupid people. We can't drag Chin Sun down from a moral perspective, we have to take legal means. His eyes fell on Ju Yuanju. Tax evasion, huge amount? It fell on Gao Man again. Prostitution? Finally fell on Mao Qianyi. Insulting a man can also be considered rape. The female reporter listened to the laughter in the square. Her face was very bad, and she felt that the series of traps she had set for Chin Sun just now were in vain. She was worried that if she failed to achieve the effect of stigmatizing Chin Sun, she would not be able to get the final payment from Beijing Film and Television. She looked at Chin Sun, thinking that he had gone around in circles for a long time, and used a few witty words to solve the dilemma. But he just refused to apologize. He must be a man with a distorted self-esteem. Then continued to force him to apologize. Let him get carried away, let him get angry, let him lose his defense, let him say something he doesn't want to say. Finally, say something irreparable. Let him lose his reputation. The female reporter stared at Chin Sun and asked loudly. Chin Sun, you are the leading actor of Fatal Identity, the other main creators arrived early. You are the only one who is late, you should apologize to us anyway. Chin Sun heard this, and immediately turned to look at Wu Yu. But Wu Yu looked a little flustered, with a tense face, pretending to be serious, and looking like he didn't want to talk to anyone. He was shocked. What the hell? Male number one? This guy said I was the male number one at a press conference, like the opening ceremony? He was so good at doing it first, and asking for permission later. My plan of slacking off suffered another setback. Chin Sun turned his head, and looked at the hundreds of people below. Still smiling. But he felt helpless in his heart. Wu Yu had already said I was the male number one in front of so many people. And in front of tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room. If I say no now, I am only responsible for cooking. There is a high probability that it will cause backlash. This is what fans really care about. For example, using a double to replace the face in a movie. Writing a robbery procedure. In the alley, a woman in her 30s asked to do business. Saying mother and daughter go together. But when she arrived at the place, she shouted, Mom, come out to receive customers together. These are all extremely disgusting things. Chin Sun looked at the crowd eating melons in the square, and then looked at the live broadcast room, and finally glanced at Xiaoning, who was fragrant with cream. Behind him, he came up with a plan. You have to sleep with me tonight. Chin Sun picked up the microphone and put it to his lips, said loudly, sorry. Not shy at all. As soon as the words fell, the female reporter was slightly startled. Why are you so straightforward? Then you went around in such a big circle just now. What are you struggling with? Isn't it easier to get the fans' understanding than telling jokes? Why does he always play cards against the rules? Is he setting a trap for me again? Chapter 533 Apologize? This doesn't fit your character, you have to do something. In the square, when the spectators heard Chin Sun's apology, they were also startled, then shook their heads and sighed. They looked a little disappointed. Boring. Why are you apologizing to me? This doesn't fit your character, you have to do something. Why don't you rush down and beat up that female reporter? Even a spectator like me can hear that she is targeting you. She is going to ride on your face and have diarrhea, and you are still apologizing to me? Chin Sun has changed after all, and has become worldly. This is not the Chin Sun I want. The female reporter looked at Chin Sun, somewhat annoyed, held the microphone, and continued to ask. Then why are you late? Chin Sun smiled. He had expected this. The female reporter was already a little angry. And she would definitely ask questions, and keep asking questions. She wanted to find out the news, that he had a whole building of mistresses outside, from a single hair. Chin Sun looked at the female reporter, with a calm expression, and said, I got up late. The female reporter was startled again. She was so honest. And it disrupted my quick question and answer rhythm for a while. Then why did you get up late? Chin Sun, I slept late. There was a burst of happy laughter in the square. It seemed that they were very satisfied with Chin Sun's performance, which met their expectations. I got up late because I slept late. It makes sense. It makes sense. The female reporter listened to the laughter and felt annoyed. She stared at Chin Sun and asked loudly, Today is such an important event. Don't you know how to prepare in advance? What were you doing last night? Why did you sleep so late? She was a little upset, and her tone was a little harsh. There was a buzz of discussion around. Where did this female reporter come from? Why don't you have any professional ethics? Jin-sun has a good temper. Why don't you come down and kick her to death? You can beat Kato Daiki, but you can't beat an entertainment reporter? Jin-sun doesn't hit women. A man of quality. Just when everyone thought that Jin-sun would remain silent and ignore the rude questioning of the female reporter. But he remained calm, still smiling, and answered softly, "Last night, I was thinking about women." The female reporter was shocked, and then, her eyes burst into excitement. The whole square seemed to be in a hornet's nest. Hey! 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 I seem to have heard something incredible. Jin-sun, you can't tell everything to others, or you'll be tricked. Can such private words be said in public? Details, tell me more. Hate it. Don't they tell you not to tell anyone? The comments in the live broadcast room filled the screen instantly. Like nuclear fusion. They seemed much more tolerant. And expressed their views on thinking about women. If you don't think about women, wouldn't you be a monk? You can't sleep because you think about women? A man who doesn't think about women is not a man. What's the big deal? If you don't think about women, how can humans reproduce? My husband doesn't think about women. I don't think about women. It's mainly because women don't think about me. I heard that Jin-sun thinks about women at night. Then I feel relieved. I thought he liked men. I have to cover my anus every day when I go shopping. Xia Ning looked at Jin-sun's back and frowned. Is he ill again? Isn't it just that I didn't sleep with him last night? Is it necessary to say it in public? Are you trying to use the power of the masses to morally blackmail me? No way. The reporter under the stage heard the discussion around him, and felt much better. Finally, a revelation was dug out. The other reporters also expected the female reporter to continue digging deeper. They didn't dare to interrogate Jin-sun, but they dared to record the results of others' interrogation. The female reporter waited for a while, letting the emotions of the onlookers ferment to a certain extent, then looked at Jin-sun and said with a smile, "Mr. Jin, excuse me, may I ask?" Her eyes swept over Yilan, Wu Yu, Mao Qianni, Gao Man and others with ill intentions. She glanced at Xian Ning, Song Ying, and Ke Mi Sierra behind her. Until she fell on Yo Xiaojun, she shuddered. She felt that this glance was a bit redundant. The women on the stage noticed the eyes of the female reporter, and their expressions were different. Some frowned. Some were nervous. Some were expressionless. Some had expectations in their eyes. Some cursed quietly. The female reporter smiled slightly, as if she had firmly grasped Jin-sun's handle. She was much more confident, and her voice was neither hurried nor slow. Which woman is it that makes you unable to sleep all night? Xia Ning looked at the audience who were looking around, frowned slightly, and clenched her fists unconsciously. She looked at Jin-sun nervously, praying in her heart. Don't mess around. You are thick-skinned, and I am thin-skinned. If you dare to mess around, you will suffer the consequences. Just when Xia Ning was extremely nervous, Jin-sun spoke. His voice was low, magnetic, and full of emotion. A little sad. I once loved such a woman. She said I was the most handsome man in the world. I kept her innocence and closed the door to love others. As soon as the voice fell, Xia Ning's frown gradually relaxed, and then immediately frowned again. What woman? Another woman? And closed the door to love others for her? Then what am I? Huang Huai is a fabrication. Then this woman is also a fabrication. Why is he so affectionate? Good. This guy's acting skills are superb. It makes me sick. Jin-sun's acting skills are superb. Immediately brought everyone into the mood. The square was noisy. What the hell? Another woman? Rumored girlfriend Yilan, official girlfriend Xia Ning, a bunch of suspected girlfriends, thousands of fan girlfriends. Another woman you love deeply? Then what is Xia Ning? What is Yilan? What am I? Are you talking about Huang Huai? A song written late at night for Huang Huai. She is the love you can't express in words. Are you writing another song? Off stage, the female reporter looked unhappy. Originally, she was excited when she heard Jin-sun say that he couldn't sleep at night because of thinking about women. She wanted to guide him to the direction of eroticism. But he went straight to the direction of deep affection. As expected of the most affectionate person on the internet, he spoke goosebumps-inducing love words. What do you mean by closing the door to loving others? There were a bunch of women standing on the stage, all tall, short, fat and thin. This is called closing the door to loving others? Not only is your door open, but it's open very wide. The female reporter was holding the microphone, and was a little incoherent. That What woman are you talking about? Chin Sun glanced at her, not being led by her, still speaking at his own pace. But it is this woman whom I love deeply, who has turned me into the dumbest man in the world. I take every word she says seriously. She said she loves my purity the most. Xia Ning? Chapter 534. I asked him to be affectionate. He was affectionate with me. Live room. The number of people exceeded 50,000. The barrage started a heated discussion. I love your purity the most, or stupidity. He is as smart as a monkey. He has nothing to do with purity or stupidity. Listening to his tone, this is a tragic story. But why do I want to laugh? Stop talking. Chin Sun is almost crying from talking about it, and you are still talking. Give sister a hug. The gifts in the live room ushered in a small climax again. Special effects continued. The sound waves rose rapidly. After a while, tens of thousands of dollars were deposited. On the stage, Xia Ning stood behind Chin Sun. And when she heard Chin Sun's affectionate and sad voice, she knew that his expression must be very natural, without any trace of acting. But she knew it was made up. Suddenly, she was so embarrassed that she started to scratch her toes in her high heels. You must have been a basket weaver in your previous life. How can you fool people so much? Keep making up. Chin Sun's voice was affectionate. And he kept making up. My requirements are not high. Be as good to me as before. But one day, she said the same thing. Put. His voice was a little choked. Hold others in your arms. Speaking of this, Chin Sun lowered his head, put down the microphone, seemingly immersed in sadness. In fact, he stared at the ant at his feet, thinking, alas, where did this little ant come from? Can ants run around in this season? Will they be trampled to death? In the square, it was quiet. They looked at Chin Sun, who was on the stage, lowering his head and immersed in great sadness, and their hearts seemed to be punched by someone. They also started to tighten. Everyone felt the unwillingness, anger, reluctance in Chin Sun's words. They looked at Chin Sun quietly, wanting to say a few words of encouragement, but not wanting to disturb him. Since he wanted to be quiet, let him be quiet. The live broadcast room. The comments were very lively. What the hell? Hugging someone. Is this cheating on Chin Sun? The king of cuckolds? What kind of woman is this? Who can control the dreams of 300 million girls? How many girlfriends does he have? It can't really be Huang Hui. Right? Otherwise, how could there be a line and written to Huang Hui that you are my dream of gains and losses? And I am someone you can dispose of? Bullshit. Huang Hui is dead. Not running away. In the suburbs of Beijing. A girl's boudoir. The driver who sent Chin Sun to the hospital saw his daughter sitting at the computer desk watching the live broadcast. There were drinks and snacks on the desk. Just like he was watching a football game. He saw his daughter send a swear word and smiled bitterly. Why? What is spiral fart? Huang Hui smiled awkwardly, did not answer the question, and looked at the barrage. If the person who cheated on Chin Sun was Huang Hui, then I would start to think that my name is not good again. Bad girl. As she said, she clicked the operation and gave Chin Sun a gift worth 99 yuan. Another sentence. Sister, hug me. On the stage, Chin Sun looked down at Ed running off the stage, slowly raised his head, his eyes slightly red, and his tone was sad with a hint of excitement. She smells like her perfume. It's my nose that's guilty. He was silent for a moment, his eyes were misty, and he said with a sob, the love she wants is too perfect, I will never learn it. The square was quiet. Even the spring breeze seemed sad, with a little chill. Suddenly, shouts started to ring out one after another. Come on! Come on, Chin Sun! Don't be sad. Don't be sad. You will find someone better. Come on, we love you. He doesn't want you, I want you. Live room. The number of people was close to 60,000. Barrages were flying. Even Chin Sun was cheated on. So what if my 3 children don't have my last name? Who is this demon? How could he cheat on Chin Sun? Chin Sun stood up. Don't cry. She doesn't love you, I love you. Sister loves you. Mom loves you. Auntie loves you. Run forward, facing the cold eyes and ridicule. How can you feel the vastness of life without going through hardships? Gifts were thrown out like they were free. Various special effects exploded randomly. And the entire screen was as gorgeous as the night sky during the Chinese New Year. The office of the senior management of Beijing Film and Television. Zhang Lei looked at the gift special effects. And his face was so gloomy that water could drip out. Are there so many rich women among Chin Sun's fans? Are they all so rich? You gave him gifts. Can he sleep with you? It's so boring. He took another look at the number of people online breaking through 60,000, frowned more tightly, and sneered. There are still many boring people. How can there be so many people watching a startup ceremony? Aren't you all working? After a pause, he sneered again. They must have bought the traffic. The secretary stood aside, quietly not daring to speak. Just now you asked me to invest 20,000 yuan in Dojia for their live broadcast room. Many of these viewers are bought by us. It's none of my business. It's none of my business. On the stage, Xia Ning listened to the encouragements in the square, looking at Qin Sun, whose back and hair were full of sadness, couldn't help but open his eyes wide. She smelled of her perfume? Is it your nose that sinned? Is this a point? I slept with Niu Xiaojun last night. Didn't I sleep with him? Is it necessary? You went around in such a big circle, made up such a story, just to secretly seduce me? Are you so stingy? I slept with a woman. Now everyone is going to treat the woman you mentioned. That is, me, as Pan Jinlian, Niu Xiaojun, and Ke, Song Ying, Mi Sierra and others who knew the inside story were also shocked. What the hell? This guy's acting is too good. He made up a story in such a short time, and made himself look so wronged, and made the audience depressed. His on-the-spot performance is so infectious. So if he wants to get the Best Actor trophy in the future, isn't it the same as going to the small commodity market to get it wholesale? He will get it as soon as he goes there. He will just open the sack and put it in. Listening to the encouragement in the square, the female reporter knew that she had messed up. Instead of throwing shit on Qin Sun, he even gave him a layer of gold. What's wrong with him thinking about women? Not only is it not erotic, but it also touches the hearts of his fans. I don't know how many mother fans will cry in their quilts. I've done this. I don't have to think about the final payment of Beijing Films. I'm lucky enough that the deposit is not recovered. It's a lot of money. Alas, I'm not willing to accept it. I'm not willing to accept it. I have to find a chance to deal with him. When the other reporters saw that the female reporter was defeated, they started their own interviews. One of the male reporters was particularly active. He looked at Qin Sun and said with a smile, Mr. Qin, no wonder you can write so many touching songs. It turns out that you are a person with delicate emotions. But love is not long-lasting. I hope you can get over it in time. Qin Sun listened to these words and looked at the male reporter. A smile appeared on his face. The male reporter continued, we all know that you wrote all the interludes in The Richest Man in Shihong City, including Calories, Swelling, Later, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms, even a boxing match as Sinner, Electric Shock, and Getting Up Early to Pick Up Manure as BGM. Not only are there many songs, but they are also very popular. He paused, looked at Qin Sun, and asked with a smile, then will you also write the interludes for the new movie Fatal Identity? Chapter 535. The tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. This comparison, it seems that he has to pretend. Qin Sun heard the reporter say all those songs, and said the names accurately, knowing that he had made preparations. I immediately had a good impression of him. He smiled and answered, yes, there are about 10 interludes, all pure music. I will write them myself. Just 10 interludes, already made. It won't affect slacking off. Qin Sun's words were very pretentious. But in the square, the people in the live broadcast room didn't react, thinking it was natural. Producing, directing, photography, editing, music, dubbing, marketing. These are things that require dozens, even hundreds of people to complete. But it is reasonable for Qin Sun to do it alone. After all, he has always done it this way. Qin Sun was firmly welded to the throne of the king of bullying by the audience. And he couldn't get down. They all thought that it was just 10 interludes. For Qin Sun, isn't it a piece of cake? The male reporter smiled, cleared his throat, and said, Mr. Qin, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Bei. I am a student who graduated from the Conservatory of Music, and I became a paparazzi for a living. Before becoming a paparazzi, my dream was to become a singer-songwriter like you. Later, I was defeated by reality. After you came out of nowhere, I gave up the idea of becoming a singer-songwriter. He showed a bitter smile on his face. You have set the standard for singer-songwriters a little too high. Qin Sun listened silently, with a smile on his face. He is indeed a young man who once had a dream. A qualified paparazzi. And speaks much better. The reporter named Jiang Bei looked up at Qin Sun. with an admiring look, as if he was looking at a god. I have always admired your creative ability. I wonder if you can demonstrate your composition skills on the spot. Chin Sun looked at Jiang Bei's fiery eyes, exerted a little effort, and used his acting skills to distinguish. See if he is setting a trap on purpose. But I found that this guy is so sincere that it is scary. He is actually a young man with aspirations, who lets his ideals fly during the interview. I want to see the great god on the spot. Chin Sun was silent. It is not difficult to write a song on the spot, after all. I have a world of songs. But if you show off frequently, you may get struck by lightning. Outputting a large number of songs in a short period of time, it is easy to numb the audience and raise their threshold. It will be difficult to surprise them in the future. It is not worth it. In the square, there are actually quite a few fans of Chin Sun among the hundreds of people. They were ashamed to admit it just now, but now they can't bear it anymore. They shouted, "Write one. Sing one. Chin Sun, let me open my eyes. Write a song about spring. I just broke up. Write a song to wish me a happy breakup. Write a song to wish me good health." Everyone was very enthusiastic, and they all made various requests. It was just like the ancient times when students were tested, and they were asked to write poems. Chin Sun glanced at the noisy square, smiled, and his eyes fell on Jiang Bei's face, slightly shook his head, picked up the microphone, and said very sincerely, "Writing a song is not like screwing a screw. Songs are natural, and they are accidentally found by a master's hand, and those inspirations are the voices given by God. How can they come just like that?" Jiang Bei's eyes flashed with disappointment, and then he smiled, and didn't want to force it, and said, "I am abrupt." There was a booing in the square, full of disappointment. The number of people in the live broadcast room has slowed down, and has been hovering around 60,000. Netizens are not happy either. What the hell? He actually has the nerve to say that writing songs is not like screwing in screws? I can't screw in screws as fast as he writes songs. The voice of God? God gave him to get up early in the morning to pick up manure. And when he came back, he didn't see my woman? God gave him the sun in the east and the sun in the west. And he basked in the setting sun while I basked in my sorrow? Is God a psychopath? Damn it! He just doesn't want to sing. And he looks down on us. Playing big. Give me back the carnival I just gave him. I missed my woman so much last night that I was sad. Can't you be a little more tolerant? As long as Chin Sun doesn't die. Are you afraid that you won't have songs to listen to in the future? Why are you in such a hurry? You're in a hurry to reincarnate. The female reporter heard the commotion behind her, and there were voices of dissatisfaction everywhere. She turned around and saw that everyone's faces were disappointed. Her eyes lit up immediately. Opportunity. This is an opportunity. I will set the pace, stir up their emotions, and force Chin Sun to step down, so that he can't get off the stage. Let his image of being talented be destroyed. The final payment from Beijing Film and Television should be given to me. The female reporter turned her head and looked at Chin Sun, who was smiling calmly on the stage, and her mind raced. There was a news report before that Chin Sun took less than 10 minutes to write "May We Live Long" for Yilan. He even wrote the lyrics and the music. It shocked people outside the circle. People in the industry, who have seen many geniuses in the entertainment industry, who doesn't know that this is a very exaggerated artistic processing component. Otherwise, why are there so many variety shows in the country, and often give creative artists 5 minutes to arrange music on the spot? The audience thought the melody of the demo was okay at the time. But there has never been a small melody that has gone viral. This is the result presented after many variety shows privately revealed the topic to the artists. Where are there so many Wang Bo in the world, who came up with preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang without any preparation, and passed it down through the ages? Write a song in 10 minutes? You can write it, but it will definitely not sound good. It will definitely be a huge gap with Chin Sun's previous songs. The female reporter immediately picked up the microphone, with a kind smile on her face, looking at Chin Sun on the stage, said loudly, "Mr. Chin, writing songs is indeed not like treating people to a meal. You can't just come and do it. But that's for others. You wrote 'May We Live Long' and 'As We Wish' in succession, and were called the purple star of the entertainment circle by many netizens. Writing songs, for you, is not as easy as pie, but it should be about the same as drinking water." She turned to look at the densely packed audience behind her, with her back to Chin Sun, and said loudly, "Are you really not going to write one? Really not?" She looked at the crowd, and stirred their emotions loudly. "Write one." After saying that, the female reporter immediately turned around and looked at Chin Sun, holding the microphone in her right hand, and gently waving her fist with her left hand, shouted, "Right one! Right one!" The crowd always likes to watch the fun. Today, they met many stars such as Yilan, and met Chin Sun again, and listened to him share a wave of emotional stories. They were already satisfied. But the male reporter brought up the idea of writing a song on the spot, which made them feel itchy. But it was not easy to force Chin Sun to sing if he refused. After all, he had just shared such a sad thing, and was still in the protection period of mom fans. However, now that the female reporter jumped out to lead the charge, they were very happy to join in the fun. Many people shouted, "Right one! Right one! Right one!" Gradually, the square became a tsunami. Like a cult, Chin Sun looked at this big scene, somewhat helpless, slightly closed his eyes, and opened them. His eyes gently fell on the face of the female reporter. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. This guy. It seems that he has to pretend. Writing a song on the spot? Then you are walking into trouble. Chapter 536. Is this asking people to write a song? This is clearly looking for trouble. Then write one? Chin Sun looked at the crowd of spectators shouting and yelling in the square, and said with a smile. Suddenly, there was a burst of cheers in the square. Right. 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 The number of people in the live broadcast room was stable at more than 60,000, and was running towards 70,000. The GIF special effects exploded like fireworks. The barrage of comments poured out, and gradually many people formed a formation. The King of Force is coming, get out of the way. The King of Force is coming, get out of the way. The King of Force is coming, get out of the way. The office of the senior management of Beijing Film and Television. Zhang Lei was so angry that he kept slamming the table and cursing. This idiot actually wanted to test Chin Sun's talent? Isn't this the equivalent of sticking your head out for someone to chop off? Chin Sun must have had a lot of stock, and he has written so many songs. Wouldn't it be enough to just pick one out at random? His fans are all brainless. They will definitely be so excited by then, sweeping the entire internet like locusts, and praising their brother for how great he is. Composing music at the movie opening ceremony, so easy. He yelled. Isn't this marketing for Fatal Identity? Stupid. Everyone in the office was silent, not even daring to breathe. In the square, the female reporter saw that Chin Sun agreed, and a smug smile appeared on her face, and she immediately said, Mr. Chin is generous. Since you are writing songs on the spot, in order to avoid misunderstanding that you are using previous songs, so, according to general regulations, you need to randomly give questions. She stared at Chin Sun and asked slowly, Excuse me, do I have the honor to be the one who sets this question? Chin Sun looked at the female reporter, smiled, and nodded. Whatever. He didn't mind who set the question at all, after all. They were all ready-made. From ancient times to the present, the songs on the earth are as numerous as the sea of smoke. Even if you listen to one song for 1 second, human beings can never finish listening to them in their lifetime. Almost all themes are covered. There are even topics about shit, such as Song of Shit, Song of Poop, March of Poop. Shit. I am shit. No matter how tricky the female reporter's questions were, they could not put any pressure on him. The female reporter tried to suppress the smile on her lips, as if she was afraid that Chin Sun would regret it, and immediately said, Then let's take the sky as the topic. The lyrics should include elements such as rainbows, rain, and pedestrians on the ground. And they should express the feelings of a person who has been heartbroken. Is it okay? As soon as the voice fell, the male reporter Jiang Bei turned his head and looked at the female reporter with a surprised face. How could this be a question? This is clearly picking faults. Writing a song on the spot. Not only did Chin Sun have to write the music and lyrics, but also the elements covered by the lyrics and the style of the song. Variety shows don't play the game of writing songs on the spot for creative artists like this. These requests are too rude. Isn't this asking Chin Sun to do a temple in a snail shell? Just when he thought Chin Sun would refuse, he heard Chin Sun's indifferent voice. Okay. The female reporter was stunned. She originally wanted Chin Sun to write a song under many restrictions. The song he wrote later would definitely not be of good quality. With Beijing Film and Television's sense of smell, they would definitely hire a water army to pull Chin Sun off the altar. But Chin Sun answered straightforwardly at this time. She suddenly lost confidence. I ran into a trap? He originally wrote such a song about the sky? The female reporter immediately shook her head and said with an awkward smile, No, I suddenly feel that the theme of the sky is too vulgar. Or right. She pondered for a moment, and saw the microphone in her hand. Her eyes lit up. How about the microphone as the theme? Chin Sun answered immediately. Sure. The female reporter. She saw Chin Sun's confident look, and became more and more panicked, and immediately changed her words. No, the microphone is not very good either. Then with, she racked her brains, and various things flashed through her mind. Soft sister currency. Socks. Eyes. Cars. Buns. Leaves. But after thinking so much, I think Chin Sun can write a pretty good song, and suddenly I think Beijing Film and Television's final payment is going to be ruined. Suddenly, the female reporter heard a burst of impatient voices around. What are you doing? Who is asking whom questions? Why are you still entangled? Chin Sun hasn't even made a move yet, and he's just standing there, and he's putting so much pressure on you. Sweating all over. Sister, he just recalled his ex-girlfriend who cheated on him, and you're still making things difficult for him. Do you have any professional ethics? The female reporter felt like she was being spurned by thousands of people, and suddenly she felt a lot of pressure, and a layer of sweat broke out on her back. She was so anxious. Suddenly, she had an idea, raised her head, stared at Chin Sun, smiled again on her face, and said loudly, Mr. Chin, I've got it. Your story just now is very touching. Can you write a song based on that story? Chin Sun was startled. He looked at the somewhat smug expression of the female reporter, and found it a little funny. Ah, isn't it hitting the muzzle of a gun? This should be drilling into the barrel. This is the lyrics. The female reporter saw Chin Sun was stunned, thinking that she had calmed him down, and became even more proud, and continued. Because you are so talented, ordinary composition is definitely not difficult for you, so you can just make some artistic changes to the narrative words of the story you just told, and use them as lyrics. How about that? She is an entertainment reporter, and often needs to remember other people's words. She recalled what Chin Sun had just said and repeated. I once loved such a woman, who said I was the most handsome man in the world. Look, it rhymes. Isn't it just right for lyrics? Chin Sun looked at the female reporter, and opened his mouth slightly. Should I say this old woman is smart or stupid? Does she not doubt the rhyme? This is the lyrics that have been artistically processed to become a narrative story. This silly child. Suddenly, Chin Sun was relieved. That's right. In the previous life, TikTok was popular from 2018 to 2024. For almost 6 or 7 years, hundreds of billions of videos have been accumulated. After so many years, so many videos have been produced. It was also after a long time, only a few people appeared who used lyrics as stories to fool people. The average person's brain really can't think of such a fancy thing. There are some things in the world, you can see through them at a glance, but if you haven't seen them, you really can't think of them no matter how hard you try. For example, basketball. Who would have thought that? The basket in the old basketball game had a bottom. After each shot, the staff had to take a ladder up to get the ball out. Now it seems, isn't this pure secondhand? But this game state has lasted for decades before someone improved it. This female reporter didn't expect that this was actually the lyrics. Which was normal. Chin Sun glanced at the smug female reporter, and then looked at the onlookers in the square. They also looked expectant. He turned to look at Wu Yu, Xiaoning, Yilan and others, and saw that they looked a little unhappy. They seemed a little worried. Wu Yu shook his head slightly, and said silently, Don't fall for it. Chin Sun saw the reactions of the crowd, and sighed in his heart. It seems that 99% of people can't guess that this is the lyrics. Was it because my acting was so good? And I spoke so naturally? What a sin! Chin Sun picked up the microphone, looked at the female reporter, and said softly, Okay, I'll satisfy you. Give me a song. After saying that, he closed his eyes and pretended to think. In the square, under the stage, hundreds of people were like roast ducks in a roast meat shop, stretching their necks and looking at Chin Sun motionlessly. Hundreds of people. There was no noise at all. Chapter 537 Ancestor, Our Licking Dog World has a Saint's Son. The office of the senior executives of Beijing Film and Television. Through the live broadcast room, everyone saw Chin Sun close his eyes and stand on the stage. The barrage of comments was flying. The gifts were also continuous. Zhang Lei's mood was much better. He picked up the high-foot glass and shook it gently, said, That female reporter is not stupid. She knows to set so many conditions. It's worth our money. He stared at Chin Sun with his eyes closed on the screen, and sneered. Even if Chin Sun has supernatural powers, he can't turn those nonsense into a song. Even if it's our company's top composer, it would take him 10 days or half a month to write it. Writing a song in such a short time in public. You're dreaming. Zhang Lei smiled and continued. Even if it's turned into a song, as long as it's not good and too ordinary, I'll spend money to buy a copy to smear you. What genius. What purple star. All bullshit. On the stage, Chin Sun closed his eyes, thinking about whether the main dish for the staff meal would be braised pork trotters or braised pork elbows. There were quite a few people in the crew, so the first meal had to be good. It would be boring to go out to a restaurant. I had to do it. Give them a little pig food shock. A few minutes later, Chin Sun heard voices gradually coming out of the square. They seemed to be impatient. Brother, how long does a song take? You're sweating all over. Brother, it's been 3 minutes. Aren't you done yet? I'm short. And it's tiring to stand on tiptoe. Can you do it? Brother? What are you arguing about? It's only been a few minutes. Can you be a little patient? Good food is worth a try. Sing quickly. I'm in a hurry to have diarrhea. Wu Yu's eyes quickly fell on the faces of the troublemakers, and found that it was always these few people. They must be the other party's agents. She wanted to rush down and kick them to death. At this moment, she found that the square suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were looking at her side. Wu Yu turned her head, and found that Chin Sun had opened his eyes. Chin Sun had a faint smile on his face, holding the microphone, without a word of nonsense, and started singing directly. I once loved such a woman. She said I was the most handsome man in the world. I kept that innocence for him. Closed the door to love others. The song started. Floating in the square. This song has always been criticized for its lyrics, but few people question its melody. In the previous life, it beat 8,000 miles away, and won the most popular ringtone of the year. It also won the Best Unlimited Single 2 major awards. The melody of the song is very catchy, and with the blessing of Chin Sun's singing skills, it immediately stunned the scene. The female reporter was stunned for a moment. Her face immediately became very ugly, and she looked like she saw a ghost when she saw Chin Sun. What happened? It's only been a few minutes, and he really sang it. It feels not bad. It's over. Jiang Bei used to study music, and his heart was even more shocked. Looking at Chin Sun on the stage, his mouth was so wide open that an egg could be stuffed in. Is this Chin Sun? Is this God? Why can he write lyrics and music together when he writes songs? He can just make a draft in his mind, without writing it down. He can sing it directly? Is he still a human being? Songwriting is obviously an artistic creation. Why does he do it like screwing a screw? God is chasing him to feed him. No, it should be that God gave him his own rice bucket. On the stage, Chin Sun continued to sing affectionately. My requirements are not high. Treat me as well as before. But one day you said the same thing. Hold others in your arms. Hundreds of people in the square, hearing this, know that the chorus is coming. They looked at Chin Sun nervously, hoping that the chorus would not collapse. You smell like her perfume, my nose is guilty, I shouldn't smell her beauty, wipe away everything and sleep with you. The melody was nice. And it didn't collapse. Many people in the square couldn't help but open their mouths. Some had their hair standing up. And some people just cursed softly. Live broadcast room. The barrage exploded. What the hell? What kind of lewd words are these? Wipe away everything and sleep with you. Just? Are you so generous? I didn't expect Chin Sun to have such a tragic past. Sister hug. Ancestor. Our dog-licking world has a saint. It must be fake. But what sounds so sad? The melody is nice. But the lyrics are too destructive. Zhang lay in front of the live broadcast room. His mentality collapsed. He looked at the number of people online in the live broadcast room that exceeded 90,000. And the crazy gift special effects. And was so angry that he tightly grasped the wine glass. He said coldly, Idiot! Idiot! How can there be such a stupid reporter? We paid her to mess with Chin Sun. Not to help Chin Sun become a god. We still gave her money. Let her pay. Zhang Lei smashed the wine glass on the ground, and turned to look at the female secretary. Can you withdraw the dojia you just invested in his live broadcast room? Seeing that the female secretary was as frightened as a quail, and dared not speak, he turned to look at Chin Sun on the screen and cursed. Disgusting. You make me feel disgusted. On the stage, Chin Sun continued to sing. You smell like her perfume. It's you who gave me the inferiority complex. The love you want is too perfect. I will never learn it. When he sang to this point, 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of his eyes, looking heartbroken. The sound stopped. Silence. It was quiet. The hundreds of people in the square were like they were acupunctured, and they didn't say a word. They looked at Chin Sun in admiration, shock, or horror, feeling the disparity of the world. It turns out that the gap between people is sometimes even bigger than that between people and dogs. Niu Xiaojun quietly walked to Xia Ning, nudged her with his shoulder, and said in a low voice, "Ning Ning, I think we may have really hurt him." Xia Ning turned to look at Niu Xiaojun. Niu Xiaojun hesitated. "How about, you can sleep with him tonight?" Xia Ning. Niu Xiaojun explained. "Look, he is so sad that he can write such a humble song. If you don't sleep with him anymore, he will get depression." Xia Ning looked at Niu Xiaojun's serious face, sighed, and turned to look at Chin Sun's back. "It seems, really, somewhat sad. I know clearly that he made up the story, it is fake. But why does listening to him sing make people feel sad? Is he really sad?" After a while, applause rang out in the square, and then, it became louder and louder, like the sound of rain in summer. "Chin Sun, I am your fan. Write a song for me. I am your fan too. I am your fan now. Write a song for me. I have a dream." Suddenly, some fans were so excited that they rushed in, as if they wanted to get close to them. "Chin Sun, I love you. Ah, I love you. Sister, hug me." They seemed to be infected by Chin Sun's talent, and abandoned their shame, and openly admitted that they were his fans. The security guards immediately stepped up their vigilance and tried to stop them. They were almost broken through several times. They were so tired that they were sweating. Wu looked at this scene with a smug smile on his face, and turned his head to secretly glance at Chin Sun, who looked calm. "This guy. He really has the hot search physique. From today to tomorrow, he will definitely be on the hot search. The opening ceremony of Fatal Identity is a blast. Fortunately, he is not interested in writing songs otherwise. Many people in the music scene of countries C would be unemployed. Suburbs of Beijing. Girls' boudoir. I really did follow the right person." Huang Huai used his mobile phone to send another gift worth 99. The taxi driver shook his head. "You are really generous to him." After saying that, he sighed and said with a smile, "Forget it, you can spend it however you want. You're not going to have surgery anyway. It's enough for you." Huang Huai turned around. A bright smile appeared on her slightly haggard face, and pointed to her head. "It's a brain tumor. It's in a special location, with a success rate of less than 1%. I checked, there are no more than 3 people in the world who dare to do this surgery, and those 3 are all abroad. We are insignificant, how can we contact them?" She smiled, not sad, as if she had let it go. "And even if they do it, the success rate is only 3% at most. If the operation fails, you will lose both your money and your life. You will lose your savings, your house and me. And you won't have a wife. Who will support you in your old age?" The taxi driver didn't dare to look at Huang Huai's clear eyes, and looked at Chin Sun on her phone. 3% is okay. What if it succeeds? We are small people, but don't you have the prestige of a big person? Chapter 538. Forget it. Just think of him as practicing his skills. Hearing this, Huang Huai turned to look at his father. A man with an ordinary name, Huang Zhangwo. Since his mother passed away, he raised me with all his might. I was about to enjoy my life, but I didn't expect that I would have to send my son off with my old age. The honest man in his 50s in front of him has wrinkles as deep as a little old man in his 60s. He has been too tired recently. Maybe I should die sooner. Huang Huai laughed and said, "Dad, there is a 3% chance that your savings will be emptied. And you may even have to sell your house. This is too big a gamble." She turned around and picked up a photo frame on the table, which contained a photo of herself when she was a child, and turned it over. It had Chin Sun's signature, a small account of prestige, and an encouraging word. "Run forward, facing cold eyes and ridicule. How can you feel the breadth of life without going through hardships? Destiny cannot make us kneel down and beg for mercy, even if blood is spilled all over my arms." Huang Huai looked at this passage and had a guess that this was also the lyrics of a song. She raised the photo frame and looked at Huang Zhangwo. "Dad, Chin Sun is a good man, but everyone has their own destiny. We better not disturb them. For a 3% chance? Oh, such a big favor to someone. Not worth it. When she got the autographed photo, she was also very excited when she saw the WeChat ID Chin Sun left behind. After secretly checking it, she found that it was actually a middle school boy named Chung. The signature was still "I want to smash blue star with one punch," which really fits Chin Sun's personality. Huang Hui hesitated for a long time, and finally did not add it. She guessed that Chin Sun might want to use his connections to introduce hospitals and contact doctors. But the top doctors in the world. Isn't there only a 3% chance? She would go bankrupt to bet on a 3% chance. She never gambled. Huang Hui put down the photo frame, picked up the phone, and swiped a 99 yuan gift in the live broadcast room. Post a barrage. Sister loves you. With a 3% chance, there is no need to bother others. Idol should be on TV, on mobile phones, in the news, but should not enter one's daily life. This is her principle of chasing stars. Before she dies, be a brainless girl and chase them lightly. Chin Sun, you should feel honored. Hee hee. Wang Jiangwo looked at his daughter's thin back and felt a little uncomfortable. She refused to do chemotherapy. She refused to do surgery. She just took some medicine and refused to buy expensive medicine. She listened to me all her life. Why are you so stubborn at this critical moment? After a moment of silence, Wang Jiangwo said in a low voice, "What if it can be cured?" Huang Hui closed the live broadcast room, turned to look at his father, sighed, and said with a wry smile, "What is a what if? What if is the probability of dropping a grain of rice from the 15th floor and finding it back a month later? What if I was sleeping and suddenly received a notification saying that I was misdiagnosed? What if it is?" She turned around and picked up the photo frame, pointed at Chin Sun's signature, and said, "What if Chin Sun suddenly stood in front of me and told me that your name is also Huang Hui? I will write a song for you too." Wang Jiangwo looked at the smile on his daughter's face, and gradually a little anger rose in his heart, growing bigger and bigger. He scolded, "You are writing an essay. You talk in a set way." He glanced at the WeChat ID Chin Sun left on the photo, turned around and left his daughter's boudoir. He returned to the bedroom. Wang Jiangwo took out his mobile phone and opened WeChat, clicked Add Friend, entered Chin Sun's WeChat ID. His thumb kept hovering over the words Add to Contacts on the WeChat interface. Hesitating, tangled, the square finally ended. Chin Sun, Yilan and other stars were surrounded by a group of security guards. Each got on their own Nani car, business car, Xiao Qiao's car, van. Yes, Qiao Lele drove the van. According to the list given by Chin Sun, he went to buy a bunch of tools and ingredients for cooking big pot meals early in the morning. Several cars drove around in circles. The official start of filming is tomorrow, and they all go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. Mao Qianni, Gao Man, Zhu Yuanju and others returned to the hotel. Chin Sun, Xia Ning and other people went to the filming site in the film and television city base. That remote motel. There is also a homestay not far from the motel, which is enough to accommodate all of them. Several cars stopped in front of the B&B. Chin Sun got out of the car and found that the B&B Wu Yu mentioned was actually a courtyard house. He was a little impressed. "Wu Yu, you are good at finding places." Wu Yu wore sunglasses and had a very serious face. She was acting like a director. Her voice was emotionless and very cold, like Xia Ning's tone. "This is my first film, so of course I have to take it seriously. There are several filming bases in the country with motels, but there is only one B&B near here." She paused and explained, "It's not a B&B. It was a location for shooting a horror movie. I rented it, had it renovated, and bought some furniture to make it a B&B. After filming, I'll come back to rest. I'm too lazy to run back and forth between the hotel and the shooting location." Chin Sun clapped his hands. "Director Wu, you're generous. You know how to spend money to enjoy yourself." Wu Yu smiled. "It's not me who's generous, you're generous. You're the investor. It's your money that's being spent." Chin Sun. "Fuck. Isn't this a waste of money?" He put his hands behind his back and strode into the courtyard. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind, and he couldn't help laughing. Poultry all over the courtyard. Am I a cook? Everyone chose a room, put away their things, and dragged a few bamboo chairs to the middle of the courtyard, hidden under the shade of a tree to enjoy the breeze. Chatting. Chin Sun and Xiao Lele went to the kitchen to get busy, preparing to give them a little pig food shock. Several women chatted, very excited. Suddenly, Niu Xiaojun looked at Wu Yu and asked, Washboard, I have something to tell you. Wu raised his eyebrows directly and interrupted. Call me Director Wu. Niu Xiaojun sneered disdainfully. No matter how awesome you become in the future. You borrowed my sanitary napkins when you had your first period. And you haven't returned them yet. Return them to Director Wu? Wu felt a little embarrassed. Turned around and saw that everyone was looking at her. And snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense. And continue talking about your business. Niu Xiaojun glanced at Xia Ning and said, Did Qin Sun and Xia Ning sleep in the same room just now? So that we can free up a room? Xia Ning? Song Ying was anxious. And pointed at the houses around. Are we short of rooms? There are so many rooms, enough for Mao Qianni and the others to live together. Wu Yu and Song Ying don't get along, looking at her sneered. Little girl, you are still young. You need to know how to hide some thoughts like others, so that you won't be embarrassed when you meet each other in the future. Yilan, Encore, Monsieur suddenly felt that they were being played by yin and yang. Song Ying was furious, but she didn't know how to talk back. After all, she was the director. It would be bad if her role was reduced. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Disgusting. Niu Xiaojun was watching the fun, rocking the rocking chair until it creaked, and said with a smile, You bunch of women. Didn't you see that Qin Sun cried on the stage today? She imitated Qin Sun's behavior in a pretentious manner, and said in her rough duck voice, She has her perfume on her body. It's my nose that's guilty. The love she wants is too perfect. I will never learn it. The others looked disgusted and got goosebumps. Why is it so touching when Qin Sun talks about it? She is so disgusting, greasy, perverted when she talks about it. Song Ying thought of the sadness in Qin Sun singing, reached out, and pounded the chair, saying loudly, Forget it. Just think of Qin Sun's brother going to practice his skills. Xia Ning? No. Can't you ask for the opinions of the parties involved? Ask for my opinion? Did I say I would sleep with him? Did I say that I had to sleep with him? Chapter 539 Cheesy Love Talk? I think you've eaten shit. Seeing Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun, Song Ying chattering, Xia Ning felt a little embarrassed. She stood up and walked to the kitchen. I'll go to the kitchen to see if anyone needs help. Song Ying was a little surprised. Sister Xia Ning can even cook? Xia Ning paused, without saying anything, and continued to walk to the kitchen in the corner of the courtyard. I can't cook, but I can still help. The most important thing is, I don't want to stay with you guys who talk badly. While helping, by the way. Hint to Qin Sun that. You can knock on the door at night. Don't sing you smell like her perfume anymore, it's so earthy, vulgar, and disgusting. Yilan looked at Xia Ning's back. Thinking of the time when she went to Qin Sun's house to help serve dishes, she smashed a large table of dishes made by his mother. She couldn't help but laugh. You should be better than me. In the corner of the courtyard, Xia Ning approached the kitchen, and heard a humming sound inside, accompanied by the dong-dong sound of chopping bones. There was a voice coming from inside. It was a conversation between Qin Sun and Xiao Lele. Xiao Lele, hey! Master Qin, I watched your performance on stage today, and I was terrified. You are so awesome. I am more determined to enter the film and television industry. Can you give me a stage name? I know Mao Qianni. She was not popular when she was called Mao Dandan before. I have never been able to be the female number 8, maybe because the name is not right. Qin Sun, your last name is Qiao. How about Qiao Biluo? Bai means green, Luo means lowly. Qiao Lele, it sounds nice. What does Biluo mean? It can't be a green lowly. I will be interviewed by reporters later, so I can talk to them about it. It was quiet for a while, only the sound of chopping bones could be heard. Qin Sun's voice rang out. Hey! It's just a name, what does it mean? My last name is Qin, my given name is Sun. No one has ever asked me what it means, but when I was in elementary school, people nicknamed me Qin Jiao. Later, the nickname became Jiao Laopa. Later, it became De Sao Bao. Xiao Lele seemed to have heard some great secret, and was silent for a moment, but he didn't give up. Then you make up a meaning for my stage name. Qin Sun, no. I'm too lazy to make one. Xiao Lele, oh. The tone was full of disappointment. Outside the door, Xia Ning eavesdropped for a while, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Is this how the big show-off came about? Why do I just don't believe it? This guy is not too lazy to make up the meaning of the name. He simply can't. He is particularly affectionate when he is funny. Once he gets serious, he will say all kinds of nonsense, such as, your strength is coming. Sometimes it's magical, sometimes it's ghostly. Xiaoning walked in, and saw that the kitchen was very spacious. There was a large farmhouse-style stove, and a big black pot inside. The corner of the kitchen was full of vegetables. There was even a refrigerator inside, probably filled with meat. At this time, Xiao Lei was chopping ribs at the stove. Qin Sun dragged a bamboo recliner from somewhere, and was resting on the chair. Next to the chair was a small stool as a coffee table, on which was a plate of melon seeds, and a bottle of iced Coke. Xiaoning was stunned when she saw this. Is this what Qin Sun said about being a chef, cooking for everyone? So he was only responsible for cooking? Xiao Lei noticed someone coming in, turned his head, his hands did not stop, and he chopped down with a knife without even looking, accurately chopping the ribs. Hello, Sister Xiaoning. Xiaoning was startled by Xiao Lei's knife, and nodded quickly. Seeing her raise the knife towards her, she immediately reminded her. Watch the chopping board. Xiao Lei smiled. The knife fell clean and neat. She chopped the ribs accurately. She was very proud. It's okay. I'm good at chopping ribs. I used to chop a lot. Xiaoning was a little surprised, and said with a smile, I thought your family rarely ate ribs, but I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Xiao Lei. My family rarely eats ribs. I learned it when I was cooking in other people's kitchens. Xiaoning looked embarrassed, and changed the subject, and said with a smile, I thought your family rarely ate ribs, but I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Xiao Lei. My family rarely eats ribs. I learned it when I was cooking in other people's kitchens. Xiaoning looked embarrassed, and changed the subject, and said with a smile, Xiao Lei, someone will ask you how you got the name Xiao Bilyu in the future. You can say it's from a poem by Chen Feng of the Ming Dynasty. On the river, the solitary moon moves the cold curtains, and the evening smoke gives birth to the green vines. Xiao Lei was stunned for a moment, and then a surprised expression appeared on her face. She quickly put down the knife, and wiped her hands on her apron. She walked to the corner of the kitchen, opened her bag, took out her notebook, and immediately wrote down this line of poetry. I'll check the full text online after I'm done, and memorize it. Sister Xiaoning, you're really cultured. She glanced at Qin Sun, and thought of the lyrics of the song Qin Sun wrote recently, all the magic of love is spinning in circles. You have her perfume on you, and it's my nose that's guilty. Sigh. If you write lyrics for Master Qin's song, it will probably improve the quality a lot. Xiaoning looked at Qin Sun, who was lying half dead on the bamboo lounge chair, with a smile on her face, and said nothing. She was not good enough to write lyrics for Qin Sun. She still clearly remembered the lyrics of the song The Beauty of the World is Intertwined with You that Qin Sun had given her at KTV. At this time, the flowers are blooming, and the one you love is on the way. I know he is traveling through wind and rain, and he will not appreciate the sunset, crossing the sea of people, just to hug you. It's not that he can't write something high quality, but he doesn't like to write. Xiaoning looked around, and saw a small stool in front of the wood stove. She took it, and sat down next to Qin Sun's chair. She grabbed a handful of melon seeds, looking at the lazy Qin Sun, said with a smile, Qin Sun, aren't you going to cook for me? You're just busy exploiting Xiao Lei? Xiao Lei walked back to the chopping board, continued to chop ribs, and said quickly, Sister Xiaoning, Master Qin didn't exploit me. He gave me 53 yuan an hour. I'm making a lot of money. If I don't work harder, I'll be embarrassed. Qin Sun looked at Xiao Lei's energetic appearance, and sighed in his heart. Damn, the price is too high. If the salary is so high that it makes the employees feel guilty, then he is really a failed capitalist. Qin Sun and Xiaoning peeled melon seeds in silence for a while. Neither of them spoke, both had ulterior motives. Suddenly Qin Sun asked, Why don't you go and chat with them, and have to come to the kitchen to find me? Xiaoning said in a flat tone. They don't talk well. Qin Sun smiled. I talk well. Xiaoning looked at Qin Sun's smug smile, hesitated for a moment, and said with courage, Say something nice to me, if it's nice enough then. Qin Sun looked at Xiaoning's hesitation, his eyes lit up, feeling that something big was going to happen. She might be ready. Qin Sun asked immediately, Do you want to hear some earthy love talk? Xiaoning immediately thought of. You're coming, frowning slightly, hesitating, but not wanting to dampen Qin Sun's enthusiasm. Give him a step, and give yourself a step, she said with a smile. You, say it. Qin Sun spoke without hesitation. I think you're eating shit. Chapter 540 I can accept earthy love words, but I can't accept shitty love words. I think you eat shit? Hearing this, Xia Ning was shocked. What did you say? Xiao Lele stopped chopping ribs, turned his head quietly to look at Qin Sun, with a look of surprise. Is this an earthy love word? Is it too advanced? Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's surprised face, and was very satisfied. When he read the earthy love words, this one impressed him the most. It's as powerful as a nuclear bomb. At that time, it was recognized by all the boys in the class, and a few people put it into practice, and successfully made an appointment with a girl. Qin Sun still had a smile on his face, and asked very gently, Ning Ning, why don't you ask what shit you ate? Xia Ning, you still want me to ask? I didn't eat it. Qin Sun didn't care, and continued, wow, it's the beginning of our happiness. Xia Ning, you're sick. I'll sleep with you tonight. She stood up, and was about to go out. The women outside just talked badly, but the man inside was so bad. She could accept earthy love words, but she couldn't accept shitty love words. Watching Xia Ning's back as he fled quickly, Qin Sun, lying on the chair, panicked a little, and shouted, Hey! Stop! You should be more tolerant. There are many people who like the things you don't like. Do you know how beautiful this sentence is? And how many girls it can attract? Xia Ning stepped out of the door, and looked back at Qin Sun. Are you serious? Qin Sun nodded. Seriously? Listen to me, and I'll tell you in detail. Xia Ning? Xia Ning walked back with a suspicious look on his face, and sat on the small bench. Qin Sun picked up the iced Coke, like drinking tea, sipped it, began the brainwashing project. Speaking of which, there are many people in this world, with rich species diversity. Xia Ning? People have rich species diversity? Does the civil engineering major not need to pass the Chinese language? Qin Sun continued. Love words are nothing more than saying I love you in different ways. Some people say that even if the mountains are gone, the sky and the earth will merge. I dare not break up with you. Some people say that I was infused yesterday. What kind of fluid was infused? I missed you at night. There are highbrows and lowbrows, but in fact, they are all the same in essence. No one should look down on anyone. Xia Ning thought for a while, said, I don't look down on cheesy love talk, but you, why do you talk about shit all the time? Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's disgusted expression, somewhat unconvinced. My shit comes out of my mouth, but your shit is eaten from your mouth. Xia Ning frowned. I said, I don't eat shit. Qin Sun asked with a malicious smile on his lips. Have you ever drunk civet coffee? Xia Ning. She was silent, speechless. She has drunk it. Civet coffee is also called cat feces coffee. It is made from the feces of civet cats after they eat coffee beans. It is one of the most expensive coffees in the world. Qin Sun is not a person who will not kill the opponent if he dodges. Looking at the embarrassed look on Xia Ning's face, he asked, Have you drunk it? Xia Ning turned her head away. Qin Sun continued to ask, Have you drunk it? Xia Ning slowly turned her face, with a cold expression. Yes. Qin Sun showed a bright smile on his face. Suddenly, I saw Xia Ning laughing, and said, You've had it too. Qin Sun? Xia Ning said with a smile. The coffee in the glass bottle in Haicheng Villa is the coffee. When you edited the journey of Qin Yun last time, I ground it for you several times. You drank it so well. Qin Sun. He covered his chest, with a look of despair. What a vicious woman. It turned out that I ate shit. Ate the beginning of our happiness. Xia Ning? So rustic. So corny. Qin Sun put down his hand. His face returned to a serious look, and continued, I mean, don't look down on the rustic things. They contain huge energy. Like Subject 3. Like the song Perfume is Poisonous that I sang today. You may not believe it. I will record a version and sell it on the music platform one day. It may be the most profitable song I have ever written. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, somewhat unconvinced. Although she could accept rustic things, it was hard to convince herself that this song Perfume is Poisonous could make more money than May We Live Long. As wish. And congratulations on your fortune? It's not even as good as written for Huang Huai. A song of lovesickness, and that the magic of love spinning in circles should be of the same level. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's face and asked, You don't believe it? Xia Ning nodded. I don't believe it. Qin Sun smiled helplessly. Then only time can tell you the answer. He was too lazy to explain, knowing that the explanation would not work. Just like in the previous life. Many older people said, I sympathize with the post-00s now, who can only listen to Spade K, Wild Motorcycle, and Cleaning the Glass. In fact, they are just setting the rhythm. They seem to have forgotten the years when they were young. In addition to 1,000 Miles Away, Chow Chow, and Big City, Small Love, the popular songs include That Night, Mistress, Blowing the Trumpet, and Can't Afford to Hurt. And this group of post-00s children in their mouths also have The Wind Rises, As Wish, The Lone Brave Man, The World, and Blowing Dreams to Shijo to listen to. Times are always changing. But it seems that the times have never changed. At any time, it is appreciated by both the elite and the masses. It was like this before. It is like this now. And it will continue to be like this in the future. Any song has its audience. But the rustic and vulgar songs seem to have the natural ability to spread like a virus. So they will attract the disgust of some people. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun's confident look, and was a little shaken in his heart. He had never failed. Is this song Perfume is Poisonous really poisonous? Qin Sun saw that Xia Ning was silent, and thought that he had convinced her. So he asked carefully, Are you ready? Xia Ning turned to look at Xiao Lele, who looked stunned and confused, then turned to stare at Qin Sun, and said in a low voice, I'll think about it. Qin Sun, isn't this a rejection? My earthy love words with the power of a nuclear bomb have failed. Qin Sun was unwilling to accept it, cleared his throat, said slowly in a low and emotional voice. Life is a journey. How many reincarnations have we waited for, to have the opportunity to enjoy this journey? In this short life, we will eventually lose everything. You might as well be bolder, love someone, climb a mountain, pursue a dream. This is a popular line in the movie Big Fish and Begonia, which resonates with many people. Xiao Lele was stunned. Master Qin is really talented. Xia Ning was a little speechless. To put it another way, let me try something new. This is what the person who just said, I think you are eating shit, said in a blink of an eye. Wouldn't you have finished saying this just now? Why do you have to spew shit? Suddenly, she thought of A Short Life, and immediately thought of the taxi driver's daughter, Huang Huai. She immediately took out her mobile phone and logged into Qin Sun's WeChat account. Chapter 541-36S, This is not more than 3% probability. What's wrong with me taking a gamble? Xia Ning looked at it and felt a little regretful. There is still no friend request. She thought of the WeChat signature that Qin Sun changed this morning. She smells like her perfume. It's my nose's fault. Qin Sun made such a big fuss today. Huang Huai might go to search and check the friend information. Maybe Weibo's signature is a good way to communicate. Xia Ning changed her WeChat signature to In this short life, we will all lose in the end. You might as well be bolder. Love someone, climb a mountain, and chase a dream. After changing it, she put the phone back in her pocket. She hoped that Huang Huai would be touched and add her as a friend. I don't know why. Qin Sun didn't seem to care about this matter, but she kept thinking about it. Qin Sun saw Xia Ning playing with her phone for a while, and didn't know what she was doing. So she continued, Do you understand what I said just now? Xia Ning smiled, and her smile was very gentle. But she didn't say anything. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Qin Sun was a little anxious, and said seriously, What I mean is, you need to expand the breadth of your life and try more things. As long as you savor the earthy love words I said just now, you will definitely be able to savor the taste as if you were tasting tea. Xia Ning, I was just feeling better. Why did he say such a thing again? Want me to savor a pile of shit? She sighed and ignored Qin Sun. She didn't leave either. Not leaving means tasting. No matter how stupid Qin Sun, a fool with zero love quotient, is, he should be able to guess it. Right? Xia Ning did nothing, and it was a bit awkward to just stay in the kitchen. She saw Xiao Lele chopping ribs again. She couldn't sit there shamelessly like Qin Sun, lying still. So she stood up and prepared to find something to do. She looked around and saw a shovel on the wall in the corner of the kitchen, which was a bit strange. Why is there a shovel in the kitchen? Is it for shoveling stove ash? Qin Sun was a little resentful of Xia Ning's ignoring her just now, and snorted coldly, saying, This is my wok. Xia Ning was startled, walked over, grabbed the handle of the shovel, felt its heavy weight, and was a little surprised. It must be about 10 pounds. You told me this is a wok? Qin Sun said. Big pot rice. Big pot rice. Of course the wok should be bigger. Xia Ning looked at the shovel for a while, and sighed. Forget it. They are all spoons. Spoons also have species diversity. No one should look down on anyone. It's just a shovel. Xiao Lei turned his head and looked at Xia Ning, hesitating, and said, Sister Xia Ning, almost all the big pot dishes are fried with a spade. Whether it's school, or factory, or cafeteria, they all use spades as frying pans. Xia Ning put down the spade, looking a little embarrassed. She saw the smile on Qin Sun's face, felt despised, ridiculed for not being able to cook. She was a little dissatisfied. Haven't you eaten pork? Have you seen pigs run? Xia Ning took an apron off the wall and put it on, walked to the sink, looked down for a while, and frowned. Where's the hand sanitizer? Qin Sun asked. What are you going to do? Xia Ning, I'll wash my hands and start working. Qin Sun felt a little ashamed. He had the ability to cook food like an old man, but he often started cooking without washing his hands. Just wash with water. Xia Ning shook her head, looking serious. When I was in school, I also visited the back kitchen of a restaurant. The steps to washing hands. First, wet your hands under the faucet. Second, apply hand sanitizer. Third, rub your hands repeatedly for more than 20 seconds. Especially clean your nails. Fourth, rinse them under the faucet, she said seriously. Qin Sun stared at Xia Ning in a daze, feeling a little ashamed. I thought I cooked quite cleanly, but now, I am dirty. Xiao Lei looked at Xia Ning's delicate face and admired her. No wonder Xia Ning looked so pretty even though she didn't wear much makeup. I guess every strand of her hair was designed. Qin Sun pointed at the dishwashing liquid next to the sink. Use the dishwashing liquid first. And after lunch, Xiao Lei will go buy hand sanitizer. Xia Ning had no choice but to use the dishwashing liquid as hand sanitizer to wash her hands. What should I do now? Qin Sun pointed to a pile of lettuce in the corner and said, Go wash the lettuce. Xia Ning walked over, took the lettuce, and put it next to the sink. She picked up the lettuce, swiftly picked off the old, damaged, and yellow leaves on the outside, and threw them into the trash can. Only half of a lettuce was left. Then, Xia Ning turned on the faucet, and carefully adjusted the water flow to a slow speed. Qin Sun was wondering why she adjusted the water flow speed. Then he saw Xia Ning pick a piece of lettuce, and carefully rinse it under the faucet. The action was as gentle as caressing a baby's skin, afraid to hurt it in the slightest. Qin Sun saw this, and rubbed his temple. I finally understood why Michelin's dishes were so expensive. There must be a vegetable washer like Xia Ning. So the water flow from the tap was adjusted so low. Was it because they were afraid of damaging the lettuce leaves? Sister, these leaves will be put into the pot anyway. Can you stir-fry them with a spatula? Isn't this just taking off your pants to fart? She is totally mentally retarded. Xiao Lei saw Xia Ning washing the vegetables seriously, and opened her eyes wide. I didn't think Xia Ning was mentally retarded, but I thought she was radiating a holy aura. And I was just a dog. She looked down at the ribs she had chopped. Although they were all about the same size, not every piece was square. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Xiao Lei began to carefully chop the ribs, trying to chop out a bunch of evenly sized mahjong pieces. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, and then at Xiao Lei, and couldn't bear to watch anymore, and lay down on the bamboo lounge chair and closed his eyes. He sighed. It turns out that mental retardation is really contagious. Beijing. Wang Huai was lying on the bed watching Douyin, watching with great interest the video uploaded by netizens of Qin Sun singing Perfume is Poisonous. She laughed out a voice full of wisdom from time to time. After a while, she opened WeChat and typed Qin Sun's WeChat ID skillfully, clicked into the circle of friends, found that the signature had been changed. She read it in a low voice. In this short life, we will all lose it in the end. You might as well be bolder, love someone, climb a mountain, chase a dream. After watching it, she put down her phone, was silent for a long time, and a bitter smile appeared on her face. My lifespan is at most half a year. At most a year. If I have surgery, I might die on the operating table, which would be even shorter. She sighed. I don't have time to love someone, climb a mountain, or chase a dream. In the next room, Wang Jiangwo took a dice cup and shook the dice. He shook it once and said, Leopard. He opened it and saw a 2, a 3, and a 5. He smiled bitterly. 235 can eat a leopard, which is not bad. He picked up the dice cup and shook it again, and growled. Leopard. Open it again. A 3, a 3, a 6. He comforted himself again. There are 2 3s, I'm getting close. Huang Jiangwo still didn't give up. Shake it again. Open it and see. A5, A1, A4. He looked at this group of numbers. His face was a little ugly, and a sad voice came out of his throat. 514, I wish I was really going to die. He put the dice cup cover aside, subconsciously took out his mobile phone, opened WeChat and entered Qin Sun's WeChat account. Saw the signature of Weixin. He was stunned. This short sound, this short life. We will eventually lose? Huang Jiangwo's eyes gradually became firm. He looked at the 3 dice, and stretched out his hand to make 3 SIXS. Leopard. 3 SIXS. Isn't this greater than the probability of 3%? I have this luck. What's wrong with a gamble? What's wrong? After saying that, he picked up the phone, looked at the Weixin interface, add the other party to the address book, and clicked it without hesitation. Chapter 542 Intervening in the karma of others, may not be able to persuade, cannot lead, cannot save. Shutian Film and Television Base. Sehiyuan. Kitchen. Xia Ning was washing the leaves carefully. Suddenly, she heard the WeChat notification sound from her phone in her pocket. She was startled, stopped, turned to look at Qin Sun, and spoke softly. Qin Sun, your WeChat account is ringing. Qin Sun opened his eyes, and found that Xia Ning's face was actually a little excited. Knowing that she had been waiting for Huang Huai to add her as a friend, Qin Sun couldn't help but smile. She is such a gentle and kind sister. So cute, I want to hack her. Xia Ning turned off the faucet, sat on the small stool next to Qin Sun, took out her phone, and placed it where Qin Sun could see it. Open WeChat. They looked at it together. In WeChat, there was indeed a friend addition. Clicking it, I found that the WeChat name was Master Huang. Xia Ning was a little surprised. It should be Huang Huai's father. Qin Sun hummed, reached out, and touched the screen, and agreed to the friend addition. Let's see what he says first. Xiao Lele noticed the movement, turned around, looked at the 2 people who were staring at their phones, and was shocked. I thought that Qin Sun was just in a moment of excitement in the taxi and left a small account. I didn't expect that they had been tracking this matter. A big star, a rich lady, was so concerned about the life and death of a fan? Xiao Lele's eyes fell on Qin Sun's face, and he was a little impressed. Celebrities usually donate money, provide financial aid to students, and even build schools, but rarely do point-to-point, detailed personal assistance, because it is easy to be morally kidnapped. You saved this Huang Huai today. Thousands of Huang Huais will appear tomorrow. No one can cure them all. Even the richest man in the country can't afford the huge medical expenses of so many patients. At that time, these people who want but can't get will become a powerful anti-Qin Sun force, selling misery on the internet, morally kidnapping Qin Sun. Then, there will be a lot of netizens following suit, plus the water army of the rival company. At that time, Qin Sun will be pulled down from the altar, abandoned in the sewer. Xiao Lele wanted to remind Qin Sun that it was better not to help Huang Huai directly, but changed his mind. I am just a part-time cook, it is not my turn to say anything. Xiao Lele turned around and continued to chop the ribs. The speed was much slower, the strength was much less. Soon, Master Huang sent a message. Hello, are you Mr. Qin Sun? I am the taxi driver who took you to the hospital that day. I am really sorry to add you as a friend so presumptuously. Excuse me. Are you okay now? Xia Ning looked up at Qin Sun, saw him nod slightly, and replied with the phone. Hello, I am Qin Sun's assistant. She hesitated for a moment, and did not continue to send. What's the matter? What help do you need? And so on. She was taught by her family, since she was a child that, unless others ask you to, don't offer help proactively. Don't interfere with other people's karma at will. And now that Qin Sun has a special status, he must be more cautious in his words and deeds. Very soon. Master Huang replied. Assistant lady, hello. I'm sorry to bother Mr. Qin, but I really have no choice. My daughter Huang Huai has been unwilling to have surgery. I'm worried that she will lose both her money and her life. Can you tell Mr. Qin to send a voice message to persuade my daughter to have surgery? Qin Sun and Xia Ning finished reading. Xia Ning, what should we do now? We always thought that they couldn't find a good hospital or a good doctor. Now it seems that things are more difficult than we thought. Huang Huai doesn't want to have surgery at all. And he doesn't want to spend money. Qin Sun pondered. Do you want me to send a voice message? This? He didn't finish his words. He heard Xiao Lele's anxious voice. No. Qin Sun looked up at Xiao Lele, and saw her shaking her head solemnly. Master Qin, you can't. Xiao Lei saw Qin Sun staring at him blankly, put down the bone-cutting knife, wiped his hands on his apron, and explained. It's not that I'm cruel. But you have to learn to protect yourself. If you send him a voice message, if the voice message is leaked, you will definitely be worshipped as a god by netizens at the beginning. But trouble will come soon. Many patients will become your fans, and they will blackmail you morally, ask for your encouragement, or even ask you for money. When that happens, you'll be finished. Xia Ning looked at Xiao Lei in silence, and also felt a little tricky. It is not difficult to encourage Huang Huai. It is not difficult to give Huang Huai money. The difficult part is the follow-up. What is more difficult now is that Master Huang has added him as a friend and set a request. If his request is ignored, if it is leaked, the paparazzi will have a party. Qin Sun will be labeled as cold-blooded and ruthless immediately, which will have a fatal impact on the movie Fatal Identity. Sure enough, Qin Sun wrote his own prestige account in a moment of impulse, intervening in the cause and effect of others. Very irrational. You may not be able to persuade, lead, or save him. Instead, you will drag yourself into the quagmire. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's worried expression, then looked at Xiao Lei and smiled. So you are not stupid. Xiao Lei. Did I behave in front of you before, making you think I am stupid? Qin Sun laughed. It is your stupidity that I like, otherwise why would I give you 53 yuan an hour? Is it because you are strong? Because you are good at using the explosion-proof fork? Xiao Lei thought of the way he had repeatedly pinned Qin Sun to the wall, and laughed awkwardly. The voice was indeed a bit silly. Qin Sun took the phone, looked at the two women with worried faces, and shook his head gently. Why do you think I really want to be a star? Do you care about the opinions of netizens? Who can morally blackmail me? I have no morals at all. Okay. Xia Ning and Xiao Lei were stunned. Don't want to be a dog star? No morals? Qin Sun smiled. Why think so much? Wait for it. As he said, he sat up from the bamboo lounge chair and directly dialed Master Huang's video call. It only rang for 2 seconds. The video was connected. On the phone screen, Mr. Huang's haggard face showed shock, staring blankly at the camera. That. Mr. Qin, you actually called me in person? I. Qin Sun saw that he was incoherent, and said with a smile, Give the phone to Huang Huai, I'll persuade her. Mr. Huang showed a pleasant expression on his face. Okay. Then, the phone screen shook rapidly. Footsteps. The sound of the door opening. Mr. Huang's voice was very loud. Why? Look who's on the phone. Chapter 543. Uncle Qin is very angry. The consequences are serious. The phone screen shook for a while. Then stop. The face of a girl with a ponytail appeared on the phone. Qin Sun clearly saw a flash of panic on Huang Huai's face, smiled, and said softly, Student Huang Huai, you have to be proactive. Treatment. The two words were not uttered. The video call was hung up. Qin Sun? Xia Ning and Xiao Lei were also confused. What happened? Hang up directly. Is this the attitude towards idols? Which fan can treat idols in this way? Qin Sun looked at the words the other party has cancelled on the WeChat interface, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. It seems that she has made up her mind to leave. No one can persuade her. After a pause, she said self-deprecatingly, That's right. Even her father can't persuade her, so how can I persuade him? No matter how high an idol is, he is not as good as a hair of his own family. This Huang Huai is very good, not a fool. Xia Ning hesitated to speak. Her face looked a little bad, and she felt upset. She walked to the sink, washed her hands according to the standard procedure, and began to wash the lettuce leaves one by one. Suddenly, she remembered what Qin Sun had said when he was helping Monsieur. There is only one disease in the world, and that is poverty. As expected, there was a girl in front of her who chose to die calmly in order to save money. She couldn't say whether it was right or wrong, but it was really a pity. Xiao Lei continued to chop the ribs, becoming much more skillful, and seemed to have let go of a worry. That Huang Huairen was quite nice. She took the initiative to give up Qin Sun's help. Qin Sun directly called her via video, and he had done his best. Even if the matter is leaked in the future, others will not be able to blackmail him morally. Qin Sun lay on the bamboo lounge chair, picked up the iced cola, drank half a bottle in one breath, and burped for a long time. This Huang Huai. How rude. He made me finish my words halfway. I was suffocated to death. What's the matter? I am the most powerful doctor in the whole Blue Star. And it is so difficult to ask the old king of hell for a person. Beijing. Suburbs. Huang Huai's bedroom. Wang Jianguo grabbed the phone and was about to make a video call again, but heard Huang Huai yelling, "No! Stop bothering others. It's useless. No matter who persuades me. It's useless." Wang Jianguo was so angry that his nostrils swelled. He raised his phone high and wanted to throw it on the ground, but he put it down lightly. The veins on his neck bulged, and he yelled, "Didn't you say Qin Sun persuaded you to have surgery? And you went? Didn't you say that? You don't keep your word." Huang Huai looked at his furious father and wanted to remind him that he didn't say such a thing, but seeing the sadness in his eyes, feeling a little guilty, speaking softly, "Dad, it's no use. If there's a 30% success rate, I dare to try, but that's 1%. Wang Jianguo corrected immediately. "It's 3%. Huang Huai looked at his father, who was arguing like a child, and smiled softly. "That's too low. And it needs treatment from an internationally renowned doctor. For a transnational surgery, you might not even be able to sell your house to get enough. What if we ask Qin Sun to invite a doctor? It's still 3%. Even if Qin Sun is merciful and pays for our medical expenses, do we have the nerve to ask?" Huang Huai saw his father's eyes were red, grabbed his hand, and held it tightly. "It's really not worth it. Just let me leave quietly. Okay? In this short life, I will eventually lose. I have crossed the mountain, pursued dreams, and loved." She smiled playfully. "I have seen you too." Wang Jianguo was slightly moved, with a smile on his face. Huang Huai continued, "Let's not cause trouble for others." Wang Jianguo did not give up, asked, "What if I ask him to write a song for you?" Huang Huai's voice became louder. "That won't work." Huang Jianguo was silent, his chest rising and falling violently. Huang Huai looked at his father, lowered his head slightly, and explained in a low voice, "Dad, if I don't have the operation, I still have half a year to a year. If I have the operation, there is a 99% chance that I will die on the spot." She raised her head, her voice pleading, "Is it not okay for me to just live a little longer?" Wang Jianguo's heart ached. He knew that these were all excuses made by his daughter. His daughter was just worried about losing both her money and her life, and was unwilling to take a gamble. The two were silent for a long time. Suddenly, Huang Huai looked at his father, with a faint smile on his face, and said softly, "Dad, Qin Sun encouraged me and helped me with my treatment. Don't let it out. Otherwise, he will be cyberbullied." Huang Jianguo sighed heavily. His voice was cold. "I know." He turned around to leave, but he heard Huang Huai's voice with a smile. "Dad, I want to travel." Huang Jianguo's heart shrank suddenly, and he quickly turned around, looking at his smiling daughter. It sounded like a farewell trip to this world. Accompanying his daughter to say goodbye to the world, although it was cruel, it was always better than staying in the bedroom. Huang Huai continued, "I want to go to Shutian Film and Television City, and see that kind-hearted person with my own eyes." Wang Jianguo heard that the so-called kind-hearted person was Qin Sun, and suddenly felt that things might turn around. He smiled. Okay. We'll leave tomorrow." Seeing his father smiling so happily, Huang Huai was worried that he would misunderstand, and hurriedly explained, "I'll just watch from a distance. No one of us should disturb him, okay?" The smile on Huang Jianguo's face was a little stiff. Okay. Vertical store. Kitchen. Qin Sun suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the black ceiling. His right fist lightly hit the bamboo recliner. There was a dong sound. The sound attracted Xia Ning and Xiao Lele. They turned their heads and looked at Qin Sun. Xia Ning asked, "What's wrong with you?" Qin Sun was still looking at the ceiling, somewhat angry. "Huang Huai just hung up my video, making me feel like I'm trying to please someone who doesn't like me. I wanted to be happy, but the moon shines on the ditch. Uncle Qin is very angry, and the consequences will be serious." Xia Ning smiled bitterly. She felt a little uncomfortable, probably because she had been paying attention to whether there were any friends added to her WeChat account in the past few days. This is the so-called sunk cost. People always pay special attention to things they have put their energy into. Moreover, she always felt that saving Huang Huai was a piece of cake for them. But Huang Huai was stubborn and refused to accept any help. Xiao Lele looked at Qin Sun's unhappy face and asked in a low voice, "Then Master Qin, if you really meet her, how are you going to make her feel the serious consequences?" Qin Sun turned his head and looked at Xiao Lele indifferently. "It's true that she is stupid. I just said something pretentious. Why did she have to dig into the matter? Qin Sun thought for a while, stretched out his right hand and gestured in the air twice, said, I'm going to give her a few big slaps, and let her do a paternity test with my donkey. Why is she so stubborn? Xiao Lei was a little surprised. I know you are from Shiren. Do you raise donkeys there? Qin Sun. I told you I kill people without blinking an eye, and you ask me if my eyes are dry? This girl is so stupid. Don't use sugar instead of salt when cooking later. Qin Sun stood up and stretched, and saw Xia Ning taking off her apron and trying to put it on him. Hey, what are you doing? Xia Ning was a little confused. You don't wear an apron when you cook? Qin Sun pointed at Xia Ning, and then at Xiao Lei. Whoever cuts the vegetables will cook them. Xia Ning turned his head and looked at the small basket of washed lettuce, feeling a little embarrassed. Me? Chapter 544 Tonight, Night Attack on Yujia Village. Xiao Lei saw Xia Ning's embarrassed face, and volunteered, and said, A small basket of lettuce, I fried it while stewing the ribs. Xia Ning breathed a sigh of relief. But he heard Qin Sun was unhappy. No. I want her to fry it. Xiao Lei saw that Qin Sun's face was a little ugly, and silently closed his mouth. Xia Ning and Qin Sun looked at each other. The eyes of both of them were very firm, and neither of them would give in. After a while, Xia Ning frowned and asked, Why do I have to cook? You got mad at Huang Huai, and you took it out on me? Qin Sun snorted coldly. I've been with you for so long, but I didn't get to eat steamed buns, lotus root slices, or cherries. I didn't even get to eat the dishes you cooked. How embarrassed I am. Before meeting Qin Sun, Xia Ning was relatively pure, but after meeting Qin Sun, she became particularly sensitive to metaphors. When she heard these lewd words, her scalp immediately went numb. Is this guy crazy? Preparing to fight with Kato Daiki, and abstinence has made him seriously ill? Say this in front of outsiders. Xia Ning turned to look at Xiao Lei, and saw that her face was normal, knowing that this silly girl didn't understand, and he breathed a sigh of relief. She also pretended to be confused, looking at Qin Sun, and said coldly, I cooked for you. Qin Sun was slightly startled, and racked his brains, but still couldn't remember when he had eaten her cooking. When? Where? In a dream? Xia Ning frowned, staring at Qin Sun, and the look in her eyes was like looking at a heartless man. She explained seriously, When you locked yourself in the bedroom editing The Journey of the Blue Sky, I made instant noodles for you. Xiao Lei was stunned. Oh! Why did Sister Xia Ning say it so confidently? Does making instant noodles count as cooking for the children of rich people? Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's arrogant expression and sneered. Is instant noodles considered cooking? Xia Ning smiled and said slowly, The green leaves added to the instant noodles were boiled by me in the pot first, and then put into the instant noodles. And the boiled eggs in it were also cooked by me. She stared at Qin Sun proudly, and said word by word. So I have cooked. Qin Sun. There are such shameless people in the world. This Xia Ning really learned bad things from me. Qin Sun felt that he was defeated. He was already upset because of Huang Huai's matter, and now he was even more upset. He said angrily, Can that be called a dish? You don't want our children to write about the taste of their mother in their essays in the future, and the taste of the vegetables and boiled eggs in the instant noodle soup. Xia Ning was stunned when she heard this, and her face was a little hot. She turned her head to look at Xiao Lei, who had suddenly become a big light bulb, to see her reaction. Fortunately, she was very dull, and had no reaction at all. It seemed that she was not surprised at all that she and Qin Sun would have a child in the future. Xiao Lei saw Xia Ning looking at her and misunderstood her meaning. Thinking that she was asking for help, she immediately looked at Qin Sun and said loudly, Master Qin, stir-fry the lettuce? It's just a matter of stirring it in the pot. I used to stir-fry it a lot in the back kitchen of the hot pot restaurant. Leave it to me. Qin Sun sighed and said nothing. You can't force a cow to drink water. Xia Ning is also a donkey. Let her do it. But Xia Ning said indifferently, No. I'll do it. In case someone looks down on me. She turned her head and glanced at the stove, the seasoning jar, and said, I don't believe that cooking can be harder than doing a chemical experiment. Qin Sun was surprised to see that Xia Ning, the donkey, suddenly changed his attitude. He thought about it carefully. Could it be? He smiled and did a one-armed big loop, gave a thumbs up, and liked it. The taste of my mother. Xia Ning saw Qin Sun's strange movements, and said with a cold face, Stop talking nonsense, you will tell me the recipe, and I will do it. I will show you how easy it is for me. A student who always gets praise from the teacher for doing chemistry experiments in junior high school. To learn how to cook. Xiao Lei felt a little strange when he heard Xia Ning compare cooking with doing experiments. It should be difficult to do chemistry experiments. I have never done it. The teacher always played videos for everyone to watch, and never entered the school laboratory. Xia Ning walked to the corner, looking at the big shovel leaning against the wall, hesitated for a moment, grabbed it with both hands, and carried it on her shoulders. She walked to the sink, and was about to turn on the faucet to rinse. Qin Sun was stunned. What are you doing? Xia Ning turned around. Wash the spatula. You don't even wash the spatula when you cook? Qin Sun looked at the lettuce on the stove that Xia Ning had removed most of its leaves from, only a small basket. With such a big shovel, wouldn't it be mashed into mud? He pointed at the small spatula hanging on the stove wall and asked, Why don't you use this? Xia Ning looked at the normal-sized spatula, then at the big shovel, with an embarrassed expression. I didn't see it. On one side of the stove was a big black pot burning firewood, and on the other side was a set of homely liquefied gas stoves. There were 3 small pots and stoves. Xia Ning picked up the shovel and walked back to the corner of the kitchen, carefully leaning the shovel against the wall. Behind him, Qin Sun's slightly sarcastic voice sounded. Your observation ability is so weak, I really can't imagine how you became an expert in chemical experiments. Xia Ning snorted coldly, ignoring his sarcasm. If this guy hadn't met me, he would have been single for life. He just said a few nice words. And he started to do stupid things again. Uncle Qin was very angry. The consequences would be serious. You want me to bear the consequences? I'll open your eyes later. What does it mean to be an experimental expert? Meat and vegetables mature at different times. Xiao Lei cooked first. She chopped a lot of ribs. And under Qin Sun's guidance, she first stewed carrot and rib soup. Then she steamed some black bean ribs. Then, she fried some garlic ribs. Finally, let's have some stir-fried pork ribs. Xiao Lei has some cooking skills. Qin Sun just watched from the side, and reminded him of some key steps. Hey, blanch the radish first to remove the smell. Don't put it directly into the pot. Fry the ribs with oil first, and then stew them in the pot, so that the soup can be milky white. Steamed ribs, and stir-fried ribs, both need to be marinated with a little baking soda first. Otherwise, it will be hard to chew. But don't marinate for too long, about 10 minutes is enough, otherwise it will lose its meatiness. Hey, hot pan and cold oil are not the same as you said. It's not that heating the pan and putting cold oil in it will not stick to the pan, you are just fooling the pan. You have to put the oil in the pan, shake it, lubricate the pan, wait for the oil to smoke slightly. Pour out the oil, and then stir-fry with cold oil, so it won't stick to the pan. Xiao Lei moistened the pan according to Qin Sun's method, and stir-fried the ribs, and found that it really didn't stick at all. Very surprised. Master Qin, you really know how to cook. I used to think that the pot I used was too cheap, so the hot pot and cold oil would stick to the pot. It turns out that the method was wrong. Where did you learn to cook? Qin Sun sighed, his voice was slightly sad. My family is very poor, my mother told me since I was a child. The children of poor families grow up early. Alas, let's not talk about it, let's not talk about it. Xiao Lei had heard Qin Sun's famous saying on the internet a long time ago, and when he heard it with his own ears, he felt the sadness very clearly. I didn't know what to say for a moment. Xia Ning narrowed her eyes, and looked at Qin Sun. Is he going to say this to death? He is a man worth hundreds of millions, and he is telling a man who has to work like an ox to plow the land that his family is in great difficulty? Is he still a human being? Xiao Lei finished frying the ribs, and washed the pot neatly, and looked at Xia Ning. Sister Xia Ning, it's your turn. Xia Ning slowly turned her head to look at Qin Sun, adjusted her apron, and walked to the sink to wash her hands according to the standard. Then she stood in front of the stove. You say I do it. I'm ready. Next, watch my performance. Qin Sun? Is she ready? Is she hinting at me something? No matter, just take it as a hint. Tonight, night attack on Yujia village. Chapter 545 Stir clockwise, or counterclockwise. Isn't this stupid? Xia Ning said. I'm ready. Qin Sun was distracted, thinking about all sorts of things. Silent, dazed, suddenly. Xia Ning's cold voice woke him up. Hey, Master Qin, can you teach me how to do it? Qin Sun came back to his senses, looking at Xia Ning's face as cold as frost. This arrogant look made him like her even more. He said with a smile. You left the tender leaves of lettuce, just right for a dish of crispy lettuce with oyster sauce. Put a pot on the stove and boil water first. A little more water, it's easier to keep the temperature high, so that the lettuce can be cooked quickly and the taste can be maintained. Xia Ning looked at the pot in front of him and asked hesitantly, "How much is a little more?" Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, who was a little dazed, and said with a smile, "2/3 of the pot." Xia Ning got the order, quickly picked up the iron pot, and walked to the sink and put 2/3 of the pot of water. She held the pot handle tightly with both hands and put it on the liquid stove. She picked up the pot lid and covered it. Qin Sun was a little surprised and laughed. "Oh, I didn't expect you to cover the pot." Xia Ning slowly turned her head and rolled her eyes. "Qin Sun?" This seemed to be the first time I saw her rolling her eyes, and it was so cute. Today is really a good day. He looked outside the door. The sun was shining. I don't know when it will get dark. It's hard. Xia Ning held her hands in front of her chest, looking imposing, but squeezed her cleavage even more exaggerated. Qin Sun stared straight at her, without any hesitation. This made Xiao Lele, who was standing by, feel awkward. She walked silently to the corner of the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and pretended to put the ingredients in order. Looking back, she found that Qin Sun's gaze at Xia Ning's chest was still affectionate and deep. Xiao Lele felt even more embarrassed, and wanted to hide in the refrigerator. Suddenly, Xia Ning saw bubbles coming out of the bottom of the pot, turned to look at Qin Sun, and found that he looked a little dazed. His eyes were always on his chest. She couldn't help but frown, but didn't expose him, and asked, "What should we do now?" "Wait for the water to boil." Qin Sun raised his head with some reluctance, looked at Xia Ning, and said casually, "Let's make a bowl of milk now." Xia Ning? Next to the refrigerator. Xiao Lele had been deliberately avoiding seeing the two of them, but she found that the more she avoided them, the more she cared. At this time, she was stunned when she heard Qin Sun say make a bowl of milk. Lettuce with oyster sauce? Make a bowl of milk? Is this the secret to delicious food? This is very expensive. As a former excellent waiter, Xiao Lele has a keen eye and immediately took out a bottle of fresh milk from the refrigerator, walked to Xia Ning, and handed it over. "Sister Xia Ning, here's the milk for you." Qin Sun had completely come back to his senses, looking at the milk in Xia Ning's hand, was a little surprised, asked, "What are you doing with the milk?" Xiao Lele was surprised. "Didn't you ask Sister Xia Ning to mix a bowl of milk?" Qin Sun. He was silent. He could only be silent. Xia Ning sneered, unscrewed the lid of the milk, and handed the milk to Qin Sun. "Here's your drink, to nourish your brain, and to purify your dirty mind." Xiao Lele didn't understand. Qin Sun took it with an embarrassed look on his face, and held it in his palms with both hands. Xia Ning walked to the cupboard, opened the door, took out a small bowl from it, walked back to the stove, and asked coldly, "How do you make the sauce?" Qin Sun was a little surprised. "You actually knew I was talking about the sauce?" Xia Ning's voice was cold. "I said, I am a little expert in chemical experiments. As an excellent student, when you hear a suspected wrong instruction, you can't blindly execute it, you must learn to explore the correct instruction." Qin Sun took a big sip of milk. The family is so rich, but he still studies so hard. Really? He is just bored. He said, "Now put a proper amount of oyster sauce, a little soy sauce, a little sugar, a little chicken essence into the bowl. You can put salt or not." After saying that, Xia Ning held the bowl in her hand, slowly turned her head to look at Qin Sun, looking at Qin Sun with a look of looking at a fool. Proper amount, a little bit? Qin Sun felt that what he said was accurate enough, felt offended, and gave her a look of looking at a fool in return. Xia Ning frowned slightly, and said in a cold voice, "The key steps for the success of the experiment should be the knowledge points of junior high school chemistry. Right? First, a rigorous scientific attitude. If this oyster sauce lettuce is to succeed at once, you can't use those vague quantifiers. Lightness should be accurate to grams, okay?" When Xiao Lele heard this, she was astonished. No wonder she is a top student. "I have studied junior high school chemistry, but I have forgotten most of it. I only remember something. I am hydrogen, I am the lightest, and rockets rely on me to transport satellites. I am helium, I am a rogue, and I am the worst at gaining and losing electrons." Qin Sun took another sip of milk, wiped her face, and decided to teach her a lesson tonight. His tone was a little unfriendly. 10 grams of soy sauce. 5 grams of light soy sauce. 3 grams of dark soy sauce. 2 grams of sugar. 0.5 grams of MSG. If you have a strong taste, you can add 0.5 grams of salt. Add 80 grams of water, mix the seasonings evenly and set aside. Xiao Lele looked at Qin Sun, also surprised. He could recite the recipe casually, accurate to grams? Don't most chefs add seasonings based on their feelings when cooking? Only Western food has so many grams. So many grams. Xiaoning had a cold face, made an okay gesture, and started to mix the sauce. She picked up a spoon, weighed it in her hand, and then picked up a bottle of oyster sauce and squeezed some on the spoon. She weighed it again, and squeezed a little more. She felt that the weight was up to standard, and nodded with satisfaction. She put the oyster sauce in the spoon on the bottom of the bowl. There was still some on the spoon, but she didn't care, because she would mix it with water later. It would dissolve in the water at that time. According to this method, she quickly put soy sauce, dark soy sauce, sugar, chicken essence, and all into the bowl. She went to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of purified water, and poured some into the bowl. Finally, he added a few more spoonfuls with a small spoon, as if he was aiming for 80 grams. Not a gram more, not a gram less. Xiao Lele was stunned. It really seemed like a chemical experiment. Using pure water? Qin Sun was also stunned. He didn't know how many grams of seasoning Xiaoning put in. But if he was asked to add the seasoning, it was indeed the amount Xiaoning put in. Xiaoning gently stirred the bowl of juice, mixed the seasoning, turned his head, and looked at the stunned Qin Sun, and asked, "Master Qin, what's next?" Qin Sun gave Xiaoning a thumbs up. "As expected of my Qin's woman. You are such a terribly rational woman. I suspect that if you dismember me one day, the police won't be able to find any clues." Xiaoning, "Master Qin, please pay attention to a scientific and rigorous attitude, and don't say anything nonsense at this time." Qin Sun saw the water in the pot boiling, and said, "Put 20 grams of oil and 3 grams of salt in the pot. Stir it with a spatula, and pour the lettuce into the pot. Use the spatula to gently press it under the water surface. And after 15 seconds, immediately use a colander to scoop out and drain the water." Xiaoning immediately picked up a clean bowl, weighed it, and picked up the oil pot to pour some oil into it. Weighed it again, added some more oil, weighed it again, felt that it weighed 20 grams, pick up the oil in the bowl and pour it into the pot. Xiaoning used a seasoning spoon to pour salt into the pot, small amounts and multiple times, adding salt 3 times to add 3 grams. She picked up the spatula, looked at Qin Sun and asked, "Stir clockwise or counterclockwise?" Qin Sun? Wow! Isn't this a fool? Chapter 546 Henpecked? Tell her who is the boss in our family. You can stir it however you want. Qin Sun was speechless. Xiaoning refused and said seriously, "One of the other 2 keys to the success of a chemical experiment is the correct operation method." Qin Sun sighed. Clockwise. Suddenly, he realized. "Why didn't you ask me when you were stirring the sauce just now?" Xiaoning lowered his head and stirred the water in the pot clockwise. "Just now. I wasn't careful enough." She looked calm, poured the lettuce in the basket, and quickly pressed it under the water. After 15 seconds, she immediately picked it up, controlled the water. At the same time, she turned off the stove. The set of movements was smooth and flowing, not like someone who had never cooked before, but like a master chef. Xiao Lele was surprised again. Is this talent? After that, Xiaoning followed Qin Sun's instructions, arranged the dishes, and boiled the sauce, and thickened it. Added the minced garlic Xiao Lele had just prepared to the sauce, to enhance the flavor. Finally, pour the thick sauce evenly on the lettuce. Xiao Lele looked at the plate of green lettuce on the stove, and the lettuce with rich sauce, and her heart could not calm down for a long time. Isn't this a product that only food shows can have? Sister Xiaoning can make it like this for the first time? The steps are meticulous, and it's really like doing a chemical experiment. Qin Sun looked at the plate of excellent, steaming oyster sauce lettuce, and shook his head, saying with great pain, "I am a sinner." Xiaoning was stunned. "What do you mean?" Qin Sun sighed. "The art of cooking has been turned into a streamlined operation. I actually feel like I'm teaching people to make pre-prepared dishes. Such dishes have no soul." Xiaoning smiled, picked up a small piece of lettuce with chopsticks, and put it in her mouth, chewing it carefully. A happy smile appeared on her face. "It has no soul, but it has taste. It's delicious." She put down her chopsticks, turned around and walked out of the kitchen, and left with her clothes brushed off. showing the demeanor of a master who has hidden his merits and fame. To cook. Isn't it enough to have hands? He stepped out of the kitchen threshold. Xia Ning looked at the women chattering under the tree in this small courtyard, put her hands behind her back, and said lightly without turning her head, "Serve the food." Qin Sun and Xiao Lei looked at each other, and their faces were a little strange. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's back and asked in a low voice, "Xiao Biluo, do you think Xia Ning is more pretentious than me?" Xiao Lei heard her stage name and smiled, and answered in a low voice, "But I think Sister Xia Ning pretends very naturally. She has a strong aura." After saying that, she hesitated. "Master Qin, I'm sorry to ask, are you controlled by your wife?" Qin Sun. What a presumptuous fellow. You are really too presumptuous. Xiao Lei. Qin Sun snorted coldly, and walked towards the door aggressively. Seeing Xia Ning with her hands behind her back, posing like a saint in a fairy drama, he raised his hand and slapped her hard on the buttocks. "Who the hell is controlled by your wife?" "Pa!" The sound was very loud. The buttocks trembled 3 times. Xia Ning slowly turned her head. Her eyes, which were usually a little indifferent, were filled with shock. She trembled. "Are you crazy?" "You?" Qin Sun interrupted her, pointing at Xiao Lei, who was stunned in the kitchen, and said, "Tell her who is the boss in our family." Xia Ning's chest rose and fell slightly. "Are you sick?" Qin Sun blurted out a rustic love word. "I am indeed sick. I am sick about you." Xia Ning was stunned and fell silent. After a while, she turned her head to look at Xiao Lei, then looked at Qin Sun, lowered her voice, and gritted her teeth. "This is just once. Never again." She looked at Qin Sun's stubborn expression, and her voice softened a lot. "Don't do anything too intimate in front of others in the future." Qin Sun heard this. His eyes lit up slightly, and he tasted something. "Then can we hide?" He put his mouth close to Xia Ning's ear and whispered, "Wait for me tonight. I'm ready." Xia Ning. She was a little at a loss, turned her head to meet Qin Sun's gentle eyes, and immediately dodged and walked into the kitchen. Find something to do to divert Qin Sun's attention. "Xiao Lei, let's serve the dishes together." Xiao Lei nodded, but did not serve the dishes directly, but went to the cupboard to get a stainless steel basin. She first added half a basin of rice to the rice cooker, and then scooped 3 pieces of stewed pork ribs from the pot, and scooped some soup on the rice. She glanced at the lettuce with oyster sauce, and hesitated. Seeing that the portion was not large, and the presentation was exquisite, she could not bear to destroy the beauty by picking up her chopsticks. Xiao Lei put the basin aside, looked at Xia Ning, and smiled. "Sister Xia Ning, it's done. The steamed ribs, roasted ribs, rib soup are all very hot. I'll serve them. You just serve the lettuce." Xia Ning looked at the half-full bowl of food, a little puzzled. "Xiao Lei, you've only been here for half a day, and you've already met stray cats or dogs, and you prepared food for them." Xiao Lei. "Ah, this, why do I feel insulted?" Xia Ning saw the amount, enough for her to eat for a whole day, and said very considerately, "If there are too many small animals, why don't you take 2 more bowls and separate them? This way, they will be easier to eat. Also, you need more ribs, otherwise they will fight. Put 5 pieces in 1 bowl, that's only 15 pieces. There are not many of us eating today, so we can't finish all these ribs anyway." She turned to look at Xiao Lei, and found that she looked very embarrassed, and quickly smiled and comforted her. "It's okay. We won't blame you for using food to feed stray cats and dogs." She found that Xiao Lei seemed even more embarrassed, and reached out to scratch her head, and smiled foolishly. Xia Ning felt that she was not the boss, so she might not speak loudly. She turned to look at Qin Sun. "Right. Qin Sun. You won't blame her, will you?" Qin Sun smiled bitterly. "Stupid." Xia Ning's eyebrows were raised, and she reached out to pat Xiao Lei's shoulder. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." She stared at Qin Sun. "Why are you scolding Xiao Lei? She works hard enough, but she feeds the cats and dogs with a few of your ribs. You are not happy about it. Can you be a little more loving?" Qin Sun walked into the kitchen, walked to Xia Ning, looked down at her, and almost touched her face. "Idiot!" Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, who was so close to her, frowning slightly, and was about to retort, to defend Xiao Lei. She heard Qin Sun say again, "I'm talking about you, you idiot." "Xia Ning?" Qin Sun ignored her, turned around and walked in front of Xiao Lei, and asked, "Why don't you eat with us?" Xiao Lei lowered her head, and put her hand on the edge of the rice bowl, as if she was afraid that someone would snatch it away and feed it to the dog. I'm just a chores cooker. Is it inappropriate for me to eat with you at the table? Jin-sun hadn't answered yet. Xiaoning spoke first. What's inappropriate? Her voice was a little hurried. She was deliberately interrupting Jin-sun's words. Because she was too embarrassed now. She wanted to make up for it a little. The words I said with good intentions just now must have been very harsh to Xiao Leilei's ears. Xiao Leilei obviously ate it herself, but I thought she was feeding cats and dogs. And it was a group of cats and dogs, because the portion was too large. A girl who is said to have a big appetite will definitely be ashamed. Xiao Leilei raised her head and looked at Xiaoning. That's with Yilan, Master Qin and the others. Usually only big capitalists have the opportunity. This kind of opportunity usually costs money. Jin-sun looked at the dumbfounded Xiao Leilei, sighed, and said loudly, Are you a human? Are you a human? If you are a human, then eat together. Xiao Leilei was silent when she heard Jin-sun's unquestionable tone. Jin-sun is such a good person. He doesn't have any airs at all. He is completely different from the arrogant image on the internet. He is really considerate. Suddenly, Xiao Leilei thought of Huang Huai, and his heart skipped a beat. Feeling a little uneasy, Huang Huai must not show up. Otherwise Jin-sun will definitely go to help. That would be troublesome. Chapter 547. Are you thinking about Huang Huai? No, I'm waiting for the night. A large round table was moved to the yard. The food was served. Song-ying looked at the table full of meat dishes, and only one plate of vegetarian dishes, and was a little surprised. Stewed pork ribs, steamed pork ribs, fried pork ribs, pork rib soup. Pork rib feast today? Jin-sun laughed. I'm so tired. Xiaoning. Xiao Leilei worked the hardest, but he didn't have any objections. Sitting next to Xiaoning, he lowered his head and secretly peeked at the others. He looked very embarrassed. Song-ying picked up the chopsticks, looked at Jin-sun, and said anxiously, Brother, you move your chopsticks. If you don't move your chopsticks, who among us dares to move? Jin-sun smiled, and picked up a piece of lettuce leaf. Under Xiaoning's gaze, he put it in his mouth, chewed it a few times and ate it. Xiaoning kept staring at him, but found that he didn't comment on it after he finished eating, which made him a little unhappy. Don't talk while eating, don't talk while sleeping. Now he is very disciplined. Song-ying immediately picked up a piece of stir-fried pork ribs, ate it, his eyes lit up slightly, looked at Jin-sun, and praised him. Brother, your cooking skills are great. Fresh and juicy, you could open a small stir-fry restaurant. And Ke Misier, Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun and others also started eating immediately. After tasting the food, they all praised it. This stewed spare ribs is soft and tasty, not dry at all. The spare rib soup is very fresh. This steamed spare ribs is also delicious, and there are crispy bones, you bite them, and they are crunchy. This lettuce is amazing. Crispy. Oh yes, I didn't expect the boss to be better at stir-frying vegetables than meat. Listening to everyone's praise, Xiao Leilei became even more embarrassed. Xiaoning saw that the lettuce was almost half gone, and a smile appeared on her lips. Jin-sun smiled without saying anything, quietly enjoying the praise from everyone. Although Xiao Leilei chopped the bones and fried them, she taught him the key technical points. It was also her own work. I deserve these compliments. Yilan looked at the dishes on the table, and she felt that the color did not look like Jin-sun's product. She had tasted Jin-sun's cooking skills in Shuren, Jin-sun's hometown. It was so delicious. Except for the plate of lettuce. The other things in front of her were too rough. Yilan picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of roasted pork ribs, took a small bite, and put the rest in the bowl. After she finished eating, her eyes moved back and forth between Xiao Leilei and Jin-sun, and then looked at Xiaoning with a strange smile on her face, and asked, I have eaten the dishes made by Jin-sun. Who made this? Song-ying was unhappy when she heard it. Sister Yilan. What do you mean? You haven't seen brother Jin-sun for so long, and you don't allow him to practice his skills secretly, and improve his cooking skills? Yilan smiled. Jin-sun's dishes are better than this. Song-ying? Oh, really? The table fell silent. Wu Yu ate the dishes silently, not getting involved in this matter. I am now a director with status, I cannot make comments on who made a staff meal. This dish is definitely not made by Jin-sun. He has good cooking skills, and the pig food he makes should be better than this. Song-ying, encore, Misier looked at Jin-sun with some resentment. The other two were silent. Song-ing couldn't stand it. Brother, tell me, this isn't true. Chin-sun. I don't understand what you mean. Song-ing was aggrieved. Aren't you the crew chef? We are also members of the crew now. Don't you want to cook a meal for us? Chin-sun was a little helpless, pointing at the plate of lettuce, said. Then you eat that plate of lettuce, and bring out 70% of my cooking skills. As soon as the voice fell, 3 or 4 pairs of chopsticks fell on the plate of lettuce. And Ka asked with a smile. Is it because I'm not familiar with the stove today that it affects my performance? Monsieur, I wonder why this plate of lettuce is different from what I usually eat. It doesn't seem to be anything special, just a little bit better. Yilan was curious and took a chopstick to eat it. She was startled and her eyes fell on Xiaoning's face. It's not delicious either. Song-ing was unhappy. Isn't this delicious? I'll eat it. This is so delicious. Chin-sun looked at Xiaoning with a smile on her face and said, I taught Ning how to make this. Xiaoning smiled. My first time cooking. I'm sorry. Song-ing was stunned, looking at the lettuce leaf on the chopsticks, thinking about how Chin-sun and Xiaoning were being affectionate in the kitchen. She didn't know whether to put it down or eat it. So she sighed. Sister Yilan, you're right. It's not that delicious. Xiaoning smiled, not minding at all. The meal was over. We went to work on the filming for tomorrow, and Yo Xiaojun and Song-ing followed to join in the fun. The whole journey was full of bullying. Ank and Nisiar went to visit the film and television city, just as a trip. Xiao Lele went to clean up. Yilan disguised herself, took Wang Chui with her, visited other crews, and met some acquaintances in the circle. Only Chin-sun and Xiaoning were left in the small courtyard. Under the big tree, Chin-sun lay on the bamboo lounge chair, looking at the blue sky through the gaps between the branches. Xiaoning sat quietly at the stone table in the courtyard, handling the affairs of Oak Company and Pomelo Company on her laptop. Since they started filming, they spend very little time in the company. For this reason, she specially recruited 2 senior professional managers to manage the 2 companies. Usually, they use monitoring to monitor the status of the employees. The status of the employees is very good, they are very positive. Those 2 professional managers are very fierce, and they scold the employees for their mistakes. This is contrary to Chin-sun's business philosophy. She once called to remind the 2 professional managers. If employees make mistakes, you can teach them, you can scold them, but don't insult their personality. At most, the fittest will survive. You can give them enough compensation and fire them. The result? That afternoon, her rebellious golden little spy, Chungwan, called. She said that at the meeting today, Manager Song said that the last elimination system would be started. The little girl who had been ranked last for 3 consecutive months was scared to tears. She said she was reluctant to leave Oak. She was a member of Oak in life and a dead person of Oak in death. Xiaoning checked the performance report of the little girl and saw that it was completely above the passing line. The monthly employee rating was also 84 points. In other companies, she would be considered an excellent employee. She knew that the manager had misunderstood her meaning, and she immediately called him and gave him a serious warning. I know you want to prove your worth, but don't do anything that goes against the company's principles. Don't destroy the company's atmosphere. The company should not be an amusement park, but it should definitely not be a cemetery, so that employees feel like they are going to the grave when they go to work. Boss Chin said that those who fail can be eliminated, but the so-called last-in-line elimination is stupid. He has 84 points and is an excellent employee. Why are you eliminating him? A company with social responsibility should give employees enough sense of security. The manager on the other end of the phone was terrified and trembled with fear when he spoke, as if he was reluctant to give up his annual salary of more than 1 million. Boss Xiaoning finally warned. When the company is running well, you can do nothing. You are a knife I put in the company, and the employees just need to know that there is such a knife. Don't wave it around recklessly. Remember, Chin-sun is an entrepreneur, not a capitalist. A few days later, Xiaoning watched the surveillance and found that the people in the company seemed to be more motivated. Maybe the conversation was leaked by Chungwan. They all worship Chin-sun as their ancestor. Work is done. Xiaoning looked at Chin-sun lying on the bamboo lounge chair under the tree, and saw that he was looking at the treetop with his eyes open, and asked, Are you still thinking about Huang Huai? Chin-sun did not move, and his voice was slow. I'm waiting for the dark. Xiaoning. In the small courtyard, the years are quiet and good. On the internet, perfume is poisonous set off a storm. Huang Huai turned into a Chin-sun fan charged forward, and sprayed 100 with one. It was directly sprayed on the hot search. Chapter 548 Waiting for the Dark? When I close my eyes, it will be dark. One sentence. I am waiting for the dark. Xia Ning immediately understood the hidden meaning of Qin Sun's words, and was a little nervous, and lowered her head, and pretended to type a few times on the laptop keyboard. Qin Sun turned his head to look at Xia Ning, and knew from her fingering that she was typing randomly, and deliberately avoiding. He asked with a smile, "You are free anyway, why don't we talk about love for a while?" Xia Ning looked up, and looked at Qin Sun with a puzzled face. "What do you mean by talking about love for a while?" "Qin Sun, let me tell you a few more earthy love words?" Xia Ning thought of the sentence. "I think you are eating shit," and immediately shook his head. "Forget it." "Qin Sun, why?" Xia Ning, "I'm allergic to shit." "Qin Sun." He looked at the playful smile on Xia Ning's face, feeling offended, and immediately sat up from the bamboo lounge chair. Looking around, seeing no one around, he made up his mind and shouted angrily, "What a sharp-tongued little bitch, I'll teach you a lesson today." He stood up and walked quickly towards Xia Ning. "What are you waiting for? It will be dark when I close my eyes." Xia Ning saw Qin Sun rushing towards him like a mad bull, knowing that she, the champion of the children's group of the 7th Haicheng Taekwondo competition, would definitely not be able to resist. "Ah!" She couldn't help but screamed, and turned to run out of the courtyard. Qin Sun's body movements were very fast, and he blocked Xia Ning in an instant, and his arms were like iron hoops, tightly hugging her. He almost strangled her to the point of suffocation. Qin Sun lowered his head, rubbed her forehead with his nose, and said with a smile, "You scream? No one will save you even if you scream your throat out." Xia Ning's face was flushed by the strangulation, and she gritted her teeth and stubbornly did not beg for mercy. Qin Sun looked at her like this. His heart almost melted, and suddenly saw a button on her chest fly off, revealing a deformed arc due to squeezing. He took a deep breath. So shocked. Xia Ning felt Qin Sun's body stiffen instantly. Her whole body was as hard as a piece of iron. She looked up and saw his eyes looking down. She looked down and was startled. Winter is gone and spring is here. She had changed into spring clothes, a white shirt inside, a small suit outside. And she didn't button the top 2 buttons of the shirt. Now the 3rd button is also missing. The door was wide open. The underwear was exposed. Xia Ning slowly raised her head, looked at Qin Sun, and found that his eyes were a little red, like a bloodthirsty beast. "You, calm down." Qin Sun grinned, and was about to speak, when he suddenly heard a noise, and turned his head to look at the kitchen. At the kitchen door, Xiao Lele was holding a rag in one hand, and an iron pot in the other, looking at this side in amazement. He glared. "Get out." Xiao Lele looked panicked, raised the big black pot with both hands, and put it on his head, turned and walked into the kitchen, closed the door, and muttered, "I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything." Xia Ning was a little panicked when she saw this. In the past, if someone disturbed him at this time, Qin Sun would definitely stop, but now he told others to get out. No one is allowed to disturb him. No one is allowed to interrupt. Xia Ning struggled for a while, slightly raised her head, and looked at Qin Sun, and said anxiously, "You'd better wait until dark." She looked at the resolute expression on Qin Sun's face, and was so scared that she couldn't speak coherently. Good food is never too late. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. As long as the Green Mountains are there, there will be no worries about firewood. Qin Sun's mouth curled slightly, with a sharp smile, picked up Xia Ning with both hands, and carried her on his shoulders, and walked towards the room with big strides. As soon as he entered the room, he closed the door and locked it. He put Xia Ning on the bed, pounced on her, and held her down. Xia Ning's eyes became more moist, and she put on a cold face, as if she wanted to intimidate Qin Sun. "Little brother, don't mess around." Qin Sun's chest rose and fell. "Sister, I won't listen to you this time. In our family, I am the boss." Xia Ning looked alert. Qin Sun held Xia Ning tightly. "I want a kiss." Xia Ning breathed a sigh of relief, snorted softly, and closed her eyes, gently pursed her lips. In the darkness, she felt her lips blocked by a pair of soft lips. Their tongues were entangled. She felt a little dizzy. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her body, and opened her eyes, but only saw Qin Sun with his eyes closed in ecstasy. She quickly touched with her hands, and found that her shirt was unbuttoned, and her underwear was uncovered. A pair of strong hands were already climbing to the top. Half an hour later, the bed was a mess. Xia Ning was only left with a pair of underwear, wrapped in a quilt, with her head exposed, looking at Qin Sun, who was sitting on the edge of the bed with messy hair, and her voice was cold. Aren't you going too far? It's fine if you just started, but you kissed? Qin Sun smiled foolishly, and didn't say anything back. Although he didn't win in the end, he won most of the battle. Then the next step is the golden triangle. Isn't it just a matter of time? The no he heard in the past half hour is more than the yamidi he heard in all his life watching movies. Ning Ning is suffering. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun's crotch quietly, and found a bulging lump there, and was a little impressed. This guy didn't lose his last bit of sanity. I thought I was done for today. One of them was at the head of the bed, and the other at the foot of the bed. In silence. The atmosphere was ambiguous and awkward. A few minutes passed. Xia Ning tightened the quilt, looked at Qin Sun, and whispered, Qin Sun. Qin Sun, Xia Ning had a gentle and awkward smile on her face. We will always be fine in the future. Right? Qin Sun smiled and nodded. Of course. This is just the beginning of our happiness. Xia Ning. She thought of it again. I think you've eaten shit, lowered her head and sighed, and had a helpless smile on her face. Suddenly, she looked up at Qin Sun. Little brother, do you want to kiss me for a while longer? Qin Sun was a little surprised. Can I? Xia Ning hesitated, lifted the quilt, revealed her graceful figure, and walked to the end of the bed. This time, I want to be on top. Qin Sun looked up, looked at Xia Ning, who had no extra fat on her body, and swallowed his saliva. Sister, kill me. Dinner. Xiao Lei prepared all the dishes by herself, and even took the time to drive a van to the vegetable market outside to buy some vegetables in a hurry. Everyone sat down at the table. Looking at the dishes on the table, they were far inferior to those at noon. I knew Qin Sun still hadn't made any moves, and didn't even give Xiao Lei any instructions, and I couldn't help but feel disappointed. Yilan glanced at Qin Sun and shook her head. You're really lazy to the core. Qin Sun didn't mind at all, and smiled as he looked at the dishes on the table. Aren't these dishes all good? Roasted pig's tail, braised beef, fried leek and eggs, cold okra, stir-fried kidney, wolfberry and red dates. Spare rib soup? He realized something was wrong, and turned to look at Xiao Lei, and found that she was actually a little proud on her face. Like a child waiting for praise. Qin Sun. It's unfair. I can't take more supplements. If I take more supplements, something serious will happen. Xia Ning quickly added another bowl of soup, lowered her head as if nothing had happened, and looked at the red dates floating on the soup. Hey, red dates can replenish blood? Xiao Lei misunderstood. And, will I bleed so much? Can I use medicinal food to supplement it? Chapter 549, Did I dig up his ancestral grave? Why did you curse him so badly? At night. As if to cover up something, Qin Sun and Xia Ning, two people with guilty consciences, did not sleep in the same room. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Qin Sun got up to pee. There was a problem with this courtyard. There was no bathroom in the room, and no toilet. To get up at night, you had to go to the public toilet in the corner of the yard. He opened the door, and saw the moonlight. Xia Ning was standing under the big tree in the yard, looking up at the treetops, not knowing what he was looking at. Qin Sun tiptoed over, without making any sound, suddenly opened her arms, and hugged Xia Ning tightly. What are you looking at? Xia Ning did not answer immediately, still looking up, gently turning her head, looking at the night sky. She saw a big bird flying away from the tree. Her voice was full of laughter. Look at the bird. Qin Sun immediately thought in his mind. I have a bird too, look at mine? But he held it back, for fear of ruining the atmosphere of embracing a beauty under the moon. The moonlight was charming. She is also charming. I want to be a gentleman. Qin Sun looked at the night sky, feeling a little strange, and asked. I suddenly hugged you just now, why weren't you scared? Did you hear my footsteps? Xia Ning turned her head, looked at Qin Sun, and smiled. No. But I heard the sound of your door opening. Qin Sun, you are such a smart sister. Xia Ning smiled, reached out, and patted Qin Sun's thigh, and said softly. It's actually quite romantic to secretly hug a woman from behind. As she said that, her voice suddenly turned cold. But can you please not put your hands on my chest? This is too dirty. Qin Sun laughed awkwardly, and moved his hands down to rest on Xia Ning's lower abdomen. At my age? It's like this. When we reach our 30s or 40s, it will be the other way around. Xiaoning? 30 is like a wolf. 40 is like a tiger? She sighed and asked. Are you getting up to go to the bathroom? Qin Sun nodded. Or together. I'll treat you. Xiaoning. So childish. She was the bird she found on her way back to her bedroom at night, standing under the tree and watching. But seeing Qin Sun's expectant expression, he nodded helplessly. Okay. Qin Sun loosened his arms, took Xiaoning's hand, walked to the public toilet in the corner. The moonlight was clear. Holding hands, going to the toilet together. How romantic. Early the next morning. It was just dawn. Qin Sun lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, suddenly smiled foolishly. Then, closed his eyes, called up the system panel. Slacking value, 110,000. There is still 100 million points of slacking value before the next lottery. Qin Sun opened his eyes, sighed. Really? I shouldn't have attended the opening ceremony yesterday, and made such a big fuss. I had 100,000 slacking points before attending the opening ceremony, but now it's only 110,000. Didn't I slack off for a day yesterday? This guy Wu Yu acted first and then asked for my consent, and made me the male lead, which will delay me for so long. It seems that I have to try to finish my scenes in a week. Then, let myself go completely. Make a big pot of rice to replenish my kidneys. Sterilize stray cats and dogs. Go patrol and catch thieves. Go as an extra and act a bitch. Anyway, anything that has nothing to do with filming, do whatever makes you happy. You must increase your slacking value quickly. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Qin Sun was a little surprised. He looked through the window at the sky and found that it was not bright. He picked up his phone and saw that it was only 6:30. He asked, Who? Xiao Leilei's voice sounded outside the door. Master Qin, Director Wu asked me to call you for breakfast. Qin Sun sat up and blinked. Hey! I remember this little girl also likes to sleep in. Now she's a director? She's rolling up? How shameless. Qin Sun thought about it, laid down on the bed again, and replied. Forget it, I won't eat. As soon as the voice fell, Xiaoning's cold voice sounded outside the door. Come out to eat, I have something to do. Qin Sun lifted the quilt, put on clothes and shoes quickly, opened the door, and saw a group of women gathered in front of the big round table in the courtyard. Even Yilan was there. She didn't even get a beauty sleep. Niu Xiaojun was also there. She was so serious about filming movies. She was worthy of being the legal representative of Yozu Company. The company broke the law. She was the first candidate to go to jail. Qin Sun finished washing up, walked to the big round table, sat next to Xiaoning, and looked at the big bowl of noodles on the table. The soup was made of soy sauce, light soy sauce, salt, and chicken essence. He picked up a bowl, put a bowl of noodles in it, turned to look at Xiaoning, and asked, You said you had something to do? What's the matter? Xiaoning asked back. Did you watch Douyin or Weibo last night? Qin Sun, no. Xiaoning looked around and saw some people's eyes were strange. She knew that they misunderstood that she was with Qin Sun last night. In order to prove her innocence, she looked at Qin Sun and asked, What were you doing in such a long night? Qin Sun smiled and answered honestly. I watch 3 things every day. Watch the sunrise, watch the sunset, and watch Japan and South Korea. I was watching Japan and South Korea last night. Blue Star Japan and South Korea is not called Japan and South Korea. Everyone didn't understand and looked at Qin Sun. Xiaoning asked, What is watching Japan and South Korea? Qin Sun pretended to be profound and said with a smile, See the heart in nature. See the true self. Xiaoning sighed. Just be in a daze. Don't talk like a high monk in the future. Qin Sun smiled and asked, What's the matter? What happened on Douyin and Weibo last night? Songying had just finished a small bowl of noodles, put down the bowl and chopsticks, and had no time to wipe her mouth, and immediately said, Brother, it's because your song perfume is poisonous has exploded on the internet again, attracting some jealous monsters. Then, you have a fan who is particularly jumpy, going to the bloggers who mock you to gossip about others. That fan has become a little internet celebrity now. As she said, she took out her mobile phone and sent some links to Qin Sun's WeChat. Brother, look, these are some of the more popular ones I sorted out. Qin Sun picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and found that there were actually more than a dozen messages, looking at Songying and smiling. Don't mention it, You really have the potential to be a secretary. You know how to filter and sort out information. Song Ying felt full of energy when he heard the compliment, picked up the bowl, and filled another bowl of noodles. Chin Sun clicked on the first link. Immediately jumped to Weibo. It was a music review blogger with more than 100,000 fans, who posted his opinion on perfume is toxic. Chin Sun saw it, and was shocked, and laughed. Did I dig up his ancestors' graves? This grandson speaks so harshly? Chapter 550 Thick-skinned, let go foul-mouthed. The strongest mouth substitute appears. Chin Sun looked down at the Weibo content on his phone. I saw that the blogger's words were extremely sharp. People who like to listen to perfume is poisonous are all bitches. I am a senior music critic, and I have always expected the emergence of a leading singer in the music scene of country C. After Chin Sun became popular on the internet, I thought I could witness the birth of an era. However, his eccentric behavior made me gradually doubt him. I have always believed that a person's character is the quality of his songs. People like him, sooner or later, will destroy their future. As expected, a while ago, songs such as Sinner, Electric Shock, and Getting Up Early to Pick Up Manure appeared. At that time, I was very disappointed and very angry. But I have been forbearing after all. It was more funny, and it was difficult to characterize Chin Sun. However, today, the song Perfume is Poisonous became popular. Yes, it became popular. I really can't imagine an improvised shoddy song. In just half a day, the number of views of his video has reached more than 1 million. The audio was processed by some shameless musicians, uploaded to the music platform, and shamelessly charged for VIP membership. Some people actually paid to listen to it. It can be predicted that in the next period of time, the streets and alleys will be filled with this vulgar song. Perfume is poisonous with ordinary melody. The content is vulgar. The lyrics are ruining people's worldview. What does she smells like your perfume mean? What does wipe off everything and sleep with you mean? He was cheated on. But he is still so tolerant. He even wrote a song about it. It's really embarrassing for a man. As an idol, Chin Sun has not played a positive role in society. If I hear someone singing this song in a KTV in the future, I will definitely ask him to get out of the room. Chin Sun looked at these insults, and the smile on his face never stopped. And he was not affected at all. After reading it, he laughed. This grandson, his mouth is full of shit. Just like he grew up in a brothel. Everyone looked at Chin Sun's happy face, and couldn't help but admire him. Look, how thick-skinned he is. It's a pity that he doesn't become a star. Chin Sun looked through the comments below and found that the blogger didn't control the comments. Both the good and bad comments were kept. He probably wants to take advantage of this wave of popularity. He hopes that the more heated the comment section is, the better. He knows that being black and red is also red. As long as you are red, you can make money. Netizens are arguing fiercely in the comments section. Well said. I have long disliked Chin Sun. How can a star be like this? Listen to Chin Sun's songs, and be the worst person. I think Chin Sun is psychologically deformed because of being cheated. Boycott Chin Sun, and get him out of the entertainment industry. I would like to crown Chin Sun the Dog King. There are more people who support Chin Sun. That's enough. You always make a big deal out of it. You make it seem so pure. What's Chin Sun like? You know it for the first time. I suggest you listen to May We Live Long as Wish and Song of Slowness, then reorganize your language. I'm a local dog. I just love to listen to Perfume is Poisonous. The comment with the most likes was made by a person with the ID Shu and give me 1 yuan. My passionate horse? You've eaten too much shit. Haven't you? Why is it spraying out of your mouth? If you don't really like it, who would choose to be a dog licker? Isn't this song Perfume is Poisonous 100 times better than the song May You Be in Jiang and you wrote? Rubbish. Simple rude. There is no skill, it's all emotion. It received more than 3,000 likes. And there are netizen support. Ha ha ha. I approve of this offensive power. This is what Chin Sun's fans should be like. They can't lose in a verbal battle. I listened to Wish You Are in Jiang'an on purpose. The 3 views are very positive, but it doesn't sound good. I also listened to it. It's shit. I must go get my ears cleaned today. I wonder why the blogger is so anxious. It turns out that he graduated from a famous music college, but he can't do a civil engineering job, so he's anxious. This is naked jealousy. The blogger was mocked for his unpleasant masterpiece, and he seemed to be really anxious, and he even replied to the comment Sun. Give me $1. Look, this is the quality of Chin Sun's fans. The internet is not a lawless place. I reserve the right to sue you. Sun gave me $1. Very brave, replied directly. Don't hold back. Now, immediately right away, sue me. The blogger didn't respond, seemingly too lazy to argue with him. The fans were so happy that they started to post 666 below. Sun looked at it for a while, smiled. Do you know how to reward other people's comments? I want to reward Sun for $1. His mouth is really stinky. He is my perfect mouth substitute. Enku smiled, shaking her head. There is no such function at present. Yulon glanced at Sun and reminded him. It's better not to. Even if you have to reward others, remember to open a small account. Even if you want to read other people's Weibo, you must open a small account. There are many talented people among netizens. They can find out yours through clues. Sun nodded and smiled. Okay. He glanced at the Weibo of the music critic. Then I will let him go. I was going to say a comment of my god. Wu Yu raised his eyebrows when he heard it and looked at Xia Ning for help. She is now the director of Fatal ID. And she can't let the male lead openly curse people online. It will have a bad impact. Xia Ning stretched out her hand to cover Sun's mouth and said coldly, Be careful with your words. Be careful with your words. Sun smiled, pushed Xia Ning's hand away, and clicked on the second link. It was a Douyin video, which was a picture of himself singing. He didn't finish watching the video, and directly clicked into the comment area. It was also very lively there. Maybe it was because Sun was called the god of Douyin traffic, and Douyin was his main battlefield. Netizens here, not as many people as on Weibo, mock him. Most of them are comforting him. He cried, I didn't expect Sun to be a sad person. Who else can a person who has been hurt love? I think he is absolutely devoted to that cold female CO. The dead are invincible. Huang Huai is the only true god. Sun wants perfect love. I can give it. But there are always some discordant voices. This lyrics is really vulgar. I can't understand why it is so popular. Sun is just a vulgar person, a pervert. Sun saw this comment, clicked it to see if there were any fans speaking for him. I immediately saw Xuan's reply to give me $1. Vulgar? Sun returned to vulgarity? May you be warm in the 3 winters, may you not be cold in the spring. Have you memorized it? There are 3,000 floating worlds. I have 3 loves, the sun, the moon and you. Have you memorized it? Blue bricks with tile paint, white horses step on new mud. Have you memorized it? And I will love the world you love. May you have the smile you want. Have you memorized it? I advise you to stop picking on others and look at your own problems more. The host was very dissatisfied. You said one thing, I said another, and directly argued with Xuan to give me $1. OP, I am sick. Why do I recite those things? $1, you are sick? Why else do you keep looking at other people's shortcomings? OP, I just said vulgar to him, and you got angry. Did I step on your tail? Is it wrong to be a little more elegant? $1. Elegance is not pretending. You are a grandson. OP, I also saw you on Weibo, spraying shit everywhere. You are really a good dog of Sun. $1. Woof woof woof. OP, you are so cheap. I wish you lived to 30. $1. I wish you good luck. Sun had mixed feelings after reading the conversation on this floor. This $1, really a thick-skinned, open-minded, fool-mouthed, brain-dead fan. Man or woman? Sun wanted to see who this person was, reached out, and clicked on the homepage of Xuan, who gave me $1. Chapter 551. Your crazy fan has been exposed. His name is indeed Huang Huai. Sun clicked on the homepage of Sun. Give me $1 to see his works, but found that it was a private account. He immediately logged out, but found a pair of eyes on his face. Turning around, he saw Xia Ning's cold eyes with a dangerous smile. Sun smiled awkwardly. I'm just curious, who is this person, and he doesn't want to cheat on his fans. Xia Ning. She sighed and said, This Xuan. When she said Xuan, she felt a little awkward, thinking that the name was a little too cute. She always called Sun by his name, and occasionally called him little brother. Who would dare to call someone else's boyfriend Xuan? How shameless. Xia Ning continued. This $1. There were probably hundreds of comments last night. The wording was sharp, and there were often some dirty words. For example, saying, she hesitated, and couldn't say it. Songing immediately answered, looking at Sun. For example, you, a useless person who gave birth to a son without an asshole, are really good at spitting blood. Qin Sun saw Song Ying staring at him, and felt offended. Song Ying immediately explained. Sun Sun gave me $1 and said that. Not me. Then, and added with a gentle smile. For example, you, a beast in human clothing, probably go to the alley every day to worship the living Buddha. And you still have the nerve to say that Qin Sun is a playboy? Messier said quickly. For example, if you continue to make rumors, be careful or I'll kick you so hard that you won't be able to hold your shit for the rest of your life. You're worse than a pig or a dog. After listening to this, Qin Sun laughed. I didn't expect that the one who gave me $1 is still a cultured person. Every curse must be accompanied by an idiom. It seems that my fans are very cultured. Xia Ning looked at the smug look on Qin Sun's face, felt helpless, not knowing what he was so proud of. The one who gave me $1 was jumping around all the time last night, very active. They are all brainless and speak for you. Now they have become the representative of your brainless fans. Gradually, some more people appeared. Such as Xuan gave me $2. Xuan gave me $3, and $4, etc. IDs. She sighed. You seem to have your own fan club, and a team of people who curse and swear. Qin Sun spread his hands, showing his innocence. It's unfair, I didn't instigate them to curse. They did it voluntarily. Song Ying said with a smile. Sun Sun gave me $1, and is now a small internet celebrity. Brother, do you think, is this woman trying to take advantage of your popularity? Qin Sun took a look at the avatar of Sun Sun giving me $1 on his phone, which was a black cat, and it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. He looked up at Song Ying. How do you know it's a woman? Song Ying answered. Women's intuition. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, feeling that he was a little too concerned about the gender of his fans, and asked coldly, why do you care so much about this? Qin Sun put down his phone and sighed. I suspect she is Huang Huai. Xia Ning was stunned. Why do you think so? Qin Sun saw Xia Ning using an idiom, which was very literary, and it was a little funny. Women's desire to win is really inexplicable. He replied. A man's intuition. Just now I saw someone curse her to die before she turned 30, but she replied. Thank you for your good wishes. The name Huang Huai popped up at that time. Xia Ning was silent. The probability is lower than a comet hitting the moon. But it's not impossible. Is there really such a ridiculous fate? Song Ying didn't understand. Huang Huai? Resurrected from the dead? Xia Ning. Seeing that everyone present was her own, she explained the cause and effect. Everyone understood, and looked at Qin Sun with admiration. He was indeed a man who could devise a plan to kneel down and save a girl, and bravely break into the hotel to save a girl who had just passed by. He was really kind-hearted. Niu Xiaojun gave him a thumbs up. Qin Sun, you are such a damn good man. Qin Sun? After breakfast, we walked out of the courtyard like a big rooster, with a group of people surrounding him. He headed for the motel not far away. Qin Sun also went there. After all, he was the leading actor. The weather is bad today. The sky is gray as if it has been crying, and it seems to be holding back a rainstorm. However, it is a good thing for filming. After all, the movie script starts with the protagonist driving in a rainstorm. Arrived at the filming site, Mao Qianni, Gao Man, Zhu Yuanju immediately came over to greet Qin Sun. You felt that she, as a director, was looked down upon, and saw the messy set layout, and started to lose her temper. Do you think I, a woman, have no temper? Can we shoot in such a mess? What are we shooting? We are shooting a movie, not a short play. We must strive for perfection. I dare to scold Qin Sun, but I dare not scold you. You are so rebellious. Qin Sun looked at the furious Wu Yu, turned around and whispered to Xia Ning. No wonder people say she has small breasts and a bad temper. You should persuade her in the future. How can she scold people so harshly? Are you not afraid that you won't be able to get married in the future? Xia Ning. Yi Lan stood aside. Hearing this, she narrowed her eyes and stared at him. Has this grandson forgotten that when he was shooting an advertisement, he insulted my personality in the first scene? He scolded me to tears. You still have the nerve to say that others are too harsh? Wu Yu's roar continued. How can we start shooting like this today? It's a pity that the weather is good today. A day of delay will cost hundreds of thousands. Isn't Qin Sun's money money? No matter how rich he is, he can't afford to waste it like this. Qin Sun realized that he was the biggest investor in the movie, and was immediately anxious. Scold, scold, scold for me. But did you curse their ancestors? Xia Ning. Yilan? The group of people surrounding Qin Sun immediately quietly walked a few steps away, staying away from Qin Sun. Mao Qianyi, Gao Man, Zhu Yu and Zhu looked at each other, not knowing whether to leave or not. It was very awkward. This morning, Wu Yu, with Niu Xiaojun and Song Ying, two of his subordinates, was tidying up the set. Qin Sun, Xia Ning, and the others went back. And Ke and Misier also followed, because they would not stay on the set for a few days, and had to go back to work. Intentionally or unintentionally. I want to stay with Qin Sun for a while longer. In what capacity? Friend, female brother, subordinate, mistress, dog licker? Who cares? Just like Xuan said when she gave me $1, if you don't really like him, who would be willing to be a dog licker? Although dogs lickers are bound to die, it's not that shameful. Xiao Lei is busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. Today, she has to prepare lunch for nearly 100 people in the crew. The workload is huge. This is not the workload of one person, but she didn't complain at all, and just gritted her teeth and did it. 53 yuan an hour. Qin Sun lay on a bamboo lounge chair, looking at the gray sky, feeling the cool breeze, so comfortable. Xia Ning sat on a small stool beside him, looking at Xiao Lei busy in the kitchen, sighed. If I were from another crew, I would definitely spend 60 yuan an hour to poach Xiao Lei. Qin Sun was unhappy when he heard that. What? You are joking. Xiao Lei is a natural-born ox and horse, my brother, my beloved family and friends. You have to pay more. Xia Ning, idiot. Misier and Enke looked at each other, feeling that it was quite painful to sit next to them. Perhaps, should we wait until they quarrel before watching the show? They all took out their phones to play. After a while, Enke frowned slightly and operated on her phone. Boss Qin, I sent a link to your WeChat account. Your top fan has been exposed. Her name is indeed Huang Huai. She is also a super outstanding girl. Chapter 552. Why does saving people look like a scam? Qin Sun took out his phone immediately after hearing this, and clicked on the link. A Douyin video popped up, playing pictures and texts one by one. The first picture was a photo of Huang Huai. Some text was added on it. Name, Huang Huai. Gender, female. Age, 21. Qin Sun slid her thumb on the phone, slid to the next picture, clicked pause. The text on the picture was her personal profile, extremely dazzling. Admitted to Jingcheng University, School of Information Science and Technology. Excellent grades, first in the major grade. Won the National Scholarship, May 4 Scholarship, President Scholarship. National second-class athlete. Dream, devoting myself to the cause of artificial intelligence, committed to changing human life. Qin Sun sat up from the bamboo lounge chair, to show respect, and was touched. Is this guy so fierce? Xia Ning was also watching. Nodding. Better than me. She meant it. Although she graduated from a prestigious foreign university, she never thought about changing human life. She just wanted to be a businesswoman and take charge of the Xia group. In terms of vision, she couldn't compare. Huang Huai was a man with dreams. Misier also read the information and smiled. Reading a lot is really amazing. I haven't heard much about artificial intelligence, but I heard this new thing is amazing. Qin Sun smiled at Misier, but didn't say anything. Indeed. Now, the parallel world of Blue Star is roughly equivalent to the Earth in 2018 or 2019. At that time, what impressed people most about artificial intelligence was that AlphaGo beat a group of Chinese, Japanese and Korean chess masters to tears. It made people sigh that Go is dead. Who would have thought that, a few years later, ChatGPT was born. It can translate languages, data analysis, sentiment analysis, voice interaction, output tables, write code. Within 2 years, AI that can automatically generate short videos is here again. Ordinary people simply cannot foresee what the future will be like. Perhaps, the metaverse is really coming. This gives ordinary people the feeling that artificial intelligence is a sudden explosion. But in fact, since 1956, thousands of scientists have been studying artificial intelligence. The so-called big explosion of science and technology is nothing more than a gradual accumulation of knowledge. Xia Ning looked at the information on her phone. I heard a little rumor that foreign countries are already very good at artificial intelligence research and will soon be commercialized. China has also been catching up. Maybe tomorrow, maybe 100 years later, the AI era will definitely come. I hope that by then, we will not lag too far behind. She reached out and swiped Qin Sun's phone, revealing the last picture. It was Huang Huai's examination report. Xia Ning couldn't understand the professional imaging descriptions, so she just looked at the diagnosis below. Considered to be a meningioma in the sphenoidal region. She couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Brain tumor?" Her heart skipped a beat. In all kinds of TV dramas that end in tragedy, a brain tumor is almost a standard for the heroine's death. Qin Sun's attention was not on the brain tumor, but on the first few words. Sphenoidal region. After all, he now had a master's medical skill, and knew that many brain tumors could be removed surgically. And the recovery after surgery is good. As long as the tumor is not too tricky, and can be discovered in time, there is still a great possibility of cure. But sphenoidal meningioma happens to be deep, surrounded by large blood vessels, and multiple groups of cranial nerves. It is one of the most challenging neurosurgery in the world. It is challenging. Not difficult. It is a challenge for even the best doctors. No one dares to guarantee that the operation can be successful. All human beings can do is do their best, and leave it to fate. Qin Sun had a blank expression on his face. Clicked on the comment area to see what netizens were saying. Are you sure? This person with such a foul mouth is actually a female academic master? It is shameful to pretend to be an academic master of Jingcheng University. I don't believe it. Which female academic master would chase after celebrities? Can anyone who chases after Qin Sun be a normal person? It turns out he has cerebral palsy. If he is not cerebral palsy, who would chase after Qin Sun? People say that when a person is about to die, his words are good. This person is a person who is about to die, his words are bad. Hey! Have you noticed that? Her name is Huang Huai. Does she think she is the heroine of Qin Sun's written to Huang Huai? Can you have some sympathy? She is dying. Huang Huai is my classmate. I am a student of Jingcheng University. If you don't believe me, check my homepage. I want to say, those who are scolded by Huang Huai deserve it. Being a fan of Qin Sun will bring bad luck. Look, he has a brain tumor. What a bunch of animals. Do you really want him to die? Come on. Huang Huai. I am also a fan of Qin Sun. Come on. I am willing to donate 1,000 yuan. At Fail ID Crew, save this child. Xia Ning saw these comments, not surprised at all. This world is where angels and demons coexist. The keyboard can amplify the malice in the hearts of those demons. But it can't cover up the kindness of an angel. She turned to look at Qin Sun, a little tangled. Qin Sun also turned to look at Xia Ning. The two were silent. Encore, Monsieur saw it, and didn't dare to interrupt. Suddenly, Xia Ning said, "It's a pity for a girl like this to leave this world. What if she is still a leader in artificial intelligence in Country C in the future?" Qin Sun nodded. Then, the two said in unison, "Don't do it again." The two smiled at each other. Neither of them is a saint. Neither of them will blindly save people. But Huang Huai kept appearing before their eyes. There was no way they could watch her die. Qin Sun said to Xia Ning, "Send WeChat to Master Huang." "No. Call him directly." Xia Ning took out his mobile phone. Open WeChat. Found Master Huang and pressed the voice call. But he couldn't get through. He called 3 times in a row, but still couldn't get through. Qin Sun said, "Maybe there is no signal over there. You can send a text message. He should reply after seeing it." Xia Ning nodded and sent a message. "Master Huang, after seeing the message, please call me back immediately. I have something to ask you." Qin Sun took a look, thought about it, and said, "Writing like this, it probably won't be very useful. Huang Huai probably doesn't want to spend all his savings before he dies. If I don't give her the confidence to win, she won't accept the surgery." He took the phone from Xia Ning, typed a line of words, and sent it. "Mr. Qin has a way to find an internationally famous doctor, and the success rate of the surgery is as high as 80%. Send me all the electronic files of medical records and examination reports." Xia Ning saw the message, looked up at Qin Sun's serious face, and asked hesitantly, "Up to 80%? Isn't that too fake?" Qin Sun looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. Thinking of the mysterious space he entered when he was unconscious, he treated countless patients and performed countless operations. All of them were successful. His god-level medical skills could not reach the level of bringing back the dead and turning bones into flesh. But in this world, he could indeed snatch people from the king of hell. An operation only needs 1%, even if it is only 1/1000, or even 1/10,000. The success rate? For Qin Sun, who possesses god-level medical skills, it is 100%. As long as it is not certain to die, Then you can live. Qin Sun turned to look at Xiaoning and smiled. Then I will write it more realistically. Xiaoning was stunned, not knowing what Qin Sun was up to. Then, she saw Qin Sun send another message. The cost is 1 million. And the deposit is 200,000. Xiaoning saw it, and was worried that a taxi driver who had been driving a taxi for a lifetime could not come up with it. She snatched Qin Sun's phone, and sent another message. Mr. Qin can lend you money at the bank interest rate. If the operation is not successful, it will be refunded. Qin Sun looked at the words Xiaoning added and smiled. Guaranteed refund? If I didn't have your face as a backing, you would sound like a fraud. Xiaoning smiled, held the phone tightly, waiting for Master Huang's reply. A plane landed in Wuzhou. A girl with a single ponytail, carrying a small black backpack, walked briskly out of the airport. She looked up and smiled. It's going to rain. It's great to encounter my favorite rainy day right after I arrived. Lucky day. Suddenly, Wang Hui found that his father was left far behind. Turning around, he found that he was dragging a suitcase with one hand and staring at his phone with the other. He looked a little excited. She felt strange, ran over in small steps and asked, Dad, what are you looking at? Chapter 553. It seems that I have to do it myself, to snatch someone from the god of hell. I heard his daughter's voice. Huang Zhangwo was so scared that he quickly put away his phone, looking blankly at his daughter, with a smile in front of him, asked, What did you say? Huang Hui reached out to take out his phone, said with a smile, Let me see it. Huang Zhangwo glared. You little kid, can't you leave me some privacy? Huang Hui raised his eyebrows, slightly closed his eyes, and a slightly wicked smile appeared on his face. Oh, it's Aunt Zhang. She patted Huang Zhangwo on the shoulder, and said in a condescending manner, The most beautiful sunset. I support you. After saying that, she turned around and walked forward with a brisk pace. Huang Zhangwo looked at his daughter's slender back, and his eyes misted. He hurriedly followed, and kept a certain distance, and quietly took out his mobile phone to read it carefully again. The message sent by Qin Sun's assistant. Some words made his heart beat violently. International famous doctor. Up to 80%. Cost 1 million. Borrow money. If it fails, it will be refunded. Huang Zhangwo quietly deleted the message, fearing that his daughter would find out. Hui will definitely not believe it. I don't really believe it either. But if you are cheated, you are cheated. So what if you are cheated? Even if there is only a 1% chance, you have to try. When I give the doctor 1 million, then you can't return it to me. Even if you return it to me, I won't take it. When the time comes, Hui will have to go to the operating table regardless of whether she is willing or not. She will have to go to the operating table anyway. Can she just watch 1 million go down the drain? Forget about borrowing money, that's too shameless. Sell the house. Noon. Xiao Lele cooked the food, put it in 4 stainless steel buckets, loaded it into the van, and drove to the motel shooting base. In the small courtyard, Qin Sun and Xiaoning were the only ones left. Qin Sun saw that there was no one around, and he turned his head slowly to look at Xiaoning, who was sitting at the stone table handling official business. He got up from the bamboo lounge chair, tiptoed behind her, and put his arms around her. He put his mouth close to her ear. Sister, I want a kiss. Xiaoning was a little helpless inside. I'm worried now, so I can't kiss you at all. Qin Sun glanced at the phone next to the laptop, knowing that she was still waiting for Master Huang's reply. She put her chin on her shoulder and said, Just lie down, and I'll take care of the rest. Xiaoning, I can't lie down at all. Qin Sun was a little angry. Don't drink the toast. Drink the penalty? He was about to carry Xiaoning and run into the room. Suddenly, Xiaoning's WeChat message alert sounded. Xiaoning immediately picked up his phone and opened WeChat. It turned out to be a reply from Master Huang. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Ms. Assistant. Great kindness. Great kindness. Money. I have it. No need to borrow from Mr. Qin. I will send the medical records right away. When can I have the surgery? I hope it will be as soon as possible. After all, the tumor will grow bigger and bigger. Xiaoning hadn't replied yet. Then, he received a bunch of documents. He clicked on them and saw that they were electronic medical records, various examination reports, and there were dozens of them scattered around. Qin Sun took the phone and opened the files one by one. It took him 3 minutes to quickly scan them. He had a thorough understanding of Huang Huai's condition. Qin Sun put down the phone and finally understood why Huang Huai was so resistant to surgery. Her tumor was closely adjacent to a series of important brain tissues and nerves, including the brain stem, trigeminal nerve, trochlear nerve, and facial and auditory nerve. Surgery can easily damage vision and hearing. It can even cause facial paralysis and paralysis. Of course, there is also death. The mortality rate and disability rate are very high. If the family is not very wealthy, it is indeed a more rational choice to choose to die calmly and not drag down the family. It seems that I have to do it myself and snatch someone from the king of hell, Qin Sun said with a wry smile. As expected of a science student, you are as rational as a robot and only make the most favorable choice. Xia Ning saw Qin Sun looking through Huang Huai's medical records and checking each one, and was a little confused. Do you understand? Qin Sun was shocked and shook his head. I thought I understood. But unfortunately, Xia Ning breathed a sigh of relief and covered his chest. You scared me to death. I thought you were a genius. You know everything. Qin Sun shook his head again and again. How is that possible? Know everything? Is that still a human being? Xia Ning downloaded the medical records and said, I'll send the medical records to my father later and ask him to find a suitable doctor. He has some connections. When Qin Sun heard Xia Ning mention her father, she couldn't tell for a moment whether she was talking about the nominal father Xia Shihao or the actual father Xia Shujia. He thought of the child in Lu Jingyao's belly. He sighed inwardly. What a sin! But he didn't dare to show any abnormality on his face, for fear of irritating Xia Ning. Seeing Qin Sun was silent, Xia Ning asked, Why don't you talk? Qin Sun smiled immediately. Nothing. I'm relieved after solving a problem. He pointed to the bedroom door. Then let's relax our bodies and take a nap. Xia Ning shook her head and replied to Master Huang. I will send the medical records to a powerful intermediary to find a doctor for you. It will be done in 3 days at the latest. Very soon, Master Huang replied. Thank you, thank you. Great kindness, I will repay you in my lifetime. Xia Ning replied. You are too kind. We will keep in touch at any time. After sending the message, Xia Ning breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly saw Qin Sun's resentful eyes, and sneered. She looked up at the gloomy sky and said, In this kind of weather, there is no sun, why do you need to take a nap? She turned her head and looked at Qin Sun. I think you are just greedy for my body. Qin Sun. He turned and walked into the bedroom alone. Oh my. You really think your body is so attractive. Mao Qianni has a D-cup and a delicate face. But she is a rare beauty in the world. Xia Ning knew that this was a provocation, but she still got a little angry. The breasts are augmented, and the face is made up. Qin Sun stood still, turned his head, and looked at Xia Ning with a cold face, and said sarcastically, If you have the guts, you can also put on some makeup? Xia Ning took a deep breath, walked to Qin Sun, took his hand, and walked towards her bedroom. I must show you my skills today. Qin Sun's eyes lit up, and she pretended to struggle. Sister, don't do this. Sister, don't do this. I'm scared. Shudian Film and Television City. The hotel where Mao Qianni, Zhu Yuanju, and Gao Man stayed was favored by many artists because of its good privacy. The fee was not cheap. At this time, Huang Huai and his daughter had already checked in, because she found out on the internet. Qin Sun was likely to stay in this hotel. The probability of encountering by chance was the highest. After packing up her luggage, Huang Huai walked out of the room and went to her father's room next door. She found that the door was not closed tightly and smiled. This stupid father didn't even know how to close the door of a hotel. She opened the door and walked in. She heard her father's angry voice coming from the closed bathroom. My house is not big, even if it is in the suburbs. But it is in Beijing after all. How can it only be sold for 800,000 now? It could be sold for 1.5 million last year. Are you bargaining for it? I'm in a hurry to sell it. But you can't bargain like this. Isn't it okay for me to kneel down for you? I'm kneeling down for you now. My daughter needs surgery. I really need some money. Help me. Friend. Help me. Huang Huai's eyes turned red, and she turned and left, as if she had made up her mind. She walked into the elevator and pressed the top floor button. Chapter 554. Coming in the rain. Leaving in the rain. What a romantic girl. Exiting the elevator, Huang Huai walked to the end of the corridor. climbed a staircase decorated with lush greenery, and walked to the top floor. As soon as she went out, she saw the rooftop garden. The garden was beautifully designed, decorated with green plants everywhere, and there were some tables and chairs, parasols, for tourists to rest. Not far away, there was a bar against the wall, selling some drinks. At this time, the weather was gloomy. It looked like it was going to rain. There were only 3 or 4 tables of guests in the rooftop garden, sitting together in groups of 3 or 4 and chatting. Wang Hui glanced at the dark clouds in the sky, with a smile on his face, and walked to the bar to buy a glass of ice water. She sat on a recliner near the roof wall, lying on it, with her hands behind her head, staring blankly at the sky. Suddenly she smiled bitterly. Alas, I really don't want to die. After a while, a gentle voice sounded. Hello, can I sit here? Wang Hui turned his head, and saw a slender man, wearing sunglasses standing next to the chair. Judging from his facial features, he should be a handsome guy. Wang Hui shook his head. No, I'm not used to being with strangers. I just want to be quiet now. The man took off his sunglasses, revealing a delicate and good-looking face, and asked with a smile. Is it okay now? Wang Hui didn't understand what this meant. Beauty trap? It's pretty good-looking, but it's much less manly than Qin Sun. The handsome guy saw Wang Hui silent, the smile on his face dimmed slightly, and sighed. It seems that I'm not famous enough. A person who came to Shudin Film and Television City for tourism doesn't even know me. Wang Hui looked at him straight. Who are you? The handsome guy smiled and answered. I'm Zhu Yuanju. Today, Director Wu Yu was tidying up the set, and she was losing her temper everywhere. He was too lazy to see her face. He went back to the hotel directly, and felt a little bored, so he went to the rooftop to get some fresh air. He saw the girl with a ponytail on the recliner at a glance, and thought about coming over to chat with her, and see if he could have a deeper exchange. Wang Hui was startled, and sat up, and said with a smile, I remember, you starred in Qin Sun's movie Fatal ID. She glanced at the entrance to the rooftop garden. Will the other actors come later? Zhu Yuanju saw the expectation in Wang Hui's eyes and smiled. Who are you waiting for? Wang Hui saw that he was unwilling to answer, so he did not pester him, and looked up at the gloomy sky. I'm waiting for the rain. Zhu Yuanju smiled and said. Very poetic. Wang Hui glanced at Zhu Yuanju and suddenly felt like talking. With a smile on his face, he continued. It was a thunderstorm on the day I was born. If there is also a thunderstorm on the day I leave, that would be great. Zhu Yuanju lay down on the recliner beside her, and looked at the gloomy sky. Come in the rain. Leave in the rain. You are such a romantic girl. Wang Hui glanced at Zhu Yuanju, a little unhappy, picked up the water cup, and went to lie down on the recliner 3 meters away, looking at the sky, waiting for the rain. Zhu Yuanju? Hey! This little slut is playing hard to get with me. Courtyard. Xia Ning's room. In front of the dressing table, she worked hard to make up Qin Sun's face. Makeup? Isn't it enough to have hands? What kind of skill is this? Qin Sun looked at herself in the mirror, who had almost become a different person, and frowned slightly. Who is this? Why do you look a little vulgar? Xia Ning smiled but said nothing. Qin Sun stared at the mirror for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he shouted. Yoshi! Kong and I Jiwa! Kato-kun! He turned to look at Xia Ning, who was stunned, and said angrily. You made me look like Kato Oki? Xia Ning snorted coldly. From your expression, I feel like you are enjoying it? Qin Sun turned to look at himself in the mirror, and nodded with great satisfaction. Ever since he inexplicably became a star, he didn't dare to run around, fearing that people would treat him like a monkey. When he went out, he usually wore a mask and sunglasses, which was not comfortable at all. Now, I can run around. Qin Sun got up and walked out the door. Behind him, Xia Ning's voice sounded. Where are you going? Qin Sun looked back and smiled. I'm going to dye my hair red and shave a mohawk. Xia Ning. Qin Sun wandered around the film and television city, deliberately walking to crowded places, and was not recognized. He just watched others filming TV shows and skits, and asked people everywhere, Brother, are you hiring extras? Filming Fatal Identity is a job, and being an extra for others should be slacking off. Half an hour later, Qin Sun had already put on the Japanese uniform, becoming a glorious extra, sitting among a bunch of smokers waiting for the show to start. A bunch of extras sat on the ground chatting. It's about to rain, and we're still filming. Are we still fighting the Japanese on a rainy day? We'll pay extra on rainy days. Hey! This brother looks unfamiliar. This is the first time I've seen him. I'm a college student. Come and have some fun. I look at your appearance. Why are you only playing a little bastard? You can definitely play a colonel. Take your time. There's an old saying in country C. It's called a hasty person can't eat hot tofu. Ha ha ha. You kid. You're not a real little bastard. Are you? The official filming began. Dozens of Japanese soldiers were lying on the hillside firing guns, defending against the impact from the bottom of the mountain. Chin Sun secretly spent 300 yuan and bought a character who drove a Gatling gun. When playing with guns, I want to play big. He got into the role in a second, lying on the ground, and his vulgar temperament burst out immediately, operating the Gatling gun with both hands, and shouting, Bagayalu. The director saw this scene behind the monitor, and slapped his thigh. Hey! It's so vivid. This Japanese soldier is a professional. Just when he was happy, he found that the Japanese soldier took out a mobile phone from his pocket. The director's face immediately fell, and he stood up, picked up the loudspeaker and cursed. The one who called. Who told you to call? Isn't this a mistake? The director cursed. Dozens of actors on the scene stopped their actions, looked at Chin Sun, and some of them followed suit. Chin Sun, however, had a serious face, lying on the ground, listening to Xia Ning's slightly hurried voice. Chin Sun, Huang Hui wants to jump off the building. No one can persuade him. It was the night before yesterday at the hotel where we stayed. Master Huang just called WeChat voice to ask for help. Maybe you can persuade her. Where are you now? I'll drive to pick you up right away. Chin Sun stood up, turned his head, and saw that he roughly estimated that this place was not far from the hotel. I'm not far from the hotel. You're too slow to pick me up. I'll go by myself. Let's meet there. He saw a colonel sitting on a three-wheeled motorcycle not far away from him, walked over and said, Brother, make room. The colonel was not happy. Hey, you're playing a cannon fodder, I'm playing a colonel. I'm a special actor, you're breaking the rules. Chin Sun was a little impatient, pulled his collar and pulled it down, and stepped forward. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Rumble. Speeding like a whirlwind. Chin Sun wore a Japanese uniform, a Japanese hat, and drove away on a Japanese colonel's special three-wheeled motorcycle. Extras? Director? Brothers, chase him. Damn it, I've been shooting Japanese movies for half my life, and I've never seen extras like this. Chase him. Kill him. Chapter 555 Speed of Life and Death. The little Japanese are crazy about love. The dirt road is not easy to drive on. Chin Sun drove very fast. The car made a clanging sound, raising a cloud of dust behind him. The Japanese chased him for a while, but were left far behind. Suddenly, the assistant director shouted, Get in the van! Get in the van! Go to the 3 vans. We will beat him to death if we catch him. Beat him to death. Chin Sun stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, a little anxious. Doctor, the doctor will contact you. Money, I will give you a loan. You only need a 200,000 yuan deposit. You can get tens of thousands of yuan in scholarships every year, and you chose the field of artificial intelligence, which will be very popular in the future. Are you afraid that you can't make back the money? How can people give up their lives for money? Why are you so stubborn? Is Huang Hui really born in the year of the donkey? Very stubborn. No matter how I persuade him, he won't listen. The sky is getting darker and darker, and the wind is getting stronger and stronger. It's going to rain soon. 10 minutes later, Chin Sun saw the hotel, and there were people surrounding the downstairs in 3 circles inside and outside. He parked his motorcycle outside the crowd. The noise attracted some onlookers. What's going on? Why is there a colonel here? Someone jumped off a building. This kind of show is not seen every day. Does a colonel like to join in the fun? Suddenly, another burst of car roars sounded. The onlookers looked over and found several vans coming at high speed. The car stopped, opened the door, and a bunch of Japanese soldiers and crew members rushed out of the car. They were all ferocious. The director put his hands on his hips, walked to the front, and shouted with his belly sticking out. Where are the people? Where are the fucking people? I'm going to kick you to death. The assistant director held a handheld camera and aimed it at Chin Sun, who was squeezing into the crowd, shooting the behind-the-scenes footage. During the filming of the TV series, the extras suddenly went crazy, robbed the prop car and ran away. If it's posted online, It will definitely get tens of thousands of views. It's a great promotional material. You can't miss a single shot. Suddenly, a uniformed policeman squeezed out of the crowd, glanced coldly at the devils, and asked, "Who are you going to kick to death?" The director immediately backed off, and said with an awkward smile, "We are filming." The police pointed to the roof of the hotel, with a serious face. "Stop filming and don't yell. Don't affect other people's emotions." The director looked up, and saw a girl sitting on the wall on the roof of the 15 or 16-story hotel, with her feet outside. The wind was strong upstairs, and her hair was fluttering. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and he nodded repeatedly. "Oh! We promise not to disturb you. Wait for the police to leave." The director quickly walked to the assistant director and whispered, "That guy stole our motorcycle and rushed here so quickly. He must be the girl's boyfriend. You squeeze in and shoot the group of actors, and put it on the internet as speed. The Japanese are crazy for love. This will be very topical. You have to shoot carefully." The assistant director nodded, holding the camera, and squeezed in with difficulty. Chin-sun kept squeezing into the crowd, and walked to the front, and found that there were 7 or 8 policemen inside, maintaining order inside. A cordon was set up in front of the hotel. The taxi driver was there too. His face was covered with tears, and he was shouting with a loudspeaker. His voice was miserable. Why, come down. Can't we just stop treating him?" "No treatment. I'm not lying to you. I'm not selling the house. I'm not lying to you, really?" Huang Jianguo's voice was choked, his throat was tight, and he almost couldn't speak several times. "Just now in the bathroom." Huang Jianguo struggled with others for a long time, and finally sold the house for 900,000, plus the 300,000 in savings, a total of 1.2 million. He was in a good mood, so he thought about transferring 200,000 as a deposit to Chin-sun's assistant immediately. When the money from the house sale arrived, he would transfer another 1 million immediately. He wanted to act first, and then report to Huang Hui. But he couldn't find Huang Hui in the next room, and couldn't get through on the phone, so he got anxious. He looked everywhere, but couldn't find him. He panicked immediately. Guessing if Huang Hui heard something, he ran away from home directly. When Huang Jianguo hurried out of the hotel, wanted to look for him outside. He saw several people in front of the hotel looking up at the rooftop. He turned around and looked up, and his face turned pale with fear. His daughter was actually sitting on the top floor of the 16th floor. When the onlookers heard Huang Jianguo's cry, they immediately understood why the girl wanted to jump off the building. Some people were moved by Huang Hui's filial piety, and shouted at the top of their voices, "Girl, don't do stupid things. What will happen to your father if you die? You are still young. Isn't it just money? I will donate 1,000 to you. I will donate 2,000. I will donate 10,000. An old policeman in the lead listened to the kind voices around him, was slightly moved, and asked on the intercom, "What's going on up there?" A man's voice came from the intercom. "Boss, it's very tricky. This girl warned us that if any of us stepped over the threshold, she would jump down immediately. And she just recorded a message with her phone, and threw the phone into a flower pot. I suspect it was a last will." The old policeman glared and said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Find a way to save people. Don't doubt this, doubt that." He turned around and saw Huang Jianguo's face was ashen, and his lips were trembling slightly. Last words? Last words? He took out his cell phone and called Huang Hui, but heard, "Sorry. The number you dialed is turned off. Please call again later." He threw the phone to the ground with force, looked up, and the sky became even darker. The wind blew. It seemed that it was going to rain. Huang Jianguo looked at the sky, his eyes full of fear, and trembled. Don't rain. Don't rain. Don't rain. He knew his daughter. Why liked thunderstorms, and she must want to take a last look at the rain. Chin-sun didn't understand what Huang Jianguo said. He just thought he was a little crazy. He felt uncomfortable, and just wanted to squeeze through. He heard Xia Ning's voice in the crowd. "Master Huang. Huang Hui has been standing on the roof for so long, and her cell phone is turned off, refusing to communicate with you. It means she is not so determined. She is afraid of being persuaded. We still have a chance." Master Huang turned his head and saw a woman squeezing through the crowd. She was the woman who accompanied Chin-sun to the hospital that day. It seems to be Chin-sun's girlfriend? Xia Ning walked up to Huang Jianguo and asked, "Does she have any unfulfilled wishes?" Huang Jianguo looked at Xia Ning with an excited expression, and immediately walked over. Where is Mr. Qin? Where is Mr. Qin? Where is he? Is he here? Is he here? Hearing this, Qin Sun immediately walked over and said, Master Huang, I'm here. What do you need me to do? Wang Jiangwo looked at the man in front of him wearing a Ba Jie hat, wearing Ba Jie clothes, and having a Ba Jie face. He reached out and pushed him hard. Who are you? Can you please stop making trouble? Don't bother me at this time. Get lost. Xia Ning was about to explain, but saw Qin Sun being dragged aside by 2 policemen. The daughter is about to jump off the building. Can you be a decent person? Even a conspicuous bag is not this conspicuous. If you continue to cause trouble, I will take legal action against you. Go away, and be honest. Qin Sun had no way to defend himself. The assistant director pointed the camera at Qin Sun and filmed him struggling. At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed across the sky. The wind started. The rain started. Chapter 556. Are you born in the year of the donkey? So stubborn. The raindrops fell, gradually getting heavier. Wang Jiangwo's face turned pale, and he turned his head to look at the rooftop, and found that his daughter was standing up with her hands on the wall. She stood on the wall with her feet. When the wind blew, she swayed. Wang Hui stood on the wall, stretched his hand to smooth his wet bangs, looked down, and murmured, The world is very interesting. I'll come again next time. Downstairs, everyone was terrified. Ah! She stood up. She's going to jump. Ah, don't. Such a narrow fence will fall down. It's raining. It's a big deal if she slips. Wang Jiangwo grabbed the loudspeaker from the police, raised his head, rain fell on his face, and shouted at the top of his voice. Why, don't jump. Wait a minute. Aren't you coming to see Qin Sun? He'll be here soon. He'll be here soon. Don't you want him to write a song for you? He will write it. He will write it. He's on the way. He's really on the way. I really didn't lie to you this time. Everyone heard Wang Jiangwo's crazy voice, ignoring the rain on his face, and kept looking up. Each heart felt as if it was torn apart. Money is not everything, but not having money is absolutely impossible. A young girl in her prime, because she had no money, because she didn't want her family to sell the house for medical treatment. She chose to jump off the building to commit suicide. Very great. But it is better to live than to die. Money can be earned again, but if a person is gone, everything is gone. How many elderly people in their 80s and 90s are lying in the hospital, still struggling, seeking a glimmer of hope, even if they can live 1 or 2 more years? How old is this girl? Life has just begun. There are still so many things that she has not experienced. Another flash of lightning flashed in the sky. Thunder rumbled. Wang Jiangwo's heart shrank. He closed his eyes and dared not look again. He knew that it was almost time. Suddenly, he felt that the trumpet in his hand was snatched away. He opened his eyes and found that it was the devil just now. He didn't have the strength to care anymore. But the police were anxious. Several policemen rushed up at the same time, trying to snatch the trumpet in Qin Sun's hand, fearing that he would talk nonsense and provoke the girl to jump off the building. Shut up. Don't mess around. Stop. Qin Sun was agile, holding the trumpet in one hand, and moving around, avoiding the police's pursuit in the rain, running in circles quickly. The assistant director's camera was shooting at Qin Sun, and he couldn't help but say hack in his heart. Qin Sun shook off several policemen, picked up the loudspeaker, and sang loudly. Run forward, facing the cold eyes and ridicule. How can we feel the breadth of life without going through hardships? Fate can't make us kneel down and beg for mercy, even if blood is spilled all over my arms. This time, Qin Sun sang particularly hard, reaching the peak in terms of skills and emotions. The song was full of power, passing through the rain curtain, reaching everyone's ears. It also reached the top floor. The scene was quiet for a moment, with only the sound of the rain. Then, the onlookers went wild. Fuck, where did this lunatic come from? Little bastard. People are about to jump off the building, and he's still shouting to run forward. Is he dissatisfied that others are not jumping fast enough? Still bleeding, and kneeling down to beg for mercy? So provocative. Don't stop me, let me beat him to death. The police also panicked. 7 or 8 policemen rushed towards Qin Sun from several directions, and threw him to the ground. He handcuffed him with his backhand. Qin Sun lay on the ground, looked up, and saw Huang Hui sitting back on the wall, and heaved a sigh of relief. This song that risked his career seemed to have paid off. She was really touched. When Master Huang heard the lyrics, She thought of the words of encouragement Chin Sun gave to his daughter, and immediately recognized that it was Chin Sun. Seeing Chin Sun being pressed to the ground, fearing that his daughter's emotions, which had just stabilized, would be disturbed again, he immediately rushed over. Police, let him go. Let him go. He can save my daughter. He can save her. Chin Sun turned his head and saw Master Huang push the police away very roughly. He grabbed the speaker, knelt on the ground, and put the speaker to Chin Sun's mouth. Mr. Chin, please, save my daughter. Please. Keep singing. Keep singing. Chin Sun didn't waste words, knelt on the ground, struck while the iron was hot, and sang immediately. Where is the world full of flowers? If it really exists, I will definitely go there. I want to stand on the highest mountain there. It doesn't matter if it's a cliff or not. Live hard and love hard. Even if you die. Huang Jiangwo knelt. A policeman was startled, looking at the little bastard in front of him, recognized Chin Sun, and immediately went up to unlock the handcuffs. The surrounding discussion stopped immediately. Everyone was silent. The whole world was filled with only the sound of rain, and only the sound of singing. It doesn't matter if it's a cliff or not. Live hard. Love hard. Even if you die, don't ask for anyone's satisfaction. As long as you are worthy of yourself. I have never chosen to give up on my ideals. Chin Sun got up from the ground, holding a loudspeaker, looking up at Huang Huai's every move on the roof, and quietly made a gesture to the police. The old policeman understood, walked aside, picked up the intercom, and whispered, while she is attracted by the singing, under the cover of the rain. Sneak over. Pull her down. Be careful to hide. Only success. No failure. Chin Sun sang the chorus, singing loudly. Keep running. With the pride of a child, how can you see the brilliance of life without perseverance? It is better to burn it than to linger on, for the beauty in your heart don't compromise until you grow old. Suddenly, Huang Huai, who was sitting on the rooftop wall in the rain, was pulled violently by a huge force. His body almost flew backwards. There were shouts of surprise from the crowd. Good. Where's that girl? How did she disappear in the blink of an eye? Did she fall down? Or was she saved? The girl was pulled down and saved. Finally saved. What happened? Who was the singer? Chin Sun saw Huang Huai being pulled down, and breathed a sigh of relief, and rushed to the hotel after dropping the horn. Huang Jiangwo, Xia Ning, the policeman, the assistant director, and some paparazzi with a keen sense of smell also rushed over. There was a lot of noise around. People kept rushing forward, but were stopped by the police. People stood in the rain and talked about it. What is that little bastard rushing over for? That bastard is Chin Sun. Ah? Chin Sun? Fuck, it really is. I was wondering why his voice sounded familiar. Does he write songs right away? This song is so powerful. What a pity, I forgot to take a video just now, so I missed a chance to be on the hot search. Chin Sun rushed into the hotel elevator. Huang Jiangwo, Xia Ning, the police, the assistant director and others, and some bystanders also squeezed in. The elevator was full at once, and some people left voluntarily only after the alarm sounded. There were many people, but it was very quiet. There was only the sound of breathing. Chin Sun was a little scared, and quietly grabbed Xia Ning's hand. When he was singing just now, he had no idea what Huang Huai would do. Songs can bring strength to people. This song, Chasing Dreams, with a childlike heart, also contains great energy. But it may not touch everyone. The power of the song needs to be matched with the mood of the audience. Just like people who have been heartbroken are most afraid to hear. Breakup should be decent. No one needs to say sorry. Just like graduates are most afraid to hear. The river of time flows into the sea, and finally we go our separate ways. People in their 20s are most afraid to hear. At this age, we are wandering between ideals and reality. Chin Sun was afraid that if he opened his mouth, Huang Huai would fall headfirst downstairs. The elevator door opened. Chin Sun rushed out first, ran through the corridor, walked up the stairs, and ran into the rooftop garden. At a glance, he saw Huang Huai surrounded by 4 policemen under a large parasol. He rushed over quickly, standing in front of Huang Huai, looking down at her, unable to tell whether it was rain or tears on her face. Chin Sun raised his hand, slapped Huang Huai in the face. Fuck you. Are you born in the year of the donkey? So stubborn. At the door, Huang Jiangwo, Xia Ning, police, assistant director, paparazzi, the onlookers were stunned. Chapter 557. Your resume is very impressive. But it doesn't prevent you from being an idiot. The word grass mud horse contained Chin Sun's anger, almost suppressing the thunder resounding on the roof. Everyone was stunned. The assistant director held the camera steadily, aiming at Chin Sun in a Japanese uniform, afraid of missing a shot. Crazy for love? It looks like he is going to hate because of love. Xia Ning hurriedly looked at Huang Jiangwo and explained immediately. Master Huang. He didn't mean to offend you when he said that. He just said he was used to it. Huang Jiangwo looked at Huang Huai and Chin Sun under the parasol and nodded. I know. Mr. Chin is not an ordinary person. His slap and those dirty words must have a deeper meaning. Xia Ning. Deeper meaning? Probably not. Huang Jiangwo was nervous, thinking of the thrilling moment just now. The daughter was about to jump off the building, but was finally attracted by Chin Sun singing, and was rescued by the police. Based on his understanding of his daughter, she should not have given up the idea of committing suicide, and just now, she might have just wanted to finish the song before jumping. Severe cases require strong medicine. If I get slapped once, I get slapped once. I can get slapped twice. Xia Ning, Huang Jiangwo, the policeman, the paparazzi walked out of the door and stood under the eaves. They tacitly did not go over. The 4 policemen surrounding Huang Huai also slowly walked to the wall. First, to prevent Huang Huai from jumping over again. Second, to give this little bastard who rushed over in the rain, some room for the big warrior to play. The rain was getting heavier. It made the parasol crackle. Huang Huai sat on the recliner, hugging his knees with both hands, looking up, his wet bangs pressed tightly against his forehead. She smiled. Hello. This is the first time I met you. And you look like this. What a pity. Chin Sun snorted. What's there to regret? It's not a blind date. He took off the hat on his head, and threw it into the flower pot filled with water at his feet. I don't look good in this look either. We're even now. Huang Huai looked up at Chin Sun, ran his hair with his hand, and said with a smile, I always thought that your unruly image in front of the camera was fake, but I didn't expect that. It was actually real. Chin Sun sat directly on the recliner. Because he wanted to avoid suspicion, he was a little far away from Huang Huai's body, and only half of his buttocks were sitting on the chair. Very uncomfortable. He turned his head to look at Huang Huai, and saw that she was wearing a white t-shirt that was tightly attached to her body, and her flesh color was visible. Some kind of taboo beauty. Chin Sun turned his head away, looked at the rain curtain outside the umbrella, and said in a cold voice, Make some room for me. Huang Huai was startled, smiled, moved to the side, saw the cold beauty under the eaves, and moved again. Mr. Chin, your girlfriend is really pretty. Chin Sun laughed. What do you think? She is not only beautiful, but also capable, gentle, domineering, cute, considerate, and... Huang Huai listened to Chin Sun's endless boasting and felt a little weird, and interrupted him. Hey! 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 Enough, enough. There should be a limit to showing off your love, and you should choose the right occasion. And pay attention to the time. She saw Chin Sun turned his head, with a look of disgust on his face, as if he was very dissatisfied with her interrupting him from showing off his girlfriend. Brother, I just attempted suicide. I am a person who wants to die. She turned her head, and saw Xia Ning in the crowd through the heavy rain. No matter how good Xia Ning is, it is not appropriate for you to keep talking in front of me. Chin Sun looked at Huang Huai's handsome face, and his voice suddenly became low. A person who really wants to die should die quietly, rather than standing on the roof and showing off. Huang Huai turned his head, and looked at Chin Sun immediately after hearing this, and saw that there was no mockery on his face. Just calmly recounting the story. She smiled bitterly, and pointed to her temple. Brother, of course I don't want to die. I just have to die. As she spoke, the smile on her face disappeared, and her voice was questioning. Did my dad contact you, and then you lied to my dad that my disease could be cured? Chin Sun answered. I am a person with hundreds of millions of dollars, and I cheated your dad out of tens of millions? I have the energy. Can I write a song and sell it? Can this be called cheating? Huang Huai was choked and speechless. Since she got sick, everyone around her, including her family, teachers, classmates, friends, and neighbors, has been very kind to her. This is the first time she has met someone like Chin Sun who speaks with thorns everywhere. Chin Sun looked at Huang Huai quietly and said, Are you reluctant to spend money? Huang Huai answered very frankly. For you, earning tens of millions of dollars only takes the time of a song. But for my dad, it is his support for the rest of his life. In order to raise this money, she has to sell the house. This money must not be spent. No matter who persuades her. It's useless. She opened her eyes wide and stared at Chin Sun. Chin Sun understood immediately. She was secretly expressing that it would be useless even if he tried to persuade her. He sneered. Who the hell is willing to persuade you? Huang Hui was stunned. You don't want to persuade me? Then you lied to my dad? Saying. And were the first to rush over and give me a big ass? Chin Sun saw Huang Hui was silent, pointed at Master Huang under the eaves, and said, Death is a relief for you. But what about your dad? I don't pity you. I pity your dad. Huang Hui was about to speak, but was interrupted by Chin Sun. I know you are a science student, an excellent science student, with a very impressive resume. But this doesn't stop you from being an idiot. Huang Hui. Why should I? A person who just jumped off a building. Be beaten and scolded? What kind of quality is this, Chin Sun? The idol halo is broken. Chin Sun looked at Huang Hui and said seriously. You think you are very rational, but I think you are cold-blooded. You don't want your father to lose both his money and his life, so you go to die calmly. He gave Huang Hui a thumbs up. You are amazing, you are noble. You are great. Suddenly, his voice turned cold. But what about your father? After you died, your father took care of your house, the balance in the bank card, and drank heavily every day. He cried when he was drunk. He kept saying like a madman that he should have had surgery. What if he survived? Huang Hui was slightly moved. What Chin Sun said was likely to happen. Chin Sun pointed to Master Huang under the eaves, and continued. If your father is a cold-blooded person like you don't want to treat him. He can convince himself that not having surgery is the most reasonable choice. After a few years, maybe he can recover. But he is not. Master Huang is obviously a man of temperament. If you die without surgery, he will never get over the hurdle in his heart. He will have a heart disease, he will die early. He may even go with you. Huang Hui became more and more panicked as he listened, shaking his head frantically, and said loudly. Don't say it. Chapter 558 Whose family has land? I am so strong now, I want to be your family's ox and horse. Chin Sun saw Huang Hui's expression was a little excited, and closed his mouth. Silence. The rain was pouring. Lightning flashed across the distant mountains. The sky rumbled. After a while, Huang Hui looked at Huang Jiangwo under the eaves, and asked softly, Mr. Chin, you are really different from other stars I have met. Chin Sun was a little surprised, not knowing why she suddenly mentioned this, and turned to look at her. Huang Hui's voice was very calm. Just before I jumped off the building, I met Zhu Yuanju, who is also a star. But he only wanted to have sex with me. When I climbed up the wall, he ran faster than anyone else, for fear of getting into any trouble. She looked at the paparazzi's cameras under the eaves, smiled, and continued. Mr. Chin, I didn't expect it. You came to me instead. Now that this matter has become so big, you will definitely be morally kidnapped by netizens, and they will force you to help me treat me. If I jump off the building now, it will not only be irresponsible to my father, but also to you. If you are not responsible for my follow-up treatment now, it seems that netizens will not let you go. When Chin Sun heard this, he admired the girl's thinking. She is indeed a talent for science. She just had a near-death experience. But she can still think of this. Chin Sun looked at Huang Hui, and said in a deep voice. Yes. Your life is no longer just your life. So for your father. And for me. Please accept the surgery. Okay? Huang Hui took a deep breath, and smiled with relief. Then give it a try? As she spoke, she raised her voice. I know your ability. And you will definitely find an international doctor. But I know it is very expensive. It's not something that can be done with 1 million. But that's only an extra 2% probability. Just find a domestic doctor. Okay? I still want to save some money. Chin Sun looked at the smile on Huang Hui's face, and sighed helplessly. She still didn't think she could live. She just wanted to find a cheap doctor, and die on the operating table. To give her father an explanation. Chin Sun was silent for a moment, and nodded. Okay. Huang Hui stood up, and bowed deeply to Chin Sun, who was sitting on the recliner. Then I'll leave it to you. Chin Sun sat on the chair, and calmly accepted her bow, and thanked her. After a while, Huang Hui stood up, looked at Chin Sun, hesitated, and pointed to his face that Chin Sun had slapped red just now, and said, Mr. Chin, can you please stop giving people a big mouth in the future? First, I'm a girl. Second, I have a brain tumor. You hit me on the head? Chin Sun snorted coldly, and ignored her. Huang Hui didn't mind. Smiled. turned around, and slowly walked out of the big parasol. Braving the heavy rain, she walked towards her father under the eaves. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned her head, looked at Jin-sun sitting on the recliner, and said softly, "Hey, what if I survive? I can't repay you. I can only repay you with my body." Jin-sun quickly glanced at Xia Ning not far away, and interrupted quickly. "Shut up the fuck. Don't think about repaying kindness with enmity. Huang Huai. What the hell am I following? A saint? Or a devil?" She walked quickly towards her father under the eaves. When Huang Jiangwo saw his daughter coming, he immediately rushed into the rain and stood in front of her, his voice trembling with excitement. Why are you so ignorant? You are not a child anymore. Why are you so disobedient? Are you going to scare me to death? You?" Huang Huai looked at his father, smiled, and said, "Dad, Mr. Qin will arrange my surgery as soon as possible." Huang Jiangwo was startled. Tears welled up in his eyes, mixed with the rain on his face. He took Huang Huai's hand. His voice choked. Okay. That's good. Huang Huai said with a smile. "Dad, I'm hungry. I want to eat Xilong Bao." Huang Jiangwo smiled, grabbed Huang Huai's hand, and was about to go downstairs. Suddenly, he thought of something, let go of Huang Huai's hand, and ran to Jin-sun. Without saying a word, he knelt on the ground. "Mr. Qin, you are so kind." Jin-sun was startled, and immediately stood up, holding Huang Jiangwo with both hands, and helped him up. "Master Huang, you are an elder, and you are kneeling to me. A junior. You are going to shorten my life." Huang Jiangwo was excited, and he didn't know what to say. He suddenly opened his hands, and hugged Jin-sun tightly in his arms. He burst into tears. In the afternoon, Jin-sun's deeds of saving people became a hot search. The video was spread to Douyin, Weibo, Pigeon, Tiaba, etc. There are many scattered videos on the internet, but one of them is the most complete and clear. Little Baka is crazy about love, and it turns out that Jin-sun bravely saves fans. The beginning of the video is a filming set. A little Baka lying on the yellow earth, operating the Gatling gun with both hands, shouting with a ferocious face, "Baka Yalu." The video barrage floated. Who the hell is this? Jin-sun? Isn't this Kato Oki? Strictly investigate the 18 generations of ancestors. It turns out that Jin-sun and Kato Oki love and hate each other. Jin awakening. Let you act, not let you surpass. Is it fake? What kind of play can invite Jin-sun to be an extra? The video continues to play. Jin-sun came up to Huang Jiangwo and said, "I'm here." He pushed her away and told her to get out of here. Rain started to fall from the sky. A girl stood on the rooftop wall. Jin-sun grabbed the loudspeaker, maneuvered among several policemen, and sang loudly, "Run forward," facing cold eyes and ridicule. How can you feel the vastness of life without going through hardships? Fate cannot make us kneel down and beg for mercy, even if blood is spilled all over my arms. In the picture, Jin-sun was pressed to the ground, singing, "Where is the world full of flowers? If it really exists, I will definitely go there." Barrages of comments. What a powerful song. It's on fire, it's on fire. Whose family has land? I'm so strong now, I want to be your family's ox and horse. Is this the guy who sang Perfume is Poisonous 2 days ago? Oh my! Jin-sun really left no way for other people in the music industry. Jin-sun wants to be a god in the music industry. Isn't he already a god? The video continues. Jin-sun rushed to Huang Huai and raised his hand. Without saying anything, he gave him a big ass. Fuck you. Are you born in the year of the donkey? So stubborn. The comments went crazy. I didn't expect this godly move. Does he always have to do so many tricks? He actually killed a woman who was about to jump off a building. And cursed. How did he have a girlfriend? Straight man. The girl wants a hug. At the end of the video, there was only the picture of Jin-sun and Huang Huai sitting on the recliner, and no sound of chatting could be heard. There was only the sound of the rain. Finally, Huang Huai bowed. Huang Jiangwo wanted to kneel down to Jin-sun, but he helped him up. The comments were denser than the rain in the video. Although I couldn't hear what Jin-sun said to the girl, it must be very heartwarming. He must have been a bodhisattva in his previous life, coming to this world to save all living beings. I'm so anxious. What did he say to save a girl who was about to commit suicide? With just a few words, he rekindled her hope for life? Who is this girl? Quick investigation, quick report. Quick investigation, quick report. Chapter 559. Give him a compliment. Build a memorial arch for him. And then destroy him. Not long after, the identity of the woman who jumped off the building in the video was revealed, causing a huge uproar on the internet. It attracted heated discussions among netizens. Fuck. It turned out to be Qin Sun's crazy fan. She went you and give me $1? Huang Hui. The school beauty and academic master of Beijing University? Didn't Huang Hui have a brain tumor? I really didn't follow the wrong person. Qin Sun has reached the limit of celebrity pampering fans. Right? From today on, I will also become a fan of Qin Sun. Breaking news. Breaking news. Qin Sun will use his own resources to treat Huang Hui. Great. Worship. Please accept my knee. The heat of the matter on the internet continues to rise. The fans who were previously despised because a perfume is poisonous started to settle accounts as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They mocked back all those who had previously mocked Qin Sun's talent. The Big V who wrote a criticism of perfume is poisonous was mocked like a flood. Qin Sun's fans played the keyboard under his Weibo. Speak. I asked you to speak. Didn't you bark loudly before? Didn't you say that Qin Sun's character was problematic? Whose character was problematic? I just want to ask you if chasing dreams is vulgar? Are your values correct? Ah? Speak. Why are you pretending to be dead? Didn't you bark loudly before? Hats? Speak. From beginning to end, the blogger didn't dare to reply a word. Qin Sun was as bright as the sun at this time, making many dark villains unable to open their eyes. Hotel, a room. Yu Yuanji was lying on the bed, stretching out his hands, and hitting the edge of the bed. Fuck. Why didn't she jump? It's all over if she died. This Huang Hui is so popular on the internet now, she won't tell others that I invited her to my room. Right? Qin Sun is such a good person, how dare he save anyone? He took a deep breath, leaned against the bed, closed his eyes and sneered. If you can save one person, can you save 10,000? The disgusting things are still to come. What do you think we should do? Beijing Film and Television Company. Senior Management Office. Zhang Lei put down his phone, glanced at the executives present, knocked on the table, and his voice was filled with anger. The popularity of perfume is poisonous has not yet passed, and now there is another song chasing dreams with a childlike heart. Bravely save fans. What a big gimmick. Do you think this is the marketing Qin Sun did for Fatal Identity? Everyone looked at each other, and they all thought it was unlikely. But the opponent is Qin Sun. It's not surprising that he does anything. For a moment, the conference room was somewhat silent. Zhang Lei slammed the table hard. Speak. Everyone was shocked. A man plucked up the courage to say, Mr. Zhang, I don't think it's likely. This kind of thing is too accidental. If that Huang Hui really jumps off the building, Qin Sun will really be criticized to the point of quitting the circle. Zhang Lei tapped the table lightly, reminding, Qin Sun has never officially entered the entertainment industry. You should not regard him as a star. He is now the capo behind the star. His opponent is not the star, but me. After saying that, Zhang Lei felt a little weird. Why do I feel so proud to be Qin Sun's rival? I am really despicable. Qin Sun is just a young boy. He is not worthy. He was just one of my thousands of fans before. The man nodded repeatedly and continued to explain. Mr. Zhang is right. But now netizens on the internet have praised him as a bodhisattva who saves people from suffering. Then this is our chance. Zhang Lei looked at the man and smiled slightly. There are still smart people in the company. Then you go and hire the internet trolls to guide public opinion. I will make Qin Sun pay a heavy price for his overflowing love. Courtyard. Heavy rain poured down. In a large living room, Qin Sun, Xiaoning, Wu Yu, Yilan and everyone else were present, sitting around a large round table for a meeting. Xiaoning acted as the host and spoke first. As you have just seen, Qin Sun is now extremely popular online, and has a huge amount of traffic. But this traffic is because of saving Huang Hui. Since he saved him, he must save him to the end. The operation is very risky, and online public opinion is also difficult to control. I am worried that Qin Sun will be backlashed by this traffic. Qin Sun smiled at Xiaoning and said nothing. Now her tone is cold. As if I shouldn't get involved in this matter. But Ningning is a soft-hearted person. She has just contacted the famous hospitals and doctors. She has sent it to Huang Jiangwo. Just wait for them to communicate and prepare. and the operation can be performed in less than half a month. The success rate of the operation is about 2%. It is no different from seeking death. At that time, I have to find a way to replace that doctor and perform the operation myself. He was in a daze when Yilan's cold voice interrupted his thoughts. Shin-sun, what are you grinning at? Do you know how many rude requests I receive from fans on my Weibo private messages every day? Some want autograph photos. Some want my underwear. And they have to be original. Some want me to post short videos. There are also many who want to borrow money, such as their mother is sick, their father is gambling, and their younger brother is studying. There are all kinds of excuses, and I don't know if they are true or false. She stared at Shin-sun's smiling face and said unhappily, but who cares whether it's true or not? There are so many people. It's impossible to help. Shin-sun nodded, agreeing with Yilan's words. Song-ying looked at Yilan, nodded, and said with a hint of pride, I also have fans who privately message me to borrow money. But I won't lend it to you. Shin-sun? Why is she so proud? What's there to be proud of? Wu Yu's face was not very good. He exuded the aura of a superior, and he grasped the director's posture very well. She knocked on the table, cleared her throat, and said, Shin-sun is so popular now, it will be very helpful for Fatal ID for the time being. It hasn't started yet. Let's have a good start. But? She picked up her phone and sent a message to their WeChat group. My dad just sent a message. Beijing Film and Television has already taken action and will hire a large number of water armies to push Shin-sun to the altar. First, we will build a memorial archway for you and give you a high hat. Then, you will soon have thousands of sick fans asking for help on our official movie website. Neo Xiaojun was so angry that he slammed the table. Damn it. No one's money comes from the wind. As he said that, he glanced at Shin-sun, and his voice weakened a little. Even if it is easier than the wind. It can't stand this. Misier felt guilty for some reason. She knew the helplessness of a sick relative. And if she had the opportunity to ask others for a life-saving money, she would really do something crazy. She was a little glad that Shin-sun's Douyin account was not leaked. Otherwise the comment area would definitely be full of believers worshipping the Buddha. Misier looked at Shin-sun and asked, what should we do then? And Ke, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly spoke softly. Heat is something that is over once, it is said. As long as there is new heat, it will be fine. As she said that, she looked at Yilan and asked with a smile. Sister Yi, if you are willing to provide some information, I do have a bold idea and an immature suggestion. Chapter 560. Don't take yourself too seriously, or take others too seriously. Let the bullets fly for a while. Listen to Inka's words. Yilan was a little curious, turned her head, and looked at this usually quiet and gentle woman. Do you have a bold idea and an immature suggestion? Inka nodded, said with a smile. Sister Yi, you have been in the entertainment industry for many years. You should know a lot of black stuff. If you just casually reveal someone's scandal, wouldn't it be able to cover up this heat? Netizens are more concerned about the complicated relationship between male and female stars than donating money to save people. Yilan was a little surprised. This Inka looks gentle and weak. But he is really ruthless. She nodded and said, That's right. But why should I offend others? To expose other people's scandals? She turned to look at Shin-sun and pondered for a moment. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Shin-sun, why don't you just follow me into the hotel? And then deliberately let the paparazzi take pictures. And when the pictures are circulated on the internet, we can quickly suppress the heat. Xiaoning? Because of the pain in the foot. Why not just amputate below the neck? Is there such a way to suppress the hot surge? Wang Chui was shocked when she heard these fierce words, and quickly pulled Yilan's clothes and said anxiously, My aunt, can you please be aware of your status? You are the Queen of Heaven. How can you say such things? If it gets out, what will others think of you? Yilan smiled without saying anything, and stared at Shin-sun silently. Shin-sun. He slowly turned his head to look at Xiaoning, and saw that Xiaoning's face looked a little bad, shrugged his shoulders, and spread his hands. It's none of my business. Wu Yu saw that the meeting was not serious at all, and it became a sure field for snatching men, and was a little angry. What do you think of her? Of course, I think she's competing with Xiaoning for a man, but she hasn't won him over yet. She saw Yilan's face turn ugly, but she ignored him, and slammed the table hard. Be serious. All of you. Be serious. The purpose of our meeting is to discuss how to deal with the donation requests from netizens later. How to deal with their moral kidnapping. I didn't ask you to come here to talk nonsense. She said a lot in one breath, almost died, picked up the glass of water in front of her and drank it all, and continued. Fatal Identity is my first movie. I won't let anything affect its box office. She turned to look at Jin Sun, looking at the culprit, and asked loudly. Jin Sun, you must be in the limelight. Now tell me what to do. Jin Sun saw that everyone was looking at him, sat up a little side, and said, Have you forgotten who I am? I'm not a star. I don't care about reputation. My fans don't care either. I have no morals. Who can kidnap me? His eyes fell lightly on Wu Yu's face, with an indifferent look. Don't be too nervous. My stinginess will definitely not affect the box office. Don't take the comments of some netizens too seriously. Many of those who are very popular online are not the ones who go to the cinema to watch movies. They usually watch pirated copies. Wu Yu saw Jin Sun's words lightly and felt that he was not serious enough. He was furious and said angrily, Then do nothing? Wait to die. Jin Sun shook his head. Let the bullet fly for a while. He stood up. Dismiss. After saying that, he walked out of the hall. In the hall, everyone looked at each other. Wu Yu was very unhappy. What's his attitude? Does he take me? The director? Seriously? Niu Xiaojun sighed and answered honestly. No. Wu Yu was startled, turned his head, and glared at Niu Xiaojun angrily. I want you to say it. Niu Xiaojun? Hey! Damn! Aren't I agreeing with you? And you're giving me the cold shoulder? The heavy rain is still falling. Jin Sun followed the wall, walked all the way from under the eaves to the kitchen door, and saw Xiao Lele chopping pig's feet. There were already 2 large basins full of pig's feet on the stove. He held the door sill and asked with a smile. Xiao Lele, when I'm at work, even if I've been fishing all day, I still feel tired when I get off work. Why are you always so energetic? Xiao Lele stopped, looked at Jin Sun and smiled. 53 yuan an hour. You get what you pay for. As she said that, she hesitated, and her expression became a little embarrassed. And you are so kind, netizens have praised you as a bodhisattva. I want to behave well. I will ask you for help in the future, and you will definitely not refuse me. Jin Sun looked alert. You want to borrow money from me for plastic surgery? Xiao Lele waved her hands quickly after hearing this. No. I just want to, after I have plastic surgery, can you arrange a small role for me? Jin Sun, how much money have you saved? Xiao Lele glanced outside the door. Seeing that there was no one else, he lowered his voice and said, Don't tell anyone. I've saved 100,000 yuan. Jin Sun looked at Xiao Lele's ordinary face and sighed. When you save enough money, you'll be an old lady. Xiao Lele shook her head. No. I'm making 53 yuan an hour now. And I can make 524 yuan for 8 hours a day. Director Wu said that this movie will take about 100 days to shoot, which is more than 50,000 yuan. I'll have 150,000 yuan by then. And I can do a part first. After finishing a part, I'll be prettier. And I can take on some roles with lines. And then I'll make more money. Then I can do another part. Jin Sun saw that Xiao Lele was getting more and more excited. In her imagination, she seemed to have won the Best Actress award. He gave a thumbs up. Financial master, keep it up. Xiao Lele, keep it up. Jin Sun walked to the corner of the kitchen, dragged the bamboo lounge chair to the middle, laid down on it, and closed his eyes. Outside, the sound of rain was rustling. Inside, the sound of bone chopping started again. A small breeze blew. Fell asleep. The next day. It was another rainy day. Fatal ID officially started filming. Jin Sun and his group rushed to the set, and everyone they met greeted him enthusiastically. Hello. Mr. Chin. Mr. Chin is awesome. Mr. Chin, I'm your fan. Mr. Chin. Keep it up. Wu Yu looked at them flattering him yesterday, and now standing next to Jin Sun, being ignored again. There was no expression on her face, she was numb. Jin Sun had always been in a high position in their hearts. In addition, his heroic act of saving fans yesterday made him a glorious figure in their hearts. It was reasonable for him to be admired by everyone. However, Wu Yu also had some concerns. People who met Jin Sun in real life were all very friendly, but it was not the case on the internet. Last night, under the official website of Fatal Identity, there were haters who were leading the rhythm. A lot of comments were deleted. Gradually, it was almost impossible to delete them all. I don't know what the comment section will look like by tonight. Chapter 561 comment area is overwhelmed. Netizens all come to worship the living Buddha. The filming begins. Because more than 95% of the plot of the whole movie takes place in the motel, there is no need to run around everywhere. You can concentrate on filming. Woo knows Chin Sun's nature, and focuses on his part first. In one morning, 7 or 8 scenes were filmed. All of them were Chin Sun shots, all in one take. Everyone was shocked. I saw news online before, saying that Chin Sun was called Chinitiao, and I thought it was a marketing trick, but I didn't expect it to be true. This Chinitiao is really not a one-stop one, it's really a one-stop one. Why can he film like screwing a screw? With this acting skill, if he shoots an art film, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to win an award? Mao Qianni, Zhu Yuanju, Gao Man and others only got their own scripts, and they all had some rival scenes with Chin Sun. They sat aside and watched. And all felt a huge pressure. Although they were all veterans in the film industry, they actually felt inferior to the top students. Zhu Yuanju shook his head and sighed. This Chin Sun not only did not intend to leave a way out for the music industry, but also did not intend to leave a way out for the film industry? Hey, I think he and I have a sex scene? Damn. 2 men together. Disgusting. Gao Man looked at Chin Sun not far away, with his arms around his chest. I have a sex scene with him. I don't think it will be done in one take. Generally, male actors will deliberately make mistakes and shoot more times. Mao Qianni sat on a small stool, staring at that place, thinking, I have to practice secretly tonight, so as not to scream and not be able to let go. This time, no double is needed. All 3 of them have sex scenes with the male lead. This was Chin Sun's bad taste when he revised the script, but he didn't expect that it would come back to him. At noon, Xiao Lele drove a van to deliver food. Generally, the crew ordered boxed lunches, and no one cooked their own big pots. But Chin Sun insisted on being the cook, and he recruited Xiao Lele to help. Wu did not order food. Under a large awning, more than 100 people held a large stainless steel basin and lined up to get food. Chin Sun, Wu, Xiaoning, Yilan and others were at the front. Mao Qianni, Zhu Yuanju, Gao Man did not want to eat this kind of food, and wanted their assistant to pack it for takeout. Or they could eat directly at the hotel. But when they saw Chin Sun and Yilan holding a large stainless steel basin, they were excited to line up in front. They had no choice but to line up with a basin as big as their heads. Acting like a big shot in front of Chin Sun and Yilan? You are courting death. Chin Sun first added a few spoonfuls of rice for himself, walked to Xiao Lele, watched her scoop 3 spoonfuls of vegetables from 3 buckets. Braised chicken nuggets. Shredded pork with green peppers. Stir-fried cabbage. Chin Sun looked at the mountain of vegetables, and laughed. You really think you are feeding pigs? Xiao Lele smiled, and whispered. I only give you that much, others give normal amounts. Don't worry, I will control the cost. Chin Sun. What a dedicated and good employee. He actually considers the cost issue for the boss. Xiao Lele said with a smile. You are now a good person on the internet. I will not feed you. Netizens will cyberbully me. Chin Sun smiled. Cyberbully you? The cyberbully I will suffer will come earlier and more violently than yours. Chin Sun walked aside, picked up a small stainless steel bowl, scooped a bowl of tomato egg drop soup for himself. He walked aside, sat on a small chair and started eating. After a while, Xiaoning, Wu, Yilan and others also came over, all sat on a small chair to eat. Everyone watched Xiao Lele happily serving food to everyone, and chatting with many people. It seemed that he knew many acquaintances. Chin Sun was a little surprised and asked, Is Xiao Lele very sociable? Can he chat with anyone? Yilan wanted to answer, but when she thought of the food in her mouth, her words seemed a little inelegant. Then, she looked down at the large stainless steel basin and smiled bitterly. It's like this. Who cares about elegance? She looked at Xiao Lele, with food in her mouth, and explained vaguely. Xiao Lele is actually quite famous in Chutian, and she is familiar with many crew members. She is waiting for celebrities to sign autographs everywhere, and she looks like a crazy fan. But I feel she is not. If she is a fan of everyone, then she is a fan of no one. Chin Sun nodded, and suddenly thought of Huang Hui. The first time, during the video call, Huang Hui hung up the phone because he didn't tie his hair and was wearing pajamas. He dressed up again and video chatted again. He acted very solemnly. He also quarreled with the black fans online, and kept using dirty words. She looks like her own fan. But when we talked on the rooftop yesterday, her behavior was neither humble nor arrogant, and she could even joke. She didn't look like a crazy fan facing her idol. Jin-sun shook his head and took a big bite of food. Alas, people, you just can't take yourself too seriously. What international superstars, super idols, are not as delicious as a piece of pork ribs in the bowl? Under the big awning, Xiao Lele was eating, feeling the glory she had never had in her life, surrounded by a group of flatterers. Xiao Lele, I can't believe it. You're hooking up with Jin-sun, the 7th rank official of the Prime Minister's doorman. Don't look at Lele. Who cooks big pot meals now? Who knows? He might become a star someday. Lele, your cooking is so delicious. Don't forget us when you become rich. Xiao Lele had a stern face and cooked seriously, but the smile in his eyes couldn't be suppressed. It flowed out like starlight. A day passed quickly. Dusk fell, and the rain stopped. Jin-sun and others returned to the courtyard. He was just about to take a shower, and then find an opportunity to sneak into Xia Ning's room, but heard Wu Yu shouting in the yard. Meeting? Meeting? Emergency meeting. Everyone come out for the meeting. Soon, everyone walked out of each room and walked into the hall. Xiao Lele was very self-aware, and did not go over, hiding in the kitchen to work. She didn't even go to the hall to serve tea and water, because she knew that a meeting of big people would not allow her, a small person, to exist. Xiao Lele looked out the window. I wonder when I can also sit at the table for a meeting. In the living room, everyone was there. Wu Yu glanced around, his eyes fell on Jin-sun's face, and immediately frowned, saying in a cold voice, You said, let the bullets fly for a while. Look at the comments section of the official website of Fatal Identity has collapsed. You are now being roasted by netizens. This is the consequence of your indifference. As soon as the voice fell, everyone took out their mobile phones, opened Douyin, and went to the comments section of the official website of Fatal Identity. The video of the opening ceremony was pinned on the top, and there were more than 50,000 comments. The popularity was terrifying. Many netizens worshipped Jin-sun, the living Buddha on the internet. Chapter 562, He just wants a circumcision. What's wrong with him? The first comment, the number of likes is as high as 30,000. Mr. Jin, the pen is heavy. Please forgive my presumption. I am a mother. I have a 2-year-old daughter. She has congenital heart disease. Because I have not been able to come up with the money, I have not had the surgery until now. If I delay any further, I am afraid I will miss the best time for surgery. I ask you to lend me 300,000. When my baby is cured, I will definitely go out to work and make money to pay off the debt. Please. Under this comment, netizens quarreled. You are so boring. Isn't this moral kidnapping? You are too shameless. How can you say such things to a mother? She is trying to save her child. So what if she is shameless? She is borrowing money, not robbing money. Can you be more polite? 300,000 yuan is just an hour. No, a minute's profit for Jin-sun. Jin-sun, you won't just watch her die. Right? Jin-sun calmly flipped through the comments and clicked on the mother's homepage. I found that there was indeed a video of a 2-year-old baby in her work. Many netizens gave encouragement in it. Come on. Come on, baby. What a cute baby. She will definitely survive. Believe in Jin-sun. Jin-sun will help you. Jin-sun clicked on the baby's video and watched it for a while, and judged that she was very healthy, without any disease, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Nowadays, the water army is becoming more and more real. Does the more likes the water army gets, the more money they get? Nonsense. Which mother would curse her child like this? This is obviously a water army. A 2-year-old child is too young, not suitable for heart surgery at all. Seeing the smile on Jin-sun's face, Wu Yu was furious. You know it's fake. I know it's fake. Now the video has 2 million views. As long as 10% of the netizens believe it, it will be 200,000. Do you want to explain to these 200,000 idiots one by one? Jin-sun looked up at the furious Wu Yu, smiled, and said nothing. He lowered his head and continued to read the comments. There were many people praying in the comment area. The first few comments that received a lot of likes were all short essays. Mr. Jin, I am your fan. I am a college student. My family has been in a very difficult situation since I was young. My mother told me that children of poor families grow up early. But my mother, she is seriously ill. She has spent all her savings and borrowed from relatives and friends. Now she urgently needs 500,000 yuan. Shin Sun looked at these familiar words and smiled bitterly. Your family has also been in a very difficult situation since you were young? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This is a master. Shin Sun continued to read on, and the next comment was again. Mr. Chin, I am a girl in the 3rd grade of junior high school. I depend on my brother for everything. He has polio, is a disabled person, cannot work. Last month, I was diagnosed with sepsis. It costs 20,000 yuan for treatment. Can you help me? When I turn 18 and can work during the summer vacation, I will make money and pay you back. I will study hard. Shin Sun looked through a few posts and found that the ones with the highest number of likes were all short essays. The comment section became a competition of misery. His fans couldn't stand it and started fighting with those victims. Where are there so many miserable people in the world? All of them came to Shin Sun? Why don't you go to the temple to burn incense and worship Buddha? Have some shame. Morally blackmailing others. Those who asked Shin Sun to donate money. Can they donate 100 yuan? Another force is also very strong. Fighting with Shin Sun's fans. How do you know whether it is true or false? You can choose not to love. But please don't hurt. If you are not desperate. Who would beg so humbly? I won't donate. I will ask Shin Sun to donate. He has made a lot of money from the richest man in Shihong City. Look. The comment section is so noisy. Does Shin Sun pay attention to you? Shin Sun pretended to be dead? Some people's words were even more unpleasant, which directly pushed the anger of netizens to a climax. What internet living Buddha? What internet philanthropist? I think he is just a rubbish seeking fame. I think Shin Sun was so active because he saw that the girl who jumped off the building was pretty, and he was also a school beauty and a top student, so he wanted to have fans. Okay. Save the school beauty, mom, male students, but don't save junior high school girls. You are so clear about the distinction. Yo. Junior high school students are underage. When they become adults, maybe they will be saved. Hey! Don't tell me, Shin Sun didn't attack the little girl. He is quite moral. He is indeed an internet philanthropist. The water in the comment section has been muddied. More and more people joined the war of words. Shin Sun's fans, and some rational netizens were not happy, and they were determined to fight with those internet saints. One of the comments was very long, and received a lot of likes. Can you speak with conscience? Huang Huai is Shin Sun's #1 brainless fan, Xuan. Give me $1. I have been scolding people for Shin Sun on the internet before. He needs help, and Shin Sun happened to be there, so what if I provide a little help? Why are your hearts so dirty? What do you mean Shin Sun rescued Huang Huai because of her beauty? Xia Ning is not good looking? Yilan is not good looking? Mao Qianni is not good looking? Gao Man is not good looking? He wants beauty. He is too busy taking 3 meals of medicine a day, and he needs to find beauty somewhere else. Seeing this comment, Shin Sun showed a bitter smile on his face. Does this netizen want to help me? Or to smear me? Songing also saw this comment, and her face was a little unhappy. Why did they even mention that old woman Gao Man? But not me. What's the matter? Am I not good looking? Or do I look like a minor? Shin Sun continued to read the comments. Another netizen with the ID Shin Sun's father commented. God and God. Who is not a fan of Shin Sun? I have been a fan of Shin Sun since he was naked selling apples. I can sing every song of his. If you don't believe me, just go to my homepage and look at my works. My works have time. How many songs of Shin Sun have I covered? I just want to borrow 2,000 yuan to get my foreskin circumcised. What's wrong with that? Is it illegal? A bunch of netizens commented below. Brother, you really? I'm convinced. Please tell me clearly, is it circumcision or foreskin? Are all Shin Sun's fans idiots like you? You want to borrow 2,000 yuan? I don't think you need to get your foreskin circumcised. Who are you going to show it to? When Shin Sun saw this comment, his eyes lit up. This is a talent. It seems that he is arguing with me, scolding me. But in fact, he is just muddying the waters and playing tricks. He looked up at Wu Yu, who had a gloomy face, and said, Wu Yu, you privately chat with a netizen named Shin Sun's father, ask for the bank card number, and give him 2,000 yuan. Wu Yu slammed the table. Are you sick? Do you still think it's fun? Do you really want to give him money? Isn't it troublesome enough for you? Shin Sun looked at Wu Yu, who had an angry face, and said with a smile, He just wants a circumcision. What's wrong with him? We have to give this money. Chapter 563. Is this a counterattack? Give it. Give it. Give it. Fuck your mother. Wu Yu saw that Qin Sun refused to listen to his advice, and he became more and more anxious. Don't you think this is trouble enough? He is obviously lying. Qin Sun looked at Wu Yu with anger, but he seemed very calm and said with a smile, I know he is lying to me. But so what? I like him. I have to give him this money. He lied to me. I am willing. Wu Yu frowned tightly, listening to the words that only a dog can say to a goddess. She looked at Qin Sun like he was mentally retarded, and asked in a deep voice, Are you serious? The smile on Qin Sun's face disappeared. His expression became very serious. He nodded and said, Yes, I do. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked and looked at Qin Sun. Messier hurriedly advised, Boss, calm down. Niu Xiaojun cursed. Idiot, big idiot. You still agree? Do you think it's a marriage? Song Ying said anxiously. Brother, calm down at this critical moment. Transfer 2,000 yuan to him for circumcision. If he brags about it, it will attract more flies to ask you for money. You are pouring fuel on the fire. You are burning yourself. You are trying to put out the fire with firewood. After saying that, she was stunned. Hey! I speak idioms really well, so cultured. Xiao Ning and Ke Yilan were silent, staring at Qin Sun intently, looking thoughtful. Wu Yu stared at Qin Sun coldly. You must fight for this money? Qin Sun laughed. You must fight. There is no room for negotiation. Wu Yu was so angry that she trembled. There is no room for negotiation. Then let's not talk. As she said this, she placed her hands under the big round table and flipped it up with force. The big round table did not move at all. Qin Sun. Is she going to transform into a female crow? He looked at Wu Yu, who looked a little embarrassed, and said with a smile, Not only will I give that boy 2,000 yuan for circumcision, I will also give that mother 300,000 yuan. Give that college student 500,000 yuan. Give that junior high school student 20,000 yuan. Give money to all those who have given high likes. When Wu Yu heard this, he was immediately furious. He quickly jumped onto the chair, stepped on the table, and walked quickly to Qin Sun. He grabbed Qin Sun by the collar. Most of those who have given high likes are water troops. What do you want to do? Aid the enemy? Qin Sun smiled slightly. I want them dead? Wu Yu. She knew that the death in this sentence did not mean death, but was just a mood group. But why do you want others to die? Give money to others, make them laugh to death? Or do you want to make me angry to death? Suddenly, Xiao Ning, Yilan, and Ke reacted at the same time and exclaimed loudly. What a vicious plan. Why mess with you? A cunning villain. When you can mess with anyone else. Being film and television. I will eat 3 meters away from you in the future, so that I won't be poisoned to death by you anytime. Wu Yu turned her head and looked at the 3 people. She was born smart, and after calming down, she immediately figured it out. Is this a counterattack? Turning defense into offense? Wu Yu turned her head, looking at Qin Sun, who was smiling, awkwardly let go of the hand that was holding his collar. She gently adjusted Qin Sun's collar with both hands. That? Hee. Really, you are a person, Sai. Speak more clearly next time, you are so vague, look how embarrassing it is. As she said, she stood up, walked to the edge of the big round table, and jumped back to her stool. Song Ying was confused, and stood up anxiously, seemingly wanting to jump onto the table to express her dissatisfaction. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Niu Xiaojun was also anxious, and banged the table with his fist. Wu Yu? Washboard. You said that Qin Sun was a bastard, and was talking in a vague way, but you are also pretending to be a big shot here. Explain it to me clearly. Wu Yu didn't get angry when she was called a washboard. She sorted out her thoughts, looked at Niu Xiaojun, and explained. Qin Sun's idea is to play the trick against him. Since you know they are scammers, then give them money. Then, when netizens are pushing Qin Sun to the highest point, and are about to call him a beast, post the donation screenshots. At that time, there will naturally be fans who find something wrong, and find that those people are scammers. She looked at Qin Sun, and was a little impressed. At that time, Qin Sun became a kind-hearted person, who did good things quietly without leaving a name, but was deceived by others. The rhythm and direction will change immediately. Netizens can no longer force donations. Who knows whether those who ask for help are real or fake? As soon as the voice fell, Niu Xiaojun was stunned, turned his head to look at Qin Sun, raised a thumb, and praised with a big laugh. The total number of those who liked it did not add up to 1 million. And you can wash away such a big rhythm with 1 million. Spend a small amount of money to do big things. You are really a talent. Chin Sun looked at Nyo Shijun's thumb, smiled slightly, shook his head gently, and spoke calmly. 1 million. I was a cyber army when I was in school. Most cyber army are college students, followed by mothers, and some relatively idle office workers. They are not professional fraudsters, and basically have no anti-detection means. Once they provide their bank card numbers and receive the money, as long as we call the police, they can be arrested within a day. A dangerous smile appeared on his face. Want my money? I'm afraid he will receive it but not spend it. Have you forgotten that my name is Teacher Tai, my name is Gongji, and my nickname is Boobage, you sure? Nyo Xiaojun looked at Chin Sun in shock, and stood up, picked up the stool, dragged it to the corner of the hall, and sat down, and shouted loudly. What a sinister dog. I now seriously suspect that you let me be the legal person of the company just so that one day the company breaks the law, and I can go to jail for you. Chin Sun smiled but said nothing. Nyo Xiaojun saw his smile, and felt cold in his heart. What the hell? I guessed right? I have to plant 2 confidants in Oak Company and Grapefruit Company in the future. I will run away if there is any disturbance. Song Ying looked at Chin Sun, with a smile on his face, and made a hard shape with his hands. Brother Chin Sun, you are awesome. Xia Ning glanced at Song Ying indifferently, somewhat helpless. It's a pity that this child doesn't become a kindergarten teacher. Chin Sun looked at Wu Yu and reminded. There must be experts among the netizens. Someone will use the sharp eyes of a private detective to find evidence that they are scammers. Before they are exposed, you should contact them immediately and send them money. Be careful to act more realistically. At least ask them to send some medical records and ID cards, and then send the money quickly. He raised his voice and said coldly, You must send the money before the messenger of justice exposes them. Chapter 564. You should keep your eyes open, don't be fooled. I wish you well. Wu Yu nodded solemnly, and immediately picked up the phone to operate, sent private messages to those netizens who liked the posts. These accounts with high likes, in order to seek realism, are not private accounts. There are some works on the homepage. The works of mothers have videos of children. The works of college students have videos of reading books in the library. The works of junior high school students have videos of doing homework. Wu Yu sent private messages to the top few people with the most likes. Hello, this is the crew of Fatal Identity. We sympathize with your situation. For this reason, we are willing to donate to you. Please provide medical records, front and back photos of your ID, and bank card number. We will transfer the money to you after we review it. Wu Yu sent private messages to the top 5 people, and waited for their replies. Time passed by minute by minute. The sky outside the door was getting darker and darker. The night wind mixed with rain was particularly cold. Chin Sun got up, and went to take a shower. The others stayed in the hall waiting, asking Wu Yu from time to time if he had received a reply. Half an hour later, Nyo Xiaojun had already checked Wu Yu's phone to pieces, but didn't see anyone replying, and was a little disappointed. These water soldiers are scolded by so many people in private messages every day, they probably won't read the private messages. Right? Isn't Chin Sun's straight hook fishing method too difficult? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the hall became much more dull. Song Ying said immediately. Not necessarily. When I first became famous, I didn't turn off Douyin private messages. It was full every day. I would read them at first, but later I got too lazy to read them. However, although I won't read the private messages, I will definitely click on the little red heart that prompts the message. Otherwise, I will feel uncomfortable. The other party's ID in the private message is in bold font, which is very eye-catching, plus the special avatar of the Fatal ID crew. I think they will definitely see it. Everyone looked at Song Ying, feeling that what she said made some sense, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Xia Ning continued. Maybe, some people have seen it a long time ago, but just deliberately didn't reply. Now they are rushing to make fake medical records. Nyo Xiaojun took Wu Yu's phone and opened it again, still didn't see their reply. She looked at Xia Ning and asked, Will it take a long time to make fake medical records? Will it take until they are all found out to be scammers by netizens, and still haven't made a case? Xia Ning shook her head. I don't know. At this time, Monsieur, who had been quiet all the time, suddenly said, It's not difficult to make fake medical records. Just find a doctor in a small hospital and give him a few $100s. There are even small advertisements on the telephone poles and walls in front of many large hospitals. Give more money, and it can be expedited. Xia Ning looked at Monsieur, not surprised at all why she knew. Compared to social experience, she was as innocent as a baby in front of Monsieur. Niu Xiaojun was careless and asked directly. Big-breasted girl, how did you know? Monsieur couldn't help but smile bitterly when she heard the words big-breasted girl. I used to work part-time posting advertisements. Niu Xiaojun looked at Monsieur and said, then I'll ask you to make a fake medical record. To cheat my dad's money. Monsieur? Half an hour later. Wu Yu heard the Douyin message notification sound on his phone. And immediately picked up the phone to see that someone had replied. It was the netizen named Qin Sun's father. Thanks to the crew of Fatal Identity for their love for my foreskin. I am really flattered. But I am a girl. I don't have a foreskin. Also asked the crew of Fatal Identity to open their eyes. Don't be fooled. Wish you well. Niu Xiaojun put his head close to Wu Yu. And after reading these messages, he was so angry that he cursed. Really? The father of a girl named Qin Sun, and he wants to cheat 2,000 yuan for a circumcision. What kind of person is this? How can there be such a woman in the world? Wu Yu turned to look at Niu Xiaojun, a little embarrassed. Brother Niu, did you forget that your Douyin account is called Niu Yi Tai Ming? Niu Xiaojun. She and I are not the same. Everyone was a little disappointed, and they all took out their phones to open the Douyin official account of Fatal ID and read the comments. I found that more and more negative comments appeared. What happened to Qin Sun? He hasn't said a word until now, playing dead? Does he really only help beautiful women? Am I not worthy of living because I am ugly? What a human-shaped self-propelled money-printing machine. A stingy miser. Help me, I really kneel down to you. There is a video of me kneeling on the homepage. Looking at those comments, everyone's face was not very good. When they saw that Qin Sun was not in the temporary meeting room in the hall instead. He ran to take a shower, and then went to the kitchen after taking a shower. They were even more upset. If Xiao Lele wasn't SOSO, they would have suspected that Qin Sun was cheating on Xia Ning. After a while, the Douyin message notification sounded again. Wu Yu saw it, his eyes lit up, and said loudly, Comrades, the fish has taken the bait. That mother replied. When everyone heard this, they all stood up and walked behind Wu Yu, looking at the phone. The mother thanked him profusely, then sent a photo of her ID card, medical records, and her bank card number. Wu Yu chatted with her for a few words, and said a few words of encouragement. Finally, he sent a message. Our staff will review your materials on an expedited basis, and will reply to you before 12 o'clock tomorrow morning at the latest. The mother thanked him again. Niu Xiaojun was excited, and even felt like he had done something bad. He snatched Wu Yu's phone, and opened the medical records to take a casual look, and waved his hand. Approved. I will transfer the money tomorrow. Everyone laughed. After a while, the male college student whose family was particularly poor, and the junior high school sister whose brother had polio also replied. They all thanked him first. Then, they sent out medical records, ID cards, and bank card numbers. As usual, Wu Yu comforted him first, and then told him that a staff member would review it, and there would be a reply before 12 o'clock tomorrow. After finishing all this, Wu Yu put down her phone, leaned back in her chair, crossed her legs and looked very proud. I put down 5 baits and caught 5 fish. One is a good person, admitting that he is a liar who cheats on foreskin. One has not dared to reply until now, probably because he is timid, and only dares to be a water army, and dares not to commit fraud. She held up 3 fingers, and said with a smile, I caught 3 fish. Enough for a meal. Suddenly, Qin Sun came in slowly from the door in slippers, and saw everyone gathered behind Wu Yu, and asked with a smile, Are you not going to bed yet? Wu Yu saw that he, the protagonist of the cyberbullying center, looked lazy, and was furious, and scolded. You disappeared for so long just now. Did you cheat on Xia Ning? Xia Ning? She looked at Qin Sun, shook her head with a bitter smile, but saw Xiao Lele's head suddenly shrink back behind the door frame. A burst of hurried footsteps sounded. She seemed to have escaped. Wu Yu was shocked. Did you really flirt with Xiao Lele in the kitchen? Chapter 565 I want 1 billion. I can donate 900 million. Wu Yu said loudly. But no one in the hall believed him. Xia Ning sighed. Wu Yu, please speak politely in the future. Xiao Lele is thin-skinned, and can't stand your jokes. Wu Yu said stubbornly. I think she is just guilty. As she said that, she looked outside the door. Xiao Lele walked a long circle in the opposite direction along the eaves, and walked to the public toilet in the corner of the courtyard. I couldn't help feeling guilty. So she wanted to go to the toilet? Was she scared by my words, and took a long way? Suddenly, Wu Yu noticed that Qin Sun looked at him with contempt, frowned, and said coldly, "What are you looking at? Who knows who you flirt with every night? My suspicion is reasonable." Qin Sun? Ah! After this busted girl became a director, her temper has improved. The next day, the comments section of Fatal ID has exceeded 100,000. Because Qin Sun first created perfume is poisonous on the spot, and then sang dreaming of a child's heart to save people, it has gained a lot of popularity. The issue of whether to donate or not has been trending for several times. The internet trolls, the netizens who are taking advantage of the situation, and the allied forces formed by the real people who are seeking help, and the fans of Qin Sun have formed two opposing camps. The internet is full of fierce fighting, and the sun and moon are dim. It has even caused a wide range of social discussions. Is forced donation considered a malpractice? Netizens are arguing fiercely. Forced donation? Isn't it moral kidnapping? He has made so much money. A movie has made billions. He should bear more social responsibility. Then who should donate more? The poor? Still the rich? Doesn't Qin Sun have money? It is natural for celebrities to accept moral supervision. He is standing in the spotlight, good or bad, will be magnified. The social responsibility assumed is proportional to identity, status, wealth. What's wrong with donating a little? Whether forced or not, as long as it can benefit more people, we should pick up our keyboards. You keep talking about social responsibility. Asking you to donate 100 yuan is like asking you to die. Is it wrong not to donate? Does the law require donations? Is it illegal not to donate? Have you donated yourself? How much did you donate? If I had 1 billion, I could donate 900 million. He has obtained a huge amount of wealth from society, but doesn't he want to take any social responsibility? Qin Sun's liquors keep flattering the star's stinky feet. Finished filming in the morning. After lunch, it was lunch break time. Qin Sun and his group returned to the courtyard. Mao Qianyi, Zhu Yuanju, and Gao Man all got into their own naughty cars. Mao Qianyi took out his mobile phone to surf the internet, and was a little frightened when he saw the netizens' criticism of Qin Sun. Qin Sun, the unlucky guy, shouldn't have been in the spotlight. If I was forced to donate like this, I would not only have to donate millions to charity, but also spend millions to clean up the mess. Alas, for a fan who wanted to jump off a building, why bother? In Gao Man's naughty car, the air conditioner was turned on high. She lay on the bed, covered with a quilt, flipping through the comments of netizens, showing a disgusted expression on her face, and said in a cold voice, "If you have 1 billion, you donate 900 million? You are really a big yawner. I asked you to donate 20 yuan, and you are so angry that you jump up and down." Zhu Yuanji was in the nanny car. He read the comments of netizens for a while, with a bitter smile on his face. No star can escape the forced donations of netizens. In the past, when there was an earthquake, flood, fire, I was so worried, I just prayed for good weather and peace in the country. This Qin Sun did not encounter a natural disaster. Instead, he put his head forward to spit at netizens. Huang Hui is a patient. Disasters don't happen every day. But there are patients every moment and every second. Can you save them? Can you donate to them? Even if the Buddha comes, he has to kowtow 3 times. Even 10,000 Qin Suns can't donate to them. Suddenly, Zhu Yuanji looked at the red wine on the small table, thought about it, put it back in the cabinet, took out a bottle of drink and drank it. Forget it, I won't drink anymore. Qin Sun is being roasted on the fire now. He must be in a terrible mood. Don't beat me up later. Said Yuan. The weather was gloomy today, but it didn't rain. The yard was wet. Qin Sun just brought a bamboo lounge chair and put it under the tree to lie down and enjoy the cool breeze. It seemed quite poetic, but in the eyes of others, he looked like a big idiot. At this time, a bunch of women surrounded him. Xia Ning, Wu Yu, Yi Lan, and a group of people brought small stools, surrounded Qin Sun and sat down, watching him take a nap quietly. How could Qin Sun sleep? He opened his eyes, looked around, and said helplessly, "Do you know? You are surrounding me like this, making me feel I am already dead. You are saving me." Xia Ning smiled gently. I don't know why. Ever since she and Qin Sun became boyfriend and girlfriend, she likes Qin Sun from the bottom of her heart. She likes him no matter how she looks at him. Now she just thinks he is humorous. What a cute little brother. You are not far from death. We will help you to be liberated in advance. Wu Yu was furious. He took out his mobile phone and casually looked at the comments section of the official website of Fatal Identity. His blood pressure immediately soared. Why didn't I realize that there are so many bodhisattvas on the internet before? Why do everyone think that squeezing Qin Sun dry is their supreme honor now? Is it the money they donated? Qin Sun saw Wu Yu gritting his teeth and knew that the popularity on the internet should be very high. If he waited any longer, something might happen. He said with a smile. It's okay. Don't worry too much about the comments of netizens. I donated 1 million today, and they will ask me to donate 10 million. I donated 100 million, and some people still want me to donate my life. I can't satisfy everyone. Just be open-minded. He sat up from the bamboo lounge chair, looked at Wu Yu, and said with a smile. Now post the picture of our donation to those 3 poor people on the official website. Wu Yu immediately started to operate, uploading the chat records, and taking screenshots of the payment. Suddenly, she encountered a difficult point, and looked up and asked, what should the copywriting say? After all, the popularity is so high. It should be written in a more dignified way. Qin Sun pointed at his nose. Ask me? It would be fine if I didn't curse their mothers. But I have to say a bunch of insincere words in a dignified way. We civil engineering majors don't need to learn how to write copywriting. Wu Yu was a little embarrassed, and looked at Yilan. Sister Yi, do you have any experience in public relations for dealing with this kind of crisis? Yilan shook her head and smiled. No one in the entertainment industry dares to hire a troll army to smear me. She looked at Qin Sun with a meaningful look, and smiled slightly. Xia Ning understood and felt a little unhappy. Yilan meant that Qin Sun would not have to worry about being trolled if he was with her. She reached out and took Wu Yu's phone, and said, I learned this kind of thing when writing essays in high school. Wu Yu, your high school grades were better than mine. You're regressing now. Wu Yu? Oh, it's installed. Xia Ning took the phone and lowered her head to start editing the copy. Soon, a Douyin sound released by the official website of Fatal ID immediately became a hot search. Qin Sun's fans finally stood up. Bang! Chapter 566, We are not money printing machines. Do you think that everyone can make money as easily as you? Netizens rushed to the official Douyin account of Fatal ID to like, comment, and forward the video. The video is a few screenshots. The first one that caught everyone's eyes was the copy edited by Xia Ning. Recently, we noticed that many enthusiastic netizens on the internet left messages, hoping that Qin Sun could lend a hand and donate. We deeply sympathize with everyone's call for help. However, our company is just starting out. We are not yet equipped to handle such large-scale public welfare affairs. And we are deeply sorry for this. But we always adhere to the principle of treating people with sincerity. And we decided to start from reality, and do our best to help those who really need help. Therefore, we took the initiative to contact the 5 netizens who liked the most, and decided to provide them with financial support first. We hope that this small effort can bring them a little warmth and hope. We are serious about doing charity. We hope that through our efforts, we can contribute to society and spread love further. We are full of expectations for the future. We also welcome more like-minded partners to join us and contribute to charity together. The next picture is the chat record between Wu Yu and the circumcised girl after obtaining the consent of the parties concerned. There is a bright red watermark on it. Review failed. The next picture is with the boy who did not reply. The bright red watermark text on it reads, no reply yet. The next 3 pictures are chat records with Bao's mother, college students, junior high school sister, medical records, and a coded ID photo. There are also transfer records. In the courtyard, in the yard, under the big tree. Qin Sun looked at these high-sounding and beautiful words, raised Xia Ning with a thumbs up, and praised. Well said. You got full marks in the college entrance examination essay. Xia Ning smiled lightly said, I haven't taken the college entrance examination. Qin Sun suddenly remembered that she studied abroad, and didn't know the specific path, and said with a smile, just pretend I didn't ask. This video. Soon there were more than 100,000 likes and more than 30,000 comments. Qin Sun's fans were angry at those moral saints before, and now seeing that he had donated 820,000, they suddenly spoke louder. Speak. Where is the person who just said that my brother Qin was pretending to be dead? Are you pretending to be dead? Look. What does it mean to take on more social responsibilities? Is this not enough? Did you see the chat screenshots? They contacted last night and transferred the money this morning. Is it fast enough? Is the money donated fast enough? Damn it! You don't even know whether you are a man or a woman online. And you have the nerve to ask for money? Look! There are girls who cheat money for circumcision. There is also one who didn't reply. He didn't dare to reply. I think he is a liar. Damn it! Shit! Weren't the keyboard warriors shouting happily just now? What do you mean by the most affectionate person on the internet? From now on, call my brother the living Buddha of the internet. Fuck. Fuck. He didn't even blink an eye at the 820,000 yuan donation. You should know that Chin Sun is also a baby who hasn't graduated yet. Are you still embarrassed now? Although my brother Chin has a foul mouth, a bad temper, a mean hand, a lustful person, and sometimes a cheapskate, his character is impeccable. Chin Sun looked at this comment that tried to praise, but then criticized again, and frowned slightly. This guy almost scolded me to death just to praise my good character. Are my fans so low quality? In the courtyard, others looked through the comments, smiling, thinking that the 820,000 yuan was worth it. How many celebrities want this kind of phenomenal hot search? But spending tens of millions is like throwing away water. Not even a wave. In the Nani car, Mao Qianni also saw this video that quickly became a hot search, and felt a little annoyed. What does it mean to welcome more like-minded partners to join us and contribute to charity together? We are in the same crew now. And we can't hide. Won't the netizens drag us into the water later? So annoying. I don't have money. I'm not a money printing machine. Not everyone can make money as easily as you. Gorman lay in the quilt, looking gloomy, and threw his phone away. No money. No money at all. The price of ducks has gone up now. How can I have so much spare money to donate? This Chin Sun, didn't he think of leaving us a way out? Zhu Yuanju took out red wine from the cabinet, poured a full glass and drank it. Chin Sun is talented, but he is still young after all, and has no deep understanding of the evil of human nature. You donate just because netizens ask you to? You are really rich. What a bad move. Bad? 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 Office of the General Manager of Beijing Film and Television. Zhang Lei looked at the netizens' praise for Chin Sun, with a mocking smile on his face. The higher the netizens praise you now, the harder you will fall later. You really dare to donate money? Do you have so much money? Do you really think you are the god of wealth? Zhang Lei took out his mobile phone and sent a message to a senior executive under him. Let the water army go to the comment area of Fatal Identity to pray to the gods, and continue to force donations. Like those comments that scold Chin Sun, and let the comments rush to the front of the comment area. Thinking for a while, he added another sentence. Go to major patient communication groups, medical bloggers comment area to stir up trouble, saying that Chin Sun is donating money. Let those real patients go there to ask for help. Zhang Lei put down his phone, laughed sinisterly. This time, I wonder if you will die. Half an hour later, more and more water army poured into the comment area, stirring up trouble. The wind direction in the comment area gradually changed. Chin Sun, hello, I am also a mother. I have a boy who is more than 5 years old. He has leukemia. I urgently need your help. Fatal Identity crew, hello. I am a senior high school student. I have been dependent on my grandmother since I was a child. Last week she was hit by a car, the driver fled the scene, and she is still in the ICU, and needs 200,000 yuan for medical expenses. Please help me. Chin Sun, I am your fan. I have congenital hearing impairment, and if I have 500,000 yuan for treatment, I can have surgery to cure it. I also want to listen to your songs, not just read the lyrics. More and more help posts came out, almost filling up the comment area. Some accounts even changed their IDs to Chin Sun, help me. Some accounts changed their profile pictures to a patient lying on a hospital bed. Some accounts directly posted medical records, ID card copies, and bank card numbers on their homepages. Some accounts also posted works. The person wore a t-shirt with Chin Sun, I love you printed on it, holding medical records in one hand and train tickets in the other, looking like he was going to set up a real Chin Sun store. In addition to some messages for help, there were also some discordant voices, which quickly emerged. Like demons, they emerged one after another. Chapter 567 Evidence? What evidence do you need for your nonsense? Why hasn't the staff contacted me yet? I have posted all the information. Can I kneel down for you? Please help me immediately. My illness cannot be delayed any longer. I am dying. Don't brag if you don't have the ability. I donated 820,000 yuan. And it was 3 people together. You thought it was a lot? Are you going to donate or not? I am not a liar. I am borrowing money. When I recover, I will pay you back with interest. Isn't it okay? Liar. 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 Qin Sun, come out. The rhythm on the internet is too loud. It's bigger than you imagined. She was a little unstable, and she sent a message directly to the film work group to stop working this afternoon. Wu Yu sat under the big tree in the courtyard, looked up at Qin Sun and sighed. Things seem to be more difficult than we thought. These people who ask for help are real and fake, fake and real. If all of them are donated, tens of millions will be donated at this moment. There will be more later, probably hundreds of millions. I don't know when those netizens with the sharp eyes of the detective class you mentioned will appear. Go and expose those who donated to us as scammers. Qin Sun immediately jumped up from the bamboo lounge chair and looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. Director Wu, are you so passive? You were not a private detective abroad before. If you can't wait, do you need others to help? Wu Yu, I am a director now. I love what I do. You should concentrate on your work. Qin Sun gave her a middle finger. Suddenly, Xiaoning said, stop arguing. Scroll down. Some netizens have exposed that the 3 of us are scammers. There are speculations on his homepage. More and more netizens are giving him likes and comments, and it will soon be at the top of the comments section. When Wu Yu heard this, he immediately walked to Xiaoning. Show me, Yilan said directly. Send his Douyin account to the group. Let's all go and have a look. Xiaoning sent the Douyin account of that netizen to the group. Everyone searched for a netizen named Give You 2 Wowo on Douyin. Clicked into his homepage. There was only one video. Qin Sun clicked to play. There were some texts on it. Qin Sun is very kind. But kindness should not be let down. The 3 people who transferred money to the crew of Fatal Identity are all scammers. First, the mother said that her daughter would have a heart surgery when she was 2 years old. But I checked the information. The best time for surgery for children is between 3 and 6 years old. Too young, too old is not suitable. And her story is that she has been delaying because she has no money, fearing to miss the best treatment period. From what she said, she wants to do it before the age of 3. This age is not the best time for surgery at all. She is a liar. Qin Sun looked at this comment and smiled slightly. In fact, strictly speaking, there is no so-called best age for children to undergo heart surgery. It is usually determined by the type of surgery. But 3 to 6 years old is indeed a more convenient age. Qin Sun slid his finger and turned to the next picture. It said, second, the junior high school sister with polio. She replied to others in the comment area that her brother is 3 years older than her. Assuming that she should be around 15 years old in the 3rd year of junior high school, then her brother is about 18 years old. That is also born after 2000. And her IP address shows that she is in Yanqing, not a remote area. I checked in Yanqing, children born after 2000. Kindergarten, primary school admission all need to check the vaccination records. The possibility that he missed the polio vaccine when he was a child is very low. As long as he got the vaccine, he may get this disease. I suspect that she is not a junior high school student at all. How many children nowadays know about polio? Those who know about this disease clearly should be 30 years old or older. Qin Sun read it and nodded. This netizen also knows the professional term of polio. It seems that he has done his homework. He turned to the next page of pictures. It said, third, the male college student who said his family was in a particularly difficult situation. The homepage has work showing his poor family environment. There is a dilapidated small yard, there are cows grazing on the mountain, and food on the table. In the current video, when the picture is taken, the attribute details will record the time and place. I use certain technical means to analyze the detailed information of the 3 videos. The shooting locations of the 3 videos are not in the same place at all. Does he have 3 families? He is also a liar. If the 3 of them are not liars, I will eat shit. I suggest that the crew of Fatal Identity call the police. After reading it, Qin Sun was somewhat convinced. This netizen immediately analyzed that these 3 people were liars within less than 2 hours of posting the video. He must be a talent. Songying looked at the reasoning of, I'll give you 2 nests and asked with some worry. Brother, this netizen does not have enough evidence. This is just his inference, his one-sided statement. You can't shut up the netizens. Those nitpickers can argue about anything. We still need hard evidence. Qin Sun looked at Songying, who was anxious, and smiled. It's okay. What kind of evidence do you need from the internet? Just talk nonsense. When this netizen's comments are popular enough, we can go and collect evidence openly. Songing? What do you mean? Collect evidence openly. How to collect evidence? I don't understand. Songing was embarrassed to say it out loud, for fear of being looked down upon by Chin Sun, feeling stupid, and turned to look at the others. But she saw Xia Ning, Yilan, Wu Yu, and Ku, and even the big-breasted and brainless Messier all smiled. She seemed to understand what Chin Sun said. She felt even more embarrassed. At this time, Niu Xiaojun couldn't stand it anymore, and shouted with her hoarse voice. Fuck. Speak human language. How to get evidence? Wu Yu was shocked by the volume, took out his mobile phone, and smiled bitterly. Just ask in private chat. We just said that in order to dispel the doubts of netizens, we just need to ask their WeChat and friends to verify the video. They definitely don't dare. Niu Xiaojun slapped his thigh and laughed very shamelessly. Ha ha. Just as I thought. Songing? In the film and television city, in a hotel, Huang Jiangwo saw the comments area, and netizens questioned Huang Huai's empty slander of others as liars, and his face turned blue with anger. Why, these people said you have no evidence. Or you can spend more time analyzing, find more details, and prove that they are really liars. Huang Huai sat at the table, playing the Candy Crush game, and said, No need. As long as the comments questioning the three of them as liars are hot, it's fine. Chin Sun is not stupid. She will definitely take advantage of this heat to force the liars to show their true colors. As she said, she turned her head to look at Huang Jiangwo, and frowned slightly. I even suspect that Chin Sun deliberately asked a scammer to transfer money, just to make himself a victim. Huang Jiangwo waved his hands when he heard this. Hey! You will have surgery in half a month. And Chin Sun found the hospital and doctor for you. How can you slander your benefactor like this? He is not that kind of person. Huang Huai thought of that day on the top floor. Chin Sun rushed to the foot of the Jiayang mountain in the heavy rain, like a great hero, and then looked down at himself. A slap in the face. The filter was broken. He could give a loud slap to a person who just jumped off the building. A person with a tumor in his head. How could he not be that kind of person? Chapter 568. Huh? What light? It's so dazzling. It turns out to be the Buddha's light from Brother Chin Sun, Huang Huai said while playing games. Chin Sun is definitely not a pure good person. Huang Jiangwo sighed, looking at his daughter's slender back, asked. You just quietly helped him online. Don't you want him to know? Huang Huai lowered his head and played Candy Crush jokingly. I'm worried that Chin Sun has his own rhythm, and my sudden comment will mess him up, and I'll get a big slap in the face later. Huang Jiangwo was silent, looking at Huang Huai's back without blinking. Half a month. A 3% probability. Isn't it better to do this surgery later? 1 hour later. Huang Huai's Douyin account Give You 2 Nests was pushed to the top. This floor was full of noise. Brother, you are a talent. The reincarnation of Justice Bao? I have long felt that Chin Sun was cheated. Push it up. Repost it. Let more people see it. Chin Sun is really stupid, no matter how much money he makes. He can't stand being cheated like this. You are just speculating. Don't you have any evidence? Be careful that people will sue you for defamation. You still want to call the police? Hope they don't call the police to arrest you. Their family members are sick. You are still slandering them. Is it interesting? You post such irresponsible speculations. Chin Sun will not dare to donate to others again. I advise you to delete it. Unknown full picture, no comment. Do you know how many people's hopes you will destroy by talking nonsense here? Eat shit. I think you just can't stand others doing well. And you want others to die. You are a dark-minded cockroach. Just when netizens were arguing fiercely, the official website of Fatal IDs suddenly released a video. The video content is 3 screenshots and a photo. In the first one, the mother who wanted 300,000 yuan in donations blocked the Fatal ID crew, and a message popped up in the private message. Due to the other party's privacy settings, he cannot receive your message. The second and third pictures are screenshots of a male college student and a junior high school girl canceling their Douyin accounts. The other party's account has been cancelled. At the end of the video is a photo. The sky is gloomy. Chin Sun sat under a big tree, only his back was exposed, his back was hunched, his head was very low. He seemed to be staring at the ground blankly. He felt abandoned by the world. Very lonely. As soon as this statement video was released, it immediately caused 1,000 waves. Netizens were furious. What? Chin Sun was really cheated. I told you, they are liars. You still don't believe it. Fuck, call the police. Call the police. Look at Chin Sun's back. So lonely, as if he had lost love 100 times, how sad must he be? Sun, don't cry, sister. Hug me. Sun, Grandma loves you. Really? I finally understand what it means to have your heart fed to the dog. Is there still the king's law? Is there still the law? Even Chin Sun was cheated. Have you forgotten how hard his fists are? Those of you who are calling for donations in the comment section, can you shut up now? Who knows if you are human or dog? Those who force donations, get out of the comments section. Get out. These remarks asking those who need help to get out of the comments section stirred up the sensitive nerves of some saints, and they immediately picked up their keyboards to fight back. What do you mean get out? Chin Sun was deceived. That's because their review was too careless. It's not the point of the donation incident. Are all the comments section scammers? There is no real patient? I really have cancer. I swear to God, you can look at my homepage. There are more than 100 anti-cancer videos. You can't stop eating because of choking. You can't stop helping people who really need help just because you were deceived. Right? I think Chin Sun just wants to take this opportunity to not donate money. Disgusting, disgusting. Chin Sun's fans are full of confidence at this time. Pick up the keyboard and fight with both hands and feet. Immediately fight back. Spray them so hard that they don't even recognize their mother. Hack your grandmother. You are always right. Right? Isn't the order of Chin Sun's donations based on the number of likes? You didn't click on the likes? Chin Sun did. Right? Is he a jerk? I think you are the jerk. The money has been donated, people have been deceived, you are still saying this. Are you still human? If they donate less, you call them stingy. If they donate slowly, you call them unwilling. If they donate in a high-profile way, you call them conspicuous. If they donate in a low-profile way, you call them pretentious. Do you have a mother? I ask you, do you have a mother? Speak, do you have a horse? Chin Sun's fans, using the ancestors of those little blacks as the center of the circle, and the family tree as the radius, greet them one by one. The haters were so angry that they jumped up and down. Chin Sun's fans are just like this? Why do you always scold people's ancestors? What kind of idol you are? What kind of fans you have? Chin Sun's fans are very shameless. We Chin Sun's fans do things like this. Don't accept it? Go to hell. Sahyuan. Everyone looked at the noisy comment area and smiled. You saw those who were forcing people to donate by moral blackmail in the comment area, and almost all of them had comments from netizens below. You are not a liar. Go and rest wherever you feel comfortable. Oh, I see that you have houses and cars in your works. Why don't you sell them to treat your illness? And just expect others to donate? You are not desperate. How can you ask for help from others? Chin Sun was lying on a bamboo recliner playing games. After getting a pentakill, he sat up, looked at Xia Ning, and said with a smile, Ning Ning, write a statement and send it out. Just say, I am a good person, but I don't have enough ability, so I can only donate the money to charity. Let professionals do professional things. As soon as the voice fell, others looked up at Chin Sun, somewhat surprised, but also felt it was reasonable. This guy is not a good person. He is not a bad person either. Donating a little money is not a scary thing. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun, smiled on her face, stood up, walked to Chin Sun and sat down. It seemed very intimate. She asked, how much? I will write it clearly in the statement. Chin Sun thought for a while, said, all copyright income of perfume and dreaming of the child, and 5% of the box office income of Fatal Identity. Xia Ning was stunned. Everyone was shocked. Chin Sun, I underestimated you before. This is tens of millions. People say you are a living Buddha on the internet. And they are right. If you make this statement, I will be shocked. I don't dare to think who will dare to turn their backs on you in this circle in the future. Chin Sun smiled. It's okay, it's just a small amount of money. After this statement is issued, the movie box office will increase a lot. And the increased income can just offset the donation. Will you? She sighed. I still overestimated you. It may seem like a big loss, but it is actually a marketing campaign. Xia Ning defended her shortcomings, and said in a somewhat cold voice, if he just wanted to market the movie, he could definitely think of a way with lower costs. She took Chin Sun's hand, and said seriously, I don't care what you think. In my heart, he is a good person. Chin Sun donated money when he was studying. But it was only a bag of spicy snacks. He was never treated as a Buddha by others. He was a little embarrassed and explained. Not entirely. I just don't want to dwell on this matter for too long. I need to get out of it as soon as possible. If Wang Hui drags on, she might die. She needs surgery as soon as possible. Xia Ning narrowed her eyes slightly when he mentioned Wang Hui. You don't have to do the surgery. What are you doing here? Guarding her? Qin Sun. He saw Xia Ning's unhappy face, and immediately lay down on the bamboo lounge chair, playing dead. After a while, the official Douyin account of Fatal ID and the official Weibo account simultaneously released a statement. The company encountered a fraudulent donation incident and felt deeply saddened, but still insisted on the path of charity recently. After reading this statement, Qin Sun's fans suddenly felt the Buddha's light shining on them, and transformed into the invulnerable Vajra Arhat, looking for revenge on Xiao Haizi everywhere. The internet was bloody, and there were wailings. Chapter 569. Official media speaks out. He has become a living Buddha on the internet. The crew of Fatal Identity states, recently, our crew unfortunately encountered a fraudulent donation incident. We are deeply saddened and regretful about this. During the donation process, because we were impatient and lacked the corresponding means of identification, we were exploited by criminals. This incident made us feel deeply guilty, and also made us realize that in charity, we must be more cautious and meticulous. We are well aware that charity is a noble and great cause. It is related to the warmth and harmony of society. Although this incident has dealt us a heavy blow, we still firmly believe that the road of charity cannot stop because of this. Therefore, Mr. Qin Sun decided to donate the copyright of the song's Perfume is Poisonous and Dreaming of a Child's Heart, and 5% of the box office revenue of Fatal Identity to charity. Let professionals operate it, and use it to help those who really need help. We hope that through the next donation, we can make up for the previous mistakes and contribute to society. At the same time, we also call on the general public and partners. When participating in charity activities, be sure to be vigilant, strengthen identification, and ensure that every donation can be truly implemented. Finally, we once again express our deep apologies and regrets for this fraudulent donation incident. We will learn from this, strengthen internal management, improve identification capabilities, and ensure that we will be more stable and firm in charity in the future. We believe that with everyone's joint efforts, charity will definitely become better and better. This statement is very beautifully written. Netizens left comments one after another in less than an hour. There were more than 30,000 comments. Most of them were encouraging. You don't need to apologize. You are victims. What are you apologizing for? We can't let good people down. Qin Sun is really generous. The copyright income of the two songs, and 5% of the movie box office revenue. This must be several million? Several million? You think Qin Sun is a beggar? At least 10 million. I really didn't follow the wrong person. I turned from a passerby to a fan. Qin Sun is what a high-quality idol should be like. True temperament, not pretentious, and a big heart. I turned from a hater to a fan. I used to call you a beast, a scum, a pervert, trash, shit. Now I sincerely apologize to you. From now on, you are my god. I love you so much. My last name is Wang too. You are the pride of our Wang family. When I have a son in the future, I will name him Qin Sun. In the comment area, in addition to the praise, there are still some haters who are against the wind. What do you mean by donating money to charity? We have to go through so many procedures to apply for donations. Why don't you just call me? I think you are using donations to offset taxes. You are so scheming. If I can get money from a charity, why would I talk to you? Hypocrisy. I don't want to donate. I just don't want to donate. Say so much. I am getting more and more annoyed with Qin Sun now. Very soon. These comments attracted a lot of abuse from netizens. They were scolded to death. What do you mean you can't get money from charity? That means you can't pass the review. You want to defraud donations too? I think you just want Qin Sun to feed you food? Feed you shit, will you eat it? Do you want Qin Sun to push your butt when you give birth? If Qin Sun doesn't want to donate, can he donate the copyright of 2 songs and 5% of the movie revenue in one go? Do you know how much money there is here? Tax deduction? Deduct your grandmother's head. How much can it deduct? Swindlers must not die well, even after death. Their ashes will be licked by dogs. Still dislike Qin Sun? Some people are really uncultured. Good words bring good relationships. Bad words hurt people. Have you seen it? If you were my neighbors, I would have wiped out your entire family And your whole family would have practiced Buddhism for 8 lifetimes. What a group of orphans officially certified. Jin Sun's fans are very powerful, and they responded with reason and evidence at the beginning, but later they turned into cultured people, and made personal attacks directly. Many people were banned from speaking because of the abuse. He opened a second account, borrowed his parents' mobile phone, and continued to charge online. All those who questioned Jin Sun did not dare to say anything and were cursed to death. Mao Qianni, Gao Man, Zhu Yuanju and others returned to the hotel. Mao Qianni lay in the bathtub, looking at the vulgar words of Jin Sun's fans on the phone, felt a little frightened. My God! Is this the charm of Jin Sun's personality? What kind of people did he attract? These people are of low quality, the dirty words they use, and the strong attack power. They are really the most ruthless group of people in the entire C-country entertainment industry. If any idol's fan club starts a war of words with Jin Sun's fan club in the future, won't they be crushed into ashes in an instant? I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. Gao Man was lying on the bed, and saw the sudden change on the internet. An hour ago, Jin Sun was still being burned on a fire. After a statement was issued, his fans are now frying those haters in a frying pan. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. A villain's revenge starts from morning to night. Jin Sun's fans are really amazing. Not only are there a lot of people, but they also cover people of all ages. The composition is also complicated. Song fans, movie fans, boxing fans, face lovers, and fans of his personality charm? If acting wildly and arrogantly can be considered as personality charm, then there must be some psychopaths among his fans, and it is not illegal to criticize others with a license. Suddenly, Gorman turned over and sighed. Jin Sun is also a young and handsome guy, my type. If Yilan hadn't been keeping a close eye on him, I would have tried him anyway. Zhu Yuanju sat in front of the computer desk and checked the data online. He roughly calculated the number of views of Perfume is Poisonous and Chasing Dreams. If you charge for uploading songs on the music platform, and some other copyright fees, the 2 songs will bring in at least 5 million yuan, or even more than 10 million yuan. Looking at the supercast of Fatal Identity, it is estimated that the box office of the movie will probably be more than 1 billion yuan. The box office revenue is about 300 to 400 million yuan. 5% can also be about 50 million yuan. In total, it will be more than 60 million yuan. Zhu Yuanju took a breath, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. You are really rich. You are really generous. How can you donate money like this? Who dares to sit next to you at the charity gala in the future? After a moment of silence, he slammed the table, very angry. Damn it, he just donates like this, and it won't take more than a few months to make it back. God is so unfair. He gets all the good things. A day and a night passed. Jin Sun's fans were like taking fake dog medicine, still killing it all online. Suddenly, several mainstream media outlets spoke out. One of them was considered an official media, a C-country online newspaper with 20 million fans, and it praised Jin Sun generously. It caused another uproar online. It pushed Jin Sun's image as a living Buddha on the internet to the altar. Chapter 570 Who Cursed? We are all very virtuous. C State News reported. Recently, a celebrity was involved in a fraudulent donation incident that attracted widespread attention from the society. However, in this incident, we should not forget those donors who are truly enthusiastic about public welfare and generous in their donations. They convey warmth and care with their actions and contribute to the society. Among them, Mr. Jin Sun has won wide acclaim for his firm belief and selfless dedication. From kneeling down to save his daughter, entering the game alone, and his righteous act of beating the odds, to standing up for women who have been sexually harassed, and his courage to fight in the octagonal cage, to this donation campaign. Mr. Jin Sun has always been caring and responsible for the society and others. His image may not be perfect, but his behavior is full of kindness and positive energy. It is such actions that let us see the kindness and sincerity in his heart. We should look at him with a more tolerant and understanding attitude, rather than looking at him with a dark mentality. Donors should never become victims. In this era full of controversy and doubt, we should cherish those who are willing to contribute to society and care for others. Their actions deserve our respect and praise, rather than groundless accusations and attacks. Therefore, we call on the majority of netizens to remain calm and rational, and not to blindly follow the trend or listen to false statements. When discussing this matter, we should look at the problem with an objective and fair attitude, and create a harmonious and rational online environment. Finally, let us once again pay tribute and expressed gratitude to Mr. Chin Sun. His good deeds not only bring positive energy to the society, but also set an example for us. I believe that under his influence, more people will join the ranks of public welfare and contribute to the development and progress of society. As soon as this report came out, Chin Sun's fans were immediately excited and felt that Chin Sun had been recognized by the official media, and he was wearing a yellow jacket. They all went to comment under the report. Is this true? My eyes are not blurry. Chin Sun has been recognized by the country? Chin Sun has been recognized by the country a long time ago. Have you forgotten that his May we live long and as wish are both collected by the country? To be on this kind of mainstream media, in addition to excellent works, you must also have noble character. I said, I didn't follow the wrong person. Everyone, when you speak online in the future, pay attention to your personal qualities. Don't mention mom all the time. We are people of status now. Who cursed? No. I didn't see it. Chin Sun's fans are all of high quality. The power of role models. Thanks to the recognition of C Country online newspaper, Chin Sun has always been so outstanding. I am a fan of him. I feel very proud and happy. Positive Chin Sun is great. Keep it up. My dad always scolds me for being a moron for chasing stars. I want to let him see that. I am not a moron. I don't follow any star. I don't even think Chin Sun is a star, but I just like him inexplicably. Chin Sun is worthy of being the one I love. I am 60 years old, and I also like young men like Chin Sun. Only such idols can bring positive energy to children. Beijing Film and Television Senior Management Meeting Room. It was a mess inside. Tables, chairs were kicked over, and flower pots were smashed. A group of executives were scared like quails, huddled in a corner, looking at John Lay, who was like a mad wild boar in front of them. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. John Lay picked up the cracked screen phone from the ground, pressed the fingerprint lock, but it couldn't be unlocked. He was so angry that he threw it to the ground. It was smashed to pieces. His chest rose and fell violently, looking at the 5 executives in front of him, gritting his teeth. Why is Chin Sun on the official media? Ah? Have you maintained a good relationship? He wants to be on the official media. And we didn't know anything about it. It's only been 1 day. And he's on the official media? Isn't this too fast? Only 1 day. This official media is not a lady. You can just go on the official media if you want. How can he be on the official media? How can a person who curses people's ancestors all the time? A person who spits shit. A person who spits on people's faces. Be on the official media. He took a breath. I never swear, not even a single swear word, but I was never on the official media when I was at my most popular. Everyone was silent, not daring to say a word. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. John Lay's murderous eyes fell on the face of the executive. The man was so scared that his face turned pale, and he quickly took out his cell phone to hang up. When he saw the name on it, he was stunned for a moment. He raised his head, a little nervous. Mr. Zhang, it's the call from the Water Army Company. John Lay sneered. They still have the nerve to call? You can't even keep the rhythm. We spent millions to discredit Chin Sun, not to make him famous. Press the speaker and make them pay. The executive had a bad feeling in his heart, answered the call with trembling hands, and pressed the speaker. Hello. An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu. Our people were arrested by the police. The executive surnamed Liu was stunned. Will you get caught if you are a water army now? The person on the other end of the phone said immediately. No. Of the 5 people Chin Sun transferred money to, 4 of them are from our company. One of them was too timid to enter the bank card number. So he is fine. The other 3 were just arrested. The one who received 500,000 is a team leader of our company. He may know that your company asked us to leave the trend. I am worried that after the police interrogation, the notice issued will reveal that you are the employer who slandered Chin Sun. Mr. Liu's face turned pale, and he looked up at John Lay, and saw that his face was ashen. John Lay took 2 steps at a time, walked to Mr. Liu, raised his hand, and slapped him in the face, grabbed the phone, and cursed. Fuck your grandmother. A bunch of SEMA trash. You can't set the rhythm. You brought it to your grandfather's asshole. A small team leader can know who the employer is, and can't even keep the client's confidentiality. Your Water Army Company is screwed. Go bankrupt. If you dare to leak that our company hired Water Army to slander Chin Sun, I'll kill you. He raised his voice and cursed. If I can't cure Chin Sun, can I not cure you? After saying that, without waiting for the other party to answer, he raised his mobile phone high and smashed it on the ground. It broke into 2 pieces. Courtyard. It was lunchtime again. Chin Sun was lying on a bamboo lounge chair under a big tree, and the others sat on small benches around him, forming a circle. He put down his mobile phone, looked at the sky, and felt a little embarrassed to see that he was on the official media. He sighed. What's this? How can someone like me be on the official media? Then I have to do bad things in the future. And I have to do it secretly. And I can't bring shame to the country. Hearing this, Xiaoning smiled and asked casually, Do you really want to do something bad? Chin Sun turned his head to look at Xiaoning's face. His eyes gradually moved down and landed on her chest, and nodded. I want to. Xiaoning. She looked embarrassed, looked up and looked around, and found that other people's faces showed contempt and disdain. Alas, this guy is too straightforward. At this moment, Xiaoning's cell phone rang, and when she saw the caller ID, it was a call from the police station. Chapter 571, Just Talking Nonsense. What evidence do you need? It's a call from the police station, don't talk. Xiaoning reminded everyone, answered the call, and put it to his ear. Yes, it's me. Yes, okay. 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 Thank you. Thank you very much. Hang up the phone. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Xiaoning smiled softly and said, The 3 fraudsters have been arrested, and we are asked to go over and handle the return of the stolen money and other matters. Chin Sun felt a little overwhelmed. Return the stolen goods. Do we still need to deal with it? It feels so troublesome. Xiaoning looked at Chin Sun lying on the bamboo lounge chair and sighed softly. This is 820,000 yuan. More than half a year ago. This guy flattered me and borrowed money from a woman I had only known for a few days. He only treated me to beef noodles when he invited me to dinner. He went to Hanliman to sleep in order to save money. He slept in a small shabby hotel and was chased by a fat woman. Now it's 820,000 yuan. Just asking him to go through the procedures. And he still thinks it's troublesome. It's really amazing. Xiaoning smiled. You don't have to go in person. We can entrust a lawyer to handle it. Chin Sun said immediately. Then entrust a lawyer. After saying that, he sat up, looking at the clouds in the distance, said slowly. How many rich people can become water army? Maybe some are really mothers, some are really students, and some are disabled people with physical inconveniences. The water army industry deserves to die, but people who do it don't necessarily have to die. She turned her head and looked at Xiaoning. You asked the lawyer to tell them that we can issue a letter of apology. Xiaoning nodded. Not surprised. Chin Sun said that he had been a water army. Just for that comment of 50 cents. It was reasonable for him to sympathize with those people. Niu Xiaojun had a bad temper and was a little unhappy. You still issued a letter of apology to the people who defrauded you? Do you really think you are the Buddha? If you can let them go this time, let others know. No one will take you seriously in the future. I don't even take you seriously. Chin Sun felt his head buzzing, raised his hand, stopped her from continuing to nag, and said, This letter of apology is not in vain. I want them to provide evidence that Beijing Film and Television is slandering me. Then I will issue this letter of apology. As soon as the voice fell, Niu Xiaojun was stunned and gave a thumbs up. As expected, he is the one who is ready to put me, the legal person, in jail at any time, really a shady old man. Everyone finally realized it. What fraudulent donation or not, what 800,000 is not important to Chin Sun at all. Beijing Film and Television wants Chin Sun's reputation. What Chin Sun wants is Beijing Film and Television to change its name. What he wants is her life. This guy has always had a big appetite. Everyone was silent. These days, there are so many rhythms on the internet, so turbulent. As soon as the report of the Sea Country online newspaper came out, the police called, it seemed to be settled. Everything was settled. In addition to feeling relaxed, they actually had a sense of confusion with nothing to do. This is probably the loneliness of masters? A bit boring. Suddenly, Chin Sun felt something was wrong, looked at Yilan, and asked, Big Queen, tell me, why do these official media praise me so much? It took you so many years, and finally sang May we live long and as we wish, before letting the official media report it. Yilan glanced at Chin Sun lightly. A hint of impatience flashed across her face, turned her head, and looked at a bunch of small yellow flowers in the corner of the yard. I don't want to bother with him. This guy is obviously just trying to show off. He's also dragging me down. Chin Sun. Alas, women's fragile and sensitive hearts are really annoying. I posted this sincerely, but he ignored me, and gave me a look of contempt. Suddenly, Xiaoning said softly, "Last night, Grandpa asked me to urge you to practice boxing well, and I'll have a video call to check your proficiency in 2 days. To tell you not to spend your mind on those messy things." Chin Sun turned his head to look at Xiaoning, and saw her half smile, and couldn't help but be surprised. Did the old man take action? Oh my goodness! Is he that powerful? Wu Yu saw Chin Sun's shocked expression, felt a little proud, and sneered. You just found out? I tell you, no matter how much money you can make now, how powerful you are. It doesn't matter how useless Xiaoning is, how useless she is. You are with Xiaoning at this stage, you are just a gigolo. Xiaoning frowned slightly when she heard the word giant, for fear of hurting Chin Sun's self-esteem, turned to look at Wu Yu, and was about to say something to her. Suddenly, she felt a big hand holding her right hand tightly. She turned her head, and saw Chin Sun smiling proudly. I just love to eat free food. Wu Yu. Yi Lan. Niu Xiaojun fuck. And Ke and Nisier looked at each other, and smiled bitterly. When dog food appears in an unexpected way, no dog is innocent. The next day, the lawyer went to the police station to deal with the return of the stolen money, and communicated with the 3 fraudsters. Without much effort, he got the evidence that Beijing Film and Television spent money to blackmail Chin Sun. Sent to Xiaoning. Xiaoning sent the screenshot to the group. Chin Sun looked at the screenshot of the WeChat chat. It was that mother, who was actually a big man who picked his feet. He chatted with a person with a note. Manager Xie. The big man who picked his feet. Manager Xie, why are you trying to discredit Chin Sun again? I like him quite a lot. Manager Xie, do you like money, or him? The big man who picked his feet. Of course it's money. Why is Beijing Film and Television chasing Chin Sun? The box office of the richest man in Shihong City is too high. It really cuts off someone's financial resources, just like killing their parents. Manager Xie, what Beijing Film and Television? Don't make random guesses. Hurry up and delete the chat history. The big man with the toes. Okay, I understand. After that, Manager Xie did not reply again. After seeing the screenshots, Song Ying was a little disappointed. This is not ironclad evidence. It's just a guess. Manager Xie didn't admit it. How can this prove Beijing Film and Television? Niu Xiaojun also thought it was a bit unfair. So you give them a letter of apology and reduce their sentences? The one who only cheated 20,000 yuan may not even have to go to jail, but only be given a suspended sentence. Chin Sun saw the unhappy expressions of the two, smiled, and said, This screenshot is enough. I said the same thing. You are just talking nonsense. What evidence do you need? This screenshot is 80% credible, plus the announcement issued by the police station. It will definitely explain the case. When the time comes, it will be enough for Beijing Film and Television to drink a pot. He looked at Xiaoning and said, You can find a professional to take this screenshot and pretend that it was accidentally leaked to the internet. When our movie is released in the summer, their box office will probably not be as high as Zhang Lei's blood pressure. Niu Xiaojun looked at the smile on Chin Sun's face, hesitated, and said, It's really unfair that an old bastard like you can be praised in the official media. Everyone laughed. Suddenly, outside the courtyard, Wang Chui led a woman with a ponytail, a bright yellow t-shirt, and a pair of white sneakers to the door. She was holding a bag. Seeing so many people in the yard, Wang Hui felt a little embarrassed and quietly hid the things in his hand behind his back. He showed an awkward but polite smile on his face. Chapter 572, If you don't have this confidence, I suggest you give up your seat. Everyone was a little surprised to see Wang Hui appear. Song Ying watched Chin Sun walk a little further away, sighed, and whispered, Really, another man-stealer. Xiaoning glanced at Wang Hui standing at the door, and quickly reminded him in a low voice. Xiaoying, don't talk nonsense. She has a brain tumor, and the success rate of the operation is less than 10%, so pitiful. Don't slander her like that. Song Ying laughed twice, somewhat unconvinced. She can't die. Xiaoning was a little surprised, looking at Song Ying, and asked, Can you read faces and tell fortunes? Song Ying glanced at Chin Sun and said seriously, Since brother Chin Sun has taken action now, that girl can't die. She paused, looked at the graceful woman outside the door, and said with a little sarcasm, I can't repay you for saving my life, so I have to pledge my love to you. These girls, who have read too much and become stupid, love to play this trick. Hearing this, Chin Sun was startled. It was raining heavily that day. Huang Hui did say, "If I survive, I have nothing to repay you, I can only sacrifice myself." He was scolded by himself. Don't repay kindness with enmity. When did Song Ying become so smart? Chin Sun sighed. As the only person who knew Huang Hui, he had to get up and go to the door to receive guests. Song Ying looked at Chin Sun's departing back, and warned Xia Ning solemnly. Sister Xia Ning, Huang Hui is a person who once jumped off a building, a person who dared to commit suicide. This kind of person is very extreme. Once she gets entangled with brother Chin Sun, you will be in trouble. As she said, she saw Yulan glance at her intentionally or unintentionally, thinking that she agreed with her, and looked at Yulan. Sister Yulan, you said, a person who is not afraid of death. Once you steal someone else's husband, will you be sure to kill him? Yulan looked unhappy and was furious. She felt that she was being played by this little girl. After all, she also jumped into the river. She ignored Song Ying, turned to look at Xia Ning, and her voice was a little cold. I agree with Song Ying. Huang Hui can't die. If you don't have this confidence in Chin Sun, I suggest you give up your position. As soon as these words came out, Song Ying was shocked. Wu Yu frowned. Niu Xiaojun was excited, and Ke and Misier smiled bitterly. Xia Ning? She looked at Yulan and frowned slightly. This Yulan has always been dishonest, relying on her good family background, strong background, great reputation, and good looks. She is always ready to poach people. How can she have confidence in Chin Sun? Chin Sun can't do surgery. Even the hospital and the doctor were contacted by her father, and they have nothing to do with Chin Sun. The key point of Yulan's words is in the latter part. It is clear that she wants to give up her position. Is this a direct declaration of war? Give up? No way. At the door, Chin Sun walked in front of Huang Hui, looked at her and smiled. Why are you here? Huang Hui smiled, and took out a bag from behind, which exuded a faint sour smell. I made some pickled radish today. My dad forced me to bring you some. It tastes good. Suddenly, she saw Xiang Wangsui still standing aside, and said immediately, I was stopped outside by the security guard just now. Thanks to Sister Wan for bringing me in. I didn't even say hello to you in advance. You won't blame her, will you? Chin Sun looked at Wang Chui and said with a smile. How could that be? You can come whenever you want in the future. I'll say hello to the security guard, and you can come whenever you want. Wang Chui carefully observed Chin Sun's expression, and saw that he was smiling and not annoyed, so she felt relieved. She left with a smile. As Yulan's assistant, she took advantage of her lunch break to visit some acquaintances in the film and television city to expand Yulan's business. When she came back, she saw Huang Hui being stalked by security outside the Sihiyuan filming base. Thinking that Huang Hui was now the focus of netizens' attention, she didn't want any bad news to spread because of being stalked by security. So she took the initiative to bring her in. However, Wang Chui was not sure whether Chin Sun welcomed this uninvited guest, and she was a little nervous along the way. Now that she saw that Chin Sun was not unhappy and had no airs at all, she felt relieved, but also felt a little sorry for Yulan. Xia Ning and Chin Sun are a good match. Is Sister Yi not a good match? Chin Sun is a perfect match. What a pity. There is no right or wrong in love, but there is first come first served courtesy, righteousness, and shame. Yulan is not a person who would use tricks to poach men. In terms of snatching men, she is not as good as Mao Qianni. Yes, that kind of hair. Mao Qianni once shaved off the hair from her private parts, made it into a brush, and gave it to an investor who loves calligraphy. He got a wave of resources. That kind of woman is cruel. Huang Hui handed the bag to Chin Sun with both hands. Chin looked at the bag in her hand and said, Sour radish? I thought you would bring me 2 nests of water. Huang Hui was startled. Give you 2 nests of water. It was her Douyin account, the account that announced that the 3 people Chin Sun donated to were all scammers. How do you know it's me who's going to give you 2 nests of water? Chin Sun explained. Give me $1, and give you 2 nests of water. Isn't that easy to guess? And in the Douyin you sent, you analyzed the age of people who had heart surgery, analyzed that it was impossible for people to miss vaccinations, and analyzed that the IP addresses of people's works were different. Except for science students, who would be so boring. Huang Hui showed a slightly embarrassed smile on his face, and handed the bag over with both hands. This carrot is for you. Thank you for your concern during this period. She hesitated for a moment and continued, Mr. Chin, if possible, can the surgery be arranged as late as possible? I also want to find a job for my father to make money and support himself. Chin Sun looked at Huang Huai and sighed in her heart. Poor world. Little cotton jacket heart. She must have thought she was dead, and thought about finding a job for her father to support his old age. Before, her father was speeding and ran a red light when he took her to the hospital, and his driver's license should have been revoked. I can never be a taxi driver again. Otherwise, you can drive a taxi in Beijing and never starve to death. Chin Sun looked at Huang Huai and shook his head. No. The longer you delay, the more serious your condition will be, the more difficult the operation will be, and the lower the success rate will be. Huang Huai looked at Chin Sun's serious expression, somewhat moved, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. But I don't care too much about the success rate. Her eyes fell on the bag of radishes in Chin Sun's hand. I just want to spend some time researching a unique pickled vegetable, and let my father set up a stall to sell it. At least let him have a skill to make a living. I really need some time. Chin Sun looked down at the bag in his hand. Research? Why is it like a scientific experiment? These boxes of pickled radishes are not experimental products. They smell okay, but they are not good enough. Chapter 573. Get off the bamboo recliner. So, Mr. Chin, can you schedule the surgery in 3 months? Seeing Chin Sun looking down at the pickled radish in silence, Huang Huai made a request. The doctor said I have half a year to live, so if I delay for another 3 months, it shouldn't be a problem. Chin Sun shook his head. His voice was a little low. You are looking for a quack. Given the location of your tumor, if it grows a little bigger, it will compress your nerve plexus in 1 month at the fastest, or 2 months at the slowest. By then, you will be paralyzed in bed. Although you won't die immediately, what's the difference between that and death? How can you have so much time to study pickled radish and pickled vegetables? When Huang Huai heard what Chin Sun said, his face turned pale. She felt that the tumor in her head was really throbbing, and she immediately held the door sill with her hand. Mr. Chin, are you telling the truth? Chin Sun deliberately showed a triumphant smile on his face, told a little lie, said, Of course it's false. I'm not a doctor. I was just kidding. Huang Huai was stunned, for a long while, squeezed out a few words from his teeth. Play. You? Mom. Chin Sun. Hey! You are indeed my fan, and you are actually a quality person. It turns out that he is not only foul-mouthed online, but also not afraid of his idol in real life. Could this guy have another account on the internet to specifically criticize me? Huang Huaisong took a breath, smiled at Chin Sun, as if she was not the one who scolded him just now. She waved her hand gently. Mr. Chin, I'm leaving now. After you taste the sour radish, if possible, please give me some opinions and suggestions on Weixin. After saying that, she turned around and left. Chin Sun's voice was heard behind her immediately. You're leaving now? Huang Huai turned around, a little confused. What else? Chin Sun was a little helpless, and began to doubt whether she was his fan, and asked, Aren't you my fan? Is this your attitude towards idols? Come when you want. Leave when you want. Do you think this is a public toilet? Huang Huai turned around, smiled, and said, But I'm a fan of you because you are fearless. You can beat anyone you want, and you can scold anyone you want. You are a person who brags without thinking and lies without blushing. You are my role model. I have been learning from you. Then I have to be more casual. Come when I want, and leave when I want. Chin Sun. The first time I heard someone praise me, I felt like I was being scolded. But, with her current condition, she really needs surgery as soon as possible. How can she have time to study radishes and cabbages? Can't be so casual. Chin Sun coughed lightly, smiled to save his face. That, I never lie. Huang Huai tilted his head, opened his innocent and puzzled eyes. Chin Sun thought about the lie he just told, and coughed twice more. I don't lie in public, and never set a bad example for my little fans. After saying that, he saw a half smile on Huang Huai's face. He obviously didn't believe it. He was a little unhappy, and asked, What's wrong? I have also lied in public. Don't slander someone's innocence with empty words. Huang Huai looked behind Chin Sun, and found that a lot of people were looking at him, including his girlfriend Xian Ning and the big star Yilan. She lowered her voice and said, Mr. Chin, do you really want me to expose you? Qin Sun puffed out his chest. A person of integrity is not afraid of his own shadow. Huang Hui smiled at Qin Sun and glanced at the small courtyard behind him and the cold and aloof woman sitting quietly. Mr. Qin, I know. Huang Hui is fake. She doesn't exist. The story of 36 yuan for 2 cups of milk tea, which was paid by Huang Hui in the end, is fake. A song written for Huang Hui, that is the love you can't express in words, is also fake. Qin Sun was startled and lowered his voice. Be careful, or I will sue you for defamation. Huang Hui smiled, not afraid of Qin Sun's threat. She knew that this threat was also fake. She explained, when you finish singing written for Huang Hui, Sister Xiaoning brought you a cup of milk tea. You glanced at her lightly. Just that one glance. I took a screenshot of the video, enlarged it, watched it repeatedly, and came to a conclusion. You like Xiaoning. Then Huang Hui must have made it up. Qin Sun heard this, and was not embarrassed by being exposed. Instead, his eyes lit up and said, take that screenshot. Write your observations as a paper. Print it out as a file. And bring it to me tomorrow. I'm going to use it to flirt with girls. Huang Hui. Ah. This? I still underestimated his style of doing things. It's really unexpected. Qin Sun saw Huang Hui was silent, thinking that she was unhappy, and continued. Give me an 800-word screenshot analysis, evidence that I liked Xiaoning at that time. He picked up the pickled radish in his hand. I can teach you a secret side dish tomorrow. It will definitely sell well. Huang Hui looked into Qin Sun's eyes, and saw that he was sincere, believed him, and then shook his head. He is an actor. Acting sincerely is the basic skill. How can he cook? But he can box, sing, act, and it doesn't seem too surprising that he can cook. Huang Hui nodded. Then I will come here at this time tomorrow afternoon, with an 800-word essay on Qin Sun's love for Xiaoning. If Sister Xiaoning is satisfied, you can teach me to make a secret dish? Qin Sun laughed. Ajk. Huang Hui. He really has no idle baggage at all. Qin Sun returned to the tree with the pickled radish. Xiaoning asked, why don't you invite Huang Hui to come in and sit down? Qin Sun snorted coldly. This person is so annoying. She seems to be a brainless fan, but in fact, she is also a little black fan. I'm too lazy to invite her. Songing was very happy. Did you have a fight? Qin Sun waved his hand. That's not the case. I asked her to bring a gift tomorrow, and then I let her come in and sit down. Everyone knew Qin Sun was talking nonsense when they heard it. It must be that the little girl was shy in front of so many people, and was embarrassed to come in. How could you be denied entry just because you didn't bring a gift? It's not like you're visiting for the new year. If you come empty-handed, it means you look down on me. Qin Sun put the bag of pickled radish on a coffee table, and said while lying on a bamboo recliner, everyone, try it. This is the pickled radish made by Huang Hui. She researched the products for her father to use in the stall. You all should taste them carefully, and give some opinions. When everyone heard this, their hearts sank. They immediately thought that Huang Hui, the filial daughter, was trying to find a way out for her father. After all, a 3% chance of success is no different from committing suicide. And Ku immediately went to the living room to get a can of toothpicks, and asked everyone to eat with toothpicks. Everyone present immediately turned into gourmets, and they all looked serious. Even Niu Xiaojun had a stern face and chewed carefully. After tasting, they gave their comments. And Ku is sour, sweet, crispy, very delicious. Songing, what else do you need to say? Just sell it for money. Monsieur, I didn't expect that this girl is not only good at studying, but also good at cooking. Niu Xiaojun, just add more chili peppers. Eating chili peppers can help lose weight. Wu Yu, sour and spicy can whet your appetite, but it won't help you lose weight. Xiaoning, it's delicious. Yilan tasted a piece and threw the toothpick on the ground. It's average. Not very good. She turned her head and glared at Qin Sun. Qin Sun, get off the bamboo lounge chair. Chapter 574. We were kicked out. What did you say would affect his balance in the extreme state of preparing food? Everyone was shocked to see Yilan's angry face. What's the matter? What's the matter? She didn't act like a big shot on the set, but she acted like a big shot here? Yilan was furious. One of her long and straight legs stepped on the bamboo lounge chair and stared down at Qin Sun. I have eaten the radish you cooked, and it tastes much better than this. When will you cook for us? Aren't you the cook of the crew? I have waited for so many days, and I have been greedy for so many days, but you didn't cook a single dish. Are you asking for a beating? Song Ying, Encore, Monsieur, Niu Xiaojun were all shocked. Yilan is going crazy here, because she didn't get to eat Qin Sun's food? Are his dishes so delicious? With Yilan's status, position and family background, what hasn't she eaten? No one would believe that she has eaten bear paws and drank tiger bone wine. Would she always be thinking about the food made by someone else? And it was made by the lazy Qin Sun? Is she trying to poach someone else and is just taking advantage of the situation? Wu Yu and Wang Chui were silent on the side. They had eaten Qin Sun's food and knew that he was really good at cooking. Seeing Yilan was angry, it would be good to force Qin Sun, the lazy guy, to get up and cook, improve the food and enjoy life. Xia Ning saw him lying on the bamboo recliner with a confused look on his face and felt that he was being scolded because of his good cooking skills, which was really pitiful. She walked over and gently patted Yilan's thigh. Yilan, put your legs down. Pay attention to your status. Seeing Yilan retract his legs, Xia Ning sat on the edge of the recliner, helped Qin Sun up, opened his right arm, and held Qin Sun tightly in his arms, and patted him gently. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Just like coaxing a child. Qin Sun slowly turned his head to look at Xia Ning. I'm not afraid of a shrew. My penis is bigger. Hey. I'm not afraid. Ning Ning is a little too considerate today. Yilan saw Xia Ning's intimate actions and was a little annoyed. She knew that she was claiming her sovereignty and deliberately made such a gesture. But there was nothing she could do. Who made her the real girlfriend? Qin Sun saw that everyone was silent, and the atmosphere was a little wrong. He was ready to break the awkward atmosphere and said, since Yilan sincerely begged me to come out of retirement, I will bathe and burn incense these 2 days to prepare. I'll cook a meal for you on a good day. Wu Yu swallowed secretly and said immediately, then you have to hurry up. Tomorrow, Song Ying and Ke, Mishir, and the 3 of them will finish their scenes. If you don't hurry up, they won't be able to eat. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Sun heard a sobbing sound, turned around and saw bean-sized tears flowing from Song Ying's eyes. What's going on here? Just now Wu Yu said that they were going to finish filming, not that he was going to kill them. Right? Why are you crying now? Are you so moved by my food that you want to cry? Seeing this, and Ke walked to Song Ying, patted her shoulder, put his mouth close to her ear and whispered, Song Ying, are you addicted to dog food? Isn't it uncomfortable to stay here? It's better to leave early, out of sight, out of mind. When the movie is promoted, we will always get together again. After saying that, Song Ying immediately stopped crying, reached out to wipe her tears, showed her white teeth, smiled. Tomorrow is a good day, we'll finish filming, eat, and leave. The next day, in the morning, Song Ying, Anka, and Mishir finished filming. Wu Yu gave them enough face and held a small wrap-up ceremony for them. There were flowers and speeches. Some smarter staff members at the scene even took small notebooks to ask for autographs and photos. They were treated as little stars. Even Mao Qianni, Gao Man, and Zhu Yuanju, 3 real stars, came to take a group photo. It was quite impressive. However, the 3 of them knew what was going on. They did it for Qin Sun's sake. As the saying goes, when one person succeeds, all his family members will prosper. They are the family members around Qin Sun. At this time, there are still 2 hours before lunch. Song Ying and the other 2 hurried back to the courtyard. Yesterday, Qin Sun promised to cook lunch today, but they were always worried, thinking that he would definitely lie on the chair and be lazy. As soon as I entered the courtyard gate, as expected, I saw Qin Sun lying under a big tree and browsing his phone. What's even more infuriating is, Xia Ning sat in front of the chair and let Qin Sun lie on her lap. In broad daylight, in the open air. How can this be allowed? Song Ying walked quickly to the 2 of them, looked at Xia Ning, and then at Qin Sun, and wanted to curse them, but didn't know where to start. They were a legal couple, and they didn't have sex in public, which was neither immoral nor illegal. After holding it in for a while, she said weakly, What are you doing? Qin Sun had noticed Song Ying a long time ago, and wondered what she could say. But he didn't expect it to be such a plain sentence. He put down his phone and said with a smile, No, Xia Ning. Since he met Qin Sun, he has been very sensitive to dirty talk, and immediately caught the point of this sentence. She pulled her thigh out violently. Jin Sun's head hit the bamboo chair hard, and he screamed. Damn it! Xia Ning looked at the kitchen door. His voice was a little cold. Jin Sun, you should ask Huang Huai to come early to help you wash the vegetables in the kitchen. And you can just lie here and sleep. It's really not appropriate. Go cook. Jin Sun sighed, got up from the chair, put his hands behind his back, and walked towards the kitchen weakly like an old man. Forget it. Forget it. I'll show off my skills at noon today. To celebrate the cyberbullying of Beijing film and television. Xia Ning looked at his dead look, smiled and shook her head. Because the screenshots of the chat between the foot-picking man and the man were circulated on the internet. Beijing film and television is suffering from the impact of Jin Sun's fans. If they spent 1 million to discredit Jin Sun, now they have to spend at least 5 million to clean up the mess. It's obviously a good thing. But he doesn't seem to care that much. Suddenly, Xia Ning found that Song Ying was looking at her, and there was some contempt on her face. She asked, What's wrong with you? Song Ying pointed at the kitchen door. Sister Xia Ning, you just said that Huang Huai was helping to wash vegetables inside. But you are a healthy person. Why don't you go? She stretched out her hand and pointed at her head. She has a tumor in her head. You are a cool female CEO. You can't indulge in male beauty. Xia Ning. She smiled bitterly. I went there and was kicked out. I was disliked by both Huang Huai and Xiao Lele. They said that if I wash like that, I can only cook enough food for more than 100 people next month. Song Ying. She reached out and patted Xia Ning's shoulder, pretending to be an old man. You can support yourself with this face. You don't need to learn how to cook. As she said that, she stepped forward, lowered her voice, and asked mysteriously, Are the dishes my brother cooks really delicious? Xia Ning looked at the kitchen door, and vaguely saw Jin Sun putting on an apron. After a moment of silence, she said 4 words. Amazing. After a pause, she said again. Maybe, the crew will cause some commotion or even fight because of the meal issue today. Song Ying was startled. And Ke and Song Ying also heard it. The 3 of them walked to the kitchen at the same time, wanting to admire the great god. As soon as they reached the door, they saw Xiao Lele and Huang Huai hurriedly coming out, and they almost bumped into Song Ying and the other 2. Song Ying asked hurriedly, What happened? Xiao Lele smiled bitterly. We were kicked out. What did he say was that we were in the way and would affect his balance when cooking. Suddenly, there was a clanging sound in the kitchen. It was like 10 huskies were destroying the house. Chapter 575. It just looks like shitting, but it's not really shitting, and it's not dirty, and it's not making too much noise. Everyone outside the kitchen immediately turned their heads to look, and they couldn't help but be shocked. I saw Jin Sun swinging a big iron shovel into the big iron pot. The shovel flew up and down, accompanied by a burst of sizzling sounds of oil, and the meat in the pot also churned up. The momentum. It's really like digging up someone else's ancestral grave. Everyone was stunned. Huang Huai was a little worried about the quality of the secret dish that Jin Sun said he would give him. Mr. Qin, are you cooking? If he were in the 3 Kingdoms period, he would have been a great warrior. Xiao Lele looked over there without blinking, and saw Jin Sun's figure cooking like he was chopping people, and gently clenched his fist. Oh my god! The extras weren't so fierce when they fought in groups back then? If he wants to participate in that big battle, he must have chopped from south to north with a shovel? Song Ying exclaimed. Brother Jin Sun has a very good body. He can swing such a big shovel with one hand? You have great waist strength. And Ke and Nisier saw this fierce scene. And for a moment, they didn't know what to say. It's very fierce. But this is cooking. Even if criminals kill a whole family, they would only have this much momentum. Right? Xia Ning was a little embarrassed. That Jin Sun is like this. Don't look at his rough posture. But his cooking skills are really good. As soon as the voice fell. In the kitchen, Jin Sun played with the shovel for a few times. It seems that he is not satisfied. Or he feels that he can't show his skills. He bends his legs and jumps on the stove, spreading his legs, straddling the big iron pot, as if he is doing a horse stance on the iron pot. He lowered his head, holding the shovel with both hands and stirring the pot vigorously. There was a constant sound of shovels and iron pots hitting each other. Xia Ning? The others looked at each other and did not dare to speak. Doing horse stance on a big iron pot? This, if he was given a chair to sit on, it would really feel a bit like sitting on the toilet. Xia Ning walked quickly to the kitchen door, closed the door, turned around and looked at everyone, with an awkward smile on his face, and said, "Out of sight. Out of mind." Huang Hui echoed, "It's not clean, but you won't get sick if you eat it." Song Ying immediately tried to smooth things over, and said immediately, "Brother Qin Sun just looks like he's pooping, but he's not really pooping, and it's not dirty." As soon as the words fell, everyone's smiles disappeared, and they all turned their heads to look elsewhere. Look at the sky, look at the ground, look at the flowers, look at the grass. Some things should be tacitly understood. Once it is revealed, it would be too embarrassing. At this moment, I heard Qin Sun's slightly angry voice from inside the door. "Eat! Eat! Eat! I'm not comfortable if I don't even touch a fish, you guys eat shit." When I heard this, Xia Ning quickly pushed open the door, and saw that Qin Sun was still doing horse stance on the big iron pot. And he didn't take off his pants, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly he felt that he was just cooking in this weird posture, and it wasn't a big deal. Just don't poop. Xia Ning closed the door again, stretched out his hand, and made a gesture of invitation, inviting everyone to go to the big tree in the yard to enjoy the cool. Everyone had a tacit understanding, and walked quietly to the stone table and sat down. Although Qiao Lele was here as a kitchen waiter, he had always been the chef. Today was the first time I saw Qin Sun cooking, and I couldn't help but think of how he made pig food when he was a child. However, no one in their village, including the second idiot at the east end of the village, made pig food like this. Pigs would dislike it. Xiao Lele was shocked for a long time. After a while, she looked at Xia Ning and asked, "Sister Xia Ning, is Master Qin usually like this?" Xia Ning was startled, and felt even more embarrassed, and said, "He only does this occasionally." After saying that, she smiled bitterly, and tried to make up for Qin Sun. Qin Sun is the kind of person who gets stronger when he meets a stronger opponent. And the more powerful he is, the more powerful the devil is. And he is a devil. He can always solve problems in ways that ordinary people can't think of. He is clear-headed, resolute, ruthless, and looks very experienced. She sighed and continued, "But if there is nothing serious, he will do some childish things. It's actually quite cute. You'll get used to it in the future." Qiao Lele didn't quite understand, smiled, and didn't dare to say anything. Huang Hui smiled and said, "It is difficult to become a man without hardships, and it is normal to be naive without setbacks. People like Mr. Qin should not suffer much in this life, and it is normal for him to have a more eccentric personality. Men are young until they die." She paused, and her eyes smiled into crescents. "I used to hear my dad chanting spells while taking a bath in the bathroom. What about blessings from the heavenly officials, wealth from all directions, Taishan Lao Jun, what a joke." After saying that, a group of people laughed out loud. The awkward atmosphere just now seemed to disappear without a trace in an instant. The few people were silent for a while. Since Yi Lan declared war on her, Xia Ning had a strong sense of being the heroine, and didn't want to make things awkward, looking at Huang Hui and asked with a smile, "I heard that you are researching pickles recently?" Huang Hui nodded. "Yes, you know, I'm going to have surgery soon. I want to research some delicious pickles for my father before I die, so that he can set up a stall to make money." She became happier and happier as she spoke, and the smile on her face became more and more intense, as if what she said was about to come true. Maybe if the business is so good, he can open a shop and marry a wife. He is not even 50 years old yet. Maybe he can have another child. Song Ying glanced at Huang Hui, and did not dare to speak, fearing that she would say something wrong again. She could not imagine how a person who had jumped off a building, a person who might die on the operating table, could say these words so calmly. Xia Ning, however, did not change her expression at all, and listened with a smile on her face, as if she was listening to a good friend telling a very ordinary thing. "I know you are a science student, and you want to study artificial intelligence. I didn't expect that you can cook." Huang Hui laughed even more happily. "Sister Xia Ning, my father said before that if I couldn't get into college, I would be able to survive by becoming a cook. My cooking skills, well, to be frank, are at an 8-point professional level." Xia Ning thought of the pickled radish yesterday and nodded. "It's really good." Huang Hui was stunned when he heard the word good and looked at the kitchen door with some expectation. "My pickled radish is just okay, right? My dad loves it. Could it be that Qin Sun's dishes are really that delicious? Once you've seen the sea, all other waters are but puddles, except for Wushan. All other clouds are but clouds?" Has Sister Xiaoning's taste buds become so discerning? Then the secret side dish he mentioned. Could it really make a lot of money? Almost an hour later, a rich aroma of meat wafted out from the kitchen and spread throughout the courtyard with a spring breeze. Chapter 576. How can I cook? I just cooked pig food for a few years when I was a child. The aroma was everywhere. Xiao Lei stood up from the stool suddenly, looking at the kitchen door, somewhat surprised. Oh my god! I cooked so much meat before, but the aroma never spread so far. Did Master Qin add some amazing spices? But there are only those spices in the kitchen. I usually use them, so why is there no such aroma? Could it be I have to stir-fry in a big iron pot? Master Qin has special skills? Song Ying smelled the smell, also surprised, and exclaimed, "This level? My brother actually cooked a state banquet with a big iron pot?" Xiaoning smiled but said nothing. She had never eaten a state banquet, but she had eaten a lot of food cooked by state banquet chefs. I used to think it was delicious, but since I had eaten Qin Sun's food, I now think state banquets are just SOSO. Just then, outside the courtyard, Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun and others came in. Niu Xiaojun shouted loudly, "What time is it? Why not serve the meal? I'm starving." At this time, the kitchen door opened. A stronger aroma of meat gushed out, filling the yard, making everyone feel refreshed. Qin Sun walked out of the door, grabbing a large iron basin in his left hand and knocking the spatula with his right hand. Suck. 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 It's time to eat. Originally, everyone smelled the aroma and was tempted and wanted to run over to taste it. Now seeing Qin Sun's appearance, they couldn't help but look embarrassed. Is this feeding the pigs? Suck. 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 It seems to be feeding the dogs? Actually, we feed the chickens in our village like this. Suck. 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 In short, he doesn't seem to treat us as human beings. Niu Xiaojun was exhausted on the set today. Looking at Qin Sun's droopy appearance, he put his hands on his fat waist and said with gritted teeth, "A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. I would rather starve to death or jump off the building today than eat a bite of his food." When Huang Hui heard the words "jump off the building," a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. Xiaoning noticed it and said, "Everyone is angry. Qin Sun was sleeping comfortably on the bamboo lounge chair today, and I forced him to cook. It's normal for him to be a little irritable now." After saying that, she took the lead and walked towards the kitchen. The others followed. Niu Xiaojun walked to Qin Sun's bamboo lounge chair, lifted his hands, overturned his bamboo lounge chair, and sat on the stone table beside him. A bunch of Qin Sun's liquors. You have no backbone, but I do. I won't eat it if I'm Niu. Just think of it as losing weight. Xiaoning and the others walked to the kitchen door. The meat aroma became stronger and stronger, making people salivate. Huang Hui was looking forward to the secret dish that Qin Sun was going to give him, and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin, I didn't expect you to be able to cook. You're so good at it." Qin Sun put down the iron basin and spatula, and waved his hand very modestly, and said with a smile, "Alas, how can I cook? I just cooked pig food for a few years when I was a child." Huang Hui. She turned her head, and found that everyone's eyes were indeed on her face. For a moment, she felt like a sinner. Oh, it's my fault for being rude. Why did I ask this question? Qin Sun insulted me again. Everyone looked embarrassed. Although they were tempted, they secretly swallowed their saliva. But for the sake of personal dignity, they stubbornly did not go into the kitchen. Qin Sun did not care, turned around and walked into the kitchen, and soon, he came out with a small bowl and a pair of chopsticks. He walked in front of Xiaoning, picked up a piece of turtle skirt, and put it to her mouth. "Try it." Xiaoning turned around, and saw 4 or 5 pairs of eyes staring at her. She felt embarrassed and turned back to look at the piece of meat on the chopsticks. "Isn't this a turtle?" Qin Sun was a little surprised. "Don't you like turtles?" Xiaoning, "I thought of Xiaohei." Qin Sun, "Then do you want to eat it?" Xiaoning. She was a little embarrassed. Suddenly, she saw Yilan had entered the courtyard without knowing when, and walked slowly towards her. She immediately opened her mouth gently. Qin Sun put it in carefully and gently. "Well, good boy." Song Ying saw it and frowned. "Brother, you can kill me with a kitchen knife. There is no need to show affection here." She looked at Xiaoning, who was smiling and chewing elegantly, and said loudly, "Sister Xiaoning, remember, you are a cold female CEO. You can't be fed in public. You are breaking the rules." Xia Ning's expression didn't change, but she felt her face getting hotter. She just hoped she didn't blush. Otherwise, the character of this cold female CEO would be broken. I am quite cold, but I can't stand Qin Sun's shamelessness. Suddenly, she heard Yi Lan's voice behind her. As cold as a late spring chill. You bitch! Get out of the way! Xia Ning looked back, swallowed the meat in her mouth, stretched out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth gently, looked at Qin Sun, and said in a tone that was so gentle that it killed people. It's delicious. Qin Sun smiled and stepped aside, making way for Yi Lan, who was full of murderous intent. Yi Lan walked in expressionlessly, walked to the cupboard, found a large iron basin, and first added some rice to the large rice cooker. Then she walked to the 4 large iron buckets in the kitchen and began to scoop vegetables. She scooped a spoonful of chicken feet and stewed turtle. She scooped another spoonful of braised pork. She scooped another spoonful of cauliflower. She glanced at the 4th bucket, which was tomato and egg drop soup, hesitated for a moment, and decided to eat less. She walked out of the kitchen expressionlessly with the large basin. Everyone made way for her, and no one dared to say anything. Wait until she was far away. Wu rushed into the kitchen, took a large bowl and filled it with food, and walked out of the kitchen with the bowl. She looked at the stunned expressions of everyone and snorted coldly. What are you looking at? I'm growing up. What's wrong with eating more? Is it illegal? Song Ying looked at the braised pork in Wu Yu's bowl, some fat and some lean, and was shocked. Doesn't this guy never eat fat meat? He even peels the skin when eating chicken. Now you fill such a big bowl? Are you trying to gain weight to your chest? Suddenly, she raised her eyebrows, realizing the seriousness of the matter. She quickly rushed to the iron bucket in the kitchen, reached out, and grabbed a piece of turtle from the big iron bucket and put it in her mouth to eat. She turned her head to look at Enku and Misier outside the door, and shouted, Sister Enku, Sister Mimi. It's delicious. Come on. After that, she trotted to the cupboard, picked up a big bowl, and imitated Yi Lan and Wu Yu, filled a big bowl with vegetables. She happily ran to the stone table in the yard and started eating. Enku and Misier were stunned. Didn't Song Ying tell them last night that she wanted to be a woman as cold, elegant, and reserved as Xia Ning? How could she forget all about that in just one night? Alas, she is just a child after all. Enku smiled at Qin Sun, walked slowly into the kitchen, took a small bowl and added half a bowl of rice, and walked towards the stone table in the yard. On the way, she smelled the aroma of meat, violated the rules of being a lady, quietly picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks, and put it in her mouth. She couldn't help but be stunned. Ah, it's so delicious. Then I didn't serve enough. Go back and change the bowl? Wouldn't it be too embarrassing? I'm leaving the crew in the afternoon? What should I do? Chapter 577 here gift. Don't accuse me of being unromantic in the future. Suddenly, Enku heard footsteps behind him, turned his head, and was startled. I saw Misier holding a basin with both hands, with food piled high on it. It was so high that it was scary. It was a quantity that a woman could not finish even if she died of fullness. Enku, Sister Lei, can you eat so much? Misier smiled slightly, knocked on the iron basin with her fingers. I put it in 2 iron basins stacked together. I'll take out the bottom basin later, and give you half of the food. Enku was surprised and happy. Sister Lei, if I were a man, I would marry you. Mi smiled. Me too. Niu Xiaojun saw people coming out of the kitchen with large bowls of rice, sitting down at the stone table and eating. The iron bowl was bigger than the faces of those thin women. She jumped down from the stone table, stood behind Yi Lan, looked at her, and shook her head. Oh, the queen? She walked behind Song Ying. Oh, the internet celebrity? She walked behind Enku. Had Duduti executives? Seeing that everyone was eating without saying a word, no one paid any attention to her, she became even angrier. Niu Xiaojun walked behind Wu Yu, put his hands on her shoulders, and saw that she didn't look like a lady at all, and was eating seriously. She glanced at the kitchen door, and saw that Qin Sun was not there, and said in a low voice, Washboard, give me a mouthful. When Wu Yu heard this, she protected the big iron basin with her arms, shook her head, and said incoherently with food in her mouth, Go fight yourself. Niu Xiaojun thought of the flag he had just set. I'd rather die of starvation or jump off a building than eat a bite of his food. His face became a little embarrassed, and he snorted coldly, mocking. A bunch of useless pigs. How can people lose their dignity for a bite of food? After saying that, she put her hands behind her back and saw everyone busy eating. No one paid any attention to her. She felt a little disappointed, smelling the tempting aroma of food, shaking her head, and sighing. She sighed again. I never expected it. A bunch of women who usually claim to be ladies are not as good as a pure man like me. Really? Niu Xiaojun was about to use some vicious words to describe them, but suddenly, she saw a piece of braised pork fall from Song Ying's high rice bowl. It fell on the stone table. She rushed over and grabbed it in her hand, and put it under her nose and smelled it. What the hell? This smell? Did Qin Sun put drugs in the food? Suddenly, Niu Xiaojun saw Song Ying looking up. Looking at him in shock, his face became a little embarrassed, and he coughed twice. Less than 3 seconds. It's okay. After saying that, she stuffed the braised pork into her mouth and chewed it. While eating, she commented, "Humph. That's all?" She continued to chew a few more bites, and said disdainfully, "It's just the level of an ordinary nanny. What's so great about it?" She took a few more bites. The lean meat is not dry, and the fat is not greasy. It's soft and tasty. It will be finished in a while. Niu Xiaojun smacked his lips, sneered, and became more and more angry. That's all? That's all? That's all? She said it louder and louder. But seeing that no one paid attention to her, she quietly leaned close to Wu Yu's ear and said, "Washboard, I remember you don't eat fatty meat. This turtle and chicken feet are high in calories. Can your little body handle it? This cauliflower looks ordinary." Seeing Wu Yu eating with her head down, ignoring him, Niu Xiaojun got anxious, and secretly reached out to Wu Yu's chest, covering her poached egg. Wu Yu was startled, and suddenly turned her head to look at Niu Xiaojun, her mouth full of food, her cheeks puffed up, like a hamster stealing food. Her eyes were as big as copper bells, a face full of horror. Niu Xiaojun looked at Wu Yu like this, and smiled awkwardly. "Give me a bowl of rice. I'll take it outside to eat. Don't let Qin Sun find out. If he finds out, and asks you why you're getting the rice, just say you're taking it to feed the dog. Feed the stray cats and dogs." Wu Yu swallowed the food and said, "You can carry the food to the set with Xiao Lele and eat. Eat it however you want. Feed the dog?" She paused. Her face became more serious, and said, "There are so many people on the set, and some people will probably cut in line, and some people will have to get food several times. There may be some minor disturbances. You can help be the temporary security captain today, and maintain order when getting food." Niu Xiaojun heard this, and loosened his hands that were covering Wu Yu's chest, and saluted. "I'm a security guard, protecting the pigsty. The crew has me. Please rest assured. Director Wu." After saying that, she turned around and rushed to the kitchen with her arms swinging at a very fast speed. She had a momentum of "whoever stands in my way will die." Xiao Lele. "The two of us. Let's go feed the pigs." "Wu Yu." Qin Sun just made a few slurping sounds, which was really appropriate. After a while, a van drove to the shooting site. Xiao Lele held the steering wheel and looked at the central rearview mirror. I saw Niu Xiaojun sitting next to 4 stainless steel buckets, holding a large bowl of food and eating, and occasionally showing a silly smile on his face. "Haha, so delicious. This dog is really good at cooking. Smells so good, I love it." Xiao Lele. "This Niu is really unique, and he doesn't hesitate to eat other people's food." After a while, Xiao Lele heard the sound of a spoon hitting an iron bucket behind him. He looked at the rearview mirror, and found that Niu Xiaojun had finished a bowl of food and was serving rice. It's really good with rice. These dishes are only delicious when paired with rice. Damn it. If Qin Sun wasn't Xia Ning's boyfriend, I would have tied him up with a dog chain and made him a full-time chef. Xiao Lele reminded weakly. "Mr. Niu, there are still many people on the set." Niu Xiaojun kept moving. "Why are you panicking? I only ate a few bites. How can I leave them hungry? If anyone dares to say something later, I'll get him 2 explosion-proof forks." Xiao Lele. Sehiyuan. Under the big tree, next to the stone table, Wang Chui brought a bowl of rice to the table, sat next to Yilan, looked at her bowl, which still had half a bowl of rice, and whispered a reminder. "Sister Yi, pay attention to keeping in shape. 70% eating, 30% exercise. Don't be greedy now, or you will suffer in the future. It is very important for female stars to keep in shape. It is also very expensive. Because once you gain weight, all kinds of clothes, even some high-end dresses, need to be replaced. To replace all those clothes, it would cost millions, or even tens of millions. So, generally people choose to diet to lose weight. It's particularly painful. Yilan raised her head, pointed at Wang Chui's bowl of food, and said nothing, but the meaning was very clear. How dare you say that to me? Wang Chui laughed awkwardly twice. I'm fine. I don't need to show up. It's okay if I eat more. Suddenly, a light sound of footsteps was heard. Light and slow. It attracted everyone's attention, and everyone looked up. I saw Qin Sun with a smile on his face, with his hands behind his back, as if he was hiding something. He walked slowly towards Xia Ning. Xia Ning swallowed the food in her mouth, picked up a tissue to wipe her mouth, a little nervous. Why are you looking at me like that? Qin Sun took out a pink envelope from behind, and held it in front of Xia Ning. Yes, a gift. In the future, you are not allowed to accuse me of being unromantic. Xia Ning. Yilan cursed in a low voice. Showing affection you can separate. Xia Ning pouted. Fortunately, I finished shooting today. Huang Hui looked at the pink envelope, smiled. Inside was her on Qin Sun's love for Xia Ning. 520 words in total. Not a word more, not a word less. Qin Sun used it as a love letter. It's really interesting. Suddenly, she felt dizzy, her eyes went black, and she fell straight back. Chapter 578 Haicheng's 7th Taekwondo Competition Children's Group Champion, asked for advice. Xia Ning took a look at the pink envelope. That innocent and ambiguous color. Thinking of the hundreds of love letters she had received from elementary school, to junior high school, and college. At first, she read them a few times, but later, she was too lazy to read them again. First, she didn't like them, and after receiving them, she read them, she had to reply. Second, the contents of the love letters were actually the same, and they were almost cut from the same mold. It is more interesting to read some essays than those love letters. At this time, Qin Sun came over with a smile, holding a pink letter in her hand. Xia Ning was inexplicably nervous. Aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend? Why did you send me a love letter? So childish. Could it be that it said something like you are strong, or I think you are eating shit? Xia Ning saw Qin Sun approaching, and her face was slightly tense, looking very indifferent. She kept hesitating whether to extend her hand. Suddenly, Qin Sun's expression suddenly changed. He thrust the envelope in his hand into her collar. Then, Qin Sun leaned his body, and thrust it very quickly behind her. Xia Ning felt her body shake, and almost fell down, and felt a burning pain on her neck. It was scratched by the envelope. Qin Sun, have you been too wild recently? She reached out, and grabbed the envelope on her neck, turned around suddenly, and was stunned. Qin Sun was half kneeling on the ground, holding Huang Hui in his arms. Huang Hui's body was limp. Her eyes were tightly closed, and she seemed to be unconscious. Qin Sun gently put her on the ground. With a serious face, he opened Huang Hui's eyelids with his hands, and looked carefully at her pupils. He reached out to feel her pulse again. Frowning slightly, Yilan and other people who were eating stood up one after another, surrounded Qin Sun, and looked down at him carefully examining Huang Hui's body. Looking at the pupils, feeling the pulse, the movements were skillful, and he looked very experienced. Song Ying asked with some doubts. Brother, do you know medical skills? Qin Sun's heart trembled when he heard this. What the hell? It's almost exposed. He turned his head to look at the curious eyes of the crowd, and said solemnly, My family has been very poor since I was a child. When the sows and piglets in my family get sick, we don't have money to hire a doctor. I look up information online, and then go to treat them. I can be considered half a veterinarian. Everyone was very upset. A veterinarian. Or half a veterinarian. Then why are you so serious about checking Huang Hui's pulse? Do you understand? Song Ying was very interested and asked, Brother, have you ever cured piglets? Qin Sun looked serious. I cured one. Song Ying praised with a smile. Brother Qin Sun is really amazing. He knows everything. Then, I heard Qin Sun say again, I cured 3 piglets to death. Song Ying, don't be too quick to praise people in the future. Especially for Brother Qin Sun, I really can't be so blind in my admiration for him. Yilan looked at Qin Sun holding Huang Hui all the time, and teased. Dr. Qin, what have you found out now? Qin Sun stretched out his hand in front of Huang Hui's nose to sniff his breath, and said seriously, Still alive. Yilan. Heh, miracle doctor. Xiaoning glanced at the girl in Qin's arms, feeling a little strange, but felt that she shouldn't think too much. She immediately took out her cell phone and prepared to call the emergency number. Qin Sun, carry Huang Hui to my bed, I'll call the emergency number now. As soon as the voice fell, Huang Hui opened her eyes leisurely, and saw Qin Sun's chin, turned her head, and found herself lying in Qin Sun's arms, and suddenly her whole body was hot with odor. She said with a hoarse voice, "What are you doing?" Qin Sun heard the voice, looked down, and saw that her first words after waking up were full of thorns. He was a little unhappy, and put her on the ground with both hands. Huang Hui felt the coolness from the ground through the clothes on his back, and said in disbelief, "What are you doing?" Qin Sun stood up and clapped his hands. "Huang Hui, you are fine. You are just dying." Huang Hui was startled, lying on the ground, looking at the dark sky, and suddenly showed a bitter smile of relief. It's finally time. She propped up her upper body with both hands, sat on the ground, and looked up at Qin Sun. "Mr. Qin, I have already written the on Qin Sun's love for Xiaoning you asked for, and you also gave it to Sister Xiaoning." She stretched out her muddy right hand to Qin Sun, and said with a smile, "Then what about my secret recipe for a side dish?" Qin Sun sat back on the bamboo lounge chair, looking at the smile on Huang Hui's face, and was silent for a moment. "The ambulance will come later, and you will go to the hospital directly. Your condition may be more serious than any of us think, and you need to be observed in the hospital for 24 hours. Huang Hui stood up from the ground, jumped a few times, turned a few circles, and said with a smile, "I'm fine. You don't have to scare me. The good thing about cancer is that it doesn't kill people all at once. At least they'll scream in bed for months before they die." She sat back at the stone table and began to eat again. "I don't know how much time I have left to move freely. You may think it's half a year, a few months, a few weeks, or even a few days." She spat out a turtle bone, and squinted her eyes with laughter, making it difficult to see her expression. But the smile was dazzlingly bright. "But I have been counting hours these days. I must live the rest of my life hour by hour. Thinking this way, it seems that my life has been much longer. But no matter how long or short it is, I will not spend it in bed. This is the only time I have left. If I must die, I can choose to die on the operating table. But I will never die in bed for 3 months." After saying that, she buried her head in her food. The crowd couldn't see her expression. Everyone was silent, except for the sound of Huang Hui eating. After a while, Huang Hui looked up. His eyes were a little red, but he forced a smile on his face. "Don't be like this. You should eat and drink. Your silence makes me feel guilty. I will feel that my presence has ruined your happy atmosphere." Yilan looked at the little girl and decided to say something, so as not to embarrass her, and looked at Xiaoning's neck. There was a streak of blood there, which was scratched by Qin Sun's love letter. She said coldly, "Huang Hui is right. Eat when you should, drink when you should, and settle accounts when you should. Hey, Xiaoning, read us the letter on Qin Sun's love for Xiaoning with emotion, so that we can have some fun." Xiaoning was stunned. Reading a love letter with emotion? What's the difference between this and running naked under the red flag in front of the playground at school? This Yilan has become more and more aggressive recently. She hurriedly hid the pink letter behind her, shook her head, and said coldly, "I don't." Suddenly, she felt the envelope in her hand being pulled by a huge force, and it broke free from her hand. Xiaoning was startled, turned around, and saw Xiaoning opening the envelope while running. She wanted to rush over to grab it back, but as soon as she took a step, she saw Yilan blocking her way. "Get out of the way," Yilan snorted coldly. "If you want to go over, it depends on your ability." Xiaoning's face turned cold, and she took off her high heels with her feet, and stepped on the ground with only thin socks. The champion of the children's group of the 7th Haicheng Taekwondo competition. "I want to learn from you." Yilan took the classic starting posture of Wing Chun. Wing Chun. Yilan. Chapter 579 Bible, Entry into the Canon. Qin Sun? Wing Chun Yilan? The surname is Yi. Are all Wing Chun practitioners so crazy? Do you want to fight 10 of them? Heh, women may have some rules at the beginning of a fight, but slowly it becomes cuckold punches, and in the end it will turn into pulling hair, tearing underwear, pulling pants. It's immoral. What a disgrace. Xiaoning opened the envelope, took out the letter, and began to read it aloud. No skills, all emotions. On Qin Sun's love for Xiaoning. Dear Xiao Ning, I want to tell you quietly. I may have liked you earlier than you think. Xia Ning got goosebumps when she heard it. Xiao Ning. Dear? Who is your dear? Who is your dear? Is it so disgusting? It's not as good as yours. Xia Ning couldn't bear it anymore, and kicked Yilan in the chest. Yilan dodged by leaning to the side, and slapped Xia Ning's knee. At this moment, a figure rushed over quickly, grabbed her palm, twisted and buckled, and a click sound came from her wrist. Yilan screamed in pain, retracted her hand, turned her wrist, and found that it could still turn, but the joint was loosened. It feels quite comfortable. She stared at Qin Sun, who was bullying her, and said angrily, What? Women are fighting and you, a man, want to intervene? Are you very protective now? Qin Sun smiled awkwardly, turned around and carried Xia Ning, ran away quickly, and rushed into his bedroom. He closed the door. Yilan? You are very strong. No wonder Aunt Ma always said that he could press a pig by himself. He could even carry Xia Ning, so what's pressing a pig? In Qin Sun's bedroom. He put Xia Ning on the bed. Xia Ning turned over and sat up, staring at Qin Sun. What do you want to do? Why are you writing a love letter? And you let someone else write it for you. Disgusting. Qin Sun lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, looking like he was not going to fight back. I just want to tell you I like you. For a long time. Xia Ning. She was silent for a moment, lay down on the bed, leaned closer to Qin Sun, staring blankly at the ceiling. But the love letter was taken away by them. Qin Sun also stared at the ceiling, said softly, But I snatched you away. Xia Ning's heart softened. Her whole heart seemed to melt. What was written in the letter? Qin Sun said with a smile. Nothing. It was just a love letter written by a science student without any inspiration, proving from all aspects. When neither of us realized it, we both fell in love with each other. Xia Ning blushed, and said immediately, I didn't. Qin Sun turned over and pressed on Xia Ning, kissing her face non-stop. I'll make you have nothing. I'll make you have nothing. I'll make you have nothing. Xia Ning? Sehiyuan. Songing recited to the end with great emotion. Finally, I want to tell you, Xiao Ning, I love you. This love will not weaken with the passage of time, but will become deeper with the precipitation of years. I will use my whole life to protect you, accompany you, until forever. I will always love you. Did soon. Finished reading. Songing folded the letter, jumped quickly on the spot, and touched the goosebumps on her arms with both hands. Oh! So awkward, so awkward. It's better to say that you smell like his perfume on the perfume. It's my nose that's guilty. Yilan looked at Huang Hui, who lowered his head and laughed softly. Huang Hui, you've never been in love. Have you? When Huang Hui heard this, he lowered his head even lower and continued to eat. He shoved the few remaining grains of rice in the bowl into a pile and ate them one by one. Is this love letter so awkward? I think it's pretty good. I put together some of the most disgusting words from the love letters I received. It can be regarded as a collection of the best of all schools. Suddenly, Enku sighed deeply and said with a smile, Fortunately, it was not the love letter written by Qin Sun himself, otherwise, every single dog here would be killed. All of them must die. Misia remembered the song My Desk Mate that Qin Sun sang to her, and nodded. Yes, all of them must die. Songin agreed very much. At least it's not awkward. Yilan looked at the three girls' united front, and felt a little strange. She had seen Qin Sun's writing skills. Qin Sun has written many good lyrics, such as written for Huang Hui and later. But looking at the three girls, Enku and the others seemed to have seen other wonderful sentences. Her eyes fell on Enku's face and asked, Enku, have you ever received a love letter from Qin Sun? Enku shook her head quickly and said with a smile, When Duduti sent me to Oak Company to discuss marketing business, I was fortunate to hear Qin Sun sing a song. It should be a love song. I'll hum a few lines for you. Yilan said immediately. Hum. Encore hummed softly. Looking for the sun in a windless place. Being the warm sun in your cold place. People are busy. You are always too naive. Although Encore is not a professional artist, but she has been versatile since she was a child, singing and dancing well, and she caught everyone's ears at once. Everyone looked a little surprised. Encore continued to sing. The rest of my life. I only want you. The rest of my life. Snow and wind are you. Ordinary is you. Poverty is also you. After singing, Huang Hui covered his face with his hands and rubbed it. Xiao Ning to the sun? It's over. No comparison. No harm. Jingcheng University has lost face because of me. Yilan Songying Monsieur, Wu Yu and others also heard it for the first time. After listening, they were amazed. He won't release this kind of song? What is he keeping it for? This must be a hit. What do you mean I want to take you to see the clear sky? I want to tell you loudly that I am fascinated by you. Isn't this a killing spree? Enku smiled bitterly, and said with a sigh, I think Mr. Qin may have forgotten that he sang such a song. Yilan? Monsieur. Songying, very likely. What a waste of talent. When Wu Yu heard Enku quietly memorizing the songs that Qin Sun had sung before, she felt that Xia Ning was cuckolded. As Xia Ning's best cousin, she felt a little unhappy, looking at Enku with a smile, asked, Enku, has anyone said you are a green tea? You usually don't show off, but you are actually a little expert at poaching. Enku was startled. She didn't expect Wu Yu to be so aggressive, but she didn't care too much, and immediately showed a gentle smile on her face, and answered, Green tea? Green tea only appears when a man needs it most, instead of always causing trouble for a man. Love has no first come first served. The one who doesn't love is a mistress. So, is my tea okay? Yilan nodded. Well said. Songying, that makes sense. Monsieur smiled bitterly, not wanting to get involved. Wu Yu was stunned to see so many people agreeing, and gave a thumbs up. The Bible entered the canon. In the bedroom, Xia Ning covered her clothes tightly with both hands, and her face was squeezed and deformed under Qin Sun's crazy attack. After a long while, she finally broke free. She breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't do anything too intimate with Qin Sun when she knew there were a lot of people outside. Qin Sun's mouth was numb from kissing him, and he was satisfied lying on the bed. He took out his mobile phone, edited a recipe for pickles, and sent it to Xia Ning. Ning, forward this recipe to Master Huang. It will be enough for him to have food and clothing for the rest of his life. Xia Ning nodded, covering her clothes on her chest with one hand, and forwarding with the other hand. Qin Sun smiled and said, If your hospital and doctors are ready, arrange the surgery as soon as possible within a week. She may not be able to delay. Xia Ning lay back on the bed, a little further away from Qin Sun, for fear of being pressed down and ravaged by him again. She just opened Xia Shujia's WeChat, and found that Xia Shujia had sent her a message. After reading it, her face sank. Xia Ning put down her phone, turned to look at Qin Sun, and said, Qin Sun, my dad said, the doctor we contacted before, suddenly regretted it. Chapter 580 Qin Sun's marketing company is the best in the country? I want you to say. Change your mind? Qin Sun turned to look at Xia Ning, frowning slightly. Xia Ning said in a deep voice. The doctor said that he saw that Huang Huai had received so much attention on the internet, and the operation was too difficult. He was worried that his reputation would be ruined, so he would rather compensate us for the deposit, but also refuse this operation. Qin Sun asked again. Then contact another doctor. Xia Ning shook her head. There are no more than 5 doctors in China who can perform such a difficult operation. My father has contacted all of them, but they are very careful about their reputation. None of them dare to accept it, not even if you pay more. If the operation fails, their reputation will be damaged and they may fall from grace. The loss is far greater than the profit from this order. Qin Sun felt helpless after listening, but also understood. Doctors seem to be a glamorous profession, respected and envied by everyone. But how many people know the bitterness behind it? First of all, the learning cycle is very long. 5 years of undergraduate study plus 2 years of postgraduate study. To be eligible to enter a tertiary hospital. Medicine, it is one of the most difficult majors in the world. Merciful, profound, need to consume a lot of energy. Other majors, teachers all find ways to make students do not hang. And medical teachers find ways to let students hang subjects. Hanging rates even reach more than 50%. In the medical school, there is a famous saying, physiological and biochemical must have a hanging, pathological diseases have died 9 life. After graduating, it also has to be cultivated in the hospital for 2 to 3 years. Some wages are low, only 1 or 2,000 months, you have to take care of yourself. Some have to be posted, give the hospital money. It really costs to go to work. If the screw is used in the factory, it is beef and horse, that rules are not as good as cattle and horses. Most of the rules have different degrees of depression, who secretly wipe tears at night. So there is another saying. Persuade people to learn medicine, sky thunder. Some people see doctor's social status, harbor, salary, I think it's a word of emotional words. Actually, that is they just watching people eating meat, don't look at others. It takes a lot of hard work to become a famous doctor. It's understandable that they cherish their reputation. Jin Sun looked at the ceiling, thought for a while, and suddenly said, let's find someone from abroad. You can pay more. Let them come quietly. They shouldn't care about the reputation loss caused by the failure of the operation in a foreign country. Xia Ning hummed, and immediately sent a message to Xia Shujie. Courtyard. Under the big tree. Everyone finished their meal and were a little bored. The atmosphere seemed unhappy. Huang Hui picked up the dishes and went to the kitchen to wash them. When he came out, he found that everyone was still sitting silently at the stone table. They didn't leave, nor did they talk. It was even more awkward. She took out her phone and started a topic. Hey, have you been looking at the hot searches online? Beijing Film and Television was the mastermind behind the blackening of Qin said a few days ago, and is now being scolded by netizens. As soon as this was said, everyone became interested. Yesterday afternoon, the screenshots of the chat between the foot-picking man and the water army manager were circulated on the internet. It was circulated more and more, and slowly fermented. And it has almost attracted attention today. I was busy filming in the morning. I didn't check my phone. I didn't expect it to be on the hot search. Several people immediately took out their phones to check. I found Douyin, Weibo, and there were indeed several hot searches on it. High-end business wars often use the simplest methods. Is there anyone who can blacken Qin Sun? The only one who can blacken him is the sun. Beijing Film and Television, you owe Qin Sun an apology. The netizens below were commenting enthusiastically. I said why Qin Sun's rhythm is so big, it's like he violated the law of heaven. It turns out that someone is behind it. Qin Sun say people donated money and became a living Buddha on the internet. How can he still attract so many attacks? Are you still human? There must be someone behind the capable people. Jealousy makes people unrecognizable. Beijing Film and Television is said to be releasing a suspense movie in the summer? Is it the same genre as Qin Sun's movie? Is the chairman of Beijing Film and Television the star from more than 10 years ago? The male star who likes men? Born in the wrong era. If it were in this era, selling homosexuality would have gained a lot of fans. Those water armies make 50 cents by slandering Qin Sun, and they also defraud people's donations. They are really nothing. Today, they can protect their ancestors. I will eat shit. Comrades, pay attention to your quality. We are now named by the official media, and have fans of high-quality idols. We can't curse people casually anymore. We can replace your mother and motherfucker with Fusheng Wuliang Tinzuan. Send them blessings. Comrades, follow me to charge, and attack Beijing Film and Television's Weibo official website. Most of the comments support Qin Sun. But there are always some nitpickers, or water army output against the wind. I found that many of those who support Qin Sun are a group of small accounts. There are few works, and they are not very active. You are obviously a water army. You still have the nerve to slander us as a water army? This comment was immediately besieged. Fuck your grandma. This is my SMF account. Do you think I thought that? It's because my main account was banned when I cursed your ancestors. Wait 7 days, I'm done with the ban. You see? I'll come back with my main account and curse you again. Amiba, may you be blessed with infinite happiness. Elon smiled, opened Weibo, found Beijing Film and Television's official website. I found that I had been banned, but the comments were all blessings, and they hadn't been deleted. May you be blessed with infinite happiness. May you be blessed with infinite happiness. May you be blessed with infinite happiness. She put down her phone and sighed. What kind of people are Qin Sun's fans? Why are they like cult members? In the office of the senior management of Beijing Film and Television, the atmosphere was depressing. This time, they deleted comments, controlled comments, made it a trending search, and sent a troll army to fight against Qin Sun's fans. Beijing Film and Television has already spent a year's public relations expenses. But those haters are still coming one after another, chasing Beijing Film and Television to bite. Zhang Lei had a gloomy face, reached out and knocked on the table, trying to keep his tone calm. Anger hurts the body. Our stock price has dropped by 25% in the past 2 days. The directors are very angry. The consequences are serious. For a while, let's stay out of the spotlight. But our next movie, we must succeed and not fail. We must make the stock price go up. He propped up his hands, resting them on his chin, and a smile appeared on his face. The key to the pawn shop number 18, which will be released in the summer vacation. has been evaluated by industry professionals, and is the best suspense drama in China in the past 10 years. It's directed by a great director again. The quality of the movie is absolutely excellent. He swept his eyes coldly over the crowd. I want to find the best marketing company in China, and market this movie at all costs. It's okay if this movie doesn't make any money, but the box office must be high. The company's stock price must go back up. If it doesn't go back up, everyone here, including me, will have to beg for food next year. After that, the office was silent. After a long time, a middle-aged man raised his hand, and his voice was a little low. That, Mr. Zhang. Currently the best marketing company in China is Oak Company, which is Qin Sun's company. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Lei's face turned red. He slammed the table hard and cursed. I want you to say it. I want you to say it. I want you to say it. He was so angry that his chest almost became a C cup, he shouted. Then hire a top international marketing company. I still don't believe it. He has 3-time bombs in his movie. Mao Qianyi, Zhu Yuanju, and Gao Man. I can't deal with this kid. Wait until he finishes filming, editing, and submitting for review, then let the movie fail, and all his investment will go down the drain. His movie wants to be released. There is no way. That afternoon, Encore Monsieur, songing left by plane, and will come back when she wants to promote the movie. Qin Sun bypassed Huang Huai, too lazy to talk to her, and directly called Huang Zhangwo. Master Huang, we have contacted the top brain surgeon abroad. We will arrive in country C in 3 days. I will give you the address of a private hospital in Shanghai later. You and Huang Huai go there first, and register for hospitalization when you get there. We have already informed you. 5 days later, surgery immediately. Chapter 581. Time is running out. Our family, we still have to practice. I heard that the operation will be performed immediately. On the other end of the phone, Huang Zhangwo was happy and worried. Mr. Qin, the operation will be performed in a week? So soon? Should we prepare more fully? Qin Sun heard Huang Zhangwo's voice tremble a little, knowing that he was afraid that the operation would fail. If that happens, he and his daughter will only have 7 days to spend together. Qin Sun said in a deep voice. Master Huang, Huang Huai has fainted today. If it is delayed any longer, she may not even need to undergo the operation. He said it implicitly, but Huang Zhangwo obviously understood, and his voice immediately became very panicked. Okay. 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 Surgery now. Surgery now. Immediately. Immediately. I'll buy a plane ticket to Shanghai right away. According to Mr. Qin's plan, let her be hospitalized first. After that, there was a moment of silence on the other end. Qin Sun was about to say goodbye. He heard Huang Zhangwo's voice again, chattering. Mr. Qin, the remaining 800,000 yuan, I'll wait until the surgery is over and return to Beijing to sell the house, and I'll transfer the money to you as soon as I sell it. The foreign medical team you hired, 1 million yuan should not be enough. For the rest, I'll work to pay off my debts in the second half of my life. I'll definitely be able to pay it back. I still have some strength. As he spoke, he fell silent. Qin Sun knew that Huang Zhangwo was feeling empty and scared. Maybe he was just living alone in the hotel and thinking about random things. He had to find something to talk about to relieve the pressure. He thought about it and said in a gentler voice, Xia Ning gave you a recipe for pickles today. Don't leak it out. You strictly follow the recipe and set up a stall. In less than half a year, your business will be very good. Then you can recruit apprentices and harvest leeks. If you operate well, you can earn 100,000 yuan a month. Huang Zhangwo exclaimed. Is the formula so expensive? Then, I can't take yours. I haven't read it yet. I'll delete it right away. I can't take yours. Qin Sun laughed. Don't be embarrassed. This is what Huang Huai earned from writing love letters for me. Huang Zhangwo was silent for a moment, and then said, Then I will work for you. If I can really get an apprentice, I will only take 10% of the profit, and the remaining 90% will be given to you. After listening to this, Qin Sun was too lazy to care. 100,000 a month, 90% profit is only 90,000. Now he can earn money by just live streaming on Douyin for half an hour, so he doesn't care too much about this little money. However, Huang Zhangwo is a loyal man. If he doesn't take this money, he might feel uncomfortable. As for the profit sharing, we'll talk about it later. Qin Sun heard Huang Zhangwo on the other end of the phone not talking, nor hanging up the phone, but his breathing was heavy and chaotic. He comforted him. Cutting leeks is a technical job. Master Huang is an honest man, and I don't think he can do it. Wait until Huang Huai recovers, and let him teach you. Huang Jiangluo's voice was a little louder. Will she be fine? Qin Sun said with a very confident tone. She will be fine. You can see her get married and have children. And you will have to take care of her children in the future. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. And a dull and suppressed sobbing sound came. Mr. Qin, we only met once. You actually did this. Great kindness. Great kindness. Qin Sun did not speak, and listened to him crying quietly for a while, and then hung up the phone. Xia Ning sat aside, looking at Qin Sun, and smiled bitterly. If you didn't have a girlfriend, I think Master Huang would have betrothed Huang Huai to you. Qin Sun smiled. That's not great. Friend of women. Do you think I'm kidding you? Xia Ning. He said he was fat and out of breath? However, it seems to be true. So annoying. How about I put some negative information about Qin Sun on the internet one day, saying that he likes to squat on the iron pot to cook, so that his image as the dream of 300 million girls will be shattered? Afternoon. Huang Huai cleaned up the kitchen and returned to the hotel. Will you rush to the set? Xia Ning was bored and felt that if she stayed alone with Qin Sun in the courtyard, she would be stripped naked. She followed him to the set to see the excitement. Qin Sun was the only one left in the courtyard. He lay on a bamboo lounge chair under a big tree in the yard, closing his eyes for a while and opening them again. He wanted to sleep but couldn't, and was a little upset. Xia Ning found a brain surgeon who was quite famous internationally. However, the location of the tumor in Huang Huai's head was too tricky. Even if the world's top doctors were to operate, the success rate would be less than 10%. Huang Huai going for surgery is indeed no different from sending himself to die. In the entire Blue Star, there are 8 billion people. Only Qin Sun is 100% sure. Qin Sun sat up, scratched his scalp with both hands, feeling a little annoyed. I do have medical skills, but I have only treated patients in a mysterious space when they were unconscious. I have no practical experience. I am a little panicked. What if Huang Huai is killed by my treatment? Qin Sun stood up, looked up at the tree, sighed, closed his eyes, and his mind moved. The knowledge, experience, and consciousness about brain surgery in his mind surged out like a storm. It was like a huge wave on the sea. Then, it gradually calmed down. That mysterious feeling flowed through his limbs like a stream. It was very comfortable. His fingertips began to tremble. The speed was getting faster and faster. It was as if a scalpel was dancing on his fingertips. Like a knight with profound martial arts in a TV series. He suddenly felt so heroic that he couldn't help but shout out. The sword energy spans tens of thousands of miles, and the light of a sword chills 15 states. Qin Sun suddenly opened his eyes, and just opened his mouth. Without saying a word, sword. He saw Xia Ning standing in front of him, and was startled, fearing that he would be exposed. His lofty ambitions in his heart turned into one sentence. I have a petition, and if there is nothing else, leave the court. Xia Ning was startled and stepped back repeatedly. She felt safe only when she was 3 meters away from him. She had just gone to the set to watch for a while, and felt bored. So she returned to the courtyard. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Qin Sun standing under a big tree, closing his eyes, his eyelids trembling slightly, and his fingers trembling slightly. It seemed that he was having a fierce ideological struggle. She quietly walked over to take a look, and unexpectedly, she heard a sharp eunuch voice. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun and asked, Qin Sun, what's wrong with you? Qin Sun thought of the sissy voice, and said with an embarrassed face, a few days ago, I was wandering outside, and saw others filming ancient costume scenes. Just now I thought of that scene, and I was fascinated by it, and immersed in the play. Xia Ning opened her mouth slightly, with an incredible look on her face. I didn't expect that you still have a dream of being a eunuch. Qin Sun sneered. His expression seemed a little proud, and a little sarcastic. You don't know this? All men have 2 dreams. First, the dream of being an emperor. Second, the dream of being a eunuch. Xia Ning was confused. I understand the dream of being an emperor. You could expand your territory, and have 3,000 beauties in the harem. What does the dream of being a eunuch mean? Qin Sun said leisurely, with his hands behind his back. Usurp the throne, and then expand your territory, and defile the harem. Xia Ning sneered. Oh, it turns out to be a fake eunuch. Qin Sun smiled, raised his hands, and spread out his 10 fingers, put them in front of his eyes, and looked carefully, and took a deep breath. Only 6 days left. Time is running out. Our swordsmanship. We still need to practice. Chapter 582. I'm cooking today. The scene is too bloody. Everyone please go away. The next day, early in the morning, Xiao Lei took the list Qin Sun gave her last night, drove the van to the big vegetable market outside the film and television city to buy vegetables. I was confused all the way. Master Qin, what are you going to cook? Dried scallops, ham, gorgon rice? Buy so many expensive ingredients to make a big pot of rice? Will it be too extravagant? Also, what do you want 120 quails for? This stuff doesn't taste good. It's better to buy a few chickens. 2 hours later. Before 10 o'clock, Xiao Lei bought all the ingredients on Qin Sun's list and moved them from the van to the kitchen one bag at a time using a small trailer. She didn't know what Qin Sun was going to do, so she didn't dare to handle the ingredients easily. She walked slowly to Qin Sun, who was lying under the tree. She whispered, Master Qin, it's time to cook. If you don't do it now, it will be too late. Qin Sun heard the voice and immediately opened his eyes and looked at the blue sky. Good weather. Good for dismembering the body. Let's move around. He sat up from the bamboo lounge chair and saw Xia Ning sitting on a stone table not far away, working on a laptop, and smiled. Really good, working hard every day. Strong woman. I won't be afraid of starving to death in this life. Suddenly, Qin Sun saw Niu Xiaojun sneaking around the gate of the courtyard again, seemingly glancing at him secretly, and couldn't help but feel irritated. Damn it! I just cooked a meal yesterday, and now I'm like a prisoner. When it's time to cook, there's a spy who sneaked back from the set to observe if I'm lazy. Hey! What's she hiding behind? Bricks? Isn't this a disease? Qin Sun snorted coldly, turned away, and walked towards the kitchen. The door was closed. Xiao Lei followed all the way, and saw that the kitchen door was closed, and knocked on the door. Master Qin, don't you need my help? Qin Sun's voice came from inside the door. No. Xiao Lei was a little anxious. But I'm 53 yuan an hour, and you don't work for me. I don't feel at ease with this money. Qin Sun's cold voice came out. I'm cooking today. The scene is too bloody, and the idle people should leave. Not suitable for children. Be careful not to scare you into irregular menstruation. After a pause, another voice came out. If you really have nothing to do, go pick up 2 loads of manure for fun. Xiao Lei. She turned her head and looked at the public toilet. Her face was a little embarrassed. Then clean the toilet? Xia Ning sat in front of the stone table, heard the conversation between Xiao Lei and Qin Sun, and was aroused by curiosity. Cooking? The scene is too bloody? Aren't these ingredients processed? There are no living things. Where is the blood? Doing horse stance on the big iron pot again? He is not afraid of slipping and falling into the pot. At this moment, Xia Ning heard footsteps, turned around, and saw Niu Xiaojun, smiling, jumping towards her, looking very happy. She asked with a smile, Brother Niu, what are you so happy about? Niu Xiaojun laughed. I thought Qin Sun must be lazy and didn't cook today. For the sake of the whole crew, I was ready to have a real man's duel with Qin Sun, and set off a bloody storm. I didn't expect him to be so proactive today. As she said that, she took her hands out from behind and put a brick on the stone table. Xia Ning was shocked. What do you mean? Niu Xiaojun sneered. If he dares not to cook today, I will beat him to death. Xia Ning. Alas, I didn't expect that. Cooking 2 delicious dishes would also be life-threatening. Suddenly, Xia Ning saw Xiao Lei walking by with a broom and a mop, and stopped her and asked, Xiao Lei, what vegetables did you buy today? Xiao Lei answered, plum vegetables, pork belly, baby cabbage. Xia Ning nodded. Preserved pork with preserved vegetables. Stir-fried baby cabbage. Xiao Lei said again. There are also some bamboo shoots, scallops, ham, mushrooms, and 120 quails. Xia Ning heard it and suspected that he had heard it wrong. Quail? Again. 120. Xiao Lei nodded. Yes, 120 quails. Xia Ning couldn't figure it out. Quail meat is usually used for stewing soup, or for barbecue in barbecue restaurants. 120 pieces seems to be calculated according to the number of people in the crew, obviously not for stewing soup. How about deep frying? Barbecue? It can be used with wine. It can be used with rice, Not very convenient. Filming is very tiring. Chin Sun can't just follow his own temper and play as he wants. Since the crew ate the food he cooked yesterday, nothing else tastes good. Cooking is a big deal. You can't mess around. I'll talk about him later. In the kitchen, Chin Sun washed a sack of plucked and gutted quails, put them in a large iron basin, and put them on the stove. He looked serious, gently picked up one, held the quail at his palms with both hands, and made a namaste. Amitabha. May you be blessed with infinite happiness. After saying that, Chin Sun's expression became stern. He picked up a sharp-edged knife, and quickly cut off the quail's palms and wings. Then, he nailed the knife to the chopping board. Next, he grabbed the quail's legs with both hands, and felt them, finding the key position, and twisted and poked them. A leg bone was pulled out of the quail's stomach. After that, his hands and knife worked together. He skillfully took out all the bones in the quail's body. Chin Sun picked up the boneless quail, which was soft like a piece of skin, and shook it in the air, and laughed. Perfect. As long as the heart is steady, the hands will be steady naturally. With steady hands, killing people and saving people will be easy. Chin Sun threw the quail into an empty large iron basin beside him, and began to pick up the second quail to remove the bones. He was very fast. It takes more than 10 minutes for ordinary people to do this delicate work, craft work. In his hands, it became simple. It only took half a minute to get it done. Chin Sun operated like a cold-blooded robot, expressionless. 1, 2, 3, an hour later. All the quails were deboned. The bones were stacked in a small iron basin, neatly arranged. Chin Sun stopped, raised his hands in front of his eyes, looked at them, and nodded with great satisfaction. The previous set of moves were all chef's techniques, but he used the attitude and technique of a surgeon. He keenly felt the touch between bones and muscles. He felt the subtle differences. Gradually, he found that he was more awesome than he thought. His hands were terrifyingly steady. His heart was also terrifyingly steady. If you could perform surgery in this state and still kill someone, is there any justice in the world? An hour later, the aroma drifted out of the kitchen. Niu Xiaojun smelled the smell and quietly walked to the kitchen door, wanting to peek through the window to see what Chin Sun was cooking. But she saw that the window was blocked by a snakeskin bag by Chin Sun. She snorted coldly. What does this mean? If I take a look, will I lose a piece of meat? Many skills and countries he cannot be passed down. All because of selfish villains like Chin Sun. Chin Sun, you are a sinner. You are such a beast. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Chapter 583, he even favors girls over boys when killing people. Isn't that perverted enough? The door opened. A stream of steam gushed out, with a strong fragrance. Niu Xiaojun swallowed his saliva, walked in front of Chin Sun, rubbed his hands, and asked with a smile. Chin Sun, you are really a cooking god. What dish is this? Chin Sun laughed. A treasure-gourd bird. While talking, Xiao Ning and Xiao Lele also came over. Xiao Ning asked, what is a treasure-gourd bird? She knew that a treasure-gourd duck was a famous dish. It is to remove the bones of a whole duck, stuff it with 8 kinds of ingredients, make it into a gourd shape, and steam it in a pot. It is a dish with very superb skills. But the 8 treasures gourd bird is... Xiao Ning suddenly thought of those quails, and was surprised, looking at Chin Sun. Did you cook those quails? Chin Sun smiled and nodded. Niu Xiaojun couldn't wait, and directly squeezed into the kitchen between the two of them, making a strange cry. Wow! Awesome! You actually made these quails into this shape. Chin Sun's bird is small round, very cute. Chin Sun? How dare you? You actually offended Jiao Qian Sui with your words. I heard the noise. Xiao Ning and Xiao Lele walked into the kitchen quickly, and saw a 3-layer steamer with a lot of gourd-shaped quails densely stacked on it. Each one was only the size of a fist. Small and exquisite. The surface of the quail was shiny and oily. The aroma was fragrant. It was particularly tempting. Xiao Ning turned around and saw another stack of steamers with bowls of preserved vegetables and braised pork. There was also a pot of fried baby cabbage and another large iron pot on the stove. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ning was stunned. Entering the kitchen at 10 o'clock. It was ready at 12 o'clock? It only took 2 hours in total. In such a short time, he cooked a pot of pork with preserved vegetables, a pot of quail, and a pot of baby cabbage? Is he still a human? Xiao Ning picked up a pair of chopsticks, walked to the steamer, picked up a quail, turned it over and looked at it again and again, and was even more shocked. except for the cut on the belly and the cuts on the limbs. The rest of the quail's skin was not broken. Many masters would break the skin when cutting a duck that is dozens of times larger than a quail. Jin Sun deboned a quail that was so small and had even thinner skin. And he did it without breaking the skin? And he deboned 120 quails in one go. In 2 hours, you have to stuff so many ingredients into their stomachs and steam them? Doesn't that mean you have to take one apart in less than a minute? No wonder Jin Sun didn't let others watch. Maybe he has some special family skills. Xia Ning turned around and saw a large basin of bones on the stove. Put down the quail, walked over, picked up a bone and looked at it. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. These tiny bones are smooth and don't even have a bit of meat on them? A fly would slip if he stood on them. And it seems that there is no broken bone. They were all separated at the joints. Xia Ning looked at Jin Sun with a bitter smile on his face. Jin Sun, how come none of these small bones are broken? Your cooking actually gives me the feeling of doing a surgical operation. Decisive, precise. It's scary. Jin Sun smiled, looking unfathomable. I have always been a soft-hearted man. How could I break the bones of a little bird? A gentle cut, Qin Xiaoxuan. It's me. Xia Ning. So awkward. I shouldn't have praised him. Xiao Lele was very disappointed when she saw these delicious dishes that she might never be able to cook until her death. Master Qin is so good. Why would he need to hire someone to help him? It's totally unnecessary. Am I going to be unemployed? She smiled awkwardly and praised. Master Qin. If I hadn't bought the vegetables myself, I would have thought that these braised pork were semi-finished products bought from the market. Look. These pieces of meat are cut very evenly. Just like they were cut by a machine. She was narrow-minded. But since joining the crew, she has become a glorious temporary worker. Gradually, influenced by Jin Sun and the others, she also became a bit flattering. At this time, in order to keep her job, she flattered her boss and thought she did a good job. She cleverly praised Jin Sun for his speed and knife skills. But Jin Sun looked disgusted. Semi-finished products? Pre-prepared dishes? Pre-prepared braised pork semi-finished dishes? Not even dogs would eat it. Only beasts. Idiots. Bastards. And bastards whose families have died out would use trough meat to make pre-prepared braised pork. Disgusting. Really disgusting. Xiao Lele saw that Jin Sun was stressed and didn't know what she said wrong. She stood silently behind Xia Ning and hid. Jin Sun straightened his clothes, returning to a handsome and clean appearance, pointed to the basin of bones and said, Xiao Lele, you use a grinder to grind those bones this afternoon, and mix them into starch to make starch sausage. Xiao Lele looked at the bones, clean, fresh, not disgusting, just a little strange. Why do you need bone paste to make starch sausage? To enhance the flavor? Jin Sun said coldly. When it's done, feed it to the dog. Anyone who uses bone paste to make starch sausage is a beast. Xiao Lele. Why did Master Qin start scolding him? And he scolded so extreme? Not right. He asked me to do it. Was he calling me a beast? While they were talking, Niu Xiaojun secretly ate a quail in a gourd, and his mouth was full of oil, and he reached out to steal the second one. Jin Sun saw it, and said with a raised eyebrow, Put it down. There are a number of them, one per person, and you can keep the extra ones for yourself. Niu Xiaojun put it down in dissatisfaction, slightly unhappy, supped his fingers, and stared at Jin Sun with a resentful face. You really are. I just praised you as a beast, a cooking god. Why don't you give me any face? Seeing Jin Sun turned his head away, ignoring him, she got even angrier. You are an expert at breaking bones and cutting meat, and you beat the bones into mud after you're done. Are you preparing to kill people, or practicing? Jin Sun turned his head abruptly and looked at Niu Xiaojun, showing a slightly perverted smile. Smart, really smart. Such a smart person is not far from death. Niu Xiaojun? Oh! Threatening me? Jin Sun continued. Kill the woman, put it in a safe and throw it in the river. Kill the man, put it in a snakeskin bag and throw it in the mountain. He. After saying that, he walked out of the kitchen, laid down on the bamboo lounge chair, and closed his eyes. The scene of brain surgery began to emerge in my mind. Every step was very specific and clear. It was like playing a movie. In the kitchen, Xiao Lele carefully moved the steamer onto the small trailer. Niu Xiaojun swallowed his saliva, and was very dignified not to eat secretly. He glanced at Jin Sun outside the door, turned his head to look at Xia Ning, and said coldly, Old nun, do you think Qin Sun is a pervert? Xia Ning was startled. In what aspect? She was not sure whether Niu Xiaojun was talking about talent, temper, or something else. Niu Xiaojun pointed to a basin of bones on the stove and said, "Look at these bones, how neatly they are arranged. I would believe him if he killed 10 people a day. He must lie on a chair every day thinking about using a knife to cut open people's stomachs, open people's skulls, and suck out people's brains." Xia Ning felt sick, and a look of disgust appeared on her face. Seeing this, Niu Xiaojun became even happier. Besides, Qin Sun even favors girls over boys when killing people, so lustful. Put the girls in suitcases. Put the boys in snakeskin bags. Is it too much? Xia Ning. Ah, it's over. Niu Xiaojun will be my bridesmaid in the future. She won't fight with Qin Sun. The groom? On the stage. Will she? Why would she think so much about Qin Sun? How could Qin Sun think about opening people's skulls all day long? At most, he just wants to hit people's balls. He's not that perverted? 3 days later, a plane landed in Shanghai from the United States. A whole surgical team got off the plane, a total of 10 people. In the courtyard, under the big tree, Xia Ning kicked Qin Sun's bamboo lounge chair with her foot and saw him open his eyes and said with a smile, "Qin Sun, we are leaving." Chapter 584. What the hell? Human Jack, is that how it works? I was supposed to go with you today, but... Qin Sun sat up, looked up at Xia Ning, and his voice became very low. He looked very sad. Xia Ning sat down quickly, took Qin Sun's hand, and asked, "Did anything happen to you?" Qin Sun glanced at Xia Ning, turned his head and looked away, and his voice was sad. "Peng is dead." Xia Ning was stunned when he heard the name Peng for the first time. Peng? The dog at the head of their village is called Dahe? The turtle in the fish tank in Haicheng is named Shui. Peng the fat one? Is it the sow raised by his family? Xia Ning asked cautiously. Who is Peng? Qin Sun answered. He is my high school classmate, one of the ones I played with better. He was electrocuted to death by a fisherman while swimming in the river yesterday. I want to attend his funeral. Xia Ning heard this, gently hugged Qin Sun, and said softly, "I'll go with you." Qin Sun shook his head quickly and said, No. I can go alone. 3 days later, I will fly from Shiren to Shanghai and meet you. I will definitely catch up with Huang Hui after the operation and welcome her out of the operating room. You can contact the doctor team first. Xia Ning hugged Qin Sun silently for a long time before letting him go. It's getting late, so I'll leave first. Let's keep in touch. You can call me via video anytime you want. Qin Sun nodded, watching her look back every few steps, dragging her suitcase out of the courtyard. He lay back on the bamboo lounge chair and breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't go with Xia Ning. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get away to replace the doctor who performed the operation on Huang Hui. If the foreign doctor was allowed to perform the operation on Huang Hui, wouldn't she be dead? In the past 2 days, he had been separating from Xia Ning for a reason. After thinking about it, he couldn't think of an excuse to leave. After all, now that the foreign medical team has landed in Shanghai, there has been a heated discussion on the internet. Wu Yu also repeatedly told him to go to Huang Hui's surgery. He must not be petty and lie in the courtyard pretending to be dead. Otherwise, it would affect the reputation of Fatal Identity. Just when Qin Sun was racking his brains, he saw the news that Peng was electrocuted to death in the class group last night. He immediately thought of using the funeral as an excuse to separate from Xia Ning. Peng was his high school classmate, and they had no intersection during school. Unexpectedly, he helped him a lot after his death. I must burn more paper for him if I have a chance. Qin Sun lay on the bamboo recliner, closed his eyes, and his breathing became smooth. The scene of the operation appeared in his mind again. The picture was clear and smooth, making him feel as if he was in the scene, as if he was performing a high-definition, uncensored VR movie. After a while, Qin Sun slowly raised his hands, placed them on his chest, and his fingers moved quickly and accurately. It was as if he was operating a microsurgical instrument. Qin Sun was getting into the groove, and suddenly heard a broken voice. Hey! Qin Sun, why didn't you go with Xia Ning? Qin Sun opened his eyes, and saw Niu Shijun's chubby face. Niu Xiaojun looked down at him and asked, What are you doing with your eyes closed? Are you thinking about digging out someone's brain again? Qin Sun was startled, somewhat amazed at the woman's intuition. Cerebral surgery, to a certain extent, really is operating in the brain. He looked at his two hands hanging in front of his chest, sat up, and immediately diverted her attention, so that she wouldn't continue digging deeper. What am I doing? I'm driving. Why do you think you can't beat me in racing? Because I often simulate driving in my mind. Just now I was imagining using the drainage ditch to turn the corner. Nyo Shijun's eyes widened. Imagine driving in your mind? Stream of consciousness? Nyo Xiaojun slowly raised his hands, made a gesture of grabbing the steering wheel in the air, and suddenly felt so stupid, and cursed. Idiot! After saying that, she turned around and walked out of the courtyard. She had forgotten that she came to ask Qin Sun if he didn't fly to the Magic City with Xia Ning immediately, if he could make lunch before leaving. Qin Sun saw that it was almost time to rush to the airport. So he went to the room to get his suitcase. As soon as he walked out of the room, he heard a loud boom. Nyo Shijun's duck voice sounded, and the sound was very loud. Help! Help! Ah! Help me! Ah, help! Help! Ah, fuck! Hack, help! Qin Sun picked up the suitcase and ran out of the courtyard door quickly. At the corner of the alley not far away, at the drainage ditch against the wall, a van was upside down, and there were broken glass on the ground. A deep white line was scratched on the wall. Qin Sun ran over, squatted beside the van, and looked through the broken glass window. He saw Nyo Shijun's fat body tied to the seat with a seat belt. She was standing upside down. Her head was down, her buttocks were up. She supported herself with both hands, barely controlling her balance, so as not to fall into a ball. She was in a very embarrassing state. Nyo Xiaojun heard the noise, turned around, and found that the person coming was Qin Sun, and couldn't help cursing. Drainage ditch bends? Can drainage ditch bends? Try to make one for me. You're killing me. Whoever stays with you will die a short life. When Qin Sun heard the word short life, he immediately thought of Huang Huai, and felt that it was a bit unlucky, sneered, and stood up. Aren't you quite energetic when you talk? You don't look like you're dying at all. He dragged the suitcase forward 2 steps, and heard Nyo Xiaojun shouting immediately. Brother, I was wrong. I stink. Help! Help! Qin Sun dragged the suitcase aside, and walked to the side of the van to take a closer look. Although it was overturned, except for the scratched bottom, the other structures were not damaged too much. It shouldn't fall apart. He squatted down, found 2 points of support with his hands, and reminded. Close your eyes. You have to hold on tight. After saying that, he groaned, and slowly stood up. He turned the van over with force. Nyo Xiaojun closed his eyes, and only felt that he turned around, and when he opened his eyes, he found that he was sitting upright again. Nyo Xiaojun sat in the car, looking confused. What happened? Why did the car flip over? Is it an illusion that the car flipped over just now? But why did the glass break? Suddenly, Nyo Xiaojun saw Qiao Lele, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, at the entrance of the courtyard, with a look of horror on her face. She immediately thought of a possibility, and her pupils could not help but tremble. Fuck! Qin Sun turned the car over? This beast turned over a car weighing more than a ton? Fuck! Fuck! Human Jack? Is that how you push it? She hurriedly unbuckled her seat belt, opened the door, got out of the van, and turned around. She just happened to see Qin Sun getting into a car rented by the crew. This car is usually parked at the door, and Qin Sun drives it out when he is bored. The car started. It started at high speed. There is another bend in the alley. The car is going very fast. Very fast. It is about to hit the wall and smash it to pieces. Chapter 585. 100% restore this hairstyle, or I'll break your legs. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from the car window and gave a middle finger. Nyo Xiaojun? You're about to die, and you're still mocking me? Are you sick? Break. Then, a sharp sound of tires rubbing against the ground was heard. The rear of the car swung violently towards the bend of the wall. With a knee drift, the car disappeared from Nyo Shijun's eyes. Nyo Xiaojun stared blankly at the dust raised by the car, his eyelids trembling slightly, and was stunned for a long time. She knelt on the ground, with her hands on the ground, lowered her head, muttered, Negative angle drift? Is this the drainage ditch turning? Is this all right? Suddenly, she raised her head, looked at the place where Qin Sun had disappeared, and cursed. Qin Sun, are you still a human being? She raised her head and yelled again. Traffic police, someone is pretending to be cool. confiscate his driver's license. Xiao Lei stood at the gate of the courtyard. The spatula in her hand fell to the ground, shocked to the point of being burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Oh my god! How can Master Qin know everything? He is a great singer. Practice and practice until you pass it. The dishes are as fragrant as if they were filled with poppy shells. If he were a doctor, wouldn't Huang Hui be saved? A few hours later, a plane landed in Shanghai. Xia Shujie sent someone to pick it up. Xia Ning got in the car and told the driver, "Go to the hotel where Dr. Will Stancombe is staying." Although when the medical team landed in Shanghai from the United States, someone sent by her father picked them up at the airport, giving them enough face. But as the leaders of the incident, she and Qin Sun both needed to visit, give a gift, and have a meal. 3 hours later, another plane landed in Shanghai. Qin Sun wore a mask, sunglasses, and got on a taxi, and went directly to the private hospital where Huang Hui was hospitalized. He got off the car. He did not go to the hospital to visit Huang Hui, but directly found a hotel nearby to stay in. Why did he stay in a hotel? Because there was only one good hotel near the hospital. He was afraid that Xia Ning, a girl who always pursued quality of life, might also stay in that hotel. If the two met in the past few days, wouldn't it be exposed? And it was easier to check in at a small hotel without registration. After giving him 200 yuan, Qin Sun moved in without registering his ID card. He closed the door. He began his retreat. Qin Sun opened his laptop and clicked on a hidden folder. Inside was detailed information about Dr. Will Stancombe. There were not only texts, but also pictures and videos of him being invited to give a speech at a university. There were even 5 videos of him performing the entire surgery. Generally, the patient's surgery process is not allowed to be recorded due to privacy issues. However, with the patient's consent, it can be recorded for demonstration of the surgery and for academic exchanges. Qin Sun found someone online and spent some money to have someone collect all the information about Stancombe on foreign websites. He took out a small mirror from his backpack and put it on the table, and then clicked on the photo of Will Stancombe on his laptop. He stared into the eyes in the photo quietly. Gradually, Qin Sun's eyes changed. He looked more and more like Dr. Stancombe. After a while, he picked up the mirror and took a look, and a smile appeared on his face. "Stancombe, in 3 days, I will become you." The information showed. He and Dr. Stancombe are about the same size. He is only 1 centimeter taller than the doctor. Even if they sleep together every day, they should not be able to notice the 1 centimeter height difference, unless the 1 centimeter difference is somewhere else. In addition, the operation is performed in surgical gowns and masks, and there is almost no nonsense during the operation. It is entirely possible to replace the doctor to perform the operation. Qin Sun put down the mirror, walked out of the hotel, and found a printing shop. He printed out a photo of Will Stancombe, and used a marker to blacken his face, leaving only his hair. Then, he walked into a luxuriously decorated barber shop, and found the most expensive barber. Oh! No! He is called the chief barber. Qin Sun took out a photo, and handed it to the barber. The barber was stunned when he saw the photo. The person in the photo was very strange. His face was blackened, and he had blonde hair. This hairstyle was not good looking. I don't know what this customer wearing a mask and sunglasses is going to do. The barber was very polite, bowed slightly, bent down, and asked softly, "Sir, excuse me. Do you want your hair cut like this?" Qin Sun took out a wad of money from his pocket, rubbed out 20 or 30 pieces of it casually like paper money for the dead, and stuffed them into the barber's hand. He said in a slightly hoarse and low voice, "This is a tip. You must restore this hairstyle 100% for me. Otherwise, I'll break your legs." The barber was startled, and when he saw the money in his hand, and heard the hoarse and intimidating voice, he knew that this customer was not easy to mess with. Luckily, it was not difficult to restore this hairstyle 100%. The barber took the money and said with a smile, "Don't worry. You will be satisfied." 3 hours later, Qin Sun walked out of the barber shop with a head of blonde hair, feeling his body hollowed out, and his heart was filled with emotion. How could a woman like such a tiring job as hairdressing? Isn't this torture? Back to the hotel. It was already dark. Qin Sun turned the air conditioner to the lowest setting, put a cooling patch on his forehead, turned on the computer to watch Stancombe's surgery video. He stood in front of the computer, watching and moving his hands to imitate his movements. Grasped the most subtle movement habits. Time passed by minute by minute. When Qin Sun came to his senses, he found that he was sweating all over, and his clothes were soaked. He sighed and smiled bitterly. This kind of acting that has no tolerance in real life is really tiring. Now no one should be able to tell from my body movements that I am different from him. Shin-sun took off his wet clothes and took a cold shower. He went to bed. When he woke up, it was only 6 o'clock in the morning. Shin-sun went to the small shop downstairs to eat a bowl of mixed noodles, and packed 2, and immediately returned to the hotel. The surgery was in 2 days. He didn't have that much time. As usual, Shin-sun turned the air conditioner to the lowest setting, put a cooling patch on his forehead, and turned on the computer. Played the video of Stankom's speech in the hospital. He recited it in his mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, today, I stand here to talk about something that ignites our passions. Shin-sun entered the overclocking mode, gradually forgetting himself. With the blessing of the ability of an all-round filmmaker, his voice, tone, imitation is becoming more and more like Stankom. The voice is getting louder, passion is surging. I have a dream that one day, no one will suffer from the torment of brain tumors. I have a dream that one day, no one will weep over the death of their loved ones due to illness. I have a dream that one day, in the next room, a couple who got up early to have sex. As Shin-sun's passionate speech, the battle is getting more intense. Do you think there is an idiot next door? Chapter 586 Stankom, you don't need to believe in God anymore, because your God is really here. Don't do that, speak of others. A woman may be a student who is going to take the postgraduate entrance examination. I'll let him take the postgraduate entrance examination. I'll let him take the postgraduate entrance examination. I'll let him take the postgraduate entrance examination. Oh yes. I'll let him take the postgraduate entrance examination. I'll let him take the postgraduate entrance examination. Oh no. I'll let... Hey! Why don't you move? Is that all? The idiot next door is affecting my state. The little yellow-haired boy got up, quickly put on his clothes, and walked to the door, avoiding his girlfriend's resentful eyes. I'll make a Douyin video to sue him for disturbing the public. He stormed out, pointing his phone at Shin-sun's door, and had already started recording the video. Shin-sun's voice came out clearly. The world needs me, and even more, it needs you. Let us keep striving for the noble cause of eradicating diseases. The little yellow-haired boy knocked hard on the door, and shouted loudly. Early in the morning, you are reciting your mother's book. A middle-aged man, with a foreign accent came from inside. Get lost. Believe it or not. I will give you 2 whoops. The little yellow-haired boy was startled. What the hell? Foreign friends? Very full of energy. Sounds like he is very strong. Gone. Gone. The little yellow-haired boy returned to the room, uploaded the video to Douyin, edited the title. Poor Mousy has no guns to shoot, and can only get up and bark early in the morning, so miserable. In Shin-sun's room. He pinched his throat, with a bitter smile on his face. Give you 2 woo? I was so immersed in the play that I changed my pronunciation habits. Will Stankom really say give you 2 woo as give you 2 woo? In the computer, the video played to the end. Will Stankom closed his eyes solemnly, and made a cross prayer. Amen. Through the information, Shin-sun learned that Will Stankom is an excellent brain surgery expert. But he is also a staunch theist. He firmly believes in the existence of God. He prays before every operation. Shin-sun also followed and made a cross prayer, and said, Amen. Stankom, you don't have to believe in God anymore, because your God has really come. Hospital. In a single room in the inpatient department, Wang Hui sat on the bed and played Douyin. Wang Jianguo sat beside him, with his head down, carefully peeling the apple. He peeled very slowly, gently turning the apple, fearing that the apple's skin would break. After a few minutes, an apple was finally peeled. He carefully lifted the nearly half-meter-long apple peel high up, looked at Wang Hui on the bed, and smiled with relief. Why? Look! Is it long? Wang Hui looked up and smiled. Very supportive. Wow! This apple peel is really long. Hearing Wang Hui say the apple peel is so long, Wang Jianguo's smile became even brighter. Be safe and sound, and live long and long. This is a good sign. As he said this, he handed the apple to Wang Hui, carefully rolled up the apple peel, and walked to the windowsill of the room. Put this roll of apples on top to dry. Wang Jianguo looked at this roll of apple peels and prayed silently in his heart. Buddha bless you. Laozi bless you. God bless you. Wang Hui sat on the bed, eating the apples bit by bit, and lowered his head to browse Douyin. He watched some hot events, and then clicked on local videos. Local videos are all videos posted by some amateurs, which are more down to earth. I will have surgery the day after tomorrow. I can only stay in the ward, and can't run around. This down-to-earth atmosphere can only be seen on the phone. Maybe it was because he was in the hospital. Huang Hui saw several videos of patients in a row. Several of them took selfies in hospital gowns, cheering themselves up, hoping to succeed in fighting cancer. Huang Hui said softly, "Come on. Come on, I'll do the same." With a swipe of his finger, a video popped up. What caught Huang Hui's eyes was a shaking camera, facing a door. There was a voice of an English speech coming from the door. "The world needs me, and even more." A skinny hand knocked hard on the door, cursing. "Early in the morning. You are reciting your mother's book." A deep voice came from inside the room, speaking in Chinese. But one can tell that it is a foreigner who speaks decent Mandarin. "Get lost. Believe it or not. I will give you 2 wu." When Huang Hui heard this, he thought of his Douyin account ID, "I will give you 2 wu," and laughed. "I didn't expect that foreigners knew about get lost, and I will give you 2 wu." The video was played again, and it happened to be the English part. Huang Hui listened carefully, and was startled, and translated it subconsciously. "The world needs me, and it needs you even more. Let us continue to fight for the noble cause of eliminating disease." She was silent for a moment, and smiled bitterly. "I wish you success." Clicking on the comment area, I found that there were a few scattered comments. "This title is taken. What do you mean by poor Russians have no guns to fire, and can only bark? Do you understand what they are saying? They have lofty dreams. Uneducated? It's terrible. They only know how to fire. What's more terrible is that they are uneducated. And they don't even have guns to fire. Whose general is this? Giving an English speech early in the morning? Medical student? From the sound of this voice, he is in his 40s or 50s. How can there be such an old student? Live and learn. Look at this hotel. It looks very shabby. It turns out that not every foreigner in country C is very rich. Not necessarily a foreigner, maybe a C countryman in disguise, for easy hookups. Look at the address. It's a hospital. Does having sex next to a hospital make it easier for the deceased to be reborn early? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Huang Hui lifted the quilt, and was about to get out of bed to open the door. But he heard his father's anxious voice. "I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Lie down and have a good rest." Huang Hui sighed, covered the quilt again, and felt helpless. Lying in bed all day long is really more tiring than attending classes. I will be on the operating table the day after tomorrow. I may not even walk 100 steps in the next 2 days. It's really uncomfortable. Huang Jiangmo opened the door, and saw the person standing at the door. It turned out to be Xia Ning, with a surprised smile on his face. He immediately made way. "Miss Xia, why are you here? Come in. Come in. Come in." Xia Ning walked into the room, and looked at Huang Hui on the bed, and was startled. She saw that all the hair on her head had been shaved off. Shiny and shiny. Chapter 587 Bald Donkey. How dare you snatch the nun from me? Xia Ning was stunned at the door. Huang Hui used to have very smooth long hair, often tied it into a single ponytail, swinging it back and forth, looking very good. Men always care about a woman's face, chest, waist, legs. But for most women, hair may be the part that they spend the most energy to take care of. Now, Huang Hui saw Xia Ning's expression, reached out to touch his bald head, and said with a smile, "Sister Xia Ning, do you think my head looks like a light bulb?" Xia Ning smiled. She knew that she had to shave her head before the operation. But it was the first time she saw a patient without a hat to cover her head. Xia Ning walked over, sat on the chair beside the bed, and asked, "Why don't you wear a hat?" Huang Hui touched his head and smiled. "I think I look pretty good like this. Just like the beautiful little nun in the TV series." As she said that, she made a sword with her fingers, pointed casually, and said sternly, "Bald donkey, you dare to snatch the nun from me." Xia Ning laughed. "You are quite optimistic." Huang Hui laughed twice, looked outside the door, and saw her father close the door, leaving only the two of them. No one came in again. She asked, "Sister Xia Ning, Mr. Qin didn't come?" As soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. This question was too rude. Qin Sun is a big star, and an entrepreneur worth hundreds of millions. He is busy all day long. Although, maybe, he is not busy, and just lies under the big tree and takes a nap. But why would he always worry about his own affairs? Strictly speaking, I jumped off the building and dragged Qin Sun down with me. I can't expect too much. Xia Ning looked at the awkward smile on Huang Huai's face and explained. Qin Sun has very important things these 2 days. After you finish the surgery the day after tomorrow, he should be able to come. She didn't say much. You can't say that Qin Sun's classmate died and he went to attend the funeral. For a patient who is about to undergo a life-or-death surgery, this kind of words is really a bit harsh and too unlucky. Besides, she is not sure whether Qin Sun can come. In the past 2 days, she had been hung up on every video call she made to Qin Sun, saying that it was inconvenient to answer. Qin Sun's voice had also become much rougher and hoarser in the voice chat. It seemed that he had been crying for a long time and was very sad. He might not be able to come the day after tomorrow. Huang Hui said with a smile. It's okay, Mr. Qin. Just focus on your own business. I already owe you too much, and I can't expect more. Xia Ning smiled, glanced at the equipment in the ward, and asked, Are you used to living here? Huang Hui asked repeatedly. Habit. As she spoke, her eyes turned red. She choked up a little. Sister Xia Ning, thank you. The day before yesterday, a charity organization transferred 1 million yuan to my father, saying it was a small part of the proceeds from Mr. Qin Sun's songs. Because the entire donation campaign was initiated because of my illness, they approved 1 million yuan. And the process went very quickly. Xia Ning smiled. Huang Hui said again. And Jingcheng University also raised 630,000 yuan for me. Normally, you can't raise that much, but because of Mr. Qin Sun's fame, everyone knows about my story. My classmates donated generously. She held Xia Ning's hand tightly. Because of your help, my dad doesn't have to sell the house anymore. Thank you. You are so kind. She couldn't continue, and didn't know what to say. Her life was probably in the countdown, and any words of gratitude seemed a bit hypocritical. But she was not willing to say I will work like a cow or a horse in the next life. Xia Ning looked at Huang Huai's red eyes, and reached out to wipe away the tears from her eyes. They were all donated by kind people. You don't have to bear such a heavy psychological burden. She lied. This money is enough to cover your surgery. Xia Ning gently patted Huang Huai's shoulder. You will get better. After a pause, she said with a smile. Qin Sun said that if you can die, he will eat shit. Huang Hui laughed when he heard it. It's a pity that I can't see him eat shit. Xia Ning smiled. I don't know if Huang Hui meant that she was going to die soon, so she couldn't see Qin Sun eating shit. Or if she could live. Qin Sun didn't have to eat shit. The two chatted for a while. Xia Ning said goodbye, and walked to the door, and suddenly heard Huang Hui's voice behind her. Sister Xia Ning. She turned around, and saw tears on Huang Hui's face. Sister Xia Ning, I'm actually very afraid of death. Huang Hui's voice was very soft, and he seemed really afraid. Xia Ning turned around and walked back, sat down on the bed, opened her arms, and gently hugged Huang Hui. The action was very gentle. She didn't know how to comfort him. Saying, It's okay, sounded too fake. With a maximum success rate of 3%, how could it be okay? Saying, Don't be afraid, also sounded a bit sarcastic. The success rate of this operation is even lower than a life-or-death struggle. Who wouldn't be afraid? The next day. There is only 1 day left before the operation. The operation will be performed at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Dr. Wilstancom has been asking his assistant to communicate with Huang Hui for the past few days. Although it will not increase the success rate of the operation, he plans to go and see it himself today. After all, he has collected so much money from others, so he must show his dedication. The business car responsible for picking up and dropping off Dr. Stancom's team just drove into the hospital gate and has not yet entered the underground parking lot. Stancom looked through the car window and saw 20 to 30 people rushing over, blocking the car, holding guns and cannons. The lights were flashing. Hello, Dr. Stancom. Can you give me an interview? Excuse me for interrupting your time for a few minutes. Is it convenient for you to get off the car? Dr. Stancom. Stancom. How confident are you about the operation? How are you? Stancom was confused. WTF? What happened? After a while, Stancom recovered. Seeing this scene, he immediately realized that reporters came to interview him, and a smile appeared on his face. He felt like a big shot. He was actually used to this kind of scene, and was often invited to give speeches in the United States. It was just that this trip to Country C was low-key, unexpectedly. Alas, I am too famous. The car door opened. The driver, other medical staff and the medical team got off the car first, acting as security guards, opening their arms and arching forward, blocking the reporters outside a circle. Dr. Stanton adjusted his shirt collar, got out of the car, looked at dozens of cameras with a smile, and greeted loudly. Good morning. Chapter 588. What are you doing? As soon as the words fell, the driver, who was standing by as a security guard, immediately acted as a temporary translator. Good morning. He was not from the hospital, nor from Dr. Stankom's team, but a driver sent by Xia Shujia. He was always very smart, and knew some English, and was able to communicate in daily life. At this time, seeing the reporter interviewing, he was afraid that others would not understand, so he volunteered to act as a translator. Stanton was startled, looked at the driver's back, felt that he did not convey the enthusiasm, confidence, accurately in his words. Speech, not everyone is suitable. Stanton greeted again, speaking loudly. Gee. He smiled, stretched the tail tone, sounded passionate, like an orator who understood applause. Everyone. The driver was very active, immediately translated, said, Good morning, get on. Everyone. The scene became quiet. I always feel something is weird. For a moment, I can't tell what's weird. Is the translation wrong? I can't say it's wrong. It's just weird. Stanton gives speeches at universities every year. Every time he says everyone, there will be warm applause, cheers, and cheers. It's never been so cold. Stanton looked at the driver's back, put his hand on his forehead, and complained in a low voice. Oh my God! What are you talking about? The driver has sharp ears and a strong sense of responsibility, so he immediately translated. Oh my God! What are you talking about? When Stanton heard this, he became anxious. What are you doing? What are you doing? The scene was quiet for a moment, and then a burst of cheerful laughter broke out. What are you doing? How come this translator even forced out the C dialect? Some skills. At the back of the crowd, Chin Sun was wearing sunglasses, a mask, a hat, and his hands were on his chest. And he was shaking with laughter. Why does it feel like this doctor is going to start spraying pesticides in the next second? He knew that Stanton would come to the hospital today, and he had been waiting in the hospital for a long time, preparing to follow him and step on him carefully. Sneak into the doctor's office tonight. Give him a surprise tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Stanton performed a skit as soon as he arrived. Dr. Stanton looked at the driver and said loudly, Oh my God! Oh my dear driver friend, I can also speak Chinese. You don't need a translator at all. I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. The driver turned his head and looked at Stanton, who looked unhappy, showing an awkward smile, and said loudly, Okay. There was another burst of laughter at the scene. The reporters heard that Dr. Stanton could speak Chinese. Although some words were not pronounced accurately, they spoke fluently. They began to ask questions. Dozens of people spoke at the same time. It was a mess. It was hard to hear what they were saying. Stanton smiled and raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Come one by one. Are you going to waste time? He looked at the female reporter closest to him. Beautiful lady. Let's start with the mud. The female reporter smiled and asked, Dr. Stanton, Ms. Huang Huai will have surgery tomorrow. Because she is the campus beauty of Beijing University, and she is a die-hard fan of Chin Sun, the current top star in Country C. She has received a lot of attention on the internet. There should be more than 5 million netizens who know that she is going to have surgery. Someone posted a prayer online, and currently more than 1 million people have liked it, and there are more than 100,000 comments. Excuse me, with this kind of attention, and this kind of pressure, will it have a certain impact on your surgery? When Stanton heard this, he was stunned. WTF? How many tens of thousands of followers? 10,000 likes? 100,000 comments? The smile on Stanton's face disappeared, and he glanced at the reporters, looking innocent like a child who was tricked into the police station. When he received the invitation for a transnational surgery, he looked at the patient's medical records and rejected it directly. He said, Only God can save her. Although this patient's tumor can be completely removed, there is a high probability that it will be cured. But the problem is, the location of this tumor is really tricky. Unless God intervenes. Even a famous surgical knife like his has a horribly low success rate. But when the other party offered $1 million, and would pay 1 million regardless of whether the operation was successful or not. Stan Kong was tempted. It was not about the money, but probably God wanted to give this poor girl a chance. Stan Kong originally planned to complete the operation according to the procedure. Take the money and leave. But now that he heard that so many people in Country C were paying attention to this matter, and this operation was so big, it would definitely spread to the internet in the United States. At that time, wouldn't his image as a famous swordsman be damaged? The female reporter saw that the smile on Stan Kong's face disappeared, and she also became silent, reminding him, Dr. Stan Kong, does this huge pressure really affect you? Stan Kong came back to his senses and said with a serious face, not only this operation, but every operation in my hospital is under great pressure. The source of pressure in surgery is not the level of attention, but the doctor's respect for life. Poor pressure is also a force. After saying that, there was a round of applause from the crowd. Good. Good. Well said, Alex. Pressure is also motivation. Love is boundless. At the back of the crowd, Huang Jiangwo, holding a box of wontons from Old Magic City, applauded vigorously. Good, good, good. What a doctor. He was urged by Huang Hui to buy wontons today, because Huang Hui would fast from tonight to prepare for tomorrow's surgery. After thinking for a long time last night, he decided to eat a bowl of wontons this morning. Today, Huang Jiangwo used the food review app to find the restaurant with the highest rating, and took a taxi for 20 minutes to buy it. As soon as he returned to the hospital, he found a bunch of reporters interviewing, and it seemed to be about his daughter. He walked over quietly and heard what Dr. Stan Kong said, which showed the benevolence of a doctor, and felt very comforted. He felt that the success rate of the operation was much higher. This doctor must be very good. I will tell Huang Hui this good news later. Good news. Great news. Stan Kong heard the applause, and the cheers gradually subsided. He looked at another male reporter with a firm and confident look. The male reporter understood and immediately asked loudly, Dr. Stan Kong, according to rumors, several of the top brain surgeons in Country C have declined to perform this operation. Because this operation is too difficult, the success rate is only 3% at best. He looked at Dr. Stan Kong with a pair of big eyes, with a little admiration, and said in a louder voice, And you, our dear Dr. Stan Kong, are you a real hero? You accepted this operation, are you more confident than them? Chapter 589 30% is something that only God can do. Stan Kong saw the reporter's eyes. He was very familiar with this look. He had seen it countless times since he became famous. He said with a firm face, As long as it is an operation, there will be success and failure. Every time I walk into the operating room, I am full of confidence. No matter whether the success rate of the operation is 3% or 100%, I will always treat every operation with 100% good condition. Because doing surgery is not my job, but a mission given to me by God. Stan Kong has a heavy accent, but he speaks powerfully and contagiously. Suddenly, there was another round of applause and cheers. Great. It's not a job. It's a mission. A doctor with faith. God bless you. I'm really moved. Behind the crowd, Huang Jiangwo clapped wildly, making the food packaging rustle, not afraid of spilling the soup. Hui is saved. Hui is saved. She's saved. Stan Kong looked serious, enjoying the applause of the crowd. In fact, he was very nervous. If he had known that so many people were paying attention to this operation, he would not have come here for $1 million. If the operation fails tomorrow, his enemies in the United States will spend money to discredit him, causing his value to plummet. At this time, a male reporter was so excited that he did not wait for Stan Kong to name him, but directly asked a question loudly. Dr. Stan Kong, what is the success rate of the operation you perform yourself? Is it 10%? As soon as the voice fell, the scene became quiet, and everyone looked at Stan Kong expectantly. At the back of the crowd, Huang Jiangwo stood on tiptoe, staring at the back of the male reporter in front of him with disgust, cursing in his heart. A dog can't spit out ivory. What 10%? Aren't you insulting Dr. Stan Kong? He is a famous doctor from abroad, and his medical skills are so good. How can it be only 10%? At least it must be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. Stan Kong looked at the pairs of expectant eyes and felt bitter. 10%? Isn't that a joke? That's a success rate that only God can have. Stan Kong's expression was still serious, and he said, Although I really want to say yes. The success rate of the operation is over 10%. But I must tell the truth. The patient's tumor is located very deep, surrounding large blood vessels, and multiple groups of cranial cord meridians. The surgical approach is not clear, which greatly increases the difficulty of the operation. The mortality rate and disability rate are very high. He saw the expressions of the crowd, and as he spoke, he became solemn, and continued. The operation is very difficult. The operation will take a long time. More than 12 hours. Or even longer. This is also a huge challenge to the physical strength, energy, and attention of our medical team. At this point, Stanton closed his mouth. His expression was as firm and solemn as a tough guy who could not make a sound after being hit by a basket. The scene was silent. Dr. Stanton took a deep breath and said the final conclusion loudly. Even if I perform the operation, the success rate is... He held up 3 fingers. Immediately, someone behind the crowd asked in a hurry. 30%? 30%? Is it 30%? Stanton shuddered and said loudly. No. 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 30% is something that only God can catch. He raised his arm high and put up 3 fingers. I'm talking about 3%. As soon as the voice fell, there was a thud, and someone seemed to fall behind the crowd. There was a commotion behind. Huang Jianguo's legs softened, and he fell to the ground. The wonton bowl in his hand rolled several times on the ground. He slumped on the ground, head down, eyes dull. Although I knew that the best doctors in the country only had a 3% success rate in surgery, I thought this seemingly awesome doctor would have a higher success rate. But only 3%? Perhaps. I really shouldn't have done this surgery. If I didn't do it, why could have lived another half a year to a year. Suddenly, Huang Jianguo heard someone exclaim, "Isn't this Huang Huai's father?" Then, there was a commotion around. Huang Jianguo looked up blankly. He saw that he was surrounded by a group of reporters, holding cameras to shoot him. "Mr. Huang, how are you feeling now? What do you think of tomorrow's surgery? Do you regret it now? How is Huang Huai feeling now? Did she tell you anything? Mr. Huang, say something." Huang Jianguo was furious, and said angrily, "Stop arguing. Stop arguing." The voice was so loud that it frightened everyone around into silence. After Huang Jianguo finished shouting, the anger in his heart suddenly disappeared, only endless sadness remained. He felt empty. He lowered his head, reached out to grab the package bag on the ground, and grabbed it several times before he could grab it. The voice was fast and urgent, but he had no strength, said, Huai is hungry. She wants to eat wontons. She likes wontons. She's hungry. Hungry. Eat wontons. Huang Jianguo sat on the ground in a daze, after a while, was about to get up. Suddenly, he heard a dull sound of footsteps. He looked up. He saw an aisle in the crowd. Stanton came over, squatted down, reached out and grabbed Huang Jianguo's hand, and made a cross prayer with his right hand. "May God bless you." "Amen." Huang Jianguo's mind was in a mess, his throat was tight, and he subconsciously whispered, "May God, Buddha bless you." The lights around him flickered. At this moment, another sound of high heels rang out. Light, confident, full of power. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look. They saw a cool and elegant lady wearing a gray chiffon shirt, black casual pants, and a pair of high heels walking towards them not far away. In an instant, they all recognized that this was Qin Sun's girlfriend. This caused a murmur of discussion. But Xia Ning had no expression on her face, without looking sideways, and walked straight towards the crowd. She had a strong aura, like a machete. Many reporters shut their mouths, and walked aside, making way. Xia Ning walked in front of Huang Jianguo, and was about to squat down to help him up. She saw Stanton walking over quickly, smiling brightly. "Hello, Miss Xia." Seeing him open his hands, leaning forward and moving his face closer, Xia Ning realized that he wanted to kiss her, and wanted to touch his face to hers. She immediately stretched out her right hand, took the other person's right hand first, and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Stanton." Stanton had a meal with Xia Ning a few days ago. Xia Ning spoke fluent English to him the whole time, and her manners were elegant and decent, making people feel relaxed and happy. What a charming woman. Seeing her now, Stanton was very surprised. Behind the crowd, where no one was paying attention, Qin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at Xia Ning, and his cold eyes fell on Stanton's face. If I don't give this bitch 2 nests tomorrow, I will take his surname. My surname is Sure. Chapter 590. Giving him 2 nests is not enough to relieve his hatred. He must give God a hand. Stan Kong saw the polite smile on Xia Ning's face, and didn't realize that Xia Ning didn't want to pay attention to her. He was particularly enthusiastic, and asked with a smile. Oh, beautiful, elegant, noble Miss Xia. Nice to see you again. Are you here to find me? At the end of the crowd. Qin Sun saw the scene, and raised his eyebrows. Damn! This old Zhong Ding. Is he so shameless? He wanted to get close to Ning Ning just now. Now he is saying such shameless words in front of so many people. What do you mean? Oh! Beautiful, elegant, noble Miss Xia, it's nice to see you again. Are you here to see me? He can even say such words, how shameless. You are a doctor, not a gigolo. Are you tired of living? Qin Sun hid in the crowd, his eyes fell directly on Xia Ning's face, to see how she would react. Xia Ning smiled. No, I'm here to visit Huang Huai. After she said that she was here to visit Huang Huai, she saw an embarrassed look on Stan Kong's face. She didn't care, knelt down, helped Huang Jianguo up with both hands, and said softly, Master Huang, let's go upstairs first. Seeing Xia Ning was about to leave, the reporters around immediately became anxious, and stepped forward to block them, and asked in a flurry, Miss Xia, is Qin Sun here? Where is Qin Sun? His #1 crazy fan is having surgery, won't he come to visit? Has Qin Sun disguised himself and entered the hospital? This may be their last meeting, why don't you come to see him? Is Qin Sun hiding because the failure rate of the surgery is too high? Xia Ning felt Huang Jianguo's arm stiffen, turned her head, and saw that his face was a little pale. Suddenly Xia Ning's brows were cold. What do you mean by too high a failure rate? What do you mean by hiding? What do you mean by the last meeting? Is this human language? Xia Ning listened to the chattering around him, slowly turned his head, and looked around, and found some security guards standing not far away. Took a deep breath, and shouted. Security! Where are the security guards? Where are the security guards? Xia Ning's voice was not too loud, but it was cold. He had a strong aura and strong penetrating power. The surroundings immediately became quiet. A man who looked like the security captain saw this, and hurriedly ran into the crowd. Early this morning, many reporters entered the hospital. He was ordered by his leader to stand by to maintain order, protect the safety of Dr. Stan Kong. Unexpectedly, the people in Stan Kong's team acted as security themselves, and brought a stupid translator with them. He just stood aside and watched. Now he heard Miss Xia Ning calling him, and he didn't dare to neglect her at all. That was Qin Sun's girlfriend. Who is Qin Sun? He is a tough guy who dared to cripple Kato Daiki in front of more than 1 million netizens. And according to the hospital leaders, this Miss Xia has a special identity. She may be the granddaughter of one of the shareholders behind this private hospital in Shanghai. I can't afford to offend her. I can't afford to offend her at all. The security captain pushed through the crowd and ran to Xia Ning. Hello, what do you need? Xia Ning looked at the security captain and said in a cold tone. This hospital charges a lot. The customer paid a lot. Please provide the corresponding service. The security captain knew that she was going to drive people away by herself, and said with an embarrassed look on his face, But they are reporters. Xia Ning stared at him without blinking, until he showed a panic on his face. Then he said in a deep voice, But we are customers. Customers are God. Get those foul-mouthed reporters out. The security captain heard the unquestionable momentum in Xia Ning's words, and felt a little guilty. He immediately turned around, and was too lazy to figure out which reporter was foul-mouthed, and called the security guards not far away. Get all those reporters out. Go. 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 People are seeing a doctor. You are making a lot of noise here. Do you know how to be polite? Get out. All of you. If you want to interview, go to the door. Get out. The reporters were unhappy, and they retreated while shouting. What are you doing? We are reporters. Miss Xia, have you learned some bad temper from Qin Sun? You can't do that. Ouch, don't step on my feet. A security guard walked up to Qin Sun and tried to chase him away. Qin Sun pointed at his body, indicating that he did not have any reporter's work permit, nor any filming equipment, and said, I am here to treat illnesses, I am God. The security guard looked at his hat, sunglasses, and mask with a look of disbelief. Like a thief. Qin Sun sighed, lowered his voice, explained. I came here to get a circumcision today. I want to save my face. The security guard showed a sly smile that said, I know you, and then whispered, Brother, this hospital is one of the best private hospitals in Shanghai. The nurses are all very good looking. It's easy to break the circumcision line here. Qin Sun heard it, and immediately patted his chest and said, That's even better, I just want to challenge my weakness. The security guard praised. You have guts. Xia Ning ignored the reporter shouting and left directly with Huang Jiangwo. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's back as she walked away, and praised her in his heart. She is worthy of being my woman. She is just trying hard. Suddenly, he heard Stan Kang's voice, and said in an admiring tone, Nice. Qin Sun turned his head to look at Stan Kang, and saw that this Zhongning was looking in Xia Ning's direction, with a dreamy smile on his face. Qin Sun frowned slightly. Nice? He still dares to call him nice? It seems that giving him 2 nests is not enough to relieve his hatred. He must be given a divine hand. God's dicks. Very soon, a bald man in a white coat, with 3 people, quickly walked to Stanton and the others, introduced himself as the leader of the hospital. After a round of greetings, he led them into a building. Qin quietly followed them, and saw them enter the elevator, which stopped at the 3rd floor. He walked up the stairs quickly to the 3rd floor, and when he came out, he just saw them walking into an office at the end of the corridor. Qin Sun waited for a while. When a group of people came out, except for Dr. Stan Kang, the bald leader took the rest of the medical team to the office opposite. Qin Sun smiled. Sure enough, elites in any industry are used to having independent offices. That way, no one knows whether he is slacking off or working. He can maintain his glorious image. Even if he traveled across the ocean and came to a foreign country, Stan Kang still maintained this style. 3 days ago, Qin Sun confirmed in a call with Xia Ning that the hospital had prepared a temporary office for Stan Kang. He had a plan in mind. Qin Sun clenched his fists. Zhongning, tomorrow when you are alone in the office, you will shout, and no one will come to save you.